10. International Court of Justice on Transboundary Harm. Reflections on South Asian Transboundary Water Governance. Works as assistant professor at the School of Disaster Studies, Institute of Social Sciences, TISS, Mumbai. She teaches courses on humanitarian action, transboundary governance, peace, and conflict studies courses for the MAM in disaster management. Has been awarded a fellowship for the Commonwealth Futures Climate Research by the Association of Commonwealth Universities in 2024-25. She graduated from NLU Jodhpur and possesses a master's degree from NUJS, Kolkata, specializing in international and comparative law. She is also pursuing her doctoral study at TISS on climate change litigation in India. 10.1 Introduction. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, is an important global judicial body created to ensure a sovereign state's respect for international rule of law. It identifies one body of international rules and principles and interpret them universally. 1982. It is referred to as a central judicial body of the international community that works not only on settling disputes, but also towards the development of the principle of international law governing the international society in general. A very important principle of international law is sovereignty. Manifesting as states, superior and inherent right to manage the environment and natural resources within their territory, this principle of absolute territorial sovereignty has transitioned to where limited territorial sovereignty is more visible, specifically in treaties between South Asian countries on transboundary water. The acceptance of limited territorial sovereignty has emerged with the recognition of the principle of transboundary harm. The paper will identify essential features of these treaties in the context of political tensions around them. The ICJ has considered many other international agreements on transboundary water to prevent harm. It has also focused on the practice between the states or the legal instruments between the parties. It has developed vital principles and practices to prevent transboundary harm in the context of transboundary rivers. This paper will identify these principles and practices to provide a framework to build up the no-harm principle for its application in the South Asian region. The use of the no-harm principle has the potential to enrich the discourse on transboundary water governance. 10.2 Absolute Sovereignty and Introduction of Transboundary Harm. States have complete freedom to use and manage natural resources within their territory. Control over natural resources emanates from the fundamental idea of sovereignty. It is reflected in early international principles like permanent sovereignty over natural resources enshrined in the United Nations General Assembly Resolution in 1962, 2015. States back then considered that they had a superior and inherent right to manage the environment and natural resources within their territory. During the debates on the 1962 resolution, some countries stated that the idea of sovereignty presupposes the right to use natural resources. At the same time, a more recent interpretation of the provision questioned the balance between the rights and focused also on the duties of the states emerging from these provisions. 1998. On similar lines, a water dispute between the USA and Mexico led to labeling absolute territorial sovereignty as the Harmon Doctrine. The doctrine allows absolute supremacy to the state to use the natural resources, specifically water, within its territory without considering the needs of other states. 2007. This principle has been used mainly by many upper riparian countries to claim that they have no obligation to maintain an adequate supply or quality of water for the lower riparian countries. However, this idea of sovereignty fails to consider a crucial point: the possibility of transboundary harm. The principle of transboundary harm covers any human activity which results in harm or any action caused with reasonably proximate causal relation to human conduct, whereby the impact is suffered across the border. 2002. The formal introduction of transboundary harm as a distinct concept in environmental law was undertaken with the adoption of the draft articles on the prevention of transboundary harm in 2001. In the context of this draft agreement, it was understood to refer to environmental damage that originates in one state and affects the territory of another where the damage is beyond a particular threshold level of severity. 2003. Major accidents, especially in Europe, created a need to challenge the idea of absolute territorial sovereignty. The water used to douse the fire in the factory in Switzerland in 1986 drained into the Rhine River with dissolved chemicals, which led to massive destruction of the river's ecology, which cut across many countries, before entering the sea. Lewis 1986. Although the Swiss domestic framework was competent to ensure preventive mechanisms and the private party's liability for Swiss citizens, no framework was available for information sharing and accountability for the damage caused across international boundaries without the initiation of the procedure by the state. And 1990. The failure of the Swiss government to contain the pollutants led to severe harm downstream. The downstream countries could not hold Switzerland responsible, as there was no international or even bilateral agreement which created any responsibility for Switzerland to notify the downstream states. Many have argued that the other countries affected by the pollutants, in this case, were unwilling to hold Switzerland responsible, as they all had a history of similar events in the past. 1989. A similar legal vacuum came up after the Chernobyl nuclear meltdown in the USSR in 1986, which led to radiation exposure in the USSR and many parts of Europe. Here again, even though the USSR was aware of the leak, the information about the accident was not released to other countries soon enough, which could have allowed them to undertake preventive measures. 1987. The delay in sharing information about the incident with other countries is often as one of the many consequences of the political uncertainty of the Cold War. In any case, it highlights the importance of information sharing as a crucial aspect of preventing harm in neighboring countries. Way back, the Trail Smelter case of 1932 is considered a landmark case, articulating the need to the obligation of states to prevent transboundary harm, much before the draft articles on transboundary harm, 2001, were introduced. The case was about air pollution originating in Canada from the fumes released by smelters since 1905, which affected the farms in Washington State, USA. After failed negotiations and mediation by the International Joint Commission, the matter was submitted for arbitration in 1932 to an arbitration tribunal specifically constituted to settle the dispute under the Boundary Waters Treaty of 1909, read 1963. The arbitration had to determine whether there was a transboundary harm for which Canada was responsible. The tribunal decided that states cannot allow their territory to be used in any way which could cause injury to another country. This well-known decision covered public and private activities, 2006. It also included any harm caused by air pollution or other injury. It laid down the foundation of the no-harm rule, which became the conceptual anchor for international environmental law after this case, Miller 2006. Although a crucial decision for environmental law, the Trail Smelter has been, for not the ecological damage caused by Canada, focusing more on the protection and balancing of sovereign interests, and emphasizing the establishment of causal links between the harm caused and the action of Canada. The gaps in determining accountability in the factory case and the Chernobyl accident, both in 1986, created the need to revisit the idea of absolute territorial sovereignty. The importance of recognizing the no-harm rule provided the basis on which different elements of transboundary harm have evolved as an exception to complete sovereignty. As stated earlier, the paper will elaborate upon various aspects of recognizing transboundary harm, especially in the context of transboundary water governance, focusing on South Asia. 10.3. The emergence of limited territorial sovereignty and transboundary harm. Transboundary water sharing has been a matter of multiple debates in modern times. The international community had seen several issues and challenges in applying the Harmon Doctrine, where the upper riparian states were always in a position of power, just 1998. This was followed by the concept of limited territorial sovereignty, which is applied when the riparian state is not allowed to the water of an international river in a way which causes significant harm to the reasonable by other riparian states. ESCWA SDPD 2012 Glossary. It is interpreted as the right of territorial sovereignty and the corollary duty not to cause significant harm to the sovereign rights of other states. 2008. In the Corfu Channel case, Corfu Channel, United Kingdom v. Albania, Judgment, Compensation 1949, the International Court of Justice, ICJ, though unrelated to transboundary rivers, laid the groundwork for the no-harm principle. Over a period of time, the concept of no harm was also adopted in the context of environmental damage in transboundary regions, where the impact of human activity creates damage beyond a particular threshold level of severity. 2003. In the context of water sharing, introducing and developing the principle of limited territorial sovereignty with the introduction of the transboundary harm principle brought in much-needed accountability and dialogue between the upper and lower riparian countries. 2001. Limited territorial sovereignty restrains states' use of water resources by respecting that their actions should not harm other countries. These principles were by qualifying water use with equitable and reasonable use. This was first mentioned in the Salzburg Session of 1961 at the Institute of International Law, followed by substantive inputs from the International Law Association in 1966, 2016. These were followed by the report of the Sixth Committee of the General Assembly and the Helsinki Rules, 1966, leading to the codification of the equitable and reasonable use and the no-harm rule in the UN International Watercourses Convention, UNWC, 1997, 2007. The UNWC that transboundary water should be shared equitably and reasonably, Article 5.2, respecting the no-harm principle, strengthening the dominance of limited territorial sovereignty. The purpose of the UNWC is clearly stated in Article 8, which provides the general obligation of the state to cooperate based on sovereign equality, territorial integrity, mutual benefit, and good faith to attain optimal and adequate protection of an international watercourse. Scholars have argued that the UNWC and the more recent case laws are moving from limited territorial sovereignty to the principle of community of interest, where all the riparian states are at equal levels engaged in using the entire river. 2019. Part III of the UNWC is considered an essential component, where the principle of equitable and reasonable use is projected as procedural obligations, providing avenues for sharing information. Article 14. Dimensions of water sharing bilateral treaties in 4 countries of South Asia. Indus Water Treaty India, Pakistan. River Treaty India, Nepal. Ganga River Treaty Bangladesh, India. Use. Drainage, conservation of soil erosion, dredging as long as far as practicable no material damage occurs to the other party. Specific amount of water to be shared plus power plants. Formula for water sharing at the barrage. Principle for use. Restricted use, domestic use, non-consumptive use, agricultural use and generation of hydroelectricity of the other river. Article IX1, Principles of Equality, Fairness and No Harm, guide the relationship. Optimum of the water by providing a fair and just solution. No harm. No material damage to the other party for both self and other side use pollution, as far as practically possible. Specific provision. Principle of equity, fair play and no harm in cases of emergency. Institution. Permanent Indus Commission. Commission. 10.4 Contestations on Transboundary Water in South Asia. This section provides an overview of the transboundary water treaties in South Asia and identifies their critical features. The overview will help examine how limited territorial sovereignty and the principle of transboundary harm are in the context of transboundary water management. The South Asian region has many massive river systems that transverse significant national boundaries. River systems like the Indus, Ganga-Brahmaputra, and the Mekong are home to an enormous population. The region evinces great diversity in ecology, biodiversity, environment, culture, and ethnicity, and is connected to the livelihood of people in the South Asian countries of India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and Myanmar. Most of these countries are also dominated by unplanned, with cities like Delhi, Kathmandu, Kolkata, Dhaka, and Lahore mushrooming with large populations and limited spatial planning. The increasing population, intensive agricultural activities, and rising impacts of climate change are expected to exacerbate the vulnerabilities of people living in the region. 2003. Further, the entire Himalayan Hindu Kush belt and the plains are subject to severe hydrological hazards like floods and droughts. These hazards are by the absence of coordination mechanisms between countries managing dams, leading to multiple cases of flash floods in the Terai region or even droughts in many lower riparian areas. The coordination and management of water resources are proving to be a severe challenge in this region. Cooperation becomes even tougher with the influence of pre-existing disputes, especially relating to boundaries. 2012. The rivers in the higher areas of China, Nepal, India, and Bhutan are fast-moving and are seen as a source of attractive hydroelectric power, which the countries are keen to. This invariably affects the quality and quantity of water downstream. With the increased urbanized settlement and lax government regulations, 1999, despite multiple treaties, the management of transboundary water resources in the region is a challenge. 2011. The Indus River system consists of multiple rivers traversing India and Pakistan. It is governed by the Indus Water Treaty, IWT, 1960, negotiated for the common interest of optimum river development across the two countries. The Indus Water Treaty divides the Indus tributaries into eastern and western rivers, where India's unrestricted use of the eastern rivers is assigned. With respect to western rivers, India has the right to set up projects for domestic use, non-consumptive use, agricultural use, and generation of hydroelectricity on the river of the west, without impeding the flow of the river into Pakistan. Pakistan has unrestricted use of the western river, as well as the domestic and non-consumptive use of the eastern river. The treaty has been considered a unique format, as it allows for division based on geographical location and not the volume of water. Some have argued that the too technical treaty ignores the socio-economic realities of the communities living along the river affected by climate change and the fluctuating diplomatic relations. 2009. In many cases, the definitions and the scope of activities allowed on the country's river have evolved over some time. 2010. Like the kind of dams allowed as non-consumptive use as seen in the case of the arbitral award in the arbitration regarding the Indus waters between Pakistan and India, 2013. In this award, the dispute was over whether India's proposed dam could be considered non-consumptive use on the western rivers, as such service was not explicitly covered under the said term in the IWT. Non-consumptive use is one of the basic allowances given in the treaty, which includes a wide range of functions like navigation, floating of timber, flood protection, fishing wildlife, and other beneficial purposes. The no-harm principle, although not very structured or defined in the IWT, is reflected in places like Article IV-2 of the IWT, which allows parties to non-consumptive use of the river without materially changing the flow to prejudice the use of the river by the other party. Further, Article IV-3 of IWT allows a wide range of activities on the rivers assigned to each state for drainage, soil erosion conservation, and dredging as long as, and as far as practicable, no material damage occurs to the other party. The provision relating to the prevention of pollution is restrictive as given in Article IV-10 of IWT, creates the obligation to prevent undue pollution which would have adversely affected the usage of the river, as far as practically possible, with a special emphasis that the reasonableness of the prevention will be based on customary practices. The limited scope of the no-harm principle restricts consideration of environmental disputes under the treaty, as was seen in the arbitral award, where the ecological impact of the project was seen as one of the factors to be considered for the implementation of the project. Still, the matter was left to the parties to address, paras 94 and 110. In its final award, the court was not keen to pursue the customary law of precautionary approach, as a specific treaty prevents the court from becoming a policymaker in determining the balance between acceptable environmental change and other priorities. Para 112. As regards the water sharing between India and Nepal, the implementation of the agreements created political turmoil in Nepal, which led to a specific provision in the 1990 constitution in Nepal on treaties on water sharing, requiring a two-thirds majority approval of the representatives. 1999. This was followed by the River Treaty, MRT, in 1996 as a framework treaty on equality, mutual benefit and no harm. The provisions gave control over the supply of the barrage to Nepal and the power of the barrage in Nepal to India without prejudice to Nepal. Sovereign right in exchange for a predetermined supply of water from the barrage and a specific amount of electricity. The treaty allowed the construction of the integrated multi-purpose project, where both parties had equal rights over the water and the power stations on the plant. This treaty was expected to be the foundation for future state agreements. Unfortunately, the implementation of the MRT has been limited, with many scholars referring to it as a defunct treaty as its performance is subject to the implementation of the project. 2020. In addition, the treaty brought a significant issue of diplomatic tussle to the forefront, regarding the definition of the term existing consumptive use in Article 3, on which the distribution amount was to be calculated. The Indian interpretation, being an upper riparian state of the term, was more expansive, including the water from the second auxiliary canal, while Nepal restricted the term to water only from the main canal. 1998. In the treaty, although the bare minimum river flow in the lean months was provided, there was a gaping hole in the issue of determining the flow, where the bare minimum flow was not maintained. 1998. This would allow India to determine the flow in the lean months during severe scarcity. The principle of equity, fairness, and no harm, Article IX, 1 of the MRT, is expected to guide the relationship between the two countries, even though there is no mechanism to do so as the Commission has limited power to address disputes. 1999. The treaty provides for an equal partnership concerning sharing some resources with the objective of maximum net benefit. This provision may direct the focus towards the community of interest approach. Still, there appears to be no substantive provision allowing its practical implementation, as the entire river system is divided based on multiple projects, where different agreements are anticipated. The no-harm principle is alluded to in Article 7, which provides that the parties agree not to obstruct or divert the water to affect its natural flow adversely. The Ganga River Treaty, 1996, GRT, between Bangladesh and India was preceded by a wide range of setbacks due to multiple reasons. The construction of the barrage and the uncertainty about the amount of water released affected the flow of the in Bangladesh. It was a matter of grave concern during the negotiation process. 2012. The 1996 treaty established a formula providing a specific amount to be released from the barrage in the dry and wet seasons. Any deviation from this amount was allowed only for reasonable use. It has been challenging to enforce the main mandate, as India was expected to release at least 90% of Bangladesh's share. Thomas, 2017. The treaty provides a fair and just solution for optimum water. It applies the principle of equity, fair play, and no harm in emergencies, such as the times when the water level goes very low, 50,000 cusecs, or future agreements based on the treaty Article IX. For dispute resolution, the Bangladesh Joint River Commission is constituted for referral with the two governments giving the freedom to the governments to decide if they want to go for arbitration. An overview on the three key bilateral treaties indicates that while the use of water in the treaties was based on the negotiations carried out, they all respect the idea of limited territorial sovereignty by employing terms like restricted use, optimum use, and most importantly, using terms like no harm, no material damage. This indicates that the idea of limited territorial sovereignty is respected by upholding the no harm principle. Unfortunately, besides the undeniable political issue, as seen in the arbitral award, there is no standard mechanism for the no harm principle. The persistent multiple disputes on the nature of the hydroelectric plant in IWT, the construction of the barrage in MRT, and the amount of water shared in dry months in GRT over the years indicate that, besides the political issues, the of these principles is vague and uncertain, and needs more clarity. In this context, different methods developed by the ICJ to uphold the limited territorial sovereignty by respecting the no harm principle are explored in the next section. 10.5 ICJ on transboundary harm. In light of the diverse ways in which the idea of transboundary harm is suggested in the different treaties in South Asia, it is useful to understand the ways in which the ICJ has contributed towards developing this principle further. Decisions like the Corfu Channel case, Corfu Channel, United Kingdom v. Albania, Judgment, Compensation 1949, and the Threat or Use of Nuclear Weapons case, Legality of the Threat or Use of Nuclear Weapons, Advisory Opinion 1996, have considered transboundary harm in the context of sovereignty and use of force. These decisions created the exception to absolute territorial sovereignty by deciding that a state cannot allow its territory to be used to harm another country. The cases of the ICJ have helped expand the different kinds of harm and have given new life to environmental disputes. The ICJ issues on transboundary environment cases have evolved in three phases. 2020. The first series of cases examined existing sovereignty principles employed to explain transboundary harm, like the Corfu Channel case or the Project case. While the second phase encompasses cases like the Pulp Mills case, focused on developing principles of environmental protection, the third phase focuses more on building the procedural requirements for environmental protection. These cases highlight how crucial aspects of transboundary harm and due diligence are structured, and the third phase is valuable to map out alternatives for operationalizing the no-harm principle in South Asia. 1051 case, Project 1997. The case before the ICJ was based on the obligations mentioned in the Budapest Treaty, 1977, between Hungary and Slovakia for constructing dams and gates on the Danube River to improve flood management, navigation, energy production, and water availability in urban cities. Slovakia completed the construction of a portion of the project after which Hungary refused to construct the dam in 1989 due to environmental concerns. Since the project had come to a standstill, Slovakia, in its attempt to negate any harmful impact of the stalemate, unilaterally diverted the water of the river to an alternate barrage system, which affected the quantity of water available to Hungary, especially the water supply of Budapest. The dispute focused on whether Hungary had the right to delay and terminate the treaty based on its environmental concerns, and whether Slovakia's unilateral diversion action was legal under the treaty and general principles of international law. Regarding the legal status of the termination of the treaty, Hungary maintained that suspending the project was a logical necessity due to environmental concerns. Slovakia argued that the scientific evidence did not establish the ecological risk, allowing necessity as an exception. The court identified that the state of condition arises out of a grave and imminent peril that should not affect the other state's essential interest. Hungary argued that the project's construction was a severe and imminent danger to the environment. Therefore, suspending and abandoning the project was necessary. The court concluded that the environmental concerns raised by Hungary were significant, but were not enough to establish a grave and imminent peril for Hungary's environment as the facts indicated a mere apprehension of a possible danger. The ICJ concluded that Hungary's suspension and abandonment of the project was unnecessary, and therefore, Hungary failed to the treaty's obligation. The ICJ considered the legal validity of Slovakia's countermeasure of diverting the water by assessing whether the action was taken in response to a prior international wrongful act, with due notification about discontinuation, followed by a reversible countermeasure proportional to the injuries suffered. The ICJ found that Slovakia's unilateral withdrawal and diversion of the Danube River responded to the wrongful act of abandoning the project after regular communication between the states. However, it led to the deprivation of natural resources in Hungary, which was not proportional to the injuries suffered by Slovakia. The countermeasure was seen as an act infringing upon Hungary's territorial integrity and sovereignty, as the alleged claim over Slovakia's equitable share of the river was more than the injuries suffered by Slovakia. This decision of the ICJ is perceived as one of the first cases bringing environmental concerns to the forefront of transboundary harm, although it was not a significant issue. It has been argued that this case expanded the restricted aspect of the Corfu Channel case on no harm to a broader stage, and paved the way for applying transboundary harm in environmental cases. 1997. While some scholars find this decision restrictive and conservative, many others have argued that it came long before some of the critical international policies on environmental law to explain its restrictive scope. 1998. The ICJ's failure to consider the precautionary principle concerning Hungary's reason to abandon the project has been touted as a missed opportunity to allow the intrusion of sovereignty. The decision has been questioned on identifying the threshold level for harm. 1998. The act of diverting the Danube River was assessed as a countermeasure, citing approximate application of proportionality as the standard to conclude that the diversion is wrong. However, the well-known standard of equitable and reasonable sharing of transboundary resources, well known in the Helsinki Rules, and often cited as a part of customary law, was not considered to assess the threshold level of the transboundary harm caused by the diversion. This case is one of the first examples when the ICJ is expected to operationalize the no-harm principle, paving the way for building up the jurisprudence on transboundary harm and environmental concern within the ambit of harm, which has not been considered in the South Asian treaties. 1052 Pulp Mills Case. The dispute between Argentina and Uruguay, pulp mills on the River Uruguay, Argentina v. Uruguay, Order Provisional Measures 2006, was a culmination of a long-drawn tension between the two countries on the construction of two pulp mills by Uruguay near its border with Argentina along the River Uruguay. Argentina challenged the construction as it contested that it violated Uruguay's obligation to ensure optimum and rational of the river, protect the aquatic environment, and prevent pollution under the 1975 Statute of the River Uruguay Statute. In addition, Argentina claimed that the statute required Uruguay to comply with the procedural requirements of sharing information regarding projects affecting the river. Uruguay that there was any harm or risk of harm to the river or its ecosystem. As per the 1975 Statute of the River Uruguay, the Administrative Commission of the Uruguay River, CARU, was created to facilitate optimal and rational of the river as per the treaty's obligations. A significant aspect of the decision was the treaty's scope, as Uruguay interpreted that the treaty covered only the harm caused to the river's water and not any pollution. The ICJ relied on Article 60 of the 1975 statute to conclude that the jurisdiction of the ICJ was restricted to the activities mentioned under the provision, which did not include noise pollution. Concerning the procedural issues, Argentina claimed that Uruguay had delayed sharing the reports of the environmental impact assessment with the CARU, violating the procedural obligations. The ICJ acknowledged applying the equitable and reasonable use principle with the no-harm principle as a part of international law governing transboundary water sharing. The case brought to the forefront the linkage between procedural and substantive obligations, for implementing the equitable and reasonable usage with no harm principle in the context of a complex treaty. The court stated that there is a functional link between procedural and substantive obligations as they complement each other for a common purpose, but with relative independence. The substantive obligation of equitable and reasonable, and the related duty of preventing transboundary harm are both crucial and very general in their standard, and by procedural requirements. The violation of procedural requirements could either lead to harm or may not lead to any harm. In cases where there is harm, the procedural violation will be helpful to establish the failure to meet the due diligence standard and the duty to prevent transboundary harm. The court identified that the purpose of sharing information with the CARU, as mandated in Article 7, was to allow parties to cooperate and negotiate possible changes in the project. The delay in sharing the information by Argentina rendered this provision ineffective, violating the procedural provision of the treaty. ICJ considered Articles 1 and 27 of the 1975 statute concerning the substantive obligations to identify that the treaty was created for the optimum and rational of the river. A balance must be created between the parties' rights and the need to use the river for economic and commercial activities. Article 27 brought in an additional level of scrutiny, requiring the parties to strike a balance between the use of the water and the protection of the river, consistent with the objective of sustainable development. The decision has been hailed as the ICJ's first attempt to consider the nature of sustainable development in the background of international watercourses, which can broadly be understood to include certain procedural and substantive obligations. Argentina contended that the environmental impact assessment undertaken by private entities and submitted to CARU did not meet the international standards, and therefore cannot be considered a valid document for allowing the construction of the mills. Considering Article 41 with due diligence, the ICJ that the state has the responsibility to adopt appropriate rules and measures within the framework of the domestic legal forum to protect and preserve the aquatic environment and to prevent pollution, and also a certain level of vigilance in the enforcement and exercise of administrative control, including monitoring safeguarding the rights of the parties. The court was clear that the due diligence requirements are imposed upon the state under the customary duty of preventing transboundary harm. The court specifically identified the undertaking of an environmental impact assessment as a non-negotiable due diligence requirement. Further, the statute created a procedural requirement to cooperate in good faith, including the duty to notify in cases of transboundary harm. Reliance was placed on Article 7 of the 1975 statute to establish the requirement to inform a neighboring state of a project or activity with potential transboundary effects as soon as possible. Examining the key international agreements and standards, the court observed that since both parties are not signatories to any international environmental impact assessment, EIA agreements, they can determine the requirement process within their domestic legislation. This point has been crucial in the debate on the application of soft law and hard law in international law. Recently, many sectors have seen an increasing growth of soft law regimes. The ICJ clarifies that these soft law provisions do not create a binding obligation. However, it guides states to structure their domestic laws or even guide bilateral agreements, followed by a treaty or agreement. In this case, the absence of any hard law on the environmental impact aspect made it impossible for the court to comment on the validity of the data, allowing the domestic legislation to prevail, which, as some have argued, led to restricting any benchmark for transboundary environmental impact assessment. 2012. The court considers Article 40 to elaborate that an EIA is necessary to protect and preserve the aquatic environment from activities that may cause transboundary harm. The court does indicate that the EIA must be undertaken prior to the implementation of the project and should be considered before any decision to authorize the proposed project. An essential aspect of the decision is that it indicates that EIA must be followed when necessary by continuous monitoring of the project, and its impact on the environment throughout the project's life, as it is a necessary extension of the state's obligation of due diligence and prevention of transboundary harm. Considering the actual harm done to the river, the ICJ considers scientific data from both parties to conclude that the amount of dissolved oxygen phosphorus and phenolic substance did not affect the quality of the river. This is an important case, which provides an example of how the ICJ flagged optimum and rational to cover environmental damage and provided a framework of due diligence process to be undertaken as a part of procedural obligation, thus offering a justification for information sharing and conducting an EIA. Similar terms have been used in the 3 South Asian treaties covered in the previous section of the paper, and they open up the possibility of creating a procedural framework. 1053 Dredging by Nicaragua and road construction in Costa, along the San River, Costa v. Nicaragua. The two critical issues in this dispute relevant to this paper are the dredging of the San River by Nicaragua and the construction of a road by Costa, polluting the river in Nicaragua. The main contention in this case was on the territorial limits between the two parties. Costa presented that, as per Article 9 of the 1858 Treaty of Limits, Nicaragua cannot use the San River to carry out hostile acts or carry any act which causes damage to Costa territory. Further, the presence of armed forces in the disputed territory and the dredging of the river by Nicaragua violated the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Costa. The convention was included to indicate that Nicaragua had an obligation to consult with Costa to coordinate future policies and regulations concerning the conservation of wetlands and their flora and fauna. The ICJ concluded that the right bank of the channel in which Nicaragua dredged is not part of the boundary. Therefore, the disputed territory belongs to Costa, and the activities undertaken by Nicaragua in that territory, like establishing a military presence, were in breach of Costa's territorial sovereignty. Concerning the compensation calculation for the damage caused by the occupation of Nicaragua, the ICJ considered the environmental damage and the cost of environmental recovery in the disputed territory to arrive at the compensation amount. For the dredging carried out by Nicaragua, the ICJ relied on the pulp mills case and observed that each state is free to determine the process and content of the environmental impact assessment based on its domestic legislation. Relying on the report developed by Nicaragua in 2006, the ICJ accepted that the dredging activity would not cause significant transboundary harm. Therefore, there was no need to carry out an environmental impact assessment. In December 2010, Costa started working to construct a road within the Costa territory along part of its border, which Nicaragua challenged due to water pollution caused by road construction. Costa contended that a state of emergency was declared in the region because of a border dispute. Therefore, Costa was exempted from the obligation to conduct an environmental impact assessment based on their domestic law. Considering the arguments of Costa, the court identified that although Costa alleges that there was no evidence of any harm in the preliminary assessment, a substantial part of the project would affect the river, which was near a sensitive wetland. Taking note of this, the court concluded that Costa's construction of the road carried a risk of significant transboundary harm. Therefore, there was an obligation to conduct an EIA. The court did not find any legal obligation in the CARU for the parties to coordinate, share information, or consult with each other. And yet, the court ordered Costa to consult in good faith with Nicaragua to undertake measures to prevent significant transboundary harm. Concerning the substantive obligations to quantify the actual harm caused by the sediments, the court was not willing to consider the scientific data submitted by Nicaragua, as there was no clarity on the quantity of sediment deposited in the river after the construction of the road. A major significance of the case is to support the proposition made in the pulp mills case on the significance of conducting EIAs where there is a risk of transboundary harm. The factual circumstances used in this case from scientific reports to past assessments Done indicate the strategy, which can be used to substantiate the existence of transboundary harm, to invite the necessity of an EIA. The importance given to the procedural aspect of conducting an assessment could set a precedent for states to work towards bringing procedural clarity and incorporating standards required to reduce risks. The scope of the duty of information sharing consultation is to be derived from the agreements between the states, which can help establish the violation of procedural and, in some cases, substantive obligations. 10.6 Transboundary Harm in South Asia. The treaties and agreements considered in this paper on transboundary governance in South Asia focus on the division of water, in many cases, quantifying the exact amount to be released by states. Many political reasons at the time of the negotiations can be attributed to the specificity of these agreements. However, modification or transition may be necessary since many have proven ineffective or never. Thomas, 2017. Most of these agreements are based on principles like optimal use, equity, fair play, or equality. The principle of equitable and reasonable use is considered a focal point of customary international law on transboundary water governance in the UNWC 1997 and in multiple decisions of the ICJ. The aspect of preventing transboundary harm, or the no-harm principle, is reflected in a restrictive or indirect manner in the South Asian treaties like the obligation to maintain natural flow, or prevent a material change of the river for the lower riparian states, or to carry out preventive measures of environment protection up to a reasonable standard IWT, or employing the principle of equity, fair play, and no harm in case of emergency, GWT. Incorporating due diligence in the context of transboundary harm, as envisaged in the pulp mills case, will help expand and develop some of these procedural requirements. The ICJ decision on the case laid down the foundation of the no-harm principle with substantial inputs from the Trail Smelter case. Connecting the no-harm principle with due diligence, the ICJ established that states must assess the nature of their action and impact on other countries, moving away from the idea of absolute territorial sovereignty, and has ensured that the states' obligation to prevent significant transboundary harm is now, as a part of customary law mandating due diligence to prevent such harm. Seen mostly as a critical aspect of environmental cases, the principle is finding more relevance in many contemporary issues like cybersecurity. 2018. The challenging part is that the ambit of the threshold of harm and standards to reduce harm is not very well defined by the ICJ, and it has relied primarily on the practice between the states, or the legal instruments in use between the parties, pulp mills case. There needs to be a unified idea of what standards are required to satisfy the minimum threshold to constitute harm. Many international environmental policies consider the precautionary principle to create an obligation on states to prevent foreseeable significant damage or minimize the risk. The pulp mills case relied extensively on the scope of the 1975 statute to establish its jurisdiction only on matters relating to river pollution, not noise pollution. A close look at the South Asian agreements in the paper indicates that these agreements are very restrictive, and many disputes exist regarding the definition and scope of water use. Like in the Indus Water Treaty, the usage of non-consumptive use and production of hydroelectric power have been the focus of much debate in the arbitral award. Where a treaty in 1960 specifically allows the construction of hydroelectric dams with some specifications, the courts and the ICJ may not be willing to disallow these activities, even in cases where there is transboundary harm. The relatively newer guidelines on environment protection or disaster risk reduction, like the Paris Agreement, 2015, or the Sendai Framework, 2015, may not necessarily be considered while identifying minimum standards for assessing a state's mandate of due diligence while interpreting a treaty like the IWT on transboundary water. A significant contribution of the ICJ's decision, especially the pulp mills case and Costa v. Nicaragua case, is the obligation to conduct EIA in cases with a risk of transboundary harm. Most South Asian agreements in the 60s and early 90s have limited provisions concerning environmental protection. This is perhaps because environmental issues were more benign and not as severe as in the present day. In light of this dated and restrictive approach, the decisions of the ICJ mandating EIAs as an essential part of due diligence to avoid transboundary harm are to be welcomed in transboundary agreements. However, the EIAs will be applicable only in cases of environmental harm. While the ICJ has expanded the purview of due diligence, the implementation of respective EIAs is subject to state practices, which vary greatly. 2002. As a consequence, some authors contend that EIA is reduced to being a part of the myth system of international environmental law, 1995. This means that while EIAs are legally required, the enforcement in letter and spirit is difficult. The decisions of the ICJ create a necessary provision towards preventing transboundary harm, but the reliance on domestic laws for implementation creates uncertainty. The problem is further compounded by the dated international agreements in South Asia, which vary significantly across the nation-states. Procedural obligations have also been considered an essential aspect of due diligence. The duty to cooperate is an important procedural duty, including the duty to notify and consult with the concerned state, 1980. As observed in the Costa and Nicaragua case, the scope of duty and procedure of information sharing is to be derived from the agreements between the states, which can help establish the violation of procedural and, in some cases, substantive obligations. Most of the South Asian agreements provide some scope for notification, specifically through the commissions constituted under the agreement. The importance and utility of this procedural obligation depends strongly on the powers given to the Commission. In light of this, South Asian countries need to the critical role played by these commissions, reorient them towards conflict prevention, and work on water conservation and disaster risk reduction collaboratively. From primarily articulating the demands made by the states of the Commission for the parochial interest of the respective nation-states, these commissions can be transformed into a more robust body working towards addressing the more universal concern of climate change. In light of the pressing demands of climate change and the impact of increasing frequency of disasters, especially hydrological events like floods, transboundary water governance in South Asia requires a cooperative approach to deal with extreme events. The ICJ decisions provide an insight into the different avenues under which the dated and ineffective agreements in South Asia can be reoriented towards addressing the compelling needs of the present. 10.7. Concluding remarks on the International Court of Justice. The treaties on transboundary water governance in South Asia focus on specifying the precise amount of water governments must release in the year. The specificity of these agreements can be attributed to numerous political considerations at the time of the negotiations. These treaties are based on limited territorial sovereignty and respect the no-harm principle in different forms. The of this principle is not very clearly articulated in the treaty and varies from time to time, heavily dependent on the political relationship between the countries. Climate change will unavoidably force states to abandon these limited outcomes of protracted discussions soon and require that the states build a more robust framework for transboundary governance of water and other natural resources. Given these expected future transitions, the ICJ rulings' contribution to fair and reasonable use is essential to international law on transboundary water governance. It is important to recognize the issues around the structure of the ICJ and that judges are required only to apply the law, which others had created, implementing the legislator's will, often reduced to being a mouthpiece. Series 2018. On similar lines, as per the ICJ statute, Article 59, the decisions are binding only on the parties, and there is no recognition of the theory of precedence. 2018. The ICJ decision is a subsidiary source of international law at par with scholarly decisions, Article 38 of the ICJ statute. Considering this structure, it is crucial for states to embrace these principles proactively, specifically in light of the global issue of climate change. While it is true that the judges are the mouthpiece of the legislative body, it is also essential that the law needs to be explained and interpreted before it is pronounced. 1983. It is well that the ICJ clarifies and shapes the law by its judgments and separate opinions. 1995. The ICJ identifies the state's responsibility to prevent significant transboundary harm, including the practice of due diligence to prevent such harm, through its judgments. The no-harm principle, no transboundary harm, has existed for some time. With its input, the ICJ was able to clarify these principles, and thereby develop practices like due diligence and EIAs as a part of the principle. This way, the decisions mentioned in this paper trace the contribution of the ICJ towards the normative propositions of the state of general international law on transboundary harm. Considering case laws given by the ICJ on human rights protection, state responsibility, and the law of seas, it is suggested that the ICJ decisions do contribute towards exploring linkages between specialized areas of international law and related fields by mainstreaming a specialized field into the general principles of international law, Sloan, and TAMS 2013. A similar trend can be observed in the context of the ICJ's development of international environmental law, where issues on water pollution, environmental harm, and transboundary water governance are connected to general principles of international law, like the no-harm principle. This practice contributes to the development of international environmental law, thereby providing a ground for countries to consider these issues while dealing with the challenges of transboundary harm. For South Asian countries, where political tensions have affected the implementation of the treaties, and therefore, adopting state responsibilities in the context of transboundary water could be challenging. Focusing on mainstreaming, for specialized areas like transboundary water governance, which so closely link to increased frequency of hydrological disasters due to climate change, using general principles of international law like the no-harm principle, as given by the ICJ to frame the negotiations could be a useful start. For climate change, it is understood that the global system operates with a rule of negotiation where agreements are punctuation marks of an ongoing process of debate among states. 2017. This indicates that even though the state governments have significant power in formulating agreements, judicial opinion can influence the negotiation process by setting the terms of debate, evaluating standards, and establishing a framework of principles for negotiations. 2017. With its clarification on transboundary harm, the ICJ can be a valuable source to establish a framework for negotiating transboundary water-sharing treaties and institutions in South Asia. The decision of the ICJ is also understood to provide a groundwork for future litigation in terms of building arguments based on the past decisions, even though they are not binding. 2011. Transboundary water governance treaties in South Asia are highly specific, reflecting political considerations of their time, and have faced similar challenges. Climate change pushes states to move beyond these limited agreements and develop a more robust framework. The paper argues that ICJ's role in shaping international law on transboundary water governance and the fair and reasonable use of shared resources is significant. While judges primarily apply the law, they play a crucial role in interpreting and clarifying it. The ICJ's contributions include defining states' responsibilities in preventing transboundary harm and linking specialized areas of international law with general principles. This approach contributes to developing international environmental law and offers guidance for dealing with transboundary challenges. In the context of climate change, the ICJ can provide a framework for negotiations and influence the terms of debate among states. Though not binding, its decisions ought to serve as a foundation for future treaties. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, Provide a link to the Creative Commons license and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: ID 1999, Water, Power and People, a South Asian Manifesto on the Politics and Knowledge of Water. Water Nepal, 7-113-121. M. 2010, More on the Sharing of the Indus Waters. Econ Polit, 4599-100. A. 2011, Methods for the Identification of Customary International Law in the International Court of Justice's Jurisprudence, 2002, 009. Comp Law Q 63-680-1712. Award in the arbitration regarding the Indus waters between Pakistan and India, 2011-0-1, Permanent Court of Arbitration, December 2013. Dr. 2020, Treaty, Delay in Implementation and Resulting Impacts from Nepal's Perspective. Water Policy, 22-658-669. D. 1995, Customary, and Not So Customary, International Environmental Law. In J. Global Legal Stud 31-5119. D. 2017, The Role of the International Court of Justice in Addressing Climate Change, Some Preliminary Reflections. LJ 49-689. R. E. 1990, Ranking for Environmental Hazard of the Chemicals Spilled in the Accident in November 1986. Total Environ 97-827-837. B.S. 1998, The Principle of Permanent Sovereignty over Natural Resources, Toward a Radical Interpretation. IJIL 208-213-214. Corfu Channel, United Kingdom v. Albania, Judgment, Compensation, ICJ Rep 244, ICGJ 201, International Court of Justice, December 15, 1949. B. 1998, Sharing of International Water Resources, the Gunga and River Treaties. Asia Pac J. Environ Law 3-172. Project 1997, ICJ 3, International Court of Justice, February 1997. G. 1980, The Environment, International Rights and Responsibilities. ASIL Proc. 74-223. RY 1995, The International Court of Justice After 50 Years. MJ Law 89-3493-505. Just RN 1998, International Water Resource Conflicts, Experience and Potential. In Just RN EAD, Conflict and Cooperation on Transboundary Water Resources. Natural Resource Management and Policy. Springer 126. NS 2001, Institutions for Management of Transboundary Water Resources, Their Nature, Characteristics and Shortcomings. Water Policy 3229-255. JH 2002, The Myth and Reality of Transboundary Environmental Impact Assessment. MJ Law 96-91-319. H. 1982, The Development of International Law by the International Court. Cambridge University Press. Legality of the Threat or Use of Nuclear Weapons, Advisory Opinion, ICJ-GL No. 95, 1996 ICJ Rep. 226, International Court of Justice, July 1996. Lewis P. 1986, Huge Chemical Spill in the Rhine Creates Havoc in 4 Countries. New York, New York Times. LA 1987, The Chernobyl Accident, a case study in international law regulating state responsibility for transboundary nuclear pollution. CJ Environ Law 12203. Miller Ra 2006, Surprising Parallels Between Trail Smelter and the Global Climate Change Regime. In RM EAD, Transboundary Harm in International Law, Lessons from the Trail Smelter Arbitration. Cambridge University Press, 167-180. T. 2012, Governing International Rivers, Polycentric Politics in the Mekong and the Rhine. Edwards. M. 1997, The International Court of Justice Decision Regarding the Project. Fordham Environ Law Rev. 9 337. P. 2012, Revisiting the Politics of the Gunga Water Dispute Between India and Bangladesh. India Q 68 267 281. Pulp Mills on the River Uruguay, Argentina v. Uruguay, Order Provisional Measures, ICJ GL No 135, 2006 ICJ Rep 113, 2006, 45 ILM 1025, ICGJ2, ICJ 2006, International Court of Justice July 2006. WA 2016, Equitable Apportionment of Shared Transboundary River Waters, a case study of modifications of the Indus Waters Treaty. San Law J 18199. P. 2002, Prevention of Transboundary Harm from Hazardous Activities, a subtopic of international liability. Environ Policy, Law 32, 2732. Reed J.E. 1963, The Trail Smelter Dispute. Ken Law 1 213 229. AP 2006, Pollution by Analogy, The Trail Smelter Arbitration Abridged. In R.M. Eade, Transboundary Harm in International Law, Lessons from the Trail Smelter Arbitration. Cambridge University Press, 4655. S. 2007, The Helsinki Rules, the UN Watercourses Convention and the Berlin Rules, Perspectives on International Water Law. Water, 23-6-25-640. SMA 2003, Conflict and Cooperation on South Asia's International Rivers, Legal Perspective. World Bank, Washington, D.C. A. 1989, The Spill, The Failure of International Law to Protect the Rhine from Pollution. Law Q 16443. Series GML 2018-1. Decisions of the ICJ as Sources of International Law. Decisions ICJ Sources Law. 7. Sloan J. Tam C.J., 2013, The Development of International Law by the International Court of Justice. Hague of Law 26-2, 16-238. Brill. S. 1998, Of Solemn Oaths and Obligations, The Environmental Impact of the ICJ's Decision in the Case of the Project. Environ Law 841. SB 1999, Hydrodiplomacy in South Asia, The Conclusion of the and Ganges River Treaties. MJ Law 93-953-962. A. 2018, Due Diligence Obligations and Transboundary Environmental Harm, Cybersecurity Applications. Laws 735. Thomas K. 2017, The Ganges Water Treaty, 20 Years of Cooperation on India's Terms. Water Policy, 19-724-740. EJ 2008. Sharing Himalayan Glacial Meltwater, The Role of Territorial Sovereignty. Duke J. Comp. and L. 1948. MB 2020, The Role of International Case Law in Implementing the Obligation Not to Cause Significant Harm. Environ 2630-1648. Y 2015, Permanent Sovereignty over Natural Resources. Law J 43588-615. K 2011, Legal Aspects of Sharing and Management of Transboundary Waters in South Asia, Preventing Conflicts and Promoting Cooperation. J 56-641-661. I 2018, The International Court of Justice During the Battle for International Law, 1955-1975, Colonial Imprints and Possibilities for Change. The Battle for International Law in the Decolonization Era, 2018, Amsterdam Law School Research Paper, 2018-08. M. 2019, Access to Water in the Context of the International Watercourse, A Theory of the Community of Interest. U67 7394. Org 10593, 7 PFB 19030, 77V. H. 1983. The International Court of Justice, as seen from bar and bench. Law 54-115. NUT 2009. India, Pakistan and cooperation along the Indus River system. Water Policy 11-120. X. 2012. International Court of Justice's impact on international environmental law, focusing on the pulp mills case. Environ Law 23-106-130. H. 2003. Transboundary damage in international law. 27. Cambridge University Press. 11. Water issues in small and seasonal transboundary rivers and aquifer systems across Bihar, India and Nepal. Is a water policy and governance professional from Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. She has worked in both in the rural and urban contexts, in different states, and geographic terrains in India. She seeks to better understand water as a resource through different aspects: water security in rural areas, water quality, wash in flood-prone terrains, recurring water-related disasters, sustainable sanitation, and community management of water resources. Her contribution to the current paper comes from learnings, experiences, and insights working in different flood typologies of North Bihar during her tenure with is the social development professional from Institute of Social Science, Mumbai. He is a founder member of MPA, working in the water-stressed rural and urban areas in East India, focusing in the flood-prone region of Bihar, and water-deficient and source-contaminated areas of Jharkhand. Through MPA, has been working on flood-related issues, flood-resilient habitation, typologies of floods in Bihar and appropriate interventions, mitigation norms and resettlement policy for people affected by coastal and river erosion, reconstruction and rehabilitation works in flood-affected areas, post-disaster assessments, and appropriate drinking water and sanitation intervention. Led a household-level flood loss assessment of the 2024 floods, covering 2,290 households across 7 districts of Bihar. Additionally, he has been working on safe and secure drinking water processes and technologies in areas with fluoride and arsenic contamination in groundwater, hygienic and disaster-resilient, and ecologically sustainable sanitation technology, and participatory groundwater management, especially in climate-challenged regions. Pursue studying of challenges of water management, dams, and environmental impact analysis, climate change adaptation and resilience, transboundary water challenges, and environmental governance. Since the early 1990s, he has been involved in the study of climate change adaptation and resilience, flood, droughts and earthquakes, political economic analysis, policy, and institutional studies. His work has also focused on community support, rural development, and establishment of local financial institutions. He has particularly supported in capacity building and mentoring of young generation of professionals. Currently Senior Advisor at ISET Nepal and Senior Fellow at SAWTE, he is Professor of Practice at Kathmandu School of Law. Since 2020, he has been curating South Asia Sambad, SOANAS, with the aim of promoting dialogue across boundaries for healthy rivers and water. Has been awarded MS degree in Agricultural, Environmental and Regional Economics by the State University, USA, where he studied under scholarship program. He has altogether more than 25 years of experience of working with government and international organizations in Nepal. He has worked as agricultural economist for Department of Irrigation, Government of Nepal at Eastern Regional Directorate of Irrigation, where he worked with various donor agencies like the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, DFID, JICA, etc. He has experience of extended work in the field of development, disaster management, humanitarian assistance, and contextual political economy analysis. He has worked with partners at different level of government, donors, and private sector in past 25 years. 11.1 Introduction. As neighboring countries, northern part of India is closely interconnected with Nepal. Many of India's major, medium, and small rivers originate in the mountainous catchments in Nepal. Among the major river systems are the and the. While these are well studied, other medium and small rivers originating in Nepal and flowing downstream into India have received less attention. This paper therefore focuses on the dynamic, water-related issues concerning small transboundary rivers, using illustrations from the border areas in Bihar with the Terai of Nepal. One predominant water-based risk in these small transboundary rivers is of flash floods, which have extremely localized impacts. Border areas of Bihar's districts like West W, East E, and face repeated damage from flash floods from these hilly rivers. Furthermore, unlike riverine floods, flash floods can occur multiple times any time in the year between January and October. One assessment done in block of noted between 30 and 50 instances of flash floods in a year. Another shared water-based risk in the region comes from arsenic contamination of groundwater. A spatial and temporal heterogeneity in arsenic concentrations is seen in the Terai aquifers of the Gangetic Plain. This raises concern as rural populations on both sides of the border are mainly dependent on groundwater for drinking. A landscape impacted by regular flash flood from small transboundary rivers and encountering arsenic contamination in groundwater requires a governance framework which will address these issues of water-based risk in a carefully calibrated manner. Such a framework can then be extended to similar landscapes in other parts of the India-Nepal border. 11.2 Typologies of transboundary rivers between Nepal and India. The mountain ranges and forests of Nepal are extremely important watersheds, not just for itself, but also for its southern neighbor India. They are the birthplace of countless streams and tributaries, which feed and form major well-known rivers, which traverse downstream into India. It would not be an exaggeration to state that these transboundary rivers and water-sharing agreements surrounding them lie at the heart of bilateral relations between the two countries. These river systems have been classified into three types based on their origin. First, there are the four big transboundary river systems, which arise in the Greater Himalayas that stand at an average elevation of 6,000 m, snow-fed and perennial. These are well known and documented, and then there are the slightly smaller transboundary rivers, perhaps not as well known, and include those perennial and rain-fed rivers, which originate in the range, at an altitude of 1,500 m in Nepal. These are the west tributary of, and tributaries in Bihar, and both tributaries of, a major transboundary river between Bangladesh and India, NCVSD 2009. The third type of transboundary rivers are the much smaller and seasonal, that originate in the IE range of Nepal, which is at an elevation of 501,500 m. The is the youngest low-elevation range, between the range in the north and the Terai Plains in the south that runs continuously from Indus River in Pakistan in the west, throughout the length of Nepal, until it reaches Brahmaputra River in India in the east, 2016. These innumerable small monsoon-fed seasonal rivers from the range in Nepal cross the India and Nepal border, in Bihar, acquiring transboundary character. These rivers have extremely variable flow and short length. Individual river course flows through a few neighboring districts on both sides of the border. Despite the multitudinous shared river systems, large and small, between the two countries, it is only the four major Himalayan rivers that have hitherto garnered attention. Most analyses of water-sharing agreements between Nepal and India have been confined to the treaties of 1954, 1966, 1959, 1964, and 1996, all of which focus on hydropower, irrigation, and/or flood control. The treaty also incorporates the 1920 Treaty on the barrage, irrigating parts of India's and parts of Nepal's district. The IN project mostly serve Bihar in India and some areas in Nepal. The state of Bihar in India shares approximately 601 of international border with Nepal, 2020. This estimate, however, varies. Another estimate puts the length of the international border between Bihar and Nepal to 726, the highest compared to the international border along the four Indian states, Uttarakhand 275, 551, West Bengal 100, and Sikkim 99, 2020. The districts in Bihar along the India-Nepal border are W, E, and, while the adjoining districts in Nepal are and. These border districts encounter numerous challenges such as recurring flash floods and arsenic contamination of the groundwater threatening people and habitations along the international border. This paper discusses two predominant water challenges of the region: flash floods in the smaller transboundary rivers and arsenic contamination in transboundary aquifers. Rather than focus on the entire border between the two countries, the paper will focus on the region contiguous to international border between Bihar and Nepal. The paper also proposes a governance framework to manage the challenges. Though the rivers are central to the well-being of the people living in their proximity, they are largely invisible in the bilateral discussions and policies. This oversight is surprising despite considerable impact of floods and seasonal droughts on the lives and livelihoods of those living along them on both sides of the international border. The rivers drain an area of about 18,860 square, in Nepal, which represents around 12% of the county's area, and 2017. As mentioned above, there are no estimates of the discharge by the innumerable small, seasonal transboundary rivers across the international border. Indirect estimates suggest that the rivers have a combined annual runoff of 456 cubic second m3s and 2017. In contrast, a large river's discharge is many times this combined runoff. The mean annual flow of the for example, is 1500 m3s. Even an accurate number of these rivers are hard to find, let alone the details on seasonal annual discharge, sediment load, and water quality. MPA's One research has identified 148 small and seasonal transboundary rivers across the international border in the 7 bordering districts of Bihar. MPA 2020. The information was compiled by holding discussions with local inhabitants and referring to secondary documentations such as media reports and Government of Bihar's GOBI documents. These are preliminary estimates, and it is still challenging to arrive at an authentic number of these smaller transboundary rivers in the 7 districts of Bihar. The districts are W, E, and. Another layer of complexity that exists in pockets across the Bihar-Nepal border is due to arsenic contamination in groundwater. According to the Central Groundwater Board's CGWB study on groundwater quality in shallow aquifers in India, 18 districts in Bihar are at risk due to arsenic contamination in groundwater, CGWB 2018. A study by AK2 also suggests that 18 as arsenic contaminated. While the CGWB study suggests W and E on the Bihar-Nepal border affected by arsenic contamination, the study by suggests that 4 border districts on the Bihar-Nepal border, W, E, and are affected, 2015. In Nepal, the districts with reported arsenic contamination are and. The contamination level in these districts varies from 10 to 50 microgram L and higher than 50 L while, and have reported of low levels of arsenic concentrations, Al. 2011. 11.3 Flash floods along the India-Nepal border. Flash floods are the common water hazard associated with the small and seasonal transboundary rivers of this region. The main phenomena causing intense rainfall are cloudbursts, the monsoon trough, and monsoon depressions, 2008. It is crucial to understand this phenomenon for addressing the related problems, so that appropriate policy measures and management systems can be put in place supported by on-ground preparations. The main factors triggering flash floods in the border region are intense rainfall and landslide dam outburst floods, 2008. This paper will deal largely with intense rainfall. Flood-affected population in the border districts of Bihar in 2019. District. Affected population in million. 1.11. 0.23. 1.88. 0.009. 0.67. 2.08. 0.25. Total 6.23. Source Disaster Management Department, Government of Bihar 2019. Diverse types of floods affect the population in the border districts of Bihar, and flash flood is one of them. This became evident between July 7 and 13, 2019, when heavy rainfall in the border districts and along the India-Nepal border led to flash floods in 7 border districts of Bihar. But there is no data to prove the differential impact caused by riverine or flash floods. According to official state data, as of July 18, 2019, heavy rains in Bihar and Nepal affected 4.68 million people in 831 panchayats under 92 blocks in 12 districts of Bihar. Nearly half of the districts affected by this rainfall might have faced flash floods. In the same year, on the other side of the international border in Nepal, landslides and floods caused by torrential monsoon rains affected 28 eastern districts. EN districts in province and N districts in province 1 were the most severely affected districts. 6 of these severely affected districts, namely, lie on the border with Bihar, India. The incessant rainfall in different parts of the country since July 11, 2019, triggered flooding and landslides in the southeastern districts of Nepal, particularly in Province 1 and Province 2. Out of 31 affected districts, the worst affected districts were about 76,990 families, 384,950 people, were affected since last week. According to the situation report from the Nepal Ministry of Home Affairs, MOHA, 78 people lost their lives, 22 people injured, and another 22 were missing. In Ministry's daily situation report, Nepal Red Cross Society, NRCS, was informed that 8798 families across 31 districts have been displaced by the current floods and landslides, IFRC 2019. A growing body of evidence indicates that the frequency and intensity of flash floods are increasing in the countries of the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. 3 flash floods are severe events that occur with little or no warning. And 2013. In Bihar, the State Flood Management Improvement Support Center, FMISC, describes flash floods as floods from Nepal rainfall, where the lead time is short 8 hours and recession fast. This definition is based on flood type, source area, warning time, flood duration and recession, and impact on agriculture. The recurrence of floods in the small and seasonal transboundary rivers in districts of Bihar bordering Nepal has largely gone unnoticed prior to 2017. That year, border districts of Bihar faced high impact as these smaller rivers experienced massive flooding. In 2017, Nepal experienced incessant rainfall from August 11 to 14, resulting in widespread floods across 35 of the country's 77 districts. Several districts experienced the heaviest rainfall in over 60 years, and about 80% of the land in substantial parts of the Terai was inundated. Of Nepal 2017. Most rivers flowing south brought flooding in districts of Bihar. The Bihar government acknowledged the phenomenon. Excessive rainfall of more than 400 millimeters within 24H had led to flooding of the rivers, causing damages to districts on both sides of the border. For instance, which had been facing a drought-like situation, suddenly found itself bearing the brunt of the floods. It received exceptionally high rainfall, and rivulets and streams, which had been dry for decades, sprang to life. A meandering local river called the became a torrential stream, 2017. People affected in 2017 floods from districts along India-Nepal border. District. Affected population in million. 1.85. 0.97. 0.76. 1.08. 2.22. 2.27. 0.41. Total 9.56. Source: Disaster Management Department, Government of Bihar, 2019. 11.4 Need for systematic data. That flash floods in the small transboundary rivers are a serious water risk which needs to be addressed is established beyond question. The challenge, however, is getting systematic data of the flooded rivers, the timeline of floods, areas, and people impacted. The available data are assorted lone case studies associated with individual rivers and local media reports, which mention in passing the small rivers and areas affected by them when they flood. In 2016, MPA conducted a post-disaster recovery need assessment in moderate flood conditions from 2007 and 2016 across 3 small rivers, and in Bihar. It showed that the flash floods were not limited just to the monsoon period, but could happen any time during the year between January and October. The study suggested that the probability of occurrence was the highest during the monsoon months. Between 2007 and 2016, Bihar had faced 30-60 instances of flash floods in a year. These floods damaged standing crop, the paddy and sugarcane, the major cash crop. The farmers in villages such as and faced increased indebtedness in the aftermath of the floods. In alone, on an annual basis, approximately 50 acres of standing paddy gets destroyed because of floods. The total produce projected in 50 acres is around 600 quintals, amounting to a loss of 720,000 at 1,200 quintal. Flash floods cause similar damages to the region's principal cash crop, sugarcane. During the catastrophic floods of 2010, 2,000 quintal of standing sugarcane crop-in was destroyed, and the village lost close to 500,000. In addition, siltation, destruction of farm bunds and land erosion bring associated damages. MPA 2017. Snapshot of Transboundary River floods in districts along the Bihar-Nepal border. Date. Rivers. District. Remarks. August 19, 2014. Yes. Increase in water levels due to heavy rainfall of 3 days. August 24, 2014. Heavy rainfall in night of 24 plus release of water from Nepal causes embankment breach of river, inundates several villages in block, cuts off communication. Flows over Nepal Road. August 29, 2014. Leak from repaired breach of embankment of river in, inundates several villages in. August 29, 2014. Water enters several houses in village. July 5, 2015. Continuous 3 days of rainfall in Nepal catchment in early July causes rise in water levels of the 2 rivers. 18 villages in, and 6 villages in affected. July 15, 2015. Gad. News of rising waters mounting pressure on embankments no flood. July 19, 2015. A group. Rivers in spate apart from the major rivers, owing to high rainfall in Nepal. July 20, 2015. Nuna. River levels fallen, but erosion increased. Threat of erosion to bridge at Ghat on river. Villages like Pipra are under threat of erosion from river. August 22, 2015. Block is underwater owing to these rivers. August 22, 2015. Rise in levels of water. August 22, 2015. Rise in level of water has stopped transportation at Ghat. August 24, 2015. Waters entered several villages in northern. August 25, 2015. Ma Sun. River erosion at village in block, 10 acres of crops underwater. August 25, 2015. Damage to over 50 feet of road and block between and. August 25, 2015. Rise in water levels threaten several villages in and blocks. August 25, 2015. Erosion causing damage to road between and. August 30, 2015. Rise in level of river has caused breach of embankment between and villages. Water has entered these two villages along with village in block. People evacuated their homes, several acres of crops underwater. September 1, 2015. Heavy rain on August 30 and 31 causes sudden rise in levels in rivers. Water enters several villages. Houses and crops destroyed. August 30, 2016. Ma Sun. River has claimed 2 out of the 3 rooms of the primary school in Don and Panchayat. Bridge 10.5 crore rupees worth. Between and villages in under threat from erosion by Ma Sun River. Schools in several villages of Don area such as and were at risk from hilly rivers erosion. July 11, 2019. Orias. Water of the hilly river gushed into village, triggering the threat of flood in and its adjoining village. July 11, 2019. Rivers. Embankment of river breached in village under police station circle. Water enters into villages. And parts of neighboring east affected. July 12, 2019. River not mentioned. Village 15 east of submerged after incessant rainfall. July 14, 2019. And rivers. All blocks affected. July 14, 2019. Floods in blocks caused by incessant rainfall in catchment. July 14, 2019. Rivers Dhaka and town. Heavy rain received 54.4, 214.92 and 91.59 rain on July 10, July 11 and July 12 respectively. Overflowed and entered Yamuna. And villages in and Dhaka blocks. 30,000 population impacted in Dhaka and blocks. July 16, 2019. Which flow into and. As many as 13 panchayats in block affected. Hilly rivers in Nepal overflowed. Waters gushed into 14 panchayats, affecting 23 villages in Dhaka block. July 25, 2019. Rivers. Blocks. Breach of protection bund of river, between, and villages at 6 places. Incessant rain and heavy discharge of water, 1.14 cusecs. At barrage, water levels have risen in, and Ma Sun rivers. Water gushed into July 26, 2019. A rivers. Panchayat all villages, and in were affected. Approach route to these villages submerged and crops damaged. One of the most pressing issues is that such data which identifies and quantifies damages from flash floods in the border districts is hard to come by, as there is no systematic effort to maintain and or gather information on part of any government body. It is, in fact, essential to map other areas that have been and are likely to be impacted by flash floods. For an effective governance framework to address water-based risks in the border areas of Bihar with the Terai of Nepal, it is essential to include the transboundary aquifers between India and Nepal, which are discussed in the next section. 11.5 Characteristics and challenges of transboundary aquifer between India and Nepal. 1. Aeolian, alluvial and tertiary sandstone aquifers, India, Pakistan. Aeolian, alluvial and tertiary sandstone aquifers, India, Pakistan. 2. Upper tertiary, quaternary alluvial aquifers and Terai aquifer, India, Nepal. Upper Tertiary, Quaternary alluvial aquifers and Terai aquifer, India, Nepal. 3 alluvial deltaic aquifers, India, Bangladesh. Alluvial deltaic aquifers, India, Bangladesh. 4 tertiary sandstone, siltstone and Proterozoic, granite, phyllite, quartzite aquifers, India, China, Pakistan. Tertiary sandstone, siltstone and Proterozoic, granite, phyllite, quartzite aquifers, India, China, Pakistan. 5 tertiary sandstone aquifers, India, Bangladesh. Tertiary sandstone aquifers, India, Bangladesh. 6 older alluvium aquifer, India, Bhutan. Older alluvium aquifer, India, Bhutan. 7 sandstone and siltstone aquifers, India, Myanmar. Sandstone and siltstone aquifers, India, Myanmar. 8 Proterozoic granite gneiss aquifers, India, Bangladesh. Proterozoic granite gneiss aquifers, India, Bangladesh. The aquifer between the India-Nepal border under the Gangetic Plain alluvium runs across the border of the states of Uttarakhand and Bihar. It is largely recharged from the zone of the foothills, partly in Nepal. Zone is generally permeable and unconfined in nature. Coarse sand, gravel, pebble and cobble constitute the zone and consists mostly of reworked sediments from the rocks. Spring line from zone separates Terai zone and consists of alternating layers of sand, silt, clay, and gravel deposits of varying thickness. The upper conglomerate is a potential aquifer unit intermittently found in rocks across the border, and Jain 2010. Some sections along India-Nepal Terai are known for their artesian conditions, especially for auto-flowing wells, which forms prolific aquifers. In general, groundwater flow is towards south from Nepal border. In the last few decades, groundwater development in Terai zone has lowered the piezometric head. Thus, aquifer management across the border is important for ensuring that the aquifers are not overpumped, depleted, and that existing auto-flowing condition of artisan aquifers maintained. The regional geological setting of Bihar-Nepal border across the area is peculiar owing to the largely sedimentary rocks in Nepal and alluvial floodplains in Bihar. They give rise to groundwater systems that have large geographical extent, regional dynamics of stocks, flows, and quality. The regional system involves multiple aquifers, contiguous in nature, with complex recharge and discharge characteristics. They are collectively shared by a large number of villages on either side of the border, and thus mean the presence of a large number of stakeholders involved in the use and management. This dependence has implications on the aquifers, and so do other human interventions including. They have impacts on quantity, water quality, scarcity, and access. Given the transboundary nature of the aquifers, management has to be holistic for sustenance of the resource. Therefore, considering aquifers as a common unit for understanding groundwater resource is imperative. MPA Al. 2014. Arsenic contamination, one of the biggest threats to safe drinking water in rural areas, is another major water-related risk in the border areas of Bihar and Nepal. Over 90% of the population living in the border districts depend on groundwater for drinking and domestic requirements. In Nepal, the World Health Organization, WHO, detected the presence of arsenic in groundwater in the Terai districts was detected for the first time in 1999. Al. 2011. Since then, many individuals and have made multiple attempts to understand arsenic contamination in the region. UNICEF and Nepal's Drinking Water Supply and Sanitation Department conducted one of the earliest testing of the groundwater of Terai in 2001. The study found that 3% of the 4,000 tested tube wells across 20 districts had arsenic concentrations above 50 L, while 10% exceeded the WHO limit of 10 L. A subsequent study led by Nepal's National Arsenic Steering Committee in 2003 reported that over 23.7% of tube wells in 20 districts of Terai had concentration over the WHO limit. NASC and UNICEF 2007. To summarize, arsenic contamination of Nepal's Terai districts has been well established, with close to 30% of the tube wells having concentrations above the WHO limit. This is a serious issue, since around 47% of Nepal's total population lives in Terai region, and, as mentioned earlier, 90% of them rely on groundwater as their primary source of water for drinking. Thus, approximately 0.5 million people are at risk as they consume water with contamination that is greater than 50 L. 2012. District, Nepal's province on Nepal's border with close to Bihar, is one of the worst arsenic contamination-affected districts. In one community-based study, in village of the district, the highest prevalence, 18.6%, of was found. 95.8% of tube wells were contaminated with arsenic. The districts of and, both along the border with Bihar, also have high levels of concentration. In these districts, 26% of shallow wells failed to meet the WHO standard of 10 L. In districts of and, the prevalence of has been found to be on average 2.2%, 2012. On the Bihar side, the Central Ground Water Board (CGWB) recognizes W and E as having problems of arsenic contamination. But Bihar State's own Public Health Engineering Department, PHED, which oversees the supply of safe drinking water in rural areas, does not list any of the bordering districts with Nepal as being arsenic-affected. Drinking water profile of a village in W, mapping presence of arsenic in all water sources for Al. 2018, a 2018b. Source Field Study. 11.6 Contextualizing Water Governance for Small and Seasonal Transboundary Rivers. Small and seasonal transboundary rivers influence and impact communities along the Bihar-Nepal border in multiple manner, and a number of factors make them serious. First, there is lack of official of the prevalence of flash floods brought by the small, seasonal transboundary rivers, impacting millions in both nations on a regular basis. The impact is not only during the monsoon period. Second, the details of small, seasonal transboundary rivers remain unknown, invisible and unacknowledged by the state and policymakers. Thirdly, there is absence of collecting localized data and governance mechanisms of the small, seasonal transboundary rivers. 5. It is critical for the governance regime to factor in these along the India-Nepal border. At present, the management of large transboundary rivers is the responsibility of the state, and many other actors are involved in the process. There are hardly any mechanisms for the small and seasonal transboundary rivers. The present circumstances necessitate a cross-cutting collaborative effort for generating information about these small and seasonal transboundary rivers. Clearly, a detailed collaborative governance involving the varying constituents is needed, in which civil society and other non-state actors at the national, state, province, and district levels is needed. It is crucial that non-state actors, both from Bihar and Nepal, work out the collaborative mechanisms based on legal instruments, constitutional and administrative provisions, agreements, local concerns, and adapted practices for addressing the challenges. 2020. The present discourse on rivers needs to change, and this ought to be done through a collective effort. Contributions from legislative, administrative, civil society, professionals, primary stakeholders are a prerequisite for developing a comprehensive strategy of collaboration. 11.7 Situation in Nepal. Key laws, policies and plans pertinent to disaster management and water resources in Nepal. Policy Instrument. Year. Salient features. Natural Calamity Relief Act. 1982. Milestone in systematic disaster management in Nepal. Provides a framework for disaster mitigation. Describe the duties and responsibilities of the Ministry of Home Affairs, and not of other relevant disaster management agencies. Water Resources Act. 1992. Enables the formal creation of water user associations, WUAs, to govern water projects, prioritizes water allocations for drinking water and irrigation, requires permits for abstraction, outlines water quality protection principles, and establishes penalties for any violations of the Act. Water Resources Regulations. 1993. Establishes and outlines the structure and functions of district water resources committees, DWRCs, including permit management and dispute resolution. National Report and Action Plan for Disaster Management. 1996. Contains a disaster preparedness plan and risk assessment for disaster management. Environment Protection Act. 1996. Has made provision of environmental impact assessment of the proposed activity before it is carried out. The Building Act. 1998. Has made provisions for the regulation of building construction works in order to protect building against earthquake, fire, and other natural calamities. Water Resources Strategy, WRS. 2002. Defines water sector priorities and outlines actions, indicators, and timelines to address them. Adopts Integrated Water Resources Management, IWRM, principles for basin management, proposes river basin planning units, and calls for IWRM basin management plans. 10th Plan. 2002-2007. Underlines the need to develop means for improved prevention, mitigation, and reduction of natural disasters. Multiple Policies, Water Resource Strategy 2002, Sustainable Agenda for Nepal 2003, Disaster Risk Reduction Strategy 2009, National Adaptation of Action (NAPA) to Climate Change 2010 and Climate Change Policy 2011. 2002-2011. Have adopted integrated water resource management and river basin management approaches with emphasis on community-based risk management. National Water Plan, NWP, 2002-2027. 2005. Sets out detailed activities to be carried out to implement the water resource strategy. Envisions the establishment of disaster prevention, warning preparedness, and mitigation measures in at least 20 priority districts by 2010 and across the whole country by 2027. Defines the long-term investment portfolio for water sector and assigns the Water and Energy Commission's Secretariat, WECS, to develop and coordinate water policy and sectoral development. Restructured district water resources committees, DWRCs, around IWRM principles and created sub-basin committees, river basin authorities, district water assemblies, and inter-DWRC. Water-induced disaster management policy. 2006. Covers 5 areas: emergency protection, information dissemination for effective relief, rescue and protection, awareness raising, warehouses for rescue and relief supplies, and a rehabilitation fund. To mitigate water-induced disasters and reduce loss of lives and property, and to enhance institutional strengthening. Prime Minister Relief Fund Regulation. 2007. Has made provision of funding for rescue, assistance, medical treatment, aid to poor people, and aid for charity projects. The Constitution of Nepal. 2015. Has spelled out in its directive principles, policies and obligations of the state, Clause 51, about disaster management as to make advance warning, preparedness, rescue, relief, and rehabilitation in order to mitigate risks from natural disasters. The Constitution has given the list of concurrent powers of federation, state and local level focusing on early preparedness for rescue, relief, and rehabilitation from natural and human-made calamities for disaster management in Schedule 7, 8, and 9. Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act. 2017. The prevailing law on reduction of disaster risks and management to protect human lives and properties of the public, private, and individual, to preserve natural and cultural heritage, and to keep physical infrastructures safe from natural and non-natural disasters by effectively coordinating and managing all activities on reduction of disaster risk and management. has made provision of effective disaster risk management throughout the disaster management cycle preparedness, response, and rehabilitation and mitigation. Replaces 1982 Act. Local Government Operation Act, LGOA. 2017. Defines local government responsibilities for resource management, including forests, watersheds, wetlands, water use, and biodiversity. It recognizes that local people and local bodies are the most appropriate points of entry to meet the disaster management needs at the local level. Authorizes to undertake following functions with respect to DRR by local bodies. Local level policies, legislation, standards, plan implementation, monitoring and evaluation related to disaster management. Disaster preparedness and response plan, early warning system, search and rescue, advanced store of relief materials, distribution and coordination at local level. Local embankment, river and landslide control, river management and evaluation. Hazard mapping and identification of settlements at risk and transformation. Coordination between federal, state, and local community organizations, and coordination with private sector in order to disaster management. Establishment of disaster management, fund and operation, and utilization of resources. Plan formulation, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation for disaster risk reduction. Resettlement and rehabilitation after disaster. Data management and study and research about local level disaster. Development of local emergency work operation system and implementation of community-based disaster management. Environment Protection Act. 2019. Defines environmental regulatory authorities, establishes an environmental fund, and requires environmental impact assessments. National Water Resources Policy. 2020. Integrates water policy and all water uses and seeks to ease water sharing disputes between provincial, district, and local governments. Establishes new federal, state, and local bodies for optimizing water use, development, management, and protection. Source compiled from End 2013, USAID and Sustainable Water Partnership 2021, and Nepal Al. 2018. Since the official notification of the new Constitution of Nepal in 2015, there have been several government initiatives towards strengthening the regulatory mechanisms for both generic and water-based disasters. The Constitution has endowed each of the country's 753 municipal governments with a jurisdiction and authority over the development sector. This has resulted in a new governance framework emphasizing the role of local governments in operationalizing disaster risk management strategies. In addition, in the 2015 Constitution, Disaster Risk Reduction Management, DRRM, is the common responsibility of all three tiers of government. From federal to local level, there are 6 Disaster Risk Reduction Committees Councils. The Prime Minister chairs the National Council (NC) for DRRM, while the Home Minister chairs the DRRM's National Executive Committee (NEC). Each Provincial Disaster Management Council is under the chairmanship of the Chief Minister of that province, and a separate Provincial Executive Committee is headed by the Provincial Internal Home Minister. At local level, there is a Local Disaster Management Committee, LDMC, headed by the mayor or chair of the respective rural municipality, as well as a District Disaster Management Committee, DDMC, AL. 2021. The tasks of LDMCs include local-level planning, developing guidelines and criteria, reducing risks, responding to the needs of disaster-affected persons, camp operations, recovery, rehabilitation, and regulation of the non-governmental and private sectors. DDMCs work on response, the mobilization of security personnel, search and rescue and relief work, operation of shelters, and coordination with other bodies at district and levels. The National Platform for DRR-NPDRR brings the government of Nepal Goen and civil society organizations together to discuss issues related to disaster risk, al. 2021. The key question is whether these laws, policies, plans, and strategies are sensitive towards small and seasonal transboundary rivers between India-Nepal border. Further, we need to examine whether issues concerning small and seasonal transboundary rivers have been provided adequate space to be acknowledged, deliberated, and addressed. 11.8 Flood Management in India. The Interstate River Water Disputes Amendment Bill 2019 was introduced on July 2019 and was subsequently passed by. The Interstate River Water Disputes Amendment Bill 2019 was introduced on July 2019 and was subsequently passed by. Ministry of Shakti has prepared a draft National Water Framework Bill and draft River Basin Management Bill 2018, which have been circulated to states UTs for comments. Ministry of Shakti has prepared a draft National Water Framework Bill and draft River Basin Management Bill 2018, which have been circulated to states UTs for comments. Dam Safety Bill 2019 was prepared and introduced on July 2019. The bill was subsequently passed by the Dam Safety Bill 2019 on December 2021, paving the way for enactment of the Dam Safety Act in the country. The act received the assent of the President of India on the December 13, 2021. Dam Safety Bill 2019 was prepared and introduced on July 2019. The bill was subsequently passed by the Dam Safety Bill 2019 on December 2021, paving the way for enactment of the Dam Safety Act in the country. The act received the assent of the President of India on the December 13, 2021. National Water Informatics Center has been established under National Hydrology Project. National Water Informatics Center has been established under National Hydrology Project. In 2019, the Ministry of Shakti set up a committee of independent experts, led by Dr. Shah, to draft a new national water policy. The draft policy is presently being reviewed. In 2019, the Ministry of Shakti set up a committee of independent experts, led by Dr. Shah, to draft a new national water policy. The draft policy is presently being reviewed. MPA's typologies of floods in Bihar. Typologies of floods. Who are exposed? Character of the hazards. Waterlogged region. Adjacent to the embankments. Countryside. Hazards predictable, sufficient time to seek refuge. Riverine flood. Between embankments of same river. Riverside. Hazards predictable, insufficient time to seek refuge. Riverine flood plus riverbank erosion. Adjacent to the embankments, riverside. Hazards unpredictable, with limited possibilities of safeguards. Riverine flood plus riverbank erosion. Adjacent to river. No embankment. Floods predictable, erosion frequent, with limited possibilities of safeguards. Riverine flood. Countryside. Post the breach of the embankment. Floods unpredictable, with extremely limited time for safeguards. Flash floods. Between embankments of same river. Riverside. Foreseeable, with short time frame for safeguards. Flash floods. Adjacent to river, no embankment. Foreseeable, with short time frame for safeguards. Floods plus waterlogging plus inundation. Between embankments of two river systems. Foreseeable, moderate time frame for safeguards. Source L. 2018 a 2018b. Contextualizing Participatory Groundwater Management in Alluvial Floodplains of Bihar. Overview, processes, findings, and way forward. However, the flood management approach adopted by the government of Bihar, GoB, is a generic one, rather than being typology-specific. Thus, floods brought in by numerous small, seasonal transboundary rivers across the 7 bordering districts remain out of the picture. To address challenges of small and seasonal transboundary rivers, a multi-layered strategy needs to be devised. Beginning with the Water Resources Department, WRD, which can facilitate effective integration of knowledge, ideas, innovations, and practices for the small and seasonal transboundary rivers at the regional level to address the concerns of the challenged ecosystem. Likewise, the thematic relevant departments, for example, Disaster Management Department, DMD, Department of Agriculture, DUA, Department of Revenue and Land Reforms, DURLR, Department of Animal and Fish Resources, Bihar State Disaster Management Department, BSDMA, and other departments can play a crucial role in addressing issues within their thematic jurisdiction. Thus, the competing and conflicting issues and practices can be addressed in more a rational, strategic manner within consideration. The other government departments that can effectively contribute towards minimizing the impacts of recurring floods, because in the small and seasonal transboundary rivers, are the Rural Development Department, RDD, Public Health Engineering Department, PHED, Minor Water Resources Department, MWRD, State Pollution Control Board, SPCB, and Central Groundwater Board, CGWB Patna, 2020. Small, seasonal transboundary rivers are conspicuous by their absence in the national discourse as well. It remains a blind spot for all the formal institutions. For visioning the way forward for the small and seasonal transboundary rivers, a mix of non-state actors such as local community representatives, rural extension workers, academics, local leaders, social and political, civil society members, thematic experts and networks must be involved. Equal representation of women and men. Themes like agriculture, non-farm economy, wetlands, sedimentation, floods, groundwater, water quality, and protected water area have to be integrated in inclusive strategy for the 7 bordering districts. Thus, the plan of action for flash flood-prone areas must integrate similar such themes, generating in-depth information and knowledge base about the small and seasonal transboundary rivers in the bordering districts of Bihar and Nepal. Such actions must be followed by mapping of the river flow during the monsoon, along with other themes of concern. 2020. 11.9 Participatory Management of Transboundary Aquifers. A landscape impacted by regular flash flood from small transboundary rivers and affected by arsenic contamination in groundwater requires a participatory water governance framework. Such a framework can address water-based risk. Participatory water governance for transboundary aquifers across Bihar, Nepal should aims to capture the pattern of groundwater's types, dynamics in relation to various factors: natural, geographical, hydrogeological, social, economic, political, developmental, floods, riverine, and flash flood, required for identifying the groundwater-related challenges and opportunities. Learnings from the action research undertaken by MPA on participatory groundwater management, PGWM, can be useful basis. The study was implemented in 5 flood typologies of Bihar, and flash flood-prone typology was one. The study also involved transboundary aquifer. The PGWM study highlighted 2 critical issues. First, flood impact are perceived in a general sense. Those brought by flash flood, occurring in the small transboundary rivers, are not separated. Second, within the state and at the transboundary level, the shared aquifer with groundwater contamination has not received recognition. This PGWM study will help in the understanding of the linkages between aquifers, local, regional or transboundary, arsenic contamination, and flood-prone areas drained by small and seasonal transboundary rivers. The analysis will help in understanding floods and related impacts from a new perspective. In PGWM, the process of observing flood typology has gone through iterations of learning, exploring, and documenting of groundwater system. In the process, questions about the resource and responses have emerged. For instance, the use of participatory techniques of studying arsenic contamination at the village and panchayat has helped clarify doubts about contamination. It has triggered a process of thinking collectively about groundwater as a common pool resource. This collective effort of understanding can contribute to a positive transformation in managing groundwater by including insights from scientific inputs. This approach can also create an opportunity for PGWM to be scaled up as a governance framework in the transboundary context of small rivers. Al. 2018, a 2018b. For the people living in the arsenic-contaminated districts along the Bihar-Nepal border, access to safe contamination-free drinking water throughout the year is an urgent necessity. The people here are highly, and responding to their welfare would require a collective approach. The PGWM framework incorporates elements that link groundwater with basic services like drinking water, sanitation, and micro-irrigation. A participatory framework can help highlighting the importance of contextual alternatives to uses of contaminated groundwater. Al. 2018, a 2018b. Developing a governance framework for managing transboundary aquifers should systematically evolve depending on undulating character of the region's aquifers, diversity of ecological and human aspects. The experiences of the PGWM program in North Bihar can help facilitate this process to better understand the local context and people's interrelationship with groundwater. The communities are the most crucial link in any regional governance framework. PGWM can help in furthering an understanding of participation through the lens of culture, technology, conflicts, collaborations, and security. Thus, by linking it with pollution, power, politics, and profits, PGWM can assist in developing a perspective about new governance framework involving the users and custodians. Al. 2018, a 2018b. Ingraining transboundary groundwater in aquifer settings calls for collaborative, participatory approach of management. It requires setting up of a prototype for safe resource usage, MPA Al. 2014. To contextualize transboundary aquifers governance with participatory framework, certain critical issues must be identified. They will help further our understanding of the extent and expanse of arsenic contamination and its impact in areas along the India-Nepal border. Issues such as differential access to groundwater, hydrogeology, quality, socioeconomic context, ecological and political perspectives needs to be better appreciated to help create a knowledge base. In addition, impact of low water quality on different uses and users along the aquifer region, as well as groundwater and surface water interactions, will help build foundation of plans. Thus, actions in understanding the groundwater contamination, its impacts and ways of overcoming them, can be taken while keeping in view the consequences of recurring flash flood at micro and levels. Seeing groundwater as a common pool resource. Seeing groundwater as a common pool resource. Use an aquifer-based approach for management. Use an aquifer-based approach for management. Consider different uses of groundwater, aquifers, watersheds, and habitations as units of management. Consider different uses of groundwater, aquifers, watersheds, and habitations as units of management. Working on a long-term engagement. Working on a long-term engagement. Catalyze community action. Catalyze community action. Integrate formal and people's knowledge. Integrate formal and people's knowledge. Use social regulations to ensure enhanced water quality. Use social regulations to ensure enhanced water quality. Tap into the local talent and capacitating them as parahydrogeologists to help in improving the understanding of local aquifers using a combination of science and traditional knowledge. 2015. Tap into the local talent and capacitating them as parahydrogeologists to help in improving the understanding of local aquifers using a combination of science and traditional knowledge. 2015. Such an approach will help communities and stakeholders manage the resource better. There are a series of steps that make the approach adaptive to community involvement. They are sensitization and capacity building, collection of baseline information, geological mapping, establishing a monitoring network, rain gauge, well inventory, water level data, aquifer delineation and mapping, conducting pumping tests, water quality analysis, socio-hydrological survey, and assessing groundwater balance. These steps can create local database as well as develop a cadre of paraprofessionals with capacity to collect relevant data, develop maps, and undertake water balance exercises. Paraprofessionals can work with communities to prepare water budgeting. Most importantly, they will help in dissemination of information about the status of groundwater as part of a local management plan. The framework can be piloted in a region drained by small and seasonal transboundary rivers with flash floods and arsenic-contaminated groundwater. It can also help in addressing other local challenges peculiar to the region. MPA Al. 2019. Building a repository of local knowledge about flash floods, their occurrences and impacts, incidents of arsenic contamination, and exposure to it is imperative. A combination of science and people's knowledge should be used to build local hydrogeological information as a logical step. This should be followed by building of capacities of all stakeholders for comprehensive understanding of flash floods and the risks of drinking water that is contaminated with arsenic. 11.1 Conclusion. Governance framework for small and seasonal transboundary river and aquifers should create opportunities to collaborate, communicate, prepare, respond, and recover from the impacts of natural hazards. This process should include state and non-state actors, local community from India and Nepal, aid agencies, independent research institutions, civil society, philanthropist and advocacy groups. Each must play a constructive and critical role in bringing to the fore the underlying causes of vulnerability. The effort must be working for co-creating solutions. This paper has highlighted the challenges of small and seasonal transboundary rivers and the transboundary aquifers. It has suggested an approach to be adopted to overcome the challenges. The governance framework to address the issues of small and seasonal transboundary rivers and the transboundary aquifers includes assessment of the limitations of the approach and risks of the existing system in use, and co-creation of a functional framework to respond to emerging challenges related to small and seasonal transboundary rivers and the transboundary aquifers is the need of the hour. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 2015, Participatory Groundwater Management, a collective effort towards addressing India's water security. Bengaluru. S. Al. 2014, High Arsenic Contamination in Drinking Water Hand Pumps in Bihar, India. Front Environ. Published 20 November 2014. Central Groundwater Board, 2018, Groundwater Quality in Shallow Aquifers in India. Ministry of Water Resources RD and GR, Government of India. SC Jainaske, 2010, An Overview of Transboundary of the Indian Subcontinent. News Central Groundwater Board, Faridabad. In Documents 250102. ASD, BK 2021, Political Economy of 2020 Landslides, Road Construction and Disaster Risk Reduction in Nepal. Oxford Policy Management, U, Political and Institutions Facility. P. 2016, Conservation Area, Lessons for the Management and Use of Natural and Biological Resources in Nepal. Case Study Report, South Asia Watch on Trade, Economics and Environment SAWTE, Nepal. Government of Bihar, 2017, Cumulative Form IX, Flood Report Final 2017, Disaster Management Department. Government of Bihar, 2019, Cumulative Form IX, Flood Report Final 2019, Disaster Management Department. Of Nepal, 2017, Nepal Flood 2017, Post-Flood Recovery Needs Assessment, National Planning Commission, Kathmandu. Org Sites G Files 326 Files Migration, PFRNA Report. S 2020, July 7, which states of India share boundaries with Nepal? Josh. International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, IFRC. 2019, July 17, Information Bulletin Nepal, Monsoon Floods and Landslides. Nepal Red Cross Society. Report Nepal, Monsoon Floods and Landslides Information Bulletin. N 2015, How Painting Hand Pumps Red Could Save Thousands from Poisoning in North Bihar. Scroll in Article 768615, How Painting Hand Pumps Red Could Save Thousands from Poisoning in North Bihar. 2017, Post-Disaster Recovery, Assessment of Needs in Moderate Flood Conditions. National Institute of Rural Development and Raj NIRDPR, Hyderabad. 2020, Small and Seasonal Transboundary Rivers Between India and Nepal in Bihar. Internal Document, Delhi. Advanced Center for Water Resources Development and Management and Institute for Social and Environmental Transition Nepal. 2014, Background Note for the Preliminary Study for Possibilities of Transboundary Aquifers in Village, District, Nepal and Village, District, India. Participatory Groundwater Management, New Delhi. AL 2018, A Participatory Groundwater Management in Alluvial Flood Plains of Bihar. Overview, Processes, Findings and Way Forward. Program Report. New Delhi. AL 2018-B, Groundwater Quality Analysis of ETH as part of the Flood Resilient Habitat Pilot of Highaware. Internal Document. AL 2019. Concept Note on Flood Resilient Habitat, Disaster and Climate Resilient Water Management Framework, Participatory Groundwater Management. New Delhi. NASC and UNICEF, 2007, Report on Blanket Tube Well Testing in and Districts 2007. A report prepared for NASC UNICEF by Genesis Consultancy, p. Unpublished, Kathmandu. NCVSD, 2009, Vulnerability Through the Eyes of Vulnerable. Climate Change-Induced Uncertainties and Nepal's Development Predicaments. Institute for Social and Environmental Transition Nepal, ISETN, Kathmandu, and Institute for Social and Environmental Transition, ISET, Boulder, Colorado, for Nepal Climate Vulnerability Study Team, NCVSD, Kathmandu. Nepal P. NRB, P. 2018, Policies and Institutions for Disaster Risk Reduction in Nepal, a Review. J. Nepal 11-124. Press Information Bureau, 2020, Draft National Water Policy. Ministry of Shakti. Of India, New Delhi. In press release, page PRID 160-7166. A 2017, September 10, 2. Bihar's decades-old flood tragedy has a worrying new trend. Hindustan Times. Bihar. Com India News, Changing Patterns of Bihar, Floods a Cause for Concern for the State Authorities Story, MZ, AR7 Soj. OB 2008, Resource Manual on Flash Flood Risk Management, Module 2, Non-Structural Measures. International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, Kathmandu. R. 2012, Arsenic Contamination of Groundwater in Nepal, Good Public Health Intention Gone Bad. J409. OB. SR. 2013, Case Studies on Flash Flood Risk Management in the Himalayas, in support of specific flash flood policies. ICMOD, Kathmandu. Lib.Org Record 27767. A.S. 2017, Water Commons and Transboundary Rivers. Institute for Social and Environmental Transition, ISET Nepal and ActionAid Nepal. A 2020, June 12, 1 killed, 2 injured in firing along India-Nepal border in Bihar National. The Hindu. Com News National, 1 killed 2 injured, in firing along India-Nepal border, in Bihar article 31812741. J.K. R.K. Al. M. Singh S.K. 2011, Arsenic Contamination of Groundwater in Nepal, an Overview. Water 3-120. USAID and Sustainable Water Partnership, 2021, Nepal Water Resources Profile. MPA, a public charitable trust working on water and sanitation issues in the water-stressed rural and urban areas in East India, focusing on the flood-prone region of North Bihar, and water-deficient and source-contaminated areas of Dhanbad district in Jharkhand. Former chairperson of Bihar State Pollution Control Board and former professor in charge, Department of Environment and Water Management, AN College, Patna. In and in Sichuan, China, district in Assam, India, the Sun Basin 2 case studies, and Madi in Nepal, and district in Pakistan. The graph was developed as per the water quality analysis of all drinking water sources, in this case, hand pumps accessing water from different depths, in a particular village in district. It was developed by MPA between 2017 and 2018. The line graph shows arsenic contamination in all the hand pumps tested in the village. Points 121, along the x-axis in the graph, are hand pumps of 25 feet depth. Following this, points up to 52 are hand pumps of 45 feet depth. Points 53-70 indicate hand pumps of 65 feet depth. Beyond this point are hand pumps of 105, 145, 200, and 250 feet. The y-axis shows arsenic concentration in. The red line shows the permissible limit of arsenic in water as per standards, i.e. 10. MPA's ongoing study across the Nepal border, in the 7 bordering districts of Bihar despite having identified 148 small and seasonal transboundary rivers, indicate that there are many more that to be identified. 2020. 12. Conflicting riparian rights and transboundary water governance of small rivers, a case study of In Nepal and India. Is a disaster risk reduction professional with experience in both programming and research. He holds an MSc in disasters, adaptation, and development from King's College London, and has a background in civil engineering. He has led the water governance portfolio at India, including work on community-led advocacy on flood warnings and water quality in transboundary river basins. He has also worked on humanitarian responses during 19 pandemic and floods in Odisha, 2022. As a researcher, he supported the study of civic engagement in transboundary water governance in the river basin between India and Nepal at the JTSDS, Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Currently, he is supporting the DRR efforts of the Government of Maharashtra, India, as a consultant with Palladium Consulting India. His professional interests include exploring social aspects of disasters, climate, and water. Is professor and dean at the School of Disaster Studies, JTSDS, Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, India. She has a master's degree in social work, followed by an MPhil. And a D in psychiatric social work from the National Institute of Mental Health and Sciences, NIMHANS, Bangalore, India. She has been associated with JTSDS since its inception. Her research, field action, and teaching center around psychosocial care and support in disaster and humanitarian contexts. She is actively engaged in long-term research and field action in the psychosocial domain in several disasters, starting with tsunami, 2004, to the Nepal earthquake 2015, COVID-19 pandemic, and the 2023 train disaster in Odisha. Some of the significant recent research and mobility grants that she has secured in her areas of research interest are the Disaster Resilience Leadership Research and Fellowship Project, BMG Research Grants 2017-19, Transboundary Water Governance and Capacity Building for Civic Engagement, ICIMO-DHUC Research Networking Grant, 2021, and Disaster Risk Creation in Urban Resettlement Processes, Independent Research Fund Denmark, 2021-25, among others. She has several publications in peer-reviewed international journals of high repute. 12.1 Introduction. Water is an indispensable resource for life on Earth. While about 3/4 of the planet's surface is covered by water, available for human consumption is only a meager fraction of the total. Subsequently, with an ever-increasing demand and diminishing availability, water is increasingly becoming a source of social tension. Swain 2015, p. 443. Then, worrying as it may be, it comes as little surprise that water and wars are talked about in the same breath. In relation to water, wars imply the possibility of conflicts, ranging from verbal conflicts to violence, which may lead to actual wars. Scholars have argued over the notions of water wars in the past, e.g. 1993, Homer 1994, 1995, al. 2000, Wolf 2000, 2007, al. 2006. The idea that the conflicts and wars of the future will be fought over water has not only gripped academia, but also the general public. Ismail, the former vice president of the World Bank, famously said in 1995, "Many of the wars in this century were about oil, but wars of the next century will be over water," as quoted in New York Times, 1995. Similar contentions about water being a source of future conflicts, instead of oil, have been tossed around by several administrators such as the former UN Secretary-General, 2011. Owing to such claims, water has become a central theme in global security discourse. While the idea of water wars has been widely critiqued, and rightly so, al. 2001, Barnaby 2009, 2012, its capture of the public eye has given it some traction. To check the validity of the claim, Wolf, 1998, analyzed the International Crisis Behavior ICB dataset collected by Jonathan and Michael. The author found that against 146 treaties, only 7 minor conflicts had occurred over water, and notably, no war could be attributed to water conflicts. Similarly, the Basins at Risk thesis by Al. 2001 also tried to put a rest to the water wars agenda. Both theses downplay the agenda of wars over water, but do point to water being a potential threat multiplier in situations where other tensions already exist. Rivers traversing geographic and political boundaries present such a situation and possess the potential to incite conflicts between riparian states. This is especially true with rising concerns of pollution and climate change, and Siegfried 2012. The rivers shared between Israel and Jordan, India and Pakistan, Turkey and Syria are oft-cited examples where the rivers are seen as potential conflict creators. The transboundary rivers such as the Indus, Ganga, Nile, Jordan, etc. Two have seen disputes and conflicts in the past, Wolf 1998. However, as the criticism of the water wars agenda goes, in these cases, water has only served as a catalyst to intensify conflict created by other sources such as territorial disputes, religious differences. In 2012, al. 2017, and 2018. Often these conflicts have been understood from a macro perspective of international relations, further complicating the understanding of the role of the river in the conflict. While there are many small transboundary rivers, the study of conflicts has not focused on them. In this paper, we attempt to explore the factors contributing to water conflicts at the level, in the context of small rivers flowing between two countries which in general share a cordial relationship. This would help provide an understanding of the key factors underlying water conflicts and how they are shaped by larger political context. This chapter also discusses the case of by drawing from the International Transboundary Water Governance Framework to guide aspects of water sharing in small rivers. 12.2 Context. India and Nepal share numerous transboundary rivers that form a part of the Ganga basin. Apart from the major rivers such as, and a number of smaller rivers, rivulets and streams flow across the hills and Terai plains at the India-Nepal border. Having shared a friendly relationship, the two countries have chalked out bilateral agreements on the three major rivers mentioned. These agreements pertain only to the rivers themselves, and not to any of their shared tributaries. The other rivers, large and small, remain out of the purview of the agreements between the countries. There is one such river, not covered by any agreement, that crosses from Nepal into India at the junction of the border at Nepal, India. Is a village located in the Panchayat of Block in West District of Bihar, India. It is a frontier village, with rural municipality being located at the other side in district in Nepal. It is situated at the edge of the Tiger Reserve, and was known because of an old railway line which has been abandoned since 2015. Is historically important because it was on the only road connecting India and Nepal in the pre-British period. It is said that the village takes its name from Buddhist monks, locally called, or bhikkhu, who would use as a sojourn on their pilgrimage from Tibet to India via Nepal. Being on one of the only transit routes between India and Nepal, and the quickest one to Kathmandu and Tibet, helped develop into a marketplace. Although nearby markets were considered bigger, the market was an important one which catered to people's basic needs. However, the road was not a metalled one, and mostly only bullock carts plied on it. During the British period, the King of Nepal and India's colonial British rulers met to develop the route. The British were the ones who established the railway line in 1917, to exploit the nearby forests and transport the timber. The railway line furthered the development of the village as a marketplace. After India's independence in 1947, this scenario changed. The state and central government considered as a place with better prospect for developing a road to Nepal. This meant that the market along the highway blossomed, while the market started declining, as more and more businessmen started settling towards. Since about the past 50 years, all traders who conducted business with Nepalese and Tibetan people have moved to. As a consequence, this market faded, leading to increased pressure on other livelihoods. It was compounded by other challenges related to the identity of forest dwellers. The focus of this paper is the river, a small river that flows from the hills in Nepal into India. It also marks a small stretch of the India-Nepal border, 2017 B. The river joins the Masan River, a tributary to the which eventually drains into the Ganga, making it a part of the larger Ganga basin. The governance of this shared river has become a problem with residents from both countries, finding it difficult to amicably share the river's waters. 12.3 Transboundary Water Governance, National versus Local Priorities. Before delving into the specifics of this crisis, it is important to understand some aspects of transboundary water governance. According to the Global Water Partnership, water governance refers to a range of political, social, economic, and administrative systems put in place to develop and manage water resources, and the delivery of water services at different levels of society. Rogers and Hall 2003, p. 16. When the waters cross political borders, they are termed as transboundary waters. They include the aquifers, lakes, and river basins, shared by two or more countries, UN Water 2008. Article 1 of the Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes, 1992, defines transboundary waters as any surface or groundwaters which mark, cross, or are located on boundaries between two or more states, UNECE 2014. In that sense, transboundary water governance can be referred to the range of systems, as in the above definition, to develop and manage waters that traverse political borders. Governance of transboundary waters can be complicated as each riparian shares hydrological, social, and economic, and claims their right to water, UN Water 2008. The ambition to control the water resources by one party may then lead to a conflict scenario with its neighbor, 2011, 2012. So, if a riparian community perceives a threat to their existing rights over the water, they will seek to manage that threat by denying or withdrawing the social license to operate. And 2016. The actual scenario, however, has been contrasting. There have been more cooperative events over water than there have been conflicting ones. Al. 2001, 2016. Regardless of the cooperative events being greater in number. And 2013. Comment that it is not sufficient to just count the number of such events, without understanding the spirit and quality of such cooperation in essence, and without examining whether the economic, social, and environmental outcomes promised in the agreements. Previous literature on transboundary water agreements of internationally shared water resources suggests that the state-centric approach of international relations is the primary approach to hold the negotiations. Furlong 2006, 2016. Transboundary water negotiations are multi-level power games in which state representatives are the Warner 2008, as cited in Warner Al. 2014. However, and 2007, call attention to the fact that governance is not only the government, but also the locals, which includes civil societies, communities, and private sectors for self-government and local democracy. The state-centric hydraulic mission approach, which focuses on national interests, leaves the local populations behind, and 1999 and 2010. These local populations are the ones who are directly dependent on and most affected by the water resources. The dichotomy of center, state, versus periphery, communities, in the transboundary water governance permits the state to take the center stage over the concerns and needs of communities from where the rivers flow. In this context of state-centric approach to water governance, it becomes pertinent to understand how international and national transboundary water governance frameworks address local needs and issues of riverine communities. 12.4 International Water Law. 1. Principle of absolute territorial sovereignty. Principle of absolute territorial sovereignty. 2. Principle of absolute territorial integrity. Principle of absolute territorial integrity. 3. Principle of limited territorial sovereignty, or limited territorial integrity. Principle of limited territorial sovereignty, or limited territorial integrity. 4. Community of co-riparian, in the waters of an international river. Community of co-riparian, in the waters of an international river. The first principle is based on the claim of right to unconditional use of water from an international river by a state in its territory. Also known as Harmon Doctrine, it holds no concern for the harm to other riparian by such use. The upstream riparian. The second principle establishes the right of a downstream state to demand the continuation of the natural flow of a transboundary river into its territory from the upper riparian or riparian, while imposing a duty on that state not to restrict such natural flow of waters to other lower riparian. The downstream riparian. The third principle balances the rights to water of a riparian with duties of not restricting flow. It derives out of the first two principles and balances their extreme positions in favoring one riparian over the other. The fourth principle is an extension of the previous one and considers the river basin as an economic unit, and the rights to use are bestowed upon collective bodies formed of stakeholders from all riparian or divided among the riparian either by agreement or on the basis of proportionality. Only the third principle is a part of the modern customary international water law and has been into international law. But whether it balances the rights and duties, as mentioned above, is a matter of debate in the international water law community. 2007, I. According to 2001, p. 266, customary international law consists of the practices of states undertaken out of a sense of legal obligation that is out of a sense that the practice is required by law. He further states that it is complex and evolves through a pattern of how states behave when one takes actions that affect the other. Customary rules are generally adhered to as they find root in widely followed practices. Put simply, they are general practices that are accepted as law. This also allows for an easy codification of customary international law into treaties, conventions, and international law. However, the author also sheds light on the fact that it is ill-defined and uncertain, but still the claims of international actors. This claim is echoed by N. Warner 2006, who refer to and add that this might increase the bargaining power of such states for the continued exploitation of the water resource. Then, there is a need to scrutinize these customs in light of the power relations and social practices during which they were established. And 2010. 1. Helsinki Rules. Helsinki Rules. 2. UN Watercourses Convention. UN Watercourses Convention. 3. Berlin Rules. Berlin Rules. Following the creation of the UNWC and the development of international environmental law, the International Law Association, ILA, convened to develop a revised set of rules for international fresh watercourses. Adopted in 2004 as the Berlin Rules on Water Resources, these were also planned as a revision of the Helsinki Rules. As a departure from the Helsinki Rules and the UNWC, the Berlin Rules also apply to national water bodies. The rules go to a higher level of detail and are quite extensive. The international law framework lays a strong emphasis on equitable and reasonable utilization and the obligation to cause no harm. However, the three sets of rules are in themselves state-centric and do not look at the local interests. While in theory the rules would support the riverine people by providing them access to participation in water governance, with the exception of what the Helsinki Rules emphasize, they do not specify what this would entail. 1998, p. 59. In 2003, p. 165. Further, there has been no evidence which sets a precedence for the governance of small rivers through the international frameworks. This may be attributed to the limited signatories to such agreements, thus limiting the pool of available choices. However, the unit of governance may also be an important reason as why international frameworks may not cater to the governance of small rivers. Water, specifically the sharing of it, has become a sensitive and political issue. Despite the earliest of the above frameworks being formulated more than half a decade ago, most countries have chosen not to be a party to the convention rules. For instance, majority of the countries in the Global South are not a party to the UNWC. However, this is not to say that the countries that have chosen not to accept the international frameworks do not follow the principles that constitute these frameworks. Bilateral international water agreements have existed between countries, along with the overarching international frameworks. These have often been built on the foundations of a cordial bilateral relationship, like in the case of India and Nepal. The next section outlines the India-Nepal relationship and the bilateral transboundary water governance frameworks. 12.5 India-Nepal Relationship. India and Nepal share a unique and unparalleled relationship, 2003. This finds its roots in not only the geographical conditions that the nations share, but also kinship, common religious and social values, and common factors. 1992, p. 816. 2003 also comments on the informal nature of the relationship between the two nations. These informal ties and popular perceptions between the citizens mean that understanding the bilateral relations only through formal diplomatic relationships are difficult. Communities along the over 1850 of the open border have interacted with each other since time immemorial. The open borders have also added to the dynamics of the relationship by creating social and economic. India-Nepal water relationship. Of the 1850-long India-Nepal border, 640 is defined by rivers, 2016. Cooperation on water resources between India and Nepal traces its beginnings to British India with the 1920 barrage project. The then rulers of the two nations agreed upon the construction of an irrigation project consisting of a barrage and system of canals upon the river. The agreement enumerated the exchange of land and the sharing of water. The Agreement of 1954 was the first agreement between the two countries after the independence of India in 1947. The Government of India and His Majesty's Government of Nepal agreed upon the construction of headworks at Hanuman at the India-Nepal border. Located just upstream of the border in Nepal, the project was envisaged as a multi-purpose one with flood and erosion control, irrigation and hydroelectric benefits. It also called for the setting up of communication systems, roads, telegraph, telephone and radio to support the project. The various clauses of the agreement also cover other aspects associated with the project and the river such as right to fishing, land revenue, compensation for land, arbitration etc. Researching India-Nepal water diplomacy through the project, 2008, reports that compensation was an issue of friction between the parties. In addition, the project has been marred with controversy due to its provisions, which are deemed inequitable in Nepal. The agreement makes no mention of what irrigation benefits are to be accrued through the project, neither to India nor to Nepal. There also have been grievances on the use of water and power, navigation rights, fishing rights, and administration of the project area. However, the clause of land ownership and hence sovereignty was the most controversial one. It stated that the lands acquired and the water rights associated with it would be owned by the Union of India, 2009. Considering all the hullabaloo generated by the original agreement, the agreement was amended in 1966. Nepal's sovereignty was ensured by converting the ownership of the land to a lease restricted to 199 years through the amendment. An alternative to the barrage has been suggested by India in the face of High Dam, but its social and environmental feasibility has been under the scanner, 2008. The agreement was the third event of cooperation on water resources between India and Nepal, the second after India's independence. Similar to the project, the agreement detailed the clauses for the construction of a barrage at where the river enters India. It was signed on December 4, 1959. Implemented as the Irrigation and Power Project, the agreement specifies the provisions for the construction of headworks, canals, and necessary communication infrastructure. It also outlines the water and power sharing between the parties, as well as river training works, such as afflux bunds, spurs, and embankments. The agreement was seen as an inequitable in Nepal, and also contrary to Nepal's national interests. This prompted a revision in the agreement in 1964, wherein one clause to establish Nepal's right to use of waters of the was modified along with another clause, which talked about water allocation in the dry season being removed. Additionally, the operation of the head regulator of the Don Canal was handed over to Nepal. 2009, P30, calls the 24-year period after the revision of the treaty in 1966 till 1990 as a period of suspicions and misunderstanding. Although the sides discussed projects over and nothing was achieved till the 1991 agreement over the barrage project. This was followed by a treaty over the river in 1996, known as River in India, regarding the barrage and project. The 1920 agreement was to be subsumed under the treaty. The barrage had been operational in 1990-91, before the signing of this agreement. It was constructed in the Indian territory downstream of the barrage, but caused erosion of 36 hectares of land in Nepal. Barrage's design life had been surpassed by then. It also ran the danger of the river, passing the barrage through its left bank. With this in mind, the Indian government requested their Nepalese counterpart to permit connecting the barrage's left afflux bund to the highlands in Nepalese territory. The same was granted in 1991, under a Memorandum of Understanding MOU between the two governments. The author notes that under this MoU, India also agreed to share 10 MW of power with Nepal. An intervening period of 5 years between the signing of the MoU and the 1996 treaty saw protests in Nepal over the dealing with India. It also caused the fall of the government in Nepal, and India's reputation in the international community was blemished by its unilateral decision to build the barrage. So, in 1996, when the new government was formed in Nepal, both parties saw it as an opportunity to carve out a new deal over water cooperation. Thus, the treaty was signed. Its scope covered agreement sharing of water and energy from barrage, water from barrage, and a link road from barrage to the east-west highway in Nepal. It also included the provisions for the preparation of the detailed project report, DPR, for the project, which was envisaged as a binational project. In terms of other instances of water cooperation, projects such as the III, High Dam, and projects over the medium-sized rivers such as Kamala are in the pipeline. However, they have been held back by Nepal's reluctance to go ahead with them. There is also cooperation over flooding and inundation, and navigation, which are being considered by the governments. The water resources policy of both countries plays an important role in how they approach transboundary water negotiations. India's national water policy, for instance, although accepting of the basin approach, states that water cooperation should be carried out bilaterally. Practicability and ease of implementation are provided as the rationale for this. The policy also demands setting up of institutional mechanisms for implementation at the center, Clause 13.1 and 13.2, Ministry of Water Resources, India 2012. According to 2018, India has shown a preference for short-term bilateral treaties largely aimed at preventing conflict. This means that India avoids basin-wide agreements on transboundary rivers. In India, water is a state subject. It means that state governments can decide the direction they want to take over water resources development. Moreover, it also implies that they can influence transboundary water negotiations, which create impediments in the policy-making process. Although Nepal's National Water Plan, NWP, of 2005, Water Resources Act of 1992, and the Water Resources Strategy of 1993 do not discuss transboundary water-related issues, the NWP 2005 focuses on integrated water resources management approach. The focus in both countries is largely on water resources development, promoting national interest. 12.6 The case for small rivers. A wide array of literature looks at river basins from the point of view of national interests. 2012, 2016, Al. 2017. However, the local interest at the border, lens, remains largely unexplored. This mirrors the international transboundary water resources discourse, which has largely remained state-centric and built around national interests. There are, for example, a number of scholars calling for the transboundary governance of the Ganga-Brahmaputra basin, which is an important concern for research as well as practice. However, there is little work on the smaller rivers, which largely remain out of the purview of the current research and practice. And while arguments may be made for taking a basin-wide or a watershed view of the river basins, these two have catered to a national interests agenda. The hydro-diplomacy between the two nations fails to engage with smaller rivers such as the. Further, there has not been much research around water sharing of these rivers. And 2017, B, are some of the few authors who have explored this subject. Their work focused on rivers, such as the conflicts and other issues associated with them. With respect to, their work has tackled the equitable water distribution conundrum in the transboundary context. In summary, literature on transboundary water governance, as well as international water law, has focused predominantly on national interests over major rivers, leaving out the smaller rivers, where interests are largely local in nature. Al. 2017, B work is based on a series of transboundary consultations conducted in the basins. Called as village camps, the consultations were conducted with riverine communities along the border in India and Nepal. Their consultation on the river documented damming of the river, the riparian claims, land and water rights associated with transfer of land between the two countries, and so on. The river is the major source of water for all purposes and neighboring habitations on both sides of the borders, as the local terrain is rocky and groundwater extraction is difficult and expensive. Conflicts over the river are nothing new to the people of. The unavailability of water and the diverging riparian beliefs are primary reasons associated with the conflicts. The river is marked by high variation in annual flow. It runs dry in the months of summer, but wreaks havoc through floods and causes erosion in the monsoons. Additionally, the locals from Nepal in and beyond assert territorial sovereignty on the water as the upper riparian. There have been instances where they have diverted water upstream and left little to flow into India. Locals, on the other hand, claim territorial integrity and chronological use over the water. They allege that even when a water distribution arrangement existed, the Nepalese have now started claiming water which is theirs, rightfully. A water resources officer from Nepal called such blockading of streams and rivers as unfair according to the principles of international law. This has disputes amongst the border communities, as seen earlier. According to an Indian SSB officer from Post, the conflicts have been going on for almost 20 years now, particularly surfacing during the months of March-April, when the flow in river begins to dwindle. 12.7. Increasing demand for water and related conflict. The traditional water-sharing arrangement that existed in the past has now declined, and no new system is in place to share the water, neither community-based nor government-established. The decline of the traditional system, coupled with increasing population in the region, has aided conflicts. The river flows through many streams. There are 4 channels, which are considered major. Traditionally, out of these, 2 were used by Nepal while the other 2 flowed into India, where they were downstream. Some versions of the account point to 3 major streams, out of which one was used by Nepal, while 2 flowed downstream. But all accounts establish that upstream demand for water was low. Residents claim that since there was scant population upstream, there was little use of the water by the upstream communities. Agriculture was not practiced as it is now, and the major water use was for rearing livestock. This is corroborated by academic work 2, 1973, 1999, Al. 2007, 2012, 2013. Since the population in Terai, where it is located, was sparse, the water use in the upstream was minimal. Al. 2007. Argue that the Nepal government turned the Terai from a densely forested region to an agricultural region, cited from 2000. They posit how this led to a rise in population density in Terai. Additionally, 1973 comments how the increase in rice and maize production in Terai was directly a consequence of this effort to populate Terai. Many settlers were squatters who slashed or burnt the forest to find land to settle. The author also points to the irreversible damage this might have caused in terms of decline of forest and increase in erosion and flooding. For this meant that the water usage upstream increased. Consequently, the traditional arrangement of water sharing on the river could no longer suffice the requirements of the upstream. The boom in agriculture, stimulated by the population growth and availability of fertile land, drove the increased usage of water in upstream communities of and above who diverted the erstwhile free streams that flowed into India for their use. This flagged off a conflict with the downstream community in who felt their riparian rights were gradually being compromised. The upstream residents, on their part, claimed territorial sovereignty over water. They saw the water as their own, and did not see a breach of downstream riparian rights. The downstream residents do not deny the right of the upstream ones, but point to their own territorial integrity and historical use of water. They contend that they still have the right to the water being diverted upstream. Yet, in the absence of the traditional arrangement, or, for the matter, any new one, the differences in riparian rights standpoint do not allow for the conflict to be settled. The diversion is created through the construction of earthen dams during the summers. This allows the upstream residents to irrigate their paddy crop, which is highly water-intensive. However, the same diversion causes a water scarcity in and downstream, which leads to low productivity. Further, the situation for the downstream communities is worsened during the monsoons when these dams are dismantled and water gushes down, leading to destructive flooding and erosion. The erosion, locally called as, can be dangerous, engulfing almost 35 houses in its spate on one occasion. Yet another related problem is the construction of a bridge over the water channel by the Nepal administration. The bridge was designed in such a way that it would impede the flow of the streams too. This would worsen the water security of and create a problem for its residents. As the construction of the bridge had reached halfway, the West District Administration intervened on request of the locals and proposed a solution for ensuring the flow of water. Inserting an RCC pipe through the culvert would provide a path for the water to flow, but the Nepalese engineers and administration felt that this would make the structure weak. This led to an impasse, due to which the culvert stands constructed halfway and has led to a few motor accidents. But the larger issue is the perception among Nepal citizens that the Indian authorities are impeding their development works and thus compromising their territorial sovereignty. They feel that they should be able to carry out such development interventions in their own territory. However, this would be seen as against the international customary law of the obligation to not cause harm. 12.8. Development in a tiger reserve area. It is not just the flooding and erosion during the monsoons and the scarcity of water in the lean periods that affects the locals. The daily lives of locals are impacted on account of being a border village located in a tiger reserve. The Forest Department's regulations in India mean that it is difficult to create infrastructure such as roads, railways, electric lines, etc., because these interfere with the wildlife. The forest is also the reason that the old railway has been abandoned and a new line has not found clearance. In addition, since electric lines cannot be laid till through the forest, the villagers have to depend on whatever solar energy is made available to them through government-funded solar panels and solar water pumps. However, this does not suffice the needs of the locals, because it is not available for long periods of the year during the monsoons and the winters. Pumping water through borewells is also expensive and difficult due to the rocky terrain. Coupled with lack of power, this makes irrigation through groundwater highly inconvenient and therefore increases the local residents' dependence on water. Further, the Forest Department has also laid claim over the village as a part of the reserve and are looking to vacate the village. This has created a dispute between the forest authorities and the locals. The latter allege that the department has produced fake maps to show that was a part of the forest. Being a remote border village at the edge of the forest meant that initial documentation by the government was quite poor. However, the locals have been able to produce maps from the British era which establish as a revenue village and thus not part of the reserve. They have also been able to get documents and land ownership certificates over the past 2 decades to prove their residence in the village and its status as a village separate from the sanctuary. Further, the fact that the government has established some primary facilities in the panchayat has aided their claim. However, the department has also been relentless in its pursuit in claiming the village as a part of the reserve. Forest regulations and local politics, too, have acted against local interests and have banned stone mining in the river, one of the predominant livelihoods of the indigenous tribals. They have a long history of mining stone from the river. The lease exclusively belonged to the nearby estate, an erstwhile royal estate. Later, the stone mining was brought under the license system and leased to a politically influential person. This led to the exploitation of the local mining for about 25 years. It was a large operation and employed as many as 10,000. Later, as governments changed, a local state politician close to the then chief minister of Bihar obtained the lease. After a spat between the two, the chief minister ordered a ban on mining and later reduced the lease from 200 acre per person to 2 acre per person. However, a state which still owned the rights intervened and approached the courts. The courts ruled in of the estate and reset the lease to 200 acre per person. Following this judgment, the state government turned to the Supreme Court, and the matter has remained unresolved. The stone mining business has closed, without offering any alternative, impacting the livelihood of the people dependent on it. This has in turn forced people to migrate to cities in search of employment as. The closure of the mining business also created an environmental problem. Stone mining was carried out in the middle of the channel, which increased the channel depth and created space for the river to flow through the middle. After the ban, stone kept accumulating into the middle of the bed and caused the river to overflow its banks and cause widespread riverbank erosion. Subsequent governments have not restored the lease to the community even after promising it. Instead, they have leased out the mining to Jharkhand-based contractors, who the locals see as stone mafia. This has resulted in a rise in the cost of stone, as the contractor has increased the prices. Then there are other problems such as the Forest Department demanding a toll tax from the locals to enter into the village. The department has set up a check post along the road, passing through the tiger reserve, and charges even the local vehicles at the entry. Not only does it impact the daily commuters, it presents major problems when there are weddings or other events in the village. There is also a ban on the entry of tractors and other large vehicles in the area, as the department sees them as disturbances to the wildlife. Moreover, despite being located at the edge of the reserve and in the hills, there are no special accommodation facilities created for tourists. The condition of the road is poor, and there is very limited telecommunication facility available. The Forest Department has not allowed the establishment of communication towers. Thus, despite having a tremendous potential for tourism, locals do not receive any benefits. They are rather troubled by the department's policies and see them as responsible for negligible development in the village. 12.9 Conclusion. Development failure due to Forest Department's regulations has added to the vulnerability of the residents of who face exposure to flash floods and riverbank erosion. The government policies and the transboundary water conflict impact their daily lives and make them highly vulnerable to the flooding and water scarcity. The lack of development has also left them with reduced capacity to cope with the hazards they face. Topped with the decline of institutions, their agriculture activities have been hampered, leaving their livelihoods weakened. The conflict has also disrupted the previously harmonious relation between the communities across the border. Although they are not hostile to each other, fault lines have become evident in the recent past. While there existed a traditional water sharing agreement that was seen as acceptable to both parties, it no longer fits the present demography and its requirement. It has thus been rendered defunct without a viable alternative in place. The contestations highlighted in the case of the river reflect the complexities that are often involved in the of laws or agreements on transboundary water governance at the level of the riverine communities. Upstream and downstream communities present their case over the rights to the use of waters. While they may not take the principle of territory and sovereignty to the absolute scale, the contestations do present a clear picture of divergent riparian beliefs being shaped by the international discourse, as seen in the claims of the people on both sides of the border. Drawing from the international transboundary water law frameworks, Helsinki Rules, UNWC, and Berlin Rules, the arguments of the upstream and downstream residents build upon the principles of equitable and reasonable utilization, do no harm, acquired rights, non-recognition of unilateral action by one riparian, among others. Riverine communities on both sides of the border draw from the same principles to counter each other's right claims. For example, the do no harm argument is not just in terms of foreclosure of future uses for Nepal, but includes other forms of physical harm emerging from floods, water scarcity, and environmental degradation that are often used to counter each other's claims. The inconclusive nature of debates around the principles of international water law and the hierarchy within them, even among international scholars, adds to the complexity of the issue in hand. Considering India and Nepal's transboundary water policy, it might be said that an agreement on the small rivers seems difficult. However, the diplomacy has only focused on individual rivers till now and shows no indication of a change in the future. This means a larger basin-wide agreement approach, which encompasses all the major and minor rivers in the primary river basin, also seems unlikely. Though such basin-wide agreement further strengthens the state-centric approaches, it is deemed to be necessary to acknowledge the issues of all riverine communities. As indicated above, while the approach may seem unlikely, SWOs can be reduced by taking up a whole-of-basin approach along with local-level engagement over smaller rivers. This may be done by strengthening the local or community-level mechanisms for water governance. The communities have shown, through traditional arrangements, that they can engage in effective transboundary water governance. However, some of these traditional institutions of water governance have started eroding. The growing population pressures and changing practices in water governance and otherwise have further weakened the institutions, rendering them defunct. Moreover, a failure to replace the local-level arrangements compounds the problems, creating fertile grounds for conflict to grow. Therefore, there is an urgent need to reinvigorate these institutions. Community-level engagement, along with formal government cooperation, may perhaps facilitate better transboundary cooperation and provide relief to riverine communities living along the small rivers like. Community engagement or public participation is emphasized by both the Berlin Rules and UNWC. However, the requirement of participation at the international level in UCWC is only limited to that of the states. 2003 notes that though there is no condition for public participation at the international level, the Convention does call for it at a domestic level to conduct activities such as the environment needs assessment within the state. The Berlin Rules include a section on public participation and access to information, ILA 2004, p24. They ask the states to ensure that people likely to be affected, under their jurisdiction, are included in decision-making on water management, and also that the affected public is given reasonable opportunity to voice their concerns and ideas about the water in question. Other than the three frameworks detailed thus far, the first comprehensive declaration, which addressed the requirement for public participation in decision-making in water management, was made in 1992 in Dublin. The Dublin International Conference on Water and the Environment established 4 guiding principles for managing resources. The second guiding principle is solely concerned with public participation. The principle stipulates that water development and management should be based on a participatory approach, involving users, planners, and policymakers at all levels. Another instrument for public engagement in water governance was the Declaration on Environment and Development. Principle 10 of the Declaration reconfirms the need for public involvement by stating that environmental issues are best handled with the participation of all concerned citizens. At the relevant level, United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, 1992. Though the international water law frameworks increasingly emphasize public participation, they do not specify what participation would entail. As 2003 notes, international agreements cannot be specific in what participation would entail. He quotes 1998, who says, "It would be contradictory in international treaty to agree upon the precise manner in which public participation is to be given form in all contexts and legal systems. p. 59. Thus, the conception of public participation is either limited to the liberal conception of water users, or totally missing in the current bilateral transboundary water governance frameworks between India and Nepal. The state-centric frameworks need to comprehend how the agreements signed for so-called mutual benefits affect the riparian communities. In the context of India and Nepal, they are excluded from the processes of decision-making and from decisions which affect them negatively. The emerging international perspectives to move beyond environmentalism, to integrate social and human development concerns, the need to reconsider downstream hegemony, and integrate public participation within the international water law framework, underlines the hope for a better transboundary water governance mechanism between the two countries, especially sharing smaller rivers, although not in the immediate future. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: M. 2016. Conceptualizing Environmental Governance on the GBM Basin. J. Glob South 3 1117. Springer International Publishing. Org 101186 S407280 15000257. JAN 2010. Why Negotiate? Asymmetric Endowments, Asymmetric Power and the Invisible Nexus of Water, Trade and Power that Brings Apparent Water Security. In AAJ Transboundary Water Management, Principles and Practice. London, 1326. LR 1992, India-Nepal Relations Continuity and Change. Asian 3298-15829. Available at Ye. Barnaby W. 2009, Do Nations Go to War Over Water? Nature 458, 723-6282-283. Org 101038458282. T. Siegfried T. 2012, Climate Change and International Water Conflict in Central Asia. J. Peace Res 49-1227-239. Sage Publications. Org 10117700223433 11425843M, 2008, Revisiting the Agreement. Lessons for Nepal Water Diplomacy. IDSA Comment, DefStud Anal India 22. AK 2011, Cooperation or Conflict in Transboundary Water Management, Case Study of South Asia. J56 4662 670. Taylor and Francis. MNP 2012, Shared Rivers and Conflict, A Reconsideration. Pollitt 30, 18519-527. Org 101016J2012-12001. L. 1998, Regulation of the Uses of International Watercourses. In SM. L. International Watercourses, Enhancing Cooperation and Managing Conflict. Proceedings of a World Bank Seminar. The World Bank, 316. JS 2016, Roles, Rights, and Responsibilities in Water Governance. World 179, 382, 112. Org 10117700-438-200, 17690-944. B. 1995, Severe Water Crisis Ahead for Nations in Next 2 Decades. NY Times 1013. Available at COM 19950, 810 World Severe Water Crisis Ahead for Nations in Next 2 Decades. JW 2001. The Customary International Law of Transboundary Fresh Waters. J. Glob Environ Issues 1342-64305. L.J. E. J. Wolf A. 2017. Assessment of Transboundary River Basins for Potential Hydropolitical Tensions. Glob Environ 453546. DN 2009. Historical Eye View. In D. Pun S. The Nepal-India Water Relationship, Challenges. Springer, Netherlands, 1168. A. S. 2013. A Gendered Critique of Transboundary Water Management. Fem Rev 103, 199-119. Nature Publishing Group. //.org/101057/.201224. J. 1998. The Notion of Public Participation in International Environmental Law. Environ Law 8151. Oxford Publishing Limited, England. Furlong K. 2006. Hidden Theories, Troubled Waters, International Relations, The Territorial Trap, and the Southern African Development Community's Transboundary Waters. Pollitt 25-4, 38-458. NP Al 2006. Conflicts over Shared Rivers, Resource Scarcity or Fuzzy Boundaries. Pollitt 25-4-3, 61-382. PH 1993. Water and Conflict, Fresh Water Resources and International Security. 18179-112. The MIT Press. Homer T.F. 1994. Environmental Scarcities and Violent Conflict, Evidence from Cases. 191540. The MIT Press. Org 10230-7253-9147. International Law Association, ILA 2004. Berlin Rules on Water Resources. Report of the 71st Conference, Berlin. International Law Association, London, 334-421. HB 2013. Nepal's Border Relations with India and China. Eurasia, Rev 416375. VBS 2012. History of Population Migration in Nepal. S. 2011. Water Resource Disputes, Conflict and Cooperation in Drainage Basins. J. World Peace, 28 380-1110. Org Stable 232666720. N. A. 2007. Public Participation in Transboundary Water Management. In Amsterdam Conference on the Human Dimensions of Global Environmental Change. Mr. 1995. Rivers of Conflict, Rivers of Peace. J. 49, 1123, 144. Temporary Publisher. Available at Org Stable 24357445. S. 1998. The UN Convention on the Law of the Non-Navigational Uses of International Watercourses, Prospects and Pitfalls. In SM. L. International Watercourses, Enhancing Cooperation and Managing Conflict. Proceedings of a World Bank Seminar. The World Bank, 1728. M. C. 2018. Monitoring of Transboundary Water Cooperation. Review of Sustainable Development Goal Indicator 652 Methodology. J. 563, 112. L. R.G. 1999. Openness, Sustainability, and Public Participation. New Designs for Transboundary River Basin Institutions. J. Environ 83258-306. Sage Publications, Org 10117710, 7049659900, 800304. Ministry of Water Resources, India, 2012, National Water Policy, 2012. Government of India. Org 101061 ASCE, 10523928, 81988114408. J.D. J.C. Wolf A.T. 2017. International Water Conflict and Cooperation, Challenges and Opportunities. Water 4221-05120. Org 10-108002, 50806020, 1712766041. BAM, M 2007 Urban Growth in Nepal, Does Location Matter? Urban Stud 44569, 15937. Sage Publications. Org 10-108000, 420980, 701258118. M 2012, Water Wars in 21st Century, Speculation or Reality. J. Sustain Soch 4310. Org 10-1504, IJSSOC 20, 12044658. Rogers P. Hall Law 2003 Effective Water Governance, 7. Stockholm. SMA 2007, The Helsinki Rules, the UN Watercourses Convention and the Berlin Rules, Perspectives on International Water Law. J. Water, 2346-25640. Org 10-10800, 7900620, 701488562. SMA 2007b, The United Nations Watercourses Convention 10 years later. Why has its entry into force proven difficult? Water 32, 1-115. Taylor and Francis. M. 2000, The Beginnings of Israeli Resettlement Assistance to Nepal, 1961-965. M. and A. P. Hare, Foreign Experts in Unsustainable Development, Applying Israeli Experience to Zambia, Nigeria and Nepal, 129-151. S. 2017, Villages along the India-Nepal border are fighting over water from the river, scroll in. Available at Scroll in Article 836365. Villages along the India-Nepal border are fighting over water from the river. Access 26 March 2020. PM 2017, A Dehydrated Villages Himalayan Uncertainties. Challenges for Equitable Water Allocations in the Marginalized Rivers, shared by India and Nepal. PM 2017b, Inundated Villages Drown Futures. UK 2016, Riverine Neighborhood, Hydropolitics in South Asia. Pentagon Press, New Delhi. STOA RB, 2012, Harmonizing International Water Law, Current Challenges and Future Prospects. In Legal Instruments for the Implementation of Sustainable Development, II. Available at Com Abstract 2417031. Swain A. 2015 Water Wars. In Wright J.D. Eade, International Encyclopedia of the Social and Behavioral Sciences. 2nd edition, 25 2nd. 443, 447. Org 10-10-16B97800-80 97086-8910-870. S. 1999, Movement of Population Between India and Nepal, Emerging Challenges. Strat Anal 23, 5777-789. Org 10-10-8009-700, 16990-8455083. HPW, NP, H. 2000, Shared Rivers and Interstate Conflict. Pollitt 198971, 996. Org 10-10-16S09-62629, 8000038X. UNECE, 2014, Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes, amended. Available at Org Dam Env Documents 2013 Watt ECEMP Watt 41. United Nations, 2019, Status of Treaties, Convention on the Law of the Non-Navigational Uses of International Watercourses, United Nations Treaty Collection. New York. Available at Treaties.org. Pages view details treaty, and no XXVII 12 and Chapter 27 and N. United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, 1992, Report of the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, 3-14 June 1992, Official Records. New York, United Nations. UN Water 2008, Transboundary Waters, Sharing Waters, Sharing UN Water Thematic Paper. Available at unwater.org. BC 2003, India-Nepal Relations, Dynamics, Issues and Problems. South Asian, 10-257-274. K 2012, Transboundary Water Governance, Lessons for South Asia. GWF Discussion, Paper 1233. Canberra. Available at org 201200903 Transboundary Water. A 2018, Paddling Upstream Transboundary Water Politics in South Asia. Carnegie, India. Warner J. 2008, Contested, Hydraulic Control and Security in Turkey. Water Altern 122, 71-288. Warner J. M. N. 2014, How Soft Power Shapes Transboundary Water Interaction. In RQL Global Water, Issues and Insights. ANU Press, Canberra, 5056. KO 2010, Late Developers and the Inequity of Equitable Utilization and the Harm of Do No Harm. Water 3567, 7717. Org 10-108002, 5080602010533345. M. 1973, The Political Demography of Nepal. Asian 1366-17630. University of California Press. Org 10230-72642967. Wolf A.T., 1998, Conflict and Cooperation Along International Waterways. Water Policy, 12251-265. Wolf A.T., 2000, Territory in the Jordan Basin, Water, War and Arab-Israeli Peace Negotiations. In Water in the Middle East, A Geography of Peace. University of Texas Press, Austin, USA, 63120. Wolf A.T., 2007, Shared Waters, Conflict and Cooperation. Rev Environ, 32-41269. Annual Reviews. M. 2003, Is Public Participation a Rule of the Law of International Watercourses? J 43, 1137-183. S. Wolf A.T., M. 2001, Conflict and Cooperation over International Resources, Indicators and Findings of the Basins at RISR 1. J. A. M. Water, 3911091126. Available at Research Basins at Risk Bar Chapter 4% 52 Publication, 638D6B 51 420B, 4 AC3 BC9 CB 810 A7 C148 A7. M. Warner J. 2006, Hydrohegemony, A Framework for Analysis of Transboundary Water Conflicts. Water Policy, 854-35-460. IWA Publishing. H. 2016, Indian Water Disputes, The Coming Water Wars. Wires Water 32-155-166. John and Sons. Org 10-1002 Watt 2-1123. 13. Navigating a Transboundary Terrain in a Delta, Water Governance, Lives and Livelihoods in the Region of India and Bangladesh. Is D. Scholar in Hokkaido University, Graduate School of Environment Science, Japan, and currently working on urban flood risk and ecosystem trade-off in Kolkata, India. He formerly worked as a research associate, cum co. at the Gujarat Institute of Disaster Management, leading the capacity development activities to multi-layer government and non-governmental stakeholders, including public health professionals, and played a pivotal role in course curriculum development. Previously, he contributed to the JTSDS, Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, led project focused on extreme heat and coping strategies, granted by GDPC. He is trained and professionally involved in the areas of nature and human-induced disaster risk management, sustainable development and urban governance, risk-informed development, applying geospatial technologies, and future-oriented capacity building. Is currently a curriculum developer for social science at Lead Group, where she designs holistic, future-ready curricula aimed at cultivating 21st-century skills among students. She is a former Teach for India Fellow, where she taught in a low-income private school and focused on the holistic development of underprivileged children, with a strong emphasis on leadership and equity in education. Her work is grounded in community engagement and resilience building to empower children to navigate complex social realities. Prior to this, she served as a government consultant with the Department of School Education, Government of Tamil, contributing to large-scale education reform initiatives. Her professional interests lie at the intersection of curriculum design, equity in education, and social transformation. 13.1 Introduction. It is well known that deltas have a unique ecosystem and are dynamic landforms at the land-water boundary, involving intricate mazes of rivers and small waterways, wetlands, estuaries, and coastal barrier islands. Delta regions across the world experience vulnerabilities of different kinds, and although the nature and form of vulnerabilities differ, deltas in Asia are considered most at risk, as they face the most serious challenges in terms of human vulnerability caused by a combination of relative sea level rise and population pressures, and sometimes poor delta governance. Al. 2015. Globally, 60% of transboundary basins lack formal cooperative arrangements, and the existing treaties along this line have proved to be weak in areas of mandate, resources, design, and the enforcement mechanisms. The situation is even worse for the transboundary aquifers, with only 6 internally accepted aquifer agreements. Transboundary Water Governance, 2016. Mangrove region between India and Bangladesh. Source L. 2023. While 40% ND of the land lies in Indian territory, around 60% falls under Bangladesh. This saline, swampy land constitutes the lower part of the Padma, Brahmaputra River basin in the southeastern part of West Bengal, northeastern state of India, and lower river basin in southern Bangladesh. It stretches in a west-east direction along the Bay of Bengal from the eastern edge of river in India to the western edge of river in Bangladesh for about 260, 2020. It reaches nearly 80, 2020, inward into the mainland. It is crisscrossed by several tidal rivers, in both the countries, making the land even more saline. The is internationally recognized by the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, as a World Heritage Site since 1987 in Bangladesh, and heritage status was accorded to the Indian region in 1997. However, to what extent such recognition actually protects the ecology as well as the communities of the region continues to remain a matter of question and debate. Crisscrossed by several rivers across the international boundary between India and Bangladesh, the constitutes an important case study for transboundary water governance. However, management of the transboundary waters is becoming increasingly difficult in the face of complex social and environmental changes. Further, transboundary water governance and related issues cannot be studied in isolation, separate from the challenges posed by climate change and other developments in the region. It is well acknowledged that climate change has serious impacts on water with abrupt variability in precipitation, increasing flood and drought risks, rendering the local population vulnerable on several counts. This paper explores these aspects of transboundary water governance in the context of and related socio-cultural impacts on the population inhabiting the region. 13.2 Tensions around transboundary water governance in South Asia. Globally, over the years, transboundary governance, especially among riparian states, has posed a significant challenge. The policies and agreements substantially depend on international collaborations and play a significant role in bilateral and multilateral ties. However, the inclusion of local riparian communities in decision-making, or inclusive development, has been ignored by the national and international leadership. This further leads to incongruous impacts on livelihoods, socio-cultural sustainability, local governance, and ecosystem practices of the transboundary region. The neglect of local traditional knowledge by the state in transboundary approaches increases the likelihood of multidimensional vulnerability, enhancing environmental migration, poverty, and the negative impact on indigenous ways of living, and intense conflicts regarding water sharing. Many would argue that the emerging risks and increasing vulnerabilities are due to a lack of cooperation among the riparian countries in the context of transboundary water conflicts worldwide. One of the critical concerns in transboundary water governance in Asia pertains to the Mekong Basin. China, a major political power, is involved in building dams to fulfill the energy and water requirements for growing industries in the region, and a similar approach is followed by comparatively small but industrially strong Vietnam. On the other hand, economically poor countries like Laos and Cambodia are far behind in harnessing water resources for their development. Though Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam have agreements in place with respect to water governance and Mekong River Commission, MRC, the emerging problem of unequal water resource distribution for fishing and industrialization further creates adverse impacts on the livelihoods of native inhabitants and put pressure on various developmental aspects. Al. 2006. In Africa, groundwater distribution and its increasing demand in the sector due to arid and semi-arid climate is a common phenomenon. UNESCO has found more than 38 groundwater blocks which are situated in transboundary regions, and every riparian country makes claims for the utilization of aquifers. The lack of strong transnational cooperation and governance creates hostility in the region, and influential countries take advantage of their power to extract more water, compared to riparian states. The shrinking of Lake Victoria and Chad are among the major concerns due to imprudent transboundary governance in the region, which push some low-income countries into further poverty, considering the nature of existing vulnerabilities in the region. 2006. In South Asia, observing the long rivalry between Nepal, India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan over water distribution, organizations such as the World Bank Group, 2014, began to intervene in water governance of the Ganga, Brahmaputra GBM, basin since mid-2000s with one of the most ambitious projects called the South Asia Water Initiative, SAWI. Yet neither SAWI nor any international policy of more developed countries, such as Australia and UK, have been able to improve water governance in this region. 2019. The South Asian region has always been considered strategically important worldwide, since significant players like China and India are considered more aggressive in expanding their water resources utilization strategy. For that, many times, both countries have seen military conflict. Bangladesh has always accused India of being hostile in the context of the GBM basin water sharing, despite the Ganga Water Treaty that has been in place since 1996. India has issues with Nepal for restricting water flow in the upper riparian region. Conflicts between India-Pakistan regarding Indus water share pose significant barriers for collaborative transboundary water governance in the area. The 2016 report of the UN Environment and associated organizations assessed the GBM basin as the most vulnerable delta in the world, based on more than 15 key indicators including water quantity, governance, socioeconomic vulnerability, and ecological impact. 2018. Spread over 10,000, the UNESCO has recognized that biodiversity-enriched site in India and Bangladesh is vulnerable to climate change. It is a coastal land, comprising a cluster of several islands, crisscrossed by numerous tidal rivers that experience frequent cyclonic storms, the most recent one being Cyclone, which made landfall on 20th May, 2020. Cyclone-induced floods as well as recurring tidal and riverine floods. The threat of climate change is, however, a consequence of both natural and human factors. Al. 2020, Zai. Since the fall in a transboundary region, the challenges of governance are compounded. A detailed analysis of some of the key indicators of vulnerability of the region is presented in the next section. 13.3 Transboundary challenges in the 13.3.1 The unique topography of India and Bangladesh and nature of conflicts. Although the delta fall under the jurisdiction of two sovereign states, India and Bangladesh, its ecosystem is contiguous with the same flora, fauna, water and landforms. The vulnerability of the population is also similar. The landmass undergoes continual change with the actions of the tidal rivers like one of the largest rivers, and over time, the river Ganga is also meandering eastwards, resulting in increased sedimentation and reducing inflow in the region. 2021. Bangladesh and India share a close relationship in terms of bilateral ties. The two countries are very closely related to each other in terms of economy, environment, and a common culture, with the two countries having a shared history. Historically, prior to 1947, Bangladesh was a part of India. Further after the partition of India and Pakistan, the region was called East Pakistan. India played a very important role in securing the independence of East Pakistan from West Pakistan and the creation of Bangladesh in 1971. However, the contemporary situation has become more complex, as both India and Bangladesh experience some degree of tension ranging from water disputes, illegal migration of Bangladeshis into India, as well as due to religious strife. Water-related disputes are prominently visible in the northern part of the state of West Bengal, in India and Bangladesh. These pertain to the distribution of the water of river, where the conflict has been ongoing for over a decade. Bangladesh has expressed concern over India's policies on. In the most recent virtual summit held in 2020, the two countries discussed ways to boost trade, investments and transportation links, diplomatically avoiding the water issue of DW 2021. However, the region experiences transboundary conflicts and challenges. The vast open border in a delta, with no distinct water division between the two countries, often results in fishermen facing legal action for straying into international waters. Secondly, the unique species of like the Royal Bengal tiger, birds of kingfisher groups, swamps, gray-headed fishing eagle, masked finfoot and so on, are under threat from pirates and hunters. Finally, there is both human and cattle trafficking, as the means of livelihoods are limited, and the large majority of the population remains poor and vulnerable. 13.3.2 Vulnerability of the population. About 4.5 and 7.5 million people inhabit the Indian and Bangladesh parts of the, respectively, and 2018. The people living in the region are mainly dependent on fishing, collecting honey, bee wax, tanning, and other forest products. This population happens to be among the in South Asia and extremely vulnerable. 2020. Reduction of is affecting the human population, as well as the flora and fauna of the place. While these are some of the natural factors, human activities also play a very significant role in destroying the fragile ecosystem of. A large proportion of the population is dependent on agriculture and fishing for their livelihood. One of the most significant impacts of climate change here is the increased soil salinity. Further, construction of embankments along the rivers to protect the land from periodic flooding during monsoons, construction of upstream dams, of the forest products, especially the mangroves, the clearing of forests for agricultural purposes and urban and industrial pollution have significantly affected the landscape of the region. These have an adverse impact on the topography, water supply, sedimentation, and hydrology of the region. Areas in red would be below water level by 2050. Source sea level rise map and coastal flood tool, Climate Central, 2021-1. This implies that a great proportion of the human population is exposed to high-risk conditions, and the land may even get submerged completely in the next few decades. Serdar, and 2023. The overall topography is also highly vulnerable due to inefficient disaster risk management and weak governance in the region. The inefficiency may be on account of a system of patronage between local and state powers, where the relationship between communities and government is defined by doles given in form of relief packages or monetary support majorly. There are several instances of neglecting the communities in decision-making and instead patronizing them with cash in the aftermath of disaster events. The super cyclone in the region saw a huge political mess both in India and Bangladesh, and affected people were made even more vulnerable due to weak governance. Al. 2023. A strong case needs to be made for community-based disaster risk reduction interventions in this region that is frequently ravaged by cyclones. 1333 Cooperation between India and Bangladesh on climate change issues. Environmental diplomacy. Since the two countries share environmental concerns, there is considerable scope for environmental diplomacy. The governments of India and Bangladesh signed a Memorandum of Understanding (MOU) in 2011 on conservation of, and it was executed under the aegis of the Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change of the two countries. A joint working group, JWG, was also formed to look into the implementation of the actions listed in the MOU. Two actions in the MOU were related to climate change, one of which was undertaking research to develop a common and shared understanding of impacts of climate change, and the other was related to the capacity building of field-level forest officials on climate change adaptation. Danda 2019. Both countries recognized the need for monitoring and conserving a home to a large variety of rare species of flora and fauna, and one that also acts as a barrier protecting the mainland of both the countries from flooding, tidal waves, and cyclones. The two countries recognized that they must adopt strategies for joint management and joint monitoring of resources. They agree that the ecosystem is greatly influenced by the human population and settlement inhabiting the region, and they delineated the human settlements of this region in both the countries for better management of livelihood problems, damages by flooding and related disasters, man-animal conflict and pollution, and monitor depletion of the resources. The two countries also agreed to conduct an exercise to identify and catalog the diversity of flora and fauna and their spatial distribution in. Another important aspect of the MOU was that both the parties agreed to carry out research to develop a common shared understanding of the impacts of climate change and develop adaptation strategies that can be implemented. Ministry of External Affairs, GOI 2011. However, it was observed that there was hardly any capacity at the field level for climate change adaptation, and no joint training on the subject was conducted in the region of the two countries. The level of achievement was minimal because the JWG met only once between 2011 and 2016. It took almost 5 years to convene the first meeting. Further, the MOU of 2011 fails to engage with the core climate change issues threatening the population on both sides of the sea level rise, coastal flooding, loss of land, and severe cyclones are merely mentioned on paper. However, in reality, these are lagging far behind what was expected. Danda 2019. Current environmental concerns neglect climate change, which in turn renders the local communities increasingly vulnerable, severely impacting their livelihood. 2011. Therefore, it is imperative that the two countries pay more attention to it and consider the creation of an effective collaborative process for mitigation measures based on science and local wisdom as a transboundary effort. This transboundary ecosystem and the population residing here continues to suffer from the adverse effects of climate change-related issues, which hampers lives and livelihoods and impacts the culture of the communities. In other words, a more robust transboundary agreement is the need of the hour in order to protect the land from further degradation and to protect communities living in the region. 1334 Localized transboundary conflict and impacts on the inhabitants. Given that the natives have low literacy and minimal legal awareness about the nuances that govern a transboundary region, fishermen inadvertently foray into international waters and experience criminal penalization. Therefore, people's participation in policymaking, generating awareness through workshops about the significance of a biosphere reserve and a tiger reserve, is an urgent need that both the countries need to respond to. Problems faced by fisher communities in Source Survey Report on Case Study, NDAS 2015. Conflict over access rights also occurs when the fishers of bordering nations, Myanmar and India, enter Bangladesh's territorial waters or vice versa, and become involved in conflict with local fishers. This type of transboundary conflict comes to the fore when the border security force of the neighboring nation seizes boats and nets and arrests fishers, claiming that they entered territorial waters illegally. These incidents are made more frequent because of unresolved issues of boundary demarcation at sea. 1335 Issues of industrial developments affecting the water ecosystem and community resistance. The industrial development initiatives of both the countries near the bank of and Padma River led to community resistance over in region. The government of both sides tried to enforce rules that no industrialization shall take place within 10 of, however, multiple cement factories, leather industry and processing units were built near this ecologically critical area, ECA of. Port area in Bangladesh is the hub of more than 150 industries of such category, which was built amidst concerns of ecological crisis that leads to water pollution in region, making it unsustainable for aquatic species and local communities. Poll 2018. The Bangladesh-India Friendship Power Company BIFPCL led initiative of coal power plant raised tension in the region of both countries considering significant water-air pollution, loss of ecosystem. The UNESCO-led team evaluated the project of coal power plant, which was identified as harmful despite the push for the coal power plant. Local communities and activists resisted the government for a long time, and the sole reason was the unique ecosystem of, as an irreplaceable asset 3. 1336 Issues in the protection of Royal Bengal tigers, amidst increasing commercial trade through waterways. The encounter rate of human sign and sightings were higher near the edges of the forest and overall higher in Bangladesh, which is further exacerbated by the usage of river channels for transportation of commercial vehicles. Barges and ships of cargo usually move through the creeks and river channels, mainly in the Bangladesh side, and create barriers in the movement of tigers. One of the largest populations of tigers are found here, and has been facing increasing threat. The report calls for regulation of transboundary collaboration and regulation of cargo in order to protect the movement of tigers. 2020. Piracy is also common from the sea route. Pirates are active mainly in the Bangladesh side of these 2022. Several pirate gangs have been identified by the Bangladeshi government. Such gangs have been known to operate a very lucrative business with impunity in the region, causing losses to the exchequer. All this poses serious hurdles for the local communities who face suspicion and harassment at the hands of the authorities. 13.4 Conclusion. The Ganges-Brahmaputra Delta, GBMD, is one of the world's largest, 1,000,002, and most dynamic deltas draining land in Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, India, and Nepal. As stated earlier, the delta covers most of Bangladesh and part of West Bengal, India, with many of the 147 million people, in the year 2000, living in the delta, under extreme poverty and facing multiple challenges. The case study of is an example in the context of global transboundary conflicts that raises difficult and challenging questions around development, governance, and policy making. Worldwide delta systems are under threat from sea level rise, cyclones, river flooding, storm surges, rapid urbanization, agricultural overuse and pollution, salinization, sediment starvation, coastal erosion, and natural and man-made subsidence. Following 2013, Comprehensive Global Delta Sustainability Initiative that promotes awareness, science integration, data and knowledge sharing, and development of decision support tools for an effective dialogue between scientists, managers, and policymakers is recommended. This is the only way that regions which are regarded as hot spots of vulnerability and change, can become again Seedbeds of Sustainability and Resilience. The authors would like to gratefully acknowledge the anonymous reviewer and Prof. for their valuable suggestions to improve the quality of the paper. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: J. 2020, A Web of Vulnerabilities, Poor Livelihoods and Cyclones in Region, India. In J. Ed, Disaster Studies. Springer Nature, Singapore. P. 2019. Bangladesh claims Indian fishermen, the ban on catching Hilsa fish and BSF men intruded. National Herald, October 18. Available at Com. International. Bangladesh claims Indian fishermen, the ban on catching Hilsa fish and men intruded. R. 2009. Local People and the Global Tiger, An Environmental History of the Glob. Environ 2 372 95. Org 10.3.19720090200304. Danda A. Ed, 2010, Future Imperfect Climate Adaptation Report. WWF India. Danda A. 2019, Environmental Security in the Current Climate Change Era, Strengthening India-Bangladesh Cooperation. Observer Research Foundation. Org Research Environmental Security in the Current Climate Era, Strengthening India-Bangladesh Cooperation, 57191S, Wheeler D. M.I. S. A.T. 2020, Coping with Climate Change in International Development in Focus, World Bank Group. Google Scholar. WFE T. A. Van C. Van T. H. Ellen G. J. Van Gent M. G. B. 2015, Vulnerability Assessment of Deltas in Transboundary River Basins. In Delta Alliance Contribution to the Transboundary Water Assessment Program, River Basins Assessment. Delta Alliance Report 9. Delta Alliance International, Delft, the Netherlands. DW 2021, Why Bangladesh-India Friendship is Under Pressure. DW Made for Minds. Retrieved 2021, from Com and India Bangladesh Ties, a 56473457. Eco-Business, 2016, UNESCO investigates environmental impact of coal plant. Eco-Business, April 1, available at Eco-Business.com. News. UNESCO investigates environmental impact of coal plant, 2013. A vision for a coordinated international effort on Delta sustainability. Conference Proceedings. B.M. 2018, The Transboundary Mangroves, India and Bangladesh. The Wetland Book. Link Springer.com 10100 7978 9400 7400 1326. P. 2019, Transboundary Water Governance and International Actors in South Asia. The Ganges-Brahmaputra Basin, Studies in Water Resource Management, First. P. K. M. Borby, N. Fitz S. R. 2006, National Interests and Transboundary Water Governance in the Mekong. Mekong Resource Centre, Danish International Development Assistance, The University of Sydney. A.H. F. M. M.M. 2023, Mapping Inundation from Sea Level Rise and its Interaction with Land Cover in the Mangrove Forest. 176.8. Org 101007, S10584023035745. H. M. Islam T. MZ ZU C. 2021, Paradigm Shift in the Management of the Mangrove Forest of Bangladesh, Issues and challenges. Trees for People 51000094. Org 101016J202-11000094. Ministry of External Affairs, GOI 2011. MOU between India and Bangladesh on conservation of the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Retrieved 2021 from in bilateral documents 5141 MOU plus between plus India plus and plus Bangladesh plus on plus conservation plus of plus the plus N. A does B 2015 Environmental Legislations and Livelihood Conflicts of Fishermen in Asian Profile, India. E.K. Belton B. K. 2014 Communication Strategies for Managing Coastal Fisheries Conflicts in Bangladesh. 6573. S. 2011 India-Bangladesh, Saving the Gateway House. Retrieved 2021 from an India-Bangladesh Saving K. 2020. Retrieved 2021 from Britannica.com Place. Poll T. 2018 Rapid poses pollution risk to the South Asia Journal. Net Rapid N poses pollution risk to the SA 2022, January 17. The Untold Stories of Pirate-Free. Eurasia Review. Com 170-12022, The Untold Stories of Pirate-Free Roy C. I 2017, Economics of Climate Change in the Indian. Global Business Review. Journals Com Description GBR. Serdar P. SR 2023, Long-Term Ecological Vulnerability Assessment of Indian Region under Present and Future Climatic Conditions under CMIP 6 Model. Eco-Inform 7610-2140. Org 1010-16J2023102-2140. W 2006, Econ Store, Transboundary Water Management in Africa, Challenges for Development Cooperation. Econ Store. Handle 10419199146. S. M.J. Roy D. 2023, After Cyclone, Politics of Climate Change in Contempt South Asia 30, 122-22-235. Org 10108009584935202322, 02322-03903. J 2020, India, Bangladesh to use waterways carefully so as not to disturb movement of tigers. Report. Hindustan Times. Com India News India, Bangladesh to use waterways carefully so as not to disturb movement of tigers. Report story, DFY 838RL. World Bank Group. 2014. Building Resilience for Sustainable Development of the Strategy Report English. Washington, D.C., World Bank Group. Documents org curated N87935, 14682, 597482207. Transboundary Water Governance. 2016. Transboundary Water Governance. Org Content Documents 04 WaterGo. A 2018, Paddling Upstream, Transboundary Water Politics in South Asia. Carnegie, India. Org 20181010, Paddling Upstream Transboundary Water Politics in South Asia, Pub 77298. Wildlife Institute of India and of India, 2018, Status of Tigers in the Landscape Bangladesh and India. Of India. In Images, Documents Publications, Status Tigers, Landscape India Bangladesh. AGPBCKMNS 2021, A Story of River Gunga, Reconstructing the Digital.com. Digital.com publication, I724539, an article id. 41334545, and view article browser. Available at Climate Central Threats from Antarctic Ice Loss. See 2019. See Ecobusiness 2016. Shifting Lands, Flowing Waters. 1. Building Bridges Over Troubled Waters, Towards Risk-Informed Transboundary Water Governance. is senior professor with the School of Disaster Studies, Institute of Social Sciences, TISS, Mumbai. She has her doctoral degree from the School of Environmental Sciences, University of East, Norwich, UK. With over 40 years of experience in the field of community organization and social development, Prof. S work focuses on disaster studies, gender issues, environmental concerns, democratic governance, and on addressing diverse forms of marginalization and vulnerability. Prof. is one of the editors of this book. Currently, she is working on a research project with the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, and also engaged in a unique training with the Indian Army on climate and disaster risk assessment of infrastructure projects. For more details, see Note on Editors. Is an educator, researcher, and author, exploring the intersections of gender, disaster management, climate change, sustainability, and women's. Holding a D in Women's Studies from the Institute of Social Sciences, her academic journey includes an institutional gold medal in gender studies and a rich tapestry of interdisciplinary expertise. She has led impactful projects such as infusing gender consciousness in disaster pedagogies, supported by the GRRIPP, Gender Responsive Resilient Intersectionality in Policy and Praxis, Consortium, University College and London, and the University of Dhaka. This initiative integrates gender, intersectionality, and social inclusion into disaster management frameworks, reflecting her commitment to socially responsive scholarship. Her doctoral work critically examines water rights and spatial justice among Adivasi women in Maharashtra, contributing to feminist geographies and decentralized governance discourses. With nearly 12 years of overall experience across risk management, gender studies, disaster management, teaching and curriculum development, Dr. has designed courses on gender, vulnerability, and climate risk for adult learners. Her writings on disaster settings, gender-sensitive DRR, and sustainable development appear in publications like the Economic and Political Weekly, Springer, as well as the South Asia blog of the London School of Economics. Most recently, her research paper on gender, tribal women, and the environment will appear in the prestigious Oxford Research of Natural Hazard Science. A recognized voice in academia and creative spaces, she has received numerous accolades, including the Commonwealth Short Story Prize and invitations as a speaker, and as at the Melbourne Writers' Festival. She was an invited awardee of the Writers in Immersion and Cultural Exchange Fellowship by the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, RMIT, Melbourne, and traveled to Indonesia and Australia to write and speak about her work. Her work in national conferences and collaborations underscore her dedication to inclusive and transformative education and policy. 1.1 Introduction: Transboundary Governance of Water and Disasters. Transboundary rivers basins traverse across and connect multiple nation-states, inextricably creating pathways for shared ecological futures that demand cooperation. These complex riverine systems aid agriculture, livelihoods, energy production, and are the primary sources for riparian communities on all sides of the human-made borders. Going beyond economically deterministic imaginations of benefits from transboundary rivers, it is important to recognize that these river basins house rich biodiversity that provides significant ecosystem services that support the socioeconomic development and well-being of humanity. The political calculations of capitalism, combined with the colonial and post-colonial legacy that privileges structural measures or engineering fixes on rivers for irrigation and creation of hydropowers, need attention. The governance architecture of the various nation-states that share common hydrological resources, such as aquifers, create policies and laws that serve the interests of capitalists, but remain apathetic to the dependence of the poor and marginalized on these water bodies for livelihoods and food security. On account of this, regulatory systems are top-down, technocratic, and contested spaces where communities struggle for recognition of their rights. Such contestations, by communities coupled with institutional ennui create great complexities that can sometimes turn into geopolitical risks. Transboundary water governance, therefore, extends beyond traditional methodologies of state-initiated diplomacy efforts and includes a range of both formal and informal network of non-state actors, including civil society organizations, rural action groups, academic and research institutes, developmental agencies, and other community-led advocacy groups that work in the areas of river basin conservation and rights of riparian communities. This evolving and dynamic arena requires policy measures to be cognizant of interests of diverse groups. A thorough understanding of these dynamics is necessary to ensure equitable and effective water governance in a complex, multi-actor environment. Transboundary water basins are fraught with a range of issues. Riparian communities of different nations sharing these troubled waters experience devastating consequences of diplomatic deficits and extreme weather events. More than ever before, it is necessary to strengthen governance of transboundary water basins by building collaborative and cooperative bridges between and among water actors, all stakeholders, communities, local, national, and international governments. Such proactive diplomatic efforts to build bridges over troubled waters will pave the way for risk-informed transboundary water governance. Where is Earth's water source? United States Geological Survey, Special Topics, Water Science School Science, Where Earth's Water. UNECE Org Dam Env Documents 2017-05, May 16-18 Workshop, 4.1 Transboundary Water Governance. As neoliberalism takes newer forms, capital seeks new terrains for profitable investment. As L. 2022 argue, river systems worldwide are subjected to multiple forms of domestication, enclosure, erasure, and pollution on an unprecedented planetary scale. P2. How then do power asymmetries influence inequitable outcomes among riparian communities, the ones that are most vulnerable and most dependent on water for survival? This raises the question of rights and water justice. Further, unbridled pursuit of environmentally insensitive, water-wasteful mining and agricultural practices, exploitative industrial practices have brought us closer to the sixth mass extinction, 2020. These, combined with the newer aspects of global climate change, has defined the water challenge of the 21st century. We are also clear that developments in water sciences and engineering alone have not delivered adequately to engage this challenge, and there is a strong need to consider the social dynamics, cultural, and heritage issues towards more holistic responses and solutions, those which combine local knowledge and scientific advancements in hydrology and biodiversity, and also address diverse transboundary challenges. Water risks are diverse and varied, and therefore water responsibilities must be shared through prolonged and sustained cooperation between communities, regions, and nations that share common water bodies and sources. It is in this context that community-led cross-border sharing of water assumes significance. A nation's sovereignty is intrinsically embedded in questions of resources shared across the border. This brings into question water rights of communities settled along national borders. What should be the role of the international community in responding to such rights? How do changing climate and disasters affect water bodies and sources and river basins? What kind of governance and planning are needed? The paper will discuss aspects. The chapter further interrogates the liberal frame of free markets, where water is treated as a commodity, a resource, and not valued as source of life itself. Perspectives that help create pathways to social and environmental justice are discussed. It argues that transboundary water governance must integrate an iterative risk-informed approach that identifies and mitigates water risks at all stages of policy planning and implementation, while being cognizant of the roles of water users and water actors in the region. An analysis of risk, framed within processes of transboundary water governance, will strengthen community resilience and positively contribute to building adaptive capacities of the community in a changing world. It will also serve to alleviate the woes of the water poor. 1.2 The Canvas. Transboundary River Basins, Disasters and Risk-Informed Planning. 121 Climate Change, Water Crisis, Species Facing Extinction. It is well known that climate change has a profound influence on the global water cycle. The future is expected to be warmer and wetter, which will translate into natural hazards in various geographies. Many of these hazard events may be short-term or protracted or long-term, as in the case of desertification, melting of with cascading impacts, and will result in disasters affecting societies and the environment. Rivers, lakes, aquifers, the open ocean, and large marine ecosystems that sustain the biosphere contribute to the health and well-being of the world's population. Extreme weather events and disasters are becoming the new normal as societies wake up to the reality of large-scale crises, risks, and uncertainties, often caused by climate change. The recent IPCC report, 2023, indicates that temperatures have risen to 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Water-related disasters are already on the rise as they increase significantly with higher frequency of intense storms and floods, rainfall patterns, and extremes in discharge of water in rivers, prolonged droughts, variability, and shifts in precipitation patterns. These water-related disasters account for 90% of all natural disasters. Various climate change models expect these to rise, which will challenge the capacity of many nation-states to meet their domestic water demand. Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 2007. Around 1 million animal and plant species are facing extinction. Species have suffered the greatest decline, falling by 84% since 1970. According to the 2020 UN Water Development Report, around 4 billion people currently experience severe physical water scarcity for at least 1 month per year, a situation that has been exacerbated by the climate crisis. As the planet warms, water cycles are impacted, which in turn affects food security, energy production, economic development, and efforts at poverty reduction. 122 Transboundary River Basins. Many of these water systems are shared by 2 or more nations. The situation gets more complex because climate change, disasters, and water flows do not respect national boundaries, and adaptation in water management needs to be seen as a transboundary water governance issue. Al. 2017. The transboundary waters, which stretch over 71% of the planet's surface, in addition to the transboundary subsurface aquifers and the water systems entirely within the boundaries of the individual countries, comprise humanity's water heritage. Geographical spread of transboundary river basins. Source, Al. 2017. River basins across international borders are home to over 70% of the world's population and supply water for roughly 60% of global food production. IGRAC and UNESCO IHP 2015. Clearly, the world's transboundary river basins link countries in a common future, and their significance for sustaining life cannot be overemphasized. 123. Uneven distribution of fresh water and scarcity. It may be argued that there is sufficient fresh water on our planet to meet basic human needs throughout the world. However, this water is unevenly distributed. For instance, regions containing large populations, such as the Middle East, North Africa, western portions of the United States, and northern portions of China, all confront extreme shortages of fresh water. Other nations across the world, such as Pakistan, Afghanistan, and India, experience what is referred to as economic water scarcity. This arises due to insufficient investment in hydrological infrastructure to enable the capture of water in the monsoon period for use during the remaining dry period. As a result, across the globe, 1.6 billion people live under conditions of economic water scarcity. FAO 2007. By 2030, it is expected that half of the world's population will be living under conditions of water stress. World Bank 2016. As mentioned earlier, climate change will affect the availability, quality, and quantity of water for basic human needs, threatening the effective enjoyment of the human rights to water and sanitation for potentially billions of people. 75% of people without access to safe water reside in 16 countries, UNFPA 2004. The alteration of the water cycle will also pose risks for energy production, food security, human health, economic development, and poverty reduction, thus seriously jeopardizing the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, UN Water 2020. Research shows that transboundary river basins with high economic dependence on water resources, low levels of societal well-being, and high exposure to floods and droughts have the highest climate-related risks. In summary, the exhaustion and degradation of water supplies create tremendous risks to communities dependent on them. Repercussions sometimes also result in social strife and conflict. This broadens the canvas of questions around transboundary water governance. What is the diverse nature of risk? How is it perceived, understood, and analyzed in different regions? Are risks acknowledged differently at local, regional, subnational, and international levels? These are important questions and issues that several authors try to explore in their respective contributions in this book. 124. Water scarcity and conflict. Research shows that environmental, human, and agricultural water stresses often occur in the same transboundary river basins, resulting in competition for water between sectors and between countries, UNEP-DHI and UNEP 2016. In the absence of people-to-people institutional ties and arrangements, political tensions often heighten pressures and regional instability, and require years, or more commonly, decades, to resolve. For instance, the Indus Water Treaty between India and Pakistan took almost 10 years to negotiate. The bilateral Ganges Water Treaty between India and Bangladesh took over 30 years to negotiate, while the Jordan Treaty between Israel and Jordan took over 40 years to negotiate. Even the interstate waters within the same nation can be a source for conflict rather than cooperation. The dispute between two South Indian states with respect to the Kaveri water sharing has been a prolonged battle. The tussle between the downstream Tamil that uses the Kaveri waters for irrigation and the upstream Karnataka that seeks to increase irrigated agricultural land has been a source of conflict in the region. Conflicts also arise if water quality is polluted and degraded so as to be detrimental to the health of riparian lives, and Wolf 2009. Over the years, more than 450 transboundary water treaties have been signed. These instruments offer an important means to avoid, and where necessary resolve disputes between states. However, over 60% of TB river basins worldwide still lack a framework for any form of cooperative management, International Union for Conservation of Nature 2023. Thus, data and evidences from the past reveal that acute and persistent problems persist, hindering effective and just management and governance of transboundary waters, giving rise to hydropolitical tensions. Given the scope of the problems and the resources available to address them, avoiding water conflict is vital, as they can be expensive and destructive. To ensure long-term sustainable and equitable cooperation and peace, there is a need to extend water governance beyond the state actors to include non-state actors who play an important role as well. In order to establish regional cooperation, bilateral modes of collaboration that India prefers is only part of the solution and not a substitute. The questions on collaboration at what level, between whom, and for what purpose remain unclear 2007 and need to addressed in situated contexts. 125. Transboundary river basins and disasters. Further, transboundary river basins pose significant disaster risks for riparian communities on different sides of the border. For instance, the river basin KRB is a transboundary basin shared by 3 countries, China, India, and Nepal. The basin is infamous for its recurring history of flooding. Between 1954 to 2015, Nepal experienced almost 41 flooding events, while studies by the Bihar Disaster Management Authority revealed that almost 9,500 lives have been lost between 1979 and 2017. Apart from mortality losses, there have been huge socioeconomic impacts such as loss of livelihoods, mass displacement, housing and food insecurity, erosion of coping capacities, among others factors that exacerbate vulnerabilities of communities. Climate change in the KRB reveals a potential 4C increase in temperatures with expected increase in monsoon precipitation, changes in evapotranspiration that can alter hazards both upstream and downstream areas, and Gupta 2019. Similarly, flooding in the river basin, another Nepal transboundary basin too, has posed significant challenges to both nations. Cloudbursts, precipitation, glacial melts and landslides are common occurrences in the wake of climate variability and changing spatiality of these terrains. While engineering fixes such as dams and embankments are being attempted, the persistence of calamity in these regions has produced distinct and unmistakable problems that demands our critical and urgent intervention. In other parts of Asia, such as the Mekong River Basin, recurrent floods have devastated the lower Mekong countries, China, Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Thailand, among others. Transboundary disaster events are not unique to Asia. Both disasters and conflicts are common across several shared water geographies. The Nile Basin sees routine friction between the 11 riparian countries: Egypt, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Burundi, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Sudan, and South Sudan. Damage as a result of flooding is estimated at over $25 million in the rural settlements alone. However, formal cooperation in the region through the Nile Basin Initiative has enabled transboundary flood preparedness and early warning alerts for over 2 million people in the region. World Bank 2015. There exists routine water distress along the Euphrates-Tigris River Basin, shared by Iraq, Syria, and Turkey. Several irregularities along the diverse systems across the basin have proved costly for the communities dependent on the waters as recurrent floods devastate the regions. These are only a few instances of the universal character of the disaster risks in shared water geographies. Various hazards, such as the rise in relative sea levels, SLR, and human-induced changes, pose significant threats to tropical delta areas. This makes these regions more susceptible to severe flooding, cyclones, storm surges, intrusion of salinity, and other dangers, which could potentially escalate in both intensity and frequency due to climate variations. Al. 2021. Deltas are home to over 500 million people, with over 250 million people living in the three deltas of the Ganges-Brahmaputra, Mekong, and Nile rivers alone. Al. 2013. Over the last decades, flooding risks in transboundary basins and deltas have been on the rise worldwide. Fatalities caused by excessive rainfall are amplified by overflows of lakes, rivers, and dams, leading to devastating losses of life, livestock, crops, livelihood, property, critical infrastructure, wildlife, and other personal losses for people all around the basin. Years of development gains are often wiped out by a single instance of inundation. In addition to hazards and disasters, in many transboundary river basins, the risk of pollution is high and projected to increase. Relative risk for either nutrient pollution or pollution is high or very high in 218 out of 286 basins, UNEP-DHI and UNEP 2016. 126 transboundary river basins, and risk-informed water governance and planning. As stated earlier, although 2/3 of our planet is covered by water, but only 2.5% of this water is fresh. Nations across the world sharing common water sources have been struggling to maintain cooperation over shared commons. This is because water management regimes vary greatly across countries, making transboundary water management more complex and at times very challenging. The growing threats of climate-induced disasters is bound to have unprecedented and cumulative impact across the transboundary regions, which in turn may aggravate fragilities in peripheral and vulnerable geographies. The interconnectedness among countries due to social, economic, and cultural factors create a cascading effect in the aftermath of a natural hazard or any emergency across the region. Therefore, a collective approach and regional solidarity are needed to maintain access to supplies. These then are broader issues of water governance, which include infrastructure choices and management, decisions on land use, regional and spatial planning. Water governance also needs to be risk-informed, i.e., cognizant of extant risks, as also future dangers, in view of the vagaries of the changing climate. Creating a robust database on basin-wide impacts would help feed into water management policies. Al. 2017. Several factors are combining to aggravate the fresh water crisis across the world. Some argue that water has become one of the main ways we experience climate change, and opportunities that improved water management offers in terms of adaptation and mitigation need to be explored systematically. 2018. Climate change is also expected to influence the management of transboundary water sources, both in basins governed by treaties and in those lacking such contracts. Climatic variability is affecting the timing, quantity, and quality of water flowing in the basin, which can challenge a state's capacity to comply with treaty commitments. There is also potential tension between treaties, which typically fix rights and responsibilities, and climate change, which seems to demand flexibility and resilience. Water from great river systems such as the Indus, Mekong, Ganga, and the Brahmaputra are shared by different nations and have also been the source of tension and disagreement at different levels, affecting the vulnerable communities the most. There is considerable evidence of riparian communities being caught in the cycles of poverty, induced by risk and vulnerabilities. Risks are projected to increase in the next 15-30 years, particularly for 4 hotspot regions: the Middle East, Central Asia, the Ganges-Brahmaputra Basin, and the Orange and Limpopo Basins in southern Africa. Action should be taken now to reduce future costs and impacts, UNEP-DHI and UNEP 2016. Such action would include improving the governance capacity in basins with high climate-related risks. Risk-informed planning and programming, 2021, a relatively newer and emerging body of thought, calls for the integration of risk consciousness into developmental and policy planning of river basins. It should aim to fortify resilience against shocks and stresses by recognizing and addressing the root causes and drivers of risk and uncertainties. 2020. These include pre-existing vulnerabilities, lack of capacity, and exposure to various hazards that can amplify poverty. It requires a strong risk analysis of the multiple hazards faced by households and communities in the context of shared water sources. Perpetuating unmitigated risks threaten equitable preservation of water bodies. In the transboundary context, the water governance framework therefore must integrate an iterative risk-informed approach that identifies and mitigates water risks at all stages of policy planning and implementation, while being cognizant of the roles of water users and water actors in the region. In other words, an analysis of risk that informs transboundary water governance will strengthen community resilience and positively contribute to building adaptive capacities of the community in a changing world. Further, it will serve as a tool to alleviate the woes of the water poor. Risk-informed water governance as a concept not only provides national government the scope to deal with vulnerabilities in a cooperative manner, but also boosts economic opportunities, which otherwise remain relegated and insignificant in national policies. A comprehensive transboundary river governance can have components of sustainability only when policies and are risk-informed and also viewed through the kaleidoscope of cooperation. 127 Transboundary Water Governance for Equity and Regional Cooperation. Transboundary water sources are of 2 types: groundwater reserves and surface water sources. Since water is continuously in motion, issues of control, jurisdiction, and sovereignty are much more complicated as compared to static land resources, and this task is even more difficult when water sources are shared by a number of political entities. Shamir al. 2001. The Register of International Rivers listed 214 international transboundary river basins in the world in 1978, UN 1978. In a later inventory of transboundary river basins, 261 international rivers, covering 45.3% of the land surface of the Earth, were identified and listed. Wolf al. 1999, while others extended the number of transboundary river basins to 280. Shamir al. 2001. The need for regional cooperation has been underlined for decades. According to the UN Water, the interagency mechanism that coordinates the work of the United Nations surrounding sanitation and water, there are a total of 276 transboundary river basins and 200 transboundary aquifers. More than 148 countries include territory within one or more transboundary basin. About 39 countries include more than 90% of their territory within one or more transboundary basin. Besides, 21 countries are contained within one or more transboundary basin. Al. 2017. A report by UNEPDHI and UNEP 2016 states, the construction of dams and water diversions is in progress or planned in many transboundary river basins, sometimes without adequate international water cooperation instruments. While many transboundary agreements exist, more effort is needed to update them to reflect modern principles of transboundary water management, such as the obligation not to cause significant harm and the principles of cooperation and information exchange. P1. It argues that improved guidelines for siting new dams and their designs. It requires cooperation and commitment in order to ensure that they serve multiple purposes and optimize the operation of dams to maximize human benefits and minimize negative ecosystem impacts and sediment trapping. This is particularly relevant in transboundary river basins, where dams are often in upstream countries. Further, at regional and local levels, water has historically served as a traditional medium of exclusion that leads to further disenfranchisement of poor and marginal populations, including riparian communities. Governance of water thus becomes a critical tool to not only regulate water management within and across countries, but should also operate to ensure equity in the society. This calls for sensitivity to issues of equity and water justice that must be enshrined within policies and governance frameworks. Water management planning and implementation should be based on clear legal and regulatory framework offering guidance and pointers, along with mechanisms that are flexible, coherent, and in consonance with local priorities within a river basin approach. The mechanisms should include sharing of costs and benefits, which in turn would enhance mutual trust and confidence and foster collaborative learning. For example, sharing of hydrometeorological data, climate change predictions, alternate pathways towards sustainable management of waters, or even early warning systems can support policy convergence across countries and help enhance transboundary equity and justice. A political economy approach ensures a sharper focus on the struggles of river-dependent communities and points to the need to go beyond the international relations framework and acknowledge the heterogeneity of actors at multiple levels. This is discussed in the next section. 1.3 The Stage: Contextualizing Transboundary Issues Through a Political Economy Approach. Transboundary river basins are complex geographies around which the lives of riparian communities are organized. Nation-states on either side of these riverine borders regulate socioeconomic arrangements for river-dependent communities. Households that are directly dependent on river waters utilize a range of subsistence and economic activities including cooking, drinking, livestock rearing, fishing, irrigating farmlands, household chores, tourism, and transportation. Further, rivers have deep ritualistic and ceremonial meaning and may embody divinity. Traversing an array of cultural, economic, eco-social and political dimensions, river regulation, and governance surrounding water development must strike a balance between social development, ecological health, and political equilibrium in the region. Thus, a political economy approach that recognizes the interconnectedness of systems, people, habitats, culture, rights, and law is required. An intersectional and multi-pronged inquiry that is cognizant of compound socio-political identities burdened by caste, class, gender, disability, ethnicity, indigeneity, race, and language, among others, in the context of polity and international relations, must inform governance in transboundary river basins. 131. Heterogeneity of actors and inadequacy of international perspectives. The perspective offered by international relations, however, remains tardy and inadequate, for politics is a complex. Frameworks are either absent or ineffective, and do not consider the heterogeneity of actors. The of transboundary issues is not acquainted with the on-ground realities of people's lived experiences. Even as one attempts to respond to older crises, newer debates emerge. Most of the key so-called global policies on transboundary governance are limited in their scope and geographical acceptance. With many scholars, and even the International Court of Justice, arguing that the UN Water Treaty now enjoys the status of international custom, see limited application in the South Asian context. Possibly due to these pressing challenges, today, numerous transboundary river basins worldwide lack formal cooperative arrangements. Moreover, the existing transboundary water treaties and institutions are often weak in terms of their mandate, design, sources, and enforcement mechanisms. Only around one-third of multilateral basins have treaties signed by at least 3 states. Only 11 basins have treaties that include all riparians, and only about a quarter of all treaties cover the entire basin to which they apply. The situation is even worse for transboundary aquifers, where very few agreements exist. Only 6 aquifer agreements have been adopted at the international level, and 2 agreements regarding the sharing of transboundary groundwaters between sub-national local authorities. There exist more than 450 transboundary water treaties that have been signed since 1820. These instruments may transform into catalysts for regional pacifism, and which provide necessary resolution disputes between states. However, around 60% of transboundary river basins in the world today still lack any form of cooperative arrangement. UN Waters 2016. While the state actors play a very crucial role in bringing about stability and enhancing security among nations that share waters, through treaties or agreements, ensuring long-term cooperation and peace can be very challenging. State-driven interactions require strong political will and commitments from the riparian nations, which can be hard to generate and sustain. Analysis of previously signed water treaties are testament to the fact there exists significant time lag between when nations first start to impinge on each other's water planning and when agreements are finally, arduously, reached. This time lag often heightens tensions and regional instability, and requiring years, or more commonly decades, to resolve. Most of the treaties provide for a commission to ensure better management of the issues arising under the treaty. While this could be an excellent forum for a participatory engagement to bring in multiple stakeholders to the forefront, these commissions continue to be controlled by state-based actors. Some commissions allow for scientific advisors to be a part of its fold. However, in most of these treaties, the commissions were either never constituted or have been utterly unsuccessful. The Indus Water Commission was functional and has been instrumental in addressing some disputes diplomatically, but it is often influenced by the political tensions between the countries involved. Also, when water becomes a political issue, political tensions between countries can impede equitable water-sharing agreements. There always exists a possibility for this state-driven cooperation to be skewed, benefiting only the powerful riparian state. In fact, in certain cases, cooperation through asymmetrical treaties, like for the Nile, Jordan, and Ganges, has become a source of conflict rather than cooperation. Most common reasons for conflicts include divergent priorities, or conflicting policies, or incomplete or biased understanding of the benefits that could be derived from cooperation. The treaties, especially in the South Asian context, have been formulated after multiple political backlashes between the parties. Every treaty has become a matter of sensitivity owing to flaring political tempers. Thus, even a basic process of updating, modifying, or enforcing key aspects of the treaty has the potential to escalate into a full-blown international issue or a tricky domestic issue. Most of the treaties are in dire need of updation, as they focus only on the percentage of water sharing during the monsoons, or the dry period, based on the amount calculated decades ago. The water use patterns and the dependency of population on the sources has changed drastically. No efforts have been made to ensure that the treaties reflect issues such as pollution, environmental degradation, development efforts, or recurrent hazard assessments as topographies change, or even equity and social justice. And 2017 map the heterogeneity of actors around water governance and argue for inclusivity, focusing on water resource community. Effective transboundary water governance requires cooperation and commitment from all parties involved: governments, corporations, researchers, civil society organizations, and most of all, the communities, in order to ensure that transboundary governance of water resources is and remains adaptive and continues to uphold community rights and social justice. 132 Need for enhanced local participation and cooperation. And 2014 have argued that in the South Asian context, water resource development has not followed a path of sustainable development. South Asia needs to move forward with a cooperative and participatory approach on river basins and water sharing. There needs to be a regional awareness that rivers can be better harnessed through collective efforts and recognition that cooperation is essential to alleviate threats to water security. Their suggested approach for fostering cooperation is that of inclusion and dialogue that moves beyond a top-down approach. They advocate dialogue between state and non-state actors to improve transboundary water interactions. And 2014. Effective and sustainable transboundary water management is an imperative to not only support the existing population on a long-term basis, but also for the significantly larger population that will have to be fed in the remaining decades of this century. The question of sustainability is discussed in greater detail in 4. Specific to the river Ganges that traverses India, Nepal, Tibet, and Bangladesh, and is one of the most populous and ecologically vulnerable basins of Southeast Asia. 2014 reasons that government and non-government agencies, the private sector, civil society groups, and the public at large need to be jointly engaged in the effort to improve water governance in the basin. Collaborative pathways that include all significant actors must move beyond business-as-usual approaches. 2014. In other words, transboundary water governance therefore must transcend water diplomacy involving governments, as it is known to be a vexed process mired in politics. It must extend to include other non-state actors and large corporations that are often legal entities in their own right. The next 2 sections examine theoretical responses and conceptual debates on transboundary water governance, critiquing the liberal frame of approaching the subject of water. 1.4 The contestations, liberal frames and theoretical responses. The political calculations of capitalism, combined with the colonial and pre-colonial legacy that privileges structural measures, or techno-engineered approaches, have dominated water management across the globe. Such approaches have neglected the inherent interdisciplinarity in global water management for decades, and this very negligence has led to dire consequences, especially the riparian communities. Colonial approaches treat all ecological systems as resources within the borders of their colonies, which were to be appropriated, harnessed, making it an extractive process rather than deploy a conservatory and protective framework. The extractive relationship continues well into the post-colonial era, with colonial powers replaced by corporations and their political lobbies. The unbridled pursuit of environmentally insensitive, water-wasteful mining and agricultural practices, exploitative industrial practices, have brought us closer to the sixth mass extinction. For instance, construction of dams affects the livelihoods of the population living along the river and downstream. The livelihoods of river-dependent population, particularly farmer and fisherfolk, are most affected. Dams are claimed as symbols of development for their multi-purpose utility and contribution to the welfare of mankind. But compulsory displacement caused by dams has raised major issues of social justice and equity. The ousties not only lose their income and wealth, but also social goods, liberty, opportunity, and the very basis of their self-respect, raising the question of equality and justice. Initiatives to rehabilitate them by the state proved to be a total failure because of poor planning and a callous attitude. For instance, a recent arbitration between India and Pakistan on the construction of the dam is very telling on the importance given to the exploitative approach of the governance mechanism with respect to Transboundary River. While Indus Water Treaty formulated in 1960 provided a range of technical details on the kind of hydroelectric plants allowed on some parts of the river, there is barely anything on environment protection in the treaty or in the communication of the Commission. The arbitration panel had to rely on contemporary international law on environment protection to identify that there is a need to protect the environment of the lower riparian state and therefore consider the environmental impact of the project. The emphasis was mostly on the loss of livelihood due to the reduction in the level of water. Liberalization of developmental planning in river basins has presented a problem of erosion of water rights of communities on both sides of the border. This lies on a shaky foundation of the histories of displacement, devastation, and disenfranchisement of river-dependent communities. As economic and free market capitalism join hands, capital seeks new terrains for profitable investment. 2007. National calamities and emergencies are often exploited for profit and to push dubious policies, while citizens are too distracted, emotionally and physically, to engage and develop an adequate response. For example, India's rivers and riparian ecology have been badly affected by the alarming rate of unrestricted sand mining and industrial pollution that impacts downstream communities that are often from a different nation. These, combined with the newer challenges of global climate change, has defined the water challenge of the 21st century. There is ample evidence, Al. 2022, to suggest that developments in water sciences and engineering alone have not delivered adequately. There is a strong need to consider the social dynamics, culture, and heritage issues towards more holistic and solutions which combine local knowledge and scientific advancements in hydrology and biodiversity, while also addressing diverse transboundary challenges. In an increasing liberal world, the between water, energy, food, and the environment require considerable thought and strategic planning. The idea that livelihoods of the poor and their food security are reliant on ecosystem services is often missing in policies. Existing power hierarchies and systems of oppression on the basis of caste, class, ethnicity, religion, race that create marginalization and discrimination of specific groups of people affect access and bring about alienation. These include women as the primary users of water in many parts of the world, for domestic consumption, subsistence agriculture, and health, as well as the youth of today that constitute the future generation that will need to solve issues related to water. Intergenerational equity, or the concept of fairness and justice between generations, have to be thought out in economic, psychological, political, and sociological contexts. Justice outcomes including gender justice, climate and environmental justice that address questions of access, opportunity, equity, participation, agency, and decision-making of historically disadvantaged communities must inform public policy and programmatic perspectives. In doing so, one must also reject hegemonic knowledge that claims universality, while acknowledging that knowledge rooted in the local ways of being and knowing must be regarded as legitimate and valid. 1.5 Emerging debates. 151 State-driven and people-centric approaches. Conventionally, transboundary interactions in the context of shared water sources, rivers, lakes, etc., confined to state actors and has inherently been a political process. Cooperation and conflicts have largely been state-driven. Formal diplomacy and government-to-government interactions dominate the transboundary water negotiations and decisions. Concepts such as hegemony, power asymmetries, and domination, etc., are terms used to describe the engagement of state actors, dominate the academic discourse on transboundary water governance. While state actors play a very crucial role in bringing about stability and enhancing security among nations that share waters, through treaties or agreements, ensuring long-term cooperation and peace can be very challenging. State-driven interactions require strong political will and commitments from the riparian nations, which can be hard to generate and sustain. Besides, they could merely remain on paper, without the active participation and engagement of local communities and other non-state actors. However, in the last decade or so, newer debates have emerged that demonstrate the need to confront the heterogeneity of issues and actors in transboundary river basins. These range from state officials, communities themselves, civil society organizations, and other decentralized bodies on both sides of the border. Communities often form people-to-people ties across the borders, owing to cultural and linguistic similarities. It is necessary to induct and include non-state actors to participate in water governance to increase pathways to cooperation. Benefits derived in such an approach are three-pronged. This would help ensure greater efficiency and effectiveness of policies and project outcomes. B, would help improve empowerment of individuals, particularly of the marginalized groups, and C, would lead to greater legitimacy of governance measures. Furthermore, scholars also argue that lack of public support can hinder state-led implementation of policies or water-related agreements, and even lead to opposition and protests. They also argue that with participation comes increased feelings of ownership and responsibility, which would in turn increase the efficiency of certain water governance measures. Lately, increasing efforts at involving citizens and a broad range of actors from the private and nonprofit sectors, more regularly and directly, in policy and decision-making processes can be observed in numerous parts of the world. 152 Limits of structural measures. Traditionally, science and technology has played the dominant role in devising solutions to overcome the daunting problems of management of transboundary water. GFDRR in 2013 presented some of the challenges or disadvantages of relying solely on structural measures and heavily engineered interventions, such as dams, dikes, reservoirs, etc. For water management, it stated that such heavily engineered measures generally require very high investments and cannot evolve with the ever-changing goals and needs. Structural measures also often have major side effects that are typically overlooked. For instance, in the 1960s, India built a barrage diverting a portion of the Ganges flow away from its course into Bangladesh, in an effort to flush silt away from Calcutta's seaport, some 100 miles to the south. In Bangladesh, the reduced upstream flow resulted in a number of adverse effects: degraded surface and groundwater, impeded navigation, increased salinity, degraded fisheries, and endangered water supplies and public health. Migration from affected areas further compounded the problem. Ironically, many of those displaced in Bangladesh found refuge in India. United Nations Environment, 2005. This case demonstrates that science offers limited help in determining the best decision to make in the face of multiple conflicting and evolving goals held by multiple stakeholders. An integrated and balanced perspective is imperative to the success of sustainable, basin-wide water management strategies. Technology needs to join hands with the social sciences. Implementation of hydrogeological science-based protocols that incorporate gender, social, and governance issues need to be developed. From some of the social science disciplines, such as anthropology, psychology, sociology, and geography that should be involved, have not been systematically engaged or incorporated into interdisciplinary investigations. Efforts will need to be made to encourage contributions from these disciplines to ensure the much-needed holistic approach. Jury, and 2005. 153 Water Justice and Riverhood. The larger philosophical underpinnings guiding such articulations is that technological interventions cannot be made on a basis, or worse still in a way that tinkers around at the margins. Therefore, guiding philosophies must be rooted in socio-ecological justice, and particularly water justice. In order to do so, various factors that endanger rivers worldwide require interrogation. Megadamming, pollution, depletion, and socially blind technological fixes disrupt hydrosocial worlds and intensify water injustices. Globally, anthropogenic activity in riverine belts have brought about unparalleled destruction. The river therefore becomes a site of contestation. Ontologies and epistemologies of water justice requires newer forms of criticality and interrogation. Remaking rivers through extensive anthropogenic intervention destroy and disrupt cultures that have emerged around water bodies. The daily sociality of riverine communities is thus deeply and adversely affected. To fully understand the extent of the problem, there is a need to look at rivers as a distinct socio-natural entity. To this extent, riverhood is a theoretical and conceptual register to frame the ontological question surrounding riverine ecologies. In framing the river as an entity that has material, symbolic, and social historiographies, newer ways of thinking about rivers will enable pathways to social and environmental justice. One of the primary arguments for conceptualizing riverine existence through the lens of riverhood is to promote water justice. Riverhood looks at rivers as subjects with rights, as eco-societies, as territories that require protection, and as movements towards egalitarianism. Al. 2022. In TRB's How Might Riverhood Be Applied and Operationalized? When rivers are considered as common property, enclosures, dams, embankments, and other fixes by one country will impact other countries. These interventions require participation and consensus by all actors who have rights to access commons. Use of commons by one group diminishes availability to other, often more vulnerable groups. This ontological position provides impetus to grassroots movements, claims on commons, and demands against state. Secondly, thinking of the river as a subject in itself with rights provides both legislative and social protection to the river. In 2017, the River of New Zealand was granted same legal rights as human beings. This verdict was an outcome of years of struggle by the tribe of who fought to get the river recognized as an ancestor. This status means that, in the eyes of the law, harming the river is akin to harming the tribe in itself. Roy 2017. In the Indian context too, the Ganga and the Yamuna were declared living entities by the Uttarakhand High Court in 2016, thereby granting them the legal status of a person. Although this ruling was subsequently overruled by the Supreme Court of India, the intention of the lower court was to protect the river as a subject in itself. Sen, 2019. Viewing rivers as eco-societies is a form of biocentric approach in which all forms of life are considered to have intrinsic value. However, modernist developmental approaches are top-down and stem from perspectives of ownership, management, and control, and view rivers as resources. Therefore, a reversal of an ontology rooted in to one rooted in bio-ecocentrism will benefit cooperative efforts in transboundary river basins. 154 Perspectives on. When viewed as territories, rivers are often placed within the bureaucratic lens of control and safeguarding of territorial sovereignty of states. Deemed as sacrosanct in the post-Westphalia world, territory is considered sovereign and exclusive to nation-states. In transboundary water issues, there are tensions between national sovereignty and water cooperation. According to 2021, a nation has two kinds of statuses: a hydrological upstream versus downstream, b. hydropower economic and political dominance in the region, and based on these two statuses, nations can assert their sovereignty over the waters flowing through their territories. Upstream states often decide how much flow they require and regulate their watts accordingly, while downstream states do not tolerate downward revisions to their water needs imposed by upstream states. These different perspectives present valuable ontological positions to view hydrodiplomacy. While biocentric approaches may seem too Puritan for a world at the brink of violating planetary boundaries, Al. 2009, the need for cooperation and democratic deliberations should not be lost in the brambles of 1.6 Conclusion. The vexed picture of the future outlook of water and increasing water stress in Asia warrants a shift in the existing paradigm. We need to clearly embrace an effective multi-agency, people-centric approach that is cognizant of historical disadvantages of the people in the context of water. Among these multifaceted concerns, transboundary water governance assumes significance and includes the management of various risks and hazards. Water-related vulnerabilities must be read along with the various underlying socio-political, economic, and administrative systems which influence the general well-being of the riparian communities across nations. Only then can transformation be achieved in a desired direction. This important compilation of deliberations and thoughts on transboundary cooperation in river basins also calls for newer tools to enable such affiliations. Risk-informed planning and programming, a relatively newer and emerging body of thought, calls for the integration of risk consciousness into developmental and policy planning in river basins. Risk-informed planning and programming should aim to fortify resilience against shocks and stresses by recognizing and addressing the root causes and drivers of risk. 2020. These include pre-existing vulnerabilities, lack of capacity, and exposure to various hazards that can amplify poverty. Risk-informed planning requires a strong risk analysis of the multiple hazards faced by households and communities in the context of shared water sources. Perpetuating unmitigated risks threaten equitable preservation of water bodies. On the other hand, mechanisms for distribution can help create the context for good, robust governance. Risk-informed transboundary water governance requires governments, civil society organizations, and other non-state actors to be involved in the design and adjustment of, to ensure that they make a proactive commitment to reducing risk and enhance well-being of those most vulnerable. A participatory process that includes community engagement, and one that is built on the foundations of regional cooperation and solidarity, will ensure a system of water governance that protects water rights and leaves no one behind. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: J. 2020, Thinking About Disasters, A Call for Intersectionality and Transdisciplinary in Disaster Studies. In J. Ede, Disaster Studies, Exploring Intersectionalities in Disaster Discourse. Springer Nature, Singapore. J. 2021, Disaster Management, Institutionalizing Risk-Informed Planning. In Ravi, The Crisis of Climate Change, Whether Report, Taylor and Francis. The Crisis of Climate Change, Whether Report P-Book 9781032, 106953. V.A. 2014, Water Security in India, Hope, Despair, and the Challenges of Human Development. Bloomsbury Academic, New York, USA. R. A. Al. 2022, Riverhood, Political Ecologies of Socio-Nature Communing and Struggles for Water Justice, The Journal of Peasant Studies, 15 November. Org 10-108003066150202222120810. A. M. 2017, Inclusive Transboundary Water Governance. Org 10-7978-3319-43355098. Net Publication 309-441042, Inclusive Transboundary Water Governance. ICN 2017 Session 4. Transboundary Water Governance, Workshop Paper. International Union for Conservation of Nature IUCN, and United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, UNECE. Org Dam Env Documents 2017-05, May 16-18 Workshop, 4.1 Transboundary Water Governance. Food and Agriculture Organization, 2007, Coping with Water Scarcity, World Water Day 2007. Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, on behalf of the 24 agencies and members of UN Water. EIYSC, S. Harrison I, EEJR Z. Deering J. Lazar A. A. Newton A. R. F. Z. R. 2013, A Vision for a Coordinated International Effort on Delta Sustainability. Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, 2007, Climate Change 2007, Synthesis Report. Contribution of Working Groups II, and III, to the Fourth Assessment Report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. IPCC. IGRAC, International Groundwater Resources Assessment Center, UNESCO IHP, UNESCO International Hydrological. 2015. Transboundary Aquifers of the World Map. Edition 2015. Delft, Netherlands, IGRAC 2015. IPCC 2023, AR6 Synthesis Report Climate Change 2023. Report 6th Assessment, Report Cycle International Union for Conservation of Nature. 2023. Transboundary Water Governance and Diplomacy webpage. Org Our Work, Topic Transboundary Water Governance and Diplomacy. R 2007 Towards Water Wisdom, Limits, Justice, Harmony. Sage, New Delhi. Juriwa, H. 2005, The Role of Science in Solving the World's Emerging Water Problems. Procacad, USA. N. 2007, The Shock Doctrine, The Rise of Disaster Capitalism. Canada. J.D. Wolf A. 2009, Managing and Transforming Water Conflicts. Cambridge University Press, Cambridge. KF Pal I. S. M. P. 2021, Transboundary Water Risk Governance Frameworks in Deltaic Socioeconomic Regions. A Case Study of River Deltas in Bangladesh, India, and Vietnam, Chapter 3 in Disaster Resilience and Sustainability. Adaptation for Sustainable Development, pages 49-72. ComScience Article ABS B9780-323, 851954000-111. J. Al 2009, A Safe Operating Space for Humanity. Science 326, 5954472-475. Org 10-1126, Science 1185786. Roy E. A. 2017, March 16, New Zealand River granted same legal rights as human being. The Guardian. ComWorld 2017 Mar 16, New Zealand River granted same legal rights as human being. Sen S. 2019, April 25, Of Holy Rivers and Human Rights, Protecting the Ganges by Law. Yale University Press. Yale 20190425 Of Holy Rivers and Human Rights Protecting the Ganges by Law. Shamir U. N. D. 2001, Institutions for Management of Transboundary Water Resources, their nature, characteristics, and shortcomings. Water Policy 3229-255. B. 2014, July 12. Cleaning the Ganga, Step by Step. Retrieved from the Hindu. Com Opinion Op-Ed Cleaning the Ganga Step Article 610-5068. K. Gupta N. 2019. A knowledge hub to address transboundary disaster risk and water security issues in the river basin. International Center for Integrated Mountain Development. F. 2021. National Sovereignty versus Transboundary Water Cooperation. Can you see international law reflected in the water? AJIL Unbound 115, 178, 182. Org 10-10-1720-2124. J. Al. 2017. Improving Governance in Transboundary Cooperation in Water and Climate Change Adaptation. Water Policy 1910-141029. UN 1978. The Register of International Rivers Department of Technical Cooperation for Development. Natural Resources and Energy Division, UN. UN Waters, 2016. High-Level Panel on Transboundary Water Governance. Org Content Documents, 04 WaterGo. UNEP-DHI and UNEP, 2016. Transboundary River Basins. Status and Trends, Summary for Policymakers. United Nations Environment, UNEP, Nairobi. UNFPA, 2004. State of World Population 2004. The Cairo Consensus at 10 Population, Reproductive Health and the Global Effort to End Poverty. United Nations Population Fund. United Nations, 2015, World Water Development Report. Water for a Sustainable World. United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, France. UNESCO Org Images 00230023, 1823-1823E. United Nations, 2020 World Water Development Report, Water and Climate Change available at UNESCO Org ARC 482230000372985 Locale N. United Nations Environment, 2005, Vulnerability and Resilience in International River Basins. UNEP-DWA, Universities Partnership for Transboundary Waters. Wolf A.T., J.A., J.J., Ward B.S., J.K. 1999, International River Basins of the World. J. Water, 1543-87-427. World Bank, 2015, The Nile Story, Reducing Flood Devastation in the Nile Basin. Retrieved from Org Bitstream handle 109-8623591, Reducing Zero Flood 0 ON 0 in 0, the Zero Nile Zero Basin Sequence 1. World Bank, 2016, June 3, A third of people in low-income countries struggle to access clean water, S and H, authors. Blogs.org N6 Water and Sanitation Essential. N. 2018, The Governance of Transboundary Rivers Across the World in. Available at Org 20181210, The Governance of Transboundary Rivers Across the World. Do. Disasters as Unfinished Business of Development. Why pluralizing the natural and social aspects of transboundary waters may help. Is academician of the Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, trained as a hydroelectric power engineer, Moscow Energy Institute, USSR, and a political economist, UC Berkeley, USA. His research focuses on the interface between technology, society, and resource use issues from the perspectives of cultural theory, theory of plural rationalities, and new institutionalism. He was chair of the nonprofit Nepal Water Conservation Foundation till 2018, and in the 1990s of the poverty alleviation-focused NGO, Rural Self-Reliance Development Center. During his time as Nepal's Minister of Water Resources in 2002-03, he initiated reforms in the electricity and irrigation sectors, focused on decentralization and promotion of rural participation in governance through farmer-managed irrigation systems, as well as community electricity. He was the first chair of a South Asian network of scholars and practitioners advocating for an alternative perspective on disaster resilience. In 2006, he chaired an international EU panel that reviewed EU's 12 years of international water research cooperation across the globe. In 2011, he chaired UNESCO's review of its International Hydrological Program. He was co-chair of Climate Action Network South Asia, CANSA, till 2021. He has been the lead author on water and the nexus for the global assessment of nexus and biodiversity by the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, IPBES. He has also served as advisor to the SDEPS Centre, University of Sussex. He has published extensively both academically and in the media on water, energy, environment and development issues. 2.1 Rethinking Disasters. 1. Disasters are cyclical, and what societies do in between disasters is as, if not more, important than the necessary post-disaster activities in their aftermath, such as rescue and relief. Floods and droughts have their own seasonal and long-term cycles. Earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, though near impossible to anticipate with any degree of meaningful certainty, do happen with cycles of 10, 15, 20 years, and so on. Other natural disasters such as glacial lake outburst floods, GLOFs, are one-time events and not cyclical at that place, and even less predictable are the much more frequent landslide lake outburst floods, known in Nepali as C and 1994. These are essentially large-scale slope failures in the Himalaya, adjacent to rivers, that temporarily dam them. Unlike GLOFs that can be aerially identified, and some measures taken to prevent their outburst, e.g. on the C and 1997, these can occur anywhere on a river bank. The mass-wasting landslip blocks the river, temporarily dams it, but the unstable rock and mud dam eventually burst with river overtopping it, taking the entire mass of rock and debris with it, and causing much damage downstream. Between past disasters and new ones coming, it is important that we get to doing the necessary institutional tweaking that is necessary to better prepare society to face the other, similar big ones that will be coming in the future. This is about learning the right lessons from a disaster and preparing for better resilience the next time. This was the first proposition of this network. Disasters are cyclical, and what societies do in between disasters is as, if not more, important than the necessary post-disaster activities in their aftermath, such as rescue and relief. Floods and droughts have their own seasonal and long-term cycles. Earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, though near impossible to anticipate with any degree of meaningful certainty, do happen with cycles of 10, 15, 20 years, and so on. Other natural disasters such as glacial lake outburst floods, GLOFs, are one-time events and not cyclical at that place, and even less predictable are the much more frequent landslide lake outburst floods, known in Nepali as C and 1994. These are essentially large-scale slope failures in the Himalaya, adjacent to rivers, that temporarily dam them. Unlike GLOFs that can be aerially identified, and some measures taken to prevent their outburst, e.g. on the C and 1997, these can occur anywhere on a river bank. The mass-wasting landslip blocks the river, temporarily dams it, but the unstable rock and mud dam eventually burst with river overtopping it, taking the entire mass of rock and debris with it, and causing much damage downstream. Between past disasters and new ones coming, it is important that we get to doing the necessary institutional tweaking that is necessary to better prepare society to face the other, similar big ones that will be coming in the future. This is about learning the right lessons from a disaster and preparing for better resilience the next time. This was the first proposition of this network. 2. Disasters are the unfinished business of development. Not all extreme natural events and hazards translate into disasters. They become so when society is less prepared than it should or could be. Development, or is the new religion of modernity in the post-colonial era, And this enterprise is what should have prepared society to better cope with natural hazards and their unexpected visitations. Unfortunately, many proposed development activities do not do that. On the contrary, as maldevelopments, or they contribute to depletion of resilience and increased vulnerability, where so-called development projects are implemented without wider consultations and reviews. If development projects are to be apt developments, or they need to build into their design and implementation the lessons from past disasters, and what could be done differently to ensure that when they strike again, their impacts are less harmful. This always learning, never quite getting it wholly right, is the ever-present challenge before if it is to contribute to a society more resilient in the face of disasters. Disasters are the unfinished business of development. Not all extreme natural events and hazards translate into disasters. They become so when society is less prepared than it should or could be. Development, or is the new religion of modernity in the post-colonial era. And this enterprise is what should have prepared society to better cope with natural hazards and their unexpected visitations. Unfortunately, many proposed development activities do not do that. On the contrary, as maldevelopments, or they contribute to depletion of resilience and increased vulnerability, where so-called development projects are implemented without wider consultations and reviews. If development projects are to be apt developments, or they need to build into their design and implementation the lessons from past disasters, and what could be done differently to ensure that when they strike again, their impacts are less harmful. This always learning, never quite getting it wholly right, is the ever-present challenge before if it is to contribute to a society more resilient in the face of disasters. 2.2 Breach of August 2008. It is with these perspectives that a recent disaster can be re-examined to understand what a better approach might be to transboundary Himalayan rivers and the they wreak. The 18 August 2008 breach. Even as Maoist leader, it was taking his oath of office as Prime Minister of Nepal. The river sliced its left embankment near the Nepali village of West. This breach allowed the river to afflux to a new eastward channel, affecting some 65,000 families in Nepal and 3.5 million in downstream Bihar in India. Along its path from the Nepal border to this confluence with the Ganga at Ind district. However, it needs to be argued that this was not a flood, even though there were pictures in the media of thousands of people moving through neck-deep waters, with their belongings on their heads towards safer high grounds. It was also not a natural disaster, but a man-made one with interesting transboundary implications and occasions for finger-pointing. The reason is, when the breach occurred, there was flowing at 130,000 cusecs, which when compared with the average monthly flow for the month of August of 320,000 cusecs, means that the river was at only 40% of the average flow for the month of August. That can hardly be called a flood, even though millions of people were affected by the waters inundating their villages. And 2008. So what really happened? The answer is much more mundane and simpler. It was garden variety contractor corruption, 2008 and 1991. The catastrophe resulted from an unholy marriage of three things: wrong technological choice, bad institutional arrangements, and half a century of political misconduct. Looking at the section of the failed embankment that had been sliced clean, it was obvious that it had no compacted clay core that would prevent, or at least reduce seepage through it. What the embankment consisted of was mostly very porous sand and mud mixture that allowed water to seep through and begin the process of what civil engineers would call piping, a leakage that grows with time, eventually weakening the mud embankment leading to its collapse. In the immediate aftermath of the breach, Nepali media did manage to interview old men nearby who had worked as young in the project some 50 years earlier, and who recounted how the contractor only required them to carry the sand from the riverbed and pile it on the embankment. The massive project of independent India, which the British had feared undertaking, basically ignored the sedimentation aspect of Himalayan rivers, such as the where, along those drainage channels, matter is a co-equal passenger with water, 2003. As the river is known in Nepal after the confluence of 7 upstream mountain tributaries, acts as a massive conveyor belt, taking sediment from the ever-rising and ever-eroding Himalaya to the Bay of Bengal. Indeed, geologically speaking, if this process did not exist, much of today's Bihar and Bengal would be the prehistoric, Mesozoic to Cenozoic eras. Tethys c. Some 100 million cubic of gravel, sand and mud flow out of the gorge every year at the point where the river debouches onto the flat plains that are the northern limits of the Ganga Plains. And this flow cannot be blamed on deforestation. Nepal, thanks to community forestry and other such measures, 2017, has more forest cover in the catchment today than ever before in its recent history. It is caused by Himalayan tectonics, coupled with the monsoon regime's heavy precipitation. As the river slows down in the flat plains beyond, it deposits this sediment it is carrying, filling up the river's main channel until it overflows and begins a new sideways course. A map of the Ganga-Brahmaputra courses, prepared by Col. For Governor-General Warren Hastings in 1789, compared with the course of these rivers in the 1980s shows how has shifted westwards almost 115 in 200 years, and 2007. This natural process produced the large inland delta that lies across southern Nepal and the Indian state of Bihar before the river's confluence with the Ganga at. Traditional means of coping with this meandering nature of the river have been technologies such as houses built on stilts that allowed flood to pass below without harming people or their possessions. But for the last half-century and more, the project has used embankments to restrict the river's sideways course, with the aim of confining it within the narrow limits between the embankments that extend from gorge all the way across the barrage at the Nepal-India border to a distance of some 120. This has kept sediment deposits within the main canal, raising the riverbed some 4 above the surrounding land, and correspondingly perching the river to make it a disaster waiting to happen any moment, as earthen embankments are not designed to withstand high water pressure sideways. In Nepal, it happened in August 2008, but in Bihar it has happened at least 8 times over the last 50 years. In all these cases, no lessons of tectonics and river morphology were ever learned. The breach in Nepal was repaired at massive cost in the following years, and it was back to business as usual, waiting for the next one and similar expensive repairs. Another factor was the fact that this type of flood control measure is suited to arid zones, not ones in regions with heavy monsoon precipitation. Good embankments do prevent a river from spilling over to adjacent land, but they also prevent, when river level declines after the heavy flow event, the draining of water that has accumulated outside of the embankments into the river, especially in a monsoon-dominated regime where massive rainfall occurs outside of the embankments, aggravating flooding, unlike in more desert climates. Such myopic embankment building causes massive year-round water logging and loss of otherwise fertile agricultural land, which gave 3 crops a year, now unable to give even 1. It is estimated, 2003, that more land has gone out of production in the plains from water logging than have been brought under irrigation from the government's project, causing immiseration to millions of Biharis who are forced to migrate to major Indian metropolis in search of meager-based livelihood. This certainly makes the project an ideal example of rethinking development to avoid the negative impacts of is also becoming imperative in this age of climate change, when there is a tendency to just blame climate change for everything, ignoring the negative consequences of our ill-considered actions. Indeed, the press secretary of the President of Nepal was quick to blame the August 2008 breach-induced flood as caused by climate change. As argued above, it was anything but that. This is not to say that climate change will not make the cost of past much worse in the future if corrective measures are not taken today. They indeed will. An institutional aspect of is the very 1954 treaty itself between Nepal and India, HMG, and 1975. While the barrage and its upstream embankments is within the territory of Nepal, the agencies responsible in Nepal government have absolutely no hand in its maintenance or operation. Interestingly, they are not even within the purview of the government of India, but with that of Bihar's water agencies. This unsatisfactory transboundary river management arrangement has been the source of much finger-pointing and has caused bad blood between the two countries, especially when it comes to taking responsibility for tackling governance issues like corruption and communications failure. 1991 cited earlier estimates that as much as 60% of approximately 3 billion Indian rupees, INR, spent annually by the Bihar government on construction and repair works was pocketed by an iron triangle nexus of politicians, contractors, and government engineers. It is said that there is a perfect system of percentages in which a share exists for everyone who matters in the hierarchy, from the minister to the junior engineer. The actual expenditure never exceeds 30% of the budgeted cost. Contractors' bills are paid without being. Many of the desilting and maintenance works allegedly completed are never done at all, and yet payments are made. Indeed, engineers are said to make so much money from the percentages that they do not bother to collect their salaries. 1991. 2.3 Apt versus Maldevelopment. Project is only one glaring example of the development landscape of the last 7 decades is strewn with many more examples, some of which are discussed in this section. They would help in distinguishing between and lead to any analysis of why the former is sidelined by the latter to the detriment of regional and transboundary cooperation. 231 Roads versus ropeways. It is well accepted that access to markets is important for development, especially for rural areas. Unfortunately, it has been defined for the hills only in terms of building roads, which is not a most mountain-friendly technology. First, it relies on expensive, imported climate-unfriendly fossil fuel, such as diesel and petrol, instead of clean hydroelectric power that mountain regions are blessed with. Second, it requires road building as an infrastructure, which is often ecologically very damaging in geologically fragile mountain areas. Well-designed hill roads with sufficient environmental safeguards are very expensive compared to similar length roads in the plain areas. Unfortunately, political pressure for road access is very high, and Nepal Himalaya, especially, is seeing a wild spree of road building, mostly by local entities, without adequate technical studies or designs to address issues of stability of slopes and mountains. It is said that the bulldozer driver is the primary engineer, deciding where and how to gouge the hillside for a road track. The result is destabilization of fragile hill slopes that, coupled with monsoon downpour, lead to massive landslides, drying up of traditional springs, and destruction of terraced farms below. Further, the debris from these exacerbated landslides end up in the river below, raising the riverbed level and causing more floods downstream, both in the hill valleys as well as in the plains, and cascading onto Bihar and in India. This, or maldevelopment, is contributing to increased instances of what can only be called human-induced flooding that has no relation to climate change. In Nepal, villagers often refer to this as dozer or bulldozer terrorism. Fortunately, there are alternative mountain-friendly and climate-friendly technology of ropeways, cable cars, available. And they have a very small environmental footprint, since they are supported only by a limited number of towers, and do not require gouging out hundreds of fragile hillsides. They also run, not on imported, expending scarce foreign currency, fossil fuel, but on locally produced hydropower. Furthermore, this is not a new technology. Ropeways came to Nepal way back in 1922-24, at least 100 years ago, and just a decade after Nepal's first hydroelectric power plant was built in south of Kathmandu in 1911. Unfortunately, ropeways as a means of have been completely marginalized in development policy and planning in of more roads, more trucks, more diesel-spewing vehicles. So has inland water transport, which is the cheapest form of bulk goods transport. Its development would have much positive benefits both for regional economy as well as ecological health of the river. Navigation requires water in the river, unlike an irrigation-only view that sees any water not diverted as wasted to the sea. However, inland navigation too has been ignored nationally and regionally in South Asia. 2016. Studies have shown Al. 2004 that goods carrying ropeways between valley bottom to villages on hilltops are 3 times cheaper to build than equivalent cheapest gravel green roads, 8 times quicker to install in one dry season construction versus minimum of 4 years for road tracks, and 2 times more energy efficient, 34 mj ton of goods carried for ropeways versus 53 mj ton for road. The example of is instructive. Initially it required NR's 34,000 month, one of diesel, not including the cost of transporting the fuel, whereas, when it shifted to community, hydro, electricity, it took only NR's 7,000 month with transport cost included. The reason lies in technological locked-in-ness and its constricting political economy that will be discussed in the section further below. 232. Traditional technologies of marginalized rivers. Transboundary water dialogue between upstream Nepal and downstream India is dominated by large rivers such as, and as well as their many snow and glacier-fed tributaries. This is natural because Nepali rivers contribute 70% of the dry season flow in the Ganga, and 45% on an annual average, even though snow and glacier melt contribute only 9% to the Ganga flow, unlike in the Indus River where it is up to 40%. However, there are many dozens of smaller transboundary rivers, termed marginalized rivers, because they are not on either government's radar, which provide much economic benefits, but also cause significant harm during floods to the people in their basins. To harness their waters for irrigation, farmers have used centuries-old traditional technologies, but in recent times have also turned to modern pumps, while government agencies have built cement dams over them with mixed results. One such marginalized river is the in central Nepal and its tributary, the, which carries the distinction of being the first river in history to have had water conflict mediation by none other than the Buddha himself, some 2,500 years ago. The rivers lie between his mother's home Inn of district and his father's Inn, and Buddha is recorded in Buddhist literature as having mediated between the two clans. Farmers of the use traditional technology of brushwood dams, which is what farmers must have used even in Buddha's time, to divert water from the streams to their fields for dry season irrigation, February to May. 2.4100 Indian rupees, INR, is about 160 Nepali rupees, NRs. It works is as follows. During the monsoon, except for rare dry periods of what is called break monsoon, there is no need for water. Indeed, the problem is how to get rid of it by draining it off. On the other hand, in the dry spring season, there is a need for irrigation to grow dihan spring rice, when the rivers are at very low flow. Historically, flow variation between flood and dry seasons in snow-fed large rivers is between 25 to 30 times, whereas for non-snow-fed rivers like dry season flows are 90 to 170 times lesser than monsoonal flows. Al. 2019. Hence, traditionally village communities have banded together to build small brushwood dams to divert the low stream flows to their fields. Comes the monsoon when no water is needed, the brushwood dam is washed away, a perfect traditional example of a seasonal, disposable dam. Unfortunately, this community technology is not taught in any engineering school in South Asia. What is taught are modern technologies using cement and concrete that are called permanent structures without first asking, in a hydroecological context of flood flows being 170 times or more than the dry season one, how permanent is permanent. Ignoring traditional technology of disposable, brushwood dams along the agency of India and Nepal, built a modern, permanent dam on the in 1961, just south of the town of. Unfortunately, tragedy struck in 1962, and during that year's monsoon floods, the river moved away, westwards, leaving the dam as a monument that bears testimony to man's stupidity. In the process of building this concrete dam, Pucca modern canals were built below it in a prosperous agricultural area known as that ignored the traditional, community-driven equitable system of water sharing. Thus, when the river moved away from the dam, with the old hierarchic agency-developed system destroyed, and the new one not functioning, there was a total social collapse when the farmers lost their agricultural livelihood to so-called modern, technological intervention. It became a dacoit-infested area, simply because people had to do whatever they could to survive. 2 decades later, thanks to some policing presence but mostly the appearance of another technology, the humble market-led, individualist pump, that agriculture-based livelihood was restored. It is no longer a dacoit-infested area, but is one of the most prosperous agricultural regions in southern Nepal. 2004. A case of disaster to normalcy brought about by unplanned rethinking of development. 241 Nexus Water. The previous section introduced the phenomenon of groundwater, an easy but invisible resource that is fairly ubiquitous as the largest storage in the world, but increasingly mismanaged everywhere. WWDR 2022. Despite groundwater accounting for approximately 99% of all liquid on Earth, with half the water used for domestic purposes and a quarter of irrigation globally, it lies in a policy blind spot of most governments, especially local ones, who are the first victims of the negative impact from its misuse. It is a common pool resource affecting future generations that requires governments acting as custodians to develop adequate and effective framework for its governance, especially of transboundary aquifers. As it has nexus relationship with food production, health and sanitation, energy as well as industry, its governance structure needs revamping for better sustainability. Groundwater was an easy resource, when cheap pumping energy was available, and the water table sufficiently high as in the case of. It has also been treated as an infinite resource, requiring only the cost of drilling a well and cheap energy for pumping. Indeed, no thought was given to its recharge characteristics. However, with uncontrolled drilling and pumping, water levels in aquifers are declining, leading to a negative feedback loop of competitive deeper drilling, making the situation even worse. This has been the case in India, with the situation being much worse in the southern hard rock areas than in the alluvial Ganga flood plains. But here two conditions are deteriorating, and increasingly in urban and peri-urban areas of Nepal as well. In Nepal's case, there are 2 types of groundwater crises, both of which have interlinked transboundary concerns, transboundary being not only international but also subnational and local administrative. The first is in towns and peri-urban areas, as well as in the plains. Due to unchecked, deep boring and pumping of groundwater, not only are traditional wells drying up, but new ones are also facing water availability decline. This is because of competitive drilling, by neighbors forcing them onto the same unsustainable path. Groundwater is assumed to be a private good, available for the taking by anyone who can afford the technology. This state of affairs was brought about by the inadequacy or failure of the local or public, i.e., municipal, piped water system that also saw the simultaneous rise of another poorly regulated water tanker market. Given that groundwater aquifers in the Ganga Plains are contiguously interconnected, the much more massive and subsidized volume of pumping out of the groundwater in adjacent Bihar and states of India has also contributed to water table decline in the Nepal. The second is in the hills, where mountain population depends upon adjacent springs for its daily domestic water use. Rivers are hundreds of below settlements, making their waters impractical to carry up and down for daily domestic needs. Essentially, spring water is groundwater and mid-hills, mostly without snow, are massive water towers with the groundwater within them filled by monsoon and winter westerly rains that leak into the aquifers from geological fissures. These spring waters are the primary source of stream flows of Himalayan rivers that are also fed by groundwater from riverbanks all along their stretch. However, springs are drying across the Himalaya, Al. 2016, not so much from climate change as yet as from such as overpumping and desecrating fragile hills with bulldozer terrorism. In fact, climate change is expected to make matters worse if the impacts of maldevelopment are not taken care of adequately. Sometimes even, such as increase in commercial, local vegetable farming, especially by women-headed households in a migration remittance economy with men folks abroad, can lead to springs drying up with massive, deep-boring groundwater pumping in the valleys below. If we take a more holistic view of the overall water cycle and the kinds of water available to us, we will need to adopt a more interlinked view, the Nexus approach, AL. 2019, of the development process that provides early warning of unintended cost externalization to weak social groups and unprotected parts of the environment. Integrated approach to water management has a long history since the 1980s and resulted in the Program of Integrated Water Resources Management, IWRM. However, despite some success in policy pronouncements and academia, it saw little traction in practice because it failed to answer two basic questions. Who does the integrating, what kind of organization, and through which forms of agency, and how, through what process? To overcome this shortcoming, a new Nexus approach to water governance has been proposed which requires some shift in conventional thinking. 2015. First, in light of climate change, it is necessary to expand the spectrum of water, especially transboundary waters. 2024. It is not just blue, river, lakes, etc. Surface waters but also green soil moisture, waters that all forests, grasslands and terrestrial wildlife as well as agriculture and pastoralism depend upon. Brown underground waters is actually most of terrestrial, that also feeds all rivers and streams during the dry season. Water that is produced after their use is either only organically polluted water or is heavily laden with industrial chemical pollutants and is much more difficult to recycle, black waters. The ultimate source of all terrestrial waters is white atmospheric water, mostly from evaporation of the vast magenta, saline sea and ocean waters. Except for blue water, all other forms of water are ignored or insufficiently studied. Second, how each one of these waters is valued depends very much on the social management styles of particular types of water users. Pastoralists would be more concerned with green water, whereas city managers more worried about the state of brown water that their cities require to run. Environmentalists, on the other hand, would be concerned with the and black wastewaters that pollute blue and brown waters. What such a widening of the water and water users spectrum does is to allow water management both to avoid blind spots and open up wider options for difficult political trade-offs. 2.5 Cultural Theory of Disaster Risks. What each of the examples above point to is the maladjusted dynamics between different social solidarities, their worldviews, management styles, and technology choices, which ultimately contribute to and exacerbate existing natural hazards into becoming a major disaster. The New and Evolving Social Science of Cultural Theory, c. 1987, Al. 1990 and 2008, argues that a stable policy terrain occurs only when it is not monistic, bureaucratic socialism or market, but pluralistic, one which also includes activist egalitarianism, not only public or private, nor even public-private partnership, PPP, but public-private civic partnership, PPCP. More theoretically, these institutional styles emerge from the permutation of two dimensions of sociality: transactions that are symmetrical or asymmetrical, nature of group affiliation and incorporation, and competition that is fettered and accountable or unfettered and unaccountable, the degree to which an individual's life is circumscribed by externally imposed prescriptions. What these two parameters raise are fundamental but age-old questions of philosophy in human life. Who am I? Group affiliation. And what should I do? The context of conforming or not conforming with prescribed rules. 1. Strong group cohesion, strong prescribed rules. Strong group cohesion, strong prescribed rules. 2. Egalitarianism communards, strong group cohesion, but weak on prescribed rules. Egalitarianism communards, strong group cohesion, but weak on prescribed rules. 3. Individualism, weak on both group cohesion and prescribed rules. Individualism, weak on both group cohesion and prescribed rules. 4. Fatalism of the conscripted, weak on group, but strong on ascribed rules pressing down on them. Fatalism of the conscripted, weak on group, but strong on ascribed rules pressing down on them. Cultural theories, plural perspectives on human development. Social solidarities. Individualism. Egalitarianism. Fatalism. Risk. Opportunity, risk taker. Manage, risk manager. Minimize, risk sensitizer amplifier. Cope, risk absorber. Nature. Robust. Robust within limits. Fragile. Capricious. Human nature. Egocentric but intelligent. Sinful unless guided wisely. Altruistic but easily corrupted. Unpredictable. Technology. Anything efficient and profitable. Capital knowledge intensive. Simple. Manageable by community. Confusing. Governance. Unfettered but minimal protective. Guided technocracy guardian. Participatory democracy. Benevolent dictatorship. Justice. Opportunity equality. Noblesse. Outcome equality. Survivable. Poor. Inventive entrepreneur. Deserving of helping hand. Oppressed and marginalized. Unreliable. Foreign aid. Distorting and corrupting market functioning. Global public good with moral imperative. Fig leaf hiding exploitation and inequities. Rich getting richer anyway. Source 2017 in Al. 2017, Aid, Technology and Development. Similarly diverse is the attitude towards nature. It is robust, robust within limits, fragile or capricious. And technology, whatever is efficient and profitable, capital and intensive, manageable by the community or too confusing. Coupled with the fact that ideas of governance, human nature and justice are similarly plural, one can appreciate how single-minded pursuit of solutions, ignoring other views can lead to conflicts. What is important to realize is that these different perspectives cannot be merged into a single neat consensus, but need to be engaged with, in order to hammer out a compromise, perhaps even a clumsy solution, where no one's solidarity gets everything it asks for but gets just enough to continue the constructive engagement. And 2006. Most of our inadequate response to disasters and their aftermath lie in the fact that water scarcity or floods, energy shortage, city planning, preventing pandemics or climate change are what are called wicked problems. And 2015. Unlike tame problems which are amenable to textbook solutions, wicked problems are those that we cannot even agree on their definition, let alone arriving on a solution. Hence, they require uncomfortable knowledge that is ultimately able to bring forth stable and sustainable clumsy solutions, unlike neat solutions that are rigid and prone to inciting conflicts leading to an impasse. But how is uncomfortable knowledge generated? Cultural theory would argue that each social solidarity, seeing problems very differently from others, would generate knowledge that is uncomfortable for the others. And if and when they collectively engage with each other constructively, they would then produce a clumsy solution broadly, but not wholly, acceptable to all. Dharma and its dynamic source, and 2016. The dynamics of this distortion essentially entails seeing policy making as a plural three-legged stool, with, in the best of circumstances, space for all three voices, government, market, and civic, that are not only heard, but also responded to in a constructive manner. Unfortunately, and it is even worse in Nepal currently, with shaky coalitions of ideologically incompatible partners, there is massive distortion of ideology and mission of political parties, market players and NGOs, what we call Dharma distortion, and 2016. As can be seen from the above diagram, the governments are not maintaining their Dharma as trustees, but engaged in rent-seeking license Raj. Market which should be competitive are mostly into crony capitalism, where club goods are disguised as private goods. And NGOs, having given up on the essential quality of volunteerism of civic movements, have become business and politics by other means. There are traditional NGOs in Nepal called mostly with religious and cultural orientation that do maintain their Dharma, but many modern NGOs are fronts for family business or political party causes. So, unless this triangle is restored, and each social solidarity lives up to its inherent mission, it is unlikely that much would be achieved in disaster mitigation, leaving it as an unfinished business of app development that is unable to stop maldevelopment. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: J.C.D. 2019, The Water-Food Energy Nexus, Power, Politics, and Justice. ERTHSCAN, London. J.D. 1994, Himalayan Water Resources, Ecological and Political Aspects of Management. Mountain Research and Development. 14 No. 1. 124. Himalayan Water Resources, Ecological and Political Aspects of Management on JSTOR. I 1991, Fighting the Irrigation Mafia in Bihar. Bombay, EPW. 26 No. 38, 21 September. M. 1987, How Institutions Think. And London. M. A. 1982, Risk and Culture, an essay on the selection of technological and environmental dangers. University of California Press, Berkeley. E. 2008, Engineered Flood, Not Excess Water but Neglected Embankment Caused the Flood. Down to Earth, E. Delhi. 30 September Oregon Coverage, Engineered Flood 5038. D. 2003, Rivers, Technology and Society, Learning the Lessons from Water Management in Nepal. London, Z Books. Originally published as Water in Nepal in Kathmandu by Books in South Asia with Nepal Water Conservation Foundation, to include the 1989 eponymous monograph from Environment and Policy Institute of East-West Center, Hawaii, taking an interdisciplinary look at resource uncertainties, evolving problems and future prospects. D. 2004 to July, Water, Sanitation and Human Settlements, Crisis, Opportunity or Management. Kathmandu, Water Nepal 11-518. D. 2015, Nexus Governance, Harnessing Contending Forces at Work. IWA, IUCN Nexus Dialogue Synthesis Papers. IUCN, Gland, Switzerland. Network org content, uploads 201603-144800-8531, Nexus Governance Harnessing, Contending Forces at Work Dialogue Synthesis, Paper 2015. D. 2016, Will Inland Navigation Shift South Asia's Water Discourse Positively? Kathmandu, Spotlight Nepal 10/03 September 2. Com 20160831, Will Inland Navigation Shift South Asia's Water Discourse Positively? D. 2021, A Cultural Theory Approach to Innovation, Pluralizing the Policy Terrain to Understand What It Is and Is Not. Chapter in and Innovation in Education. Bangladesh, Dhaka University Center for Genocide Studies, Bangladesh, and Tianjin University Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, China. D. 2024. Reframing Wicked Water Problems from an Eco-Centric Perspective Under Climate Change Uncertainties. Spotlight Nepal, Kathmandu, 16 September. COM 2024009-16 Reframing Wicked Water Problems from an Eco-Centric Perspective Under Climate Change Uncertainties. D. A. 1997. How distant is Nepali science from Nepali society? Lessons from the 1997 GLOF Panic. Kathmandu, Water Nepal. 5 No. Do. 543. DAM 2004 Ropeways in Nepal, Context, Constraints and Coevolution. Kathmandu, Nepal Water Conservation Foundation, with Kathmandu Electric Vehicle Alliance. D. 2004. Water, Sanitation and Human Settlements, Crisis, Opportunity or Management. Kathmandu, Water Nepal. 11 No 2. 518. DBGS 2019 Water Scarcity, Nepal Country Snapshot. Report prepared for the International Water Association and the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations during August-December 2018. Kathmandu, Nepal Water Conservation Foundation, NWCF Working Paper 12019. DM 2016, Restoring Development Dharma with Toad's Eye Science. IDS Bull 4702, A Bulletin IDS, Index Article View 2822, Online %20 Article. DMM 2017, Aid Technology and Development, The Lessons from Nepal. And London. HMGN 1975, Revised Agreement between His Majesty's Government of Nepal, HMGN, and the Government of India, GOI, on the project. Kathmandu. Storage Listies, May 2020, Revised Agreement on Nepal and India River 1966. DK 2003, Life Within the Embankments. Kathmandu, Water Nepal 10-1. 227-3-1. D. 1995, Disasters and Vulnerability in South Asia, Program of Work for a South Asian Initiative on Disaster Mitigation. Published by ITDG Sri, Colombo. H. 2017, Community Forestry, Thwarting Desertification and Facing Second-Generation Problems. In Al. 2017. Aid Technology and Development, The Lessons from Nepal. AD 2008 India-Nepal with a River. An interview with the Kathmandu Post, 1st September. Net Article 3. B. Nepal SDGs, S. A. Acharya S. AB 2016 Springs, Storage Towers and Water Conservation in the of Nepal. Kathmandu, ICIMOD and Nepal Water Conservation Foundation, Working Paper 2016-3. LibOrg Record 32016. M. 2008, Organizing and Disorganizing, A Dynamic and Nonlinear Theory of Institutional Emergence and Its Implications. Press, Axminster, UK. M. R. A. 1990 Cultural Theory. Press, Boulder. M. D. 2007, Uncertainty Revisited or the Triumph of Hype over Experience. New Introduction to M, and T, Uncertainty on a Himalayan Scale, An Institutional Theory of Environmental Perception and a Strategic Framework for the Sustainable Development of the Himalaya. Kathmandu, Books for International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, Vienna, and James Martin Institute for Science and Civilization, Oxford University. Originally published in 1986 as Milton Ash Editions of London. M. 2017, A Cultural Theory of How to Aid Development. In Al. 2017. Aid Technology and Development, The Lessons from Nepal. M. 2006, Clumsy Solutions for a Complex World. New York. M. S. 2015, Messy Institutions for Wicked Problems, How to Generate Clumsy Solutions. Environment and Planning C. Government and Policy 33-6, 16,791,696. PDF, Messy Institutions for Wicked Problems. How to Generate Clumsy Solutions, net. WWDR 2022, Groundwater, Making the Invisible Visible. World Water Development Report, WWDR, of UN-UNESCO World Water Assessment Programme, Paris. UNESCO.org reports 2022n. 3. The Symphony of Cooperation, Principles, Values, and Ethics of Transboundary Risk Governance. The author would like to gratefully acknowledge the editorial suggestions made by Prof. to improve the quality of the paper. The author is a disaster management professional working in India. Is a seasoned disaster management professional based in India, with years of extensive experience in designing and implementing disaster risk reduction, DRR, policies and programs. He specializes in strengthening systems for effective emergency responses, developing technological solutions for project management and response governance, and designing recovery frameworks for long-term resilience. He has been credited with creating systems that enhances disaster preparedness, response, recovery, and resilience outcomes in different settings. His structural and non-structural models, designed and implemented to support vulnerable communities in disaster-prone regions, have received significant appreciation. He has also been instrumental in various transboundary water governance initiatives in the basin, emphasizing citizen science, early warning systems, cultural sustainability, and promoting a sense of stewardship among various critical actors. In the past, he took the lead in organizing global and regional dialogues with a wide range of stakeholders on water stewardship, riparian community rights, water footprints, and transboundary cooperation. His role in designing technology-embedded platforms for project management, disaster governance, and community-based transboundary early warning systems has effectively contributed towards achieving desired system outcomes. Apart from programmatic, he has also mentored scholars on critical disaster risk reduction research and has been an invited speaker at several state-level, national and international forums. He is an alumnus of the prestigious university JNU, the International Institute for Population Sciences, IIPS, and Assam University, AU. 3.1 Introduction. Water is the very basis of human existence and survival. Since antiquity, states have always based their existential foundation around this scarce resource. Great powers across countries have emerged because of the strategies involving the use of water. As a matter of fact, the Harmon Doctrine, translated as the absolute territorial sovereignty, empowers states to exploit the water resources flowing through their territories in any manner they want. 2020. In the absence of any regulatory authority, states have been interpreting such doctrine in a manner that does not always evince cooperation. Regulation has always been perceived through the sovereign perspective of nation-states, within which action around disaster risk is often based on an obligation, which translates into an immediate response to a singular hazardous event. States, in the recent past, have generally moved from one disaster to another, operating the problem in a cooperation-constrained environment, generally assuming that these are disconnected and disparate events. Such unorganized shifts and isolated response-centric operations were the product of the scant understanding around the lacunae in the overall disaster governance framework, the cost of which was generally borne by communities living in the hinterlands and state frontiers, unattended and unnoticed. However, with a shift in the approach to transboundary cooperation observed in international conventions, the dominant nature of the state seems to be shifting, fostering greater participation and negotiation, which in turn has given a new direction to the idea of the need for governance of shared risks. 2010. The United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, UNECE, in 2000, appealed for a paradigm shift in risk governance from the existing defensive mode to a more holistic river basin approach instead of a localized intervention one, while people can be controlled through borders. disasters such as floods and earthquakes are beyond any national, regional, or institutional boundaries. UNECE 2009. It is imperative, therefore, that states cooperate with each other for planning better risk mitigation and cost-effective strategies across borders. The West 23 perspective on natural resources often allows states to maintain an environment of anarchy beyond their usual jurisdictional spaces, which often blocks opportunities of potential cooperation and dialogues over shared resources and risks. With rising discontent, an environment of everlasting conflict pervades, resulting in a perennial failure to heed to the needs of the governed living in the peripheries, transboundary spaces. In the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 194,843, the will of the people is seen as the fundamental basis of authority. Self-governance of people, however, does not merely mean control of political processes, but also control of the means and resources of production. ETAL 2008 points out that the discussions around transboundary water governance is mostly confined to conflicts and visible risks, but fails to recognize the socio-political and cultural interaction which influence hazards. And 2016 argue that the institutional capacity, legitimacy, and stability of states have a huge role in determining domestic policies on water. They also draw attention to the fact that governance around water hangs on a very delicate balance of power, wherein both cooperation and conflict have equal chance of occurrence. ALD 2019 emphasized the need for taking an egalitarian approach within which communities, particularly the poor and vulnerable who bear the impacts of climate change, pollution, and disasters, are involved in decision-making involving the management of natural resources. They analyze the intertwining relationship between common property rights and environmental justice, essential as a combination for achieving the goals envisaged under different national and international commitments on disaster risk reduction, sustainability, and climate change adaptations. Ideally, it is expected that people engage with their representatives in a continuous consultative process to bring laws and conventions to secure the idea of sustainability, wherein each and every state intervention is implemented and evaluated in the light of growing threats of climate change and disasters. Here, the autonomy of private stakeholders, particularly in transboundary areas, should be regulated, because privatization often focuses on profit maximization, even at the cost of environmental sustainability. Also, more often than not, assessment mechanisms within the environmental governance regimes are often inconspicuous, and 2017, which creates opportunities for private capital to mobilize and exploit state systems for their own benefit. The equitable distribution of resources. The equitable distribution of resources. B. Taking appropriate risk-informed measures and taking appropriate risk-informed measures and C. Preparedness from hazards, 2020. Preparedness from hazards, 2020. This is, however, possible only if states agree to take joint steps to achieve shared results towards fostering resilience of transboundary ecosystems. Risk-informed governance is an integration of continuous collaborative and consultative engagement undertaken by relevant stakeholders to measure, analyze, and optimize the process of production and development, promising sustainability and preventing risks. Clearly, it is important that risks are understood and managed through a multi-stakeholder engagement where no single actor can take advantage of the resources and the loopholes in the systems of governance for their own benefit. But how can progressive, people-centric transboundary risk governance be ensured? This is where the symphony of cooperation takes a crescendo in the form of diplomacy and solidarity, which not only involves the relevant states, but also other stakeholders, including members of the civil society, representatives from communities living in transboundary areas, as also the private actors. 3.2. Drawing principles from field-based actions. Transboundary basins often get neglected because of the lack of organized governance apparatus to manage risks. The general provision within Article 2 of B and C of the Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses, an international lake held at Helsinki in 1992, emphasize the protection of shared waters from any kind of harm. It appeals to the parties signing the convention to take appropriate steps to reduce pollution and the use of shared water resources in an equitable manner. 45. Owing to mismanaged information, lack of accountability, integrity, and more importantly limited risk solidarity, managing risks has been very difficult in the past. This calls for some guiding principles which are based on the ethics of solidarity and justice, and which can also become the foundation for a comprehensive disaster management plan. 1. Managing a meaningful information system. Managing a meaningful information system. 2. Ensuring accountability to at-risk population. Ensuring accountability to at-risk population. 3. Facilitating localization and cultural sustainability. Facilitating localization and cultural sustainability. 4. Adopting innovation in structural and non-structural measures in transboundary areas. Adopting innovation in structural and non-structural measures in transboundary areas. 5. Strengthening dialogues over shared resources. Strengthening dialogues over shared resources. 6. Protecting communities' right to the river and. Protecting communities' right to the river and. 7. Promoting regional and global solidarity on risks. Promoting regional and global solidarity on risks. Each of the principles and the ethics governing them are explained in details below with examples from the South Asian experience. 3.3 The principles. 3.3.1 Managing transparent and meaningful information system. One of the fundamental aspects of transboundary risk governance is the dissemination of meaningful and timely information of impending risks, catering to the needs of the most marginalized on both sides of the border. A major sub-principle is to estimate the timeliness of information dissemination, because after the optimum time threshold, such information can be meaningless. In transboundary areas, state actors should build systematic mechanisms for timely early warning dissemination in order to ensure that there are no gaps or breaks in the complete information channel. An ideal channel is transparent in flow not only to all the state departments on both sides of the border, with adequate information of the probable impact that a hazard can generate, and it should also reach those who are responsible for responding to vulnerabilities on both sides. For instance, states can agree to cooperate on an effective transboundary flood information management system, which facilitates the flow of information from the grassroots to the relevant departments responsible for maintaining and acting on information on loss and damages. State actors can also take the support of the civil society groups and community volunteers to disseminate information on early flood warning reaching the last mile. A well-organized communication channel should have a pre-established network working as early warning governance collective. Once information is received, the possible damage to critical infrastructure, loss of human life and migration triggered due to risks can be avoided through the execution of a well-designed preparedness and response plan. Dissemination of early warning information without a proper response plan would not be effective, because even if the community receives the information on time, in the absence of provisioning for evacuation, such information would not be helpful. In principle, a hazard becomes a disaster because of the lack of preparedness, and the latter is a product of a weak understanding of the vulnerability of any spatial location. 2020. In the basin, shared by both India and Nepal, it was found that there is huge gap in the mechanism of dissemination of early warning information, primarily due to two reasons: a lack of coordination between the state actors in both the nations and b. myths and misinformation associated with hazards. The downstream communities have a preconceived belief that any waterlogging in their villages is due to the negligence of the upstream local governments in Nepal. The case, however, is that, when water is being released from the barrage in Uttarakhand, none of the downstream communities receive information in a timely manner. AL 2020. have highlighted some of these critical issues with regard to the blockage in the early warning information channel and how it has affected the communities of both the nations. With the burden of responsibility passed on to the other stakeholders, a scene of subtle discontent is prevalent among transboundary communities, with no one taking responsibility for the loss of lives and property. Box 1 provides an example of this initiative in India. India, along with some of the civil society members, is one of the pioneers in India that has taken a lead to improve the dissemination of early warning in the transboundary areas of South Asia, especially in the Ganga-Brahmaputra mega basin. Their well-established basin-level network has a proven efficiency in transmitting information on disasters. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it was through such established network that the community was provided information on the safety precautions to be taken. A web-based technology known as Translated as Voice for Rights was installed and implemented to disseminate information on early warning to communities living in the last mile, including transboundary areas. 332. Ensuring accountability to at-risk population. Since the state is the common thread which binds people in a contract, the primary responsibility and accountability of progressive risk governance lies on it. To structure a goal-oriented risk governance framework, there is no alternative to cooperation with other states, especially on understanding the felt needs of communities living near and around such shared resources. Since there is no entity above the state, there can be no other governing authority beyond them except the bodies created under various agreements and treaties. Therefore, it is suggested that if any entity is more responsible for effective transboundary risk governance, it is the state because of its intrinsic role and mandate to participate in agreements, conventions, and treaties. Without a proper framework explaining the nature of accountability of each state, any transboundary dialogue would make little sense. Civil societies can merely facilitate dialogue with support of the people, but unless states sharing transboundary resources comply with their cardinal responsibilities to govern their borders in a cooperative manner, their efforts would not be very fruitful. Further, states should engage its citizens on a more polycentric form of governance because of the changing nature of borders itself. Such an approach is under realization in South Asian nations where locally elected bodies, panchayats, are playing a relatively better and proactive role in managing risks than the national governments that sign treaties. As compared to earlier times, these bodies, through the support of the civil society, have been trying to embrace greater accountability for disaster governance. In India, Nepal, and Bangladesh, such accountability is seen reflected in community-level plans, which are imbibing the principles of community-based risk-informed governance. And 2019. However, community-based institutions have limitations, and since laws on diplomacy lie in the hands of the larger bureaucratic apparatus, it is time that decision-makers at the macro level take the initiative to consult with the community directly and create models of responsible governance in peripheral, transboundary areas. In this, the state has to ensure that accountability is not imposed on one another, because, as argued earlier, the river does not obey human laws of governance, and hence it is axiomatic that we begin to frame our policies according to changing climatic and resource scenarios. Since the burden of risk lies more on people, and since the state is formed through a social contract by the people, it is one of the most fundamental duty and obligation of the state to protect people from any disruption in the nature-human relationship equilibrium caused by natural hazards. 333. Facilitating localization and cultural sustainability. Riparian border areas should have their own local plans, which may not contradict the state policy, but adhere to the principles mentioned in the United Nations, Agenda 21. These plans should be based on local risks, which influence human lives in general. For this, it is very important for states to provide autonomy of governance to the administrative divisions in border areas, so that local governments on both sides of the border can hold continuous dialogue, discussions, and negotiations. In fact, hydrodiplomacy should begin from the grassroots at the borders rather than from the center, in order to develop the understanding of risks more organically from the local community. On the other side of spectrum, however, the potential capacities of such community-level institutions are being harnessed by the civil societies who have been able to bring communities across borders in South Asia for dialogue, to foster harmony and cooperation. The Indian civil society organizations have taken such initiatives to bring the local panchayats and the people together to understand their risks, and then discuss the nature of local intervention to be carried out. For example, the consultation held in January 2020, here the grassroots community-based institutions and experts from water resource pool came together and mapped various vulnerabilities in the basin with specific focus on women, children, especially abled and the elderly. One of the most important aspects of the consultation was to conceptualize water risks considering the local dynamics, and then links them to existing policies on disasters in both India and Nepal. Various networks formed under the banner of Water Governance Collective Action Network, WGCAN5, have been able to fill the vacuum on risk governance through coordinated efforts. In Nepal, the local government of municipality devised its own sand mining rules, 6, to protect the river ecosystem from predatory private actors. This action, in fact, emerged out of a declaration made in. These initiatives, although led by the civil society, are examples of cooperation with the state to ensure accountability and hold great significance for the future of risk governance in South Asia. One of the most important points in the Declaration, 7, is the formation of federal and provincial level expert commissions, which would aim at the conservation, utilization, and development of the river. The declaration also emphasized the formation of the Transboundary Commission, as envisaged in the Treaty of 1996.8. This declaration is considered a landmark because it demonstrated how pragmatically the principles of cultural sustainability could be implemented in a very coordinated and efficient manner. In 2021, in another consultation in India, the local government representatives from Nepal appealed to the local governments in Uttarakhand, India, to have a dialogue with them on shared risks, so that the concerns of the marginalized population could be addressed in an efficient and coordinated manner. If such local hydrodiplomacy would continue with the local government of Nepal, the already strengthened ties between the two nations would help resolve several socioeconomic challenges emerging out of shared risks. In the light of the recent catastrophic events in Uttarakhand, it is very important that local governments, along with the civil society, prepare their own local agenda and set an example of an ideal hydrodiplomacy to the world. Sustainable development, without the involvement of people in decision-making process, may prove to be mere textual adventure. If the United Nations Agenda 21 is initiated and led by the state, such an approach could revolutionize risk governance in critical geographies. In Chap. 18 of Agenda 219, the significance of transboundary water resources is emphasized strongly, with the special focus on the mobilization of riparian resources and the need for effective coordination between the states in the areas of integrated water resources development and management, water resource assessment, sanitation and drinking water, impacts of climate change on water, and protection of aquatic ecosystems, etc. 10 states, as a custodian of these resources, must take into consideration the involvement of people in decision-making by protecting the sustainability of local autonomy over shared resources. 334. Adopting innovation in structural and non-structural measures in transboundary areas. For effective risk governance, it is imperative that the state take appropriate structural and non-structural measures so that the shared invisible risks, detrimental to the community's social, economic, and psychological well-being, can be reduced. Structural measures may include establishment of transboundary emergency response systems, hazard-resistant constructions in border areas as per agreed standards, joint investment on critical social infrastructure, and construction of embankments in critical areas, etc. To complement such measures, some of the non-structural measures may focus on improving institutional mechanisms for emergency response in transboundary areas, developing regulatory framework for shared resilience, establishing standards for risk preparedness, mitigation, response, recovery and rehabilitation, and ensuring systems reinforcement essential for risk-informed transboundary governance. For this, states sharing borders should aim to establish functional, well-operated systems with border area emergency operation centers, especially for those geographies which are periodically devastated by recurring hazards. States on both the sides should cooperate and plan hazard-resistant settlements and devise mechanisms for retrofitting of critical infrastructures, including those which are life-saving. Structural measures in the political sense is a state subject, and due to lack of resources, civil society can only support the state in exploring the best ways to ensure a joint structural intervention. Within this, it is also important that the civil society advocate for risk-informed development initiatives so that the goal of the latter is not achieved at the cost of ecological, economic, or cultural sustainability. 11. Since culture has a deep-rooted impact on human traditions, it is very important that local autonomy in transboundary risk governance be given due consideration. Without ensuring and respecting the sustainability of existing social systems of the community, stewardship of shared resources cannot be ascertained. That is why all structural and non-structural measures are to be aligned with local interest and context, and not modeled based on external expectations. Cultural sustainability assures the upholding of community interests and encourages promotion of local policies for the protection of natural resources and risk governance. For instance, nations sharing water resources may invest in the construction of embankments and levees through the respective local governments on both sides of the border. The administrative government at the local level should come together to develop joint evacuation plan for population and livestock that are the most susceptible to the vulnerability posed by specific hazards. One of the best ways to ensure a comprehensive transboundary structural intervention is through social housing schemes for border communities, in which planners and policymakers can imbibe the principles of cultural sustainability, bringing local governments to design flood-resistant structures, catering to the needs of the people sharing common risks. As a matter of emergency preparedness, local government should be provided the autonomy to plan multi-purpose flood shelters for transboundary communities that face the risk of hydrological disasters. Other aspects of the holistic integrated transboundary risk governance could be the structural intervention to ensure desilting of rivers and improvements in the overall drainage system, especially in transboundary urban settlements. For this, urban planning should be carried out in a joint manner, encouraging towns across two borders to hold policy-level dialogues and discussions. According to 2006, some of the important structural measures to be considered as flood defense measures are based on soil conservation, inundation reduction techniques, maximum water level reduction techniques, and protection of people's lives and properties from hydrological hazards. Besides, non-structural measures also need important consideration. This includes investment in techno-legal regimes and reforms in institutional preparedness by the state. The National Disaster Management Plan, GOI, NDMA 2019, of Government of India is an excellent document which elaborates the roles and responsibilities of each state department in flood preparedness. However, the recognition of the vulnerabilities in transboundary peripheral areas is yet a struggle. This challenge is reflected in most South Asian countries' disaster management plans. The components of integrated water resources management, reservoir management, and basin-level preparedness should demonstrate aspects of justice and equity for all the communities irrespective of their nationalities. 3.3.5 Strengthening dialogues over shared resources towards a healthy hydrodiplomacy. If anything is more harmonious in the symphony of transboundary cooperation, it is the idea of dialogue. It is the foundation on which communities, civil society, and states together can potentially come together to devise plans for the governance of shared risks. In the Nepal border, the Dialogue 12 has gained immense popularity among the civil society, local governments, and the community of the river basin. It is a progressive platform started by wherein communities sit together, map and understand common risks, and then chalk out plans for preparedness and mitigation. One of the crucial roles played is by a network of civil societies, known as the Nepal Joint Action Forum, which has been instrumental in bringing the stakeholders together for a dialogue on the issue of timely dissemination of early warning information about hazards. Although the dialogue on cooperation is led by the civil society groups, they have been well appreciated by the local government and policymakers. Through this transboundary dialogue, the also facilitates transformational change in the riparian societies through institutionalization. SNNM 13, in which aim to foster the values of transboundary cooperation among the community leaders, is an example. Mostly led by women, this network regularly meets with another formal network of water leaders known as Women's Empowerment Cell, located in various parts of the basin within the boundary of Nepal. In 2021, women leaders on both sides sat together for another dialogue on risk cooperation, wherein they volunteered to organize through their own efforts, and also took the lead to manage the early warning system through coordinated action under the banner of Water Governance Collective Action Network 14. 1. Strengthen transboundary community ties for ensuring effective riparian resources management. Strengthen transboundary community ties for ensuring effective riparian resources management. 2. Facilitate and promote community-led management and conservation practices, including cross-border basin-level interactions. Facilitate and promote community-led management and conservation practices, including cross-border basin-level interactions. 3. Acknowledging the role of gender in water governance and facilitating a space where gender voices take the lead in transformational changes. Acknowledging the role of gender in water governance and facilitating a space where gender voices take the lead in transformational changes. 4. Strengthen transboundary cooperation for preparedness to combat water-induced disasters and lessen the stress generated by pollution and other forms of vulnerabilities, impacting the general life and livelihood of river basin transboundary communities. Strengthen transboundary cooperation for preparedness to combat water-induced disasters and lessen the stress generated by pollution and other forms of vulnerabilities, impacting the general life and livelihood of river basin transboundary communities. 5. Continuous engagement with governments on both sides of the border for inclusive TBWG. Continuous engagement with governments on both sides of the border for inclusive TBWG. 6. Media to highlight events of significance so that unheard voices may reach the concerned policymakers. Media to highlight events of significance so that unheard voices may reach the concerned policymakers. 7. Dialogue and collaboration through research and knowledge partnerships 15. Dialogue and collaboration through research and knowledge partnerships 15. The consultation emerged through an evolutionary process wherein the instrumental nature of culture paved the way for dialogue among representatives from the state and civil society to discuss and deliberate on existing and emerging shared risks. The pre-existing community ties, which facilitated the governance of the traditional system of irrigation and agriculture, acted as a catalyst in boosting the efforts of civil society to improve water governance in the region. The Civil Society Network, the Bhutan-India Friendship Association, BIFA, identified two major goals: one, to foster socio-economic and cultural ties between the people of India and Bhutan, and second, to promote community ties through people-to-people network and strive for peace in the region. As a matter of fact, the transboundary communities at the Bhutan border areas have traditionally been maintaining a good relations, and that is why such friendship networks could fructify. One such medium of cooperation is being manifested through the traditional 16, an indigenous method of irrigation, maintained by the farmers in the basin and other adjoining areas, have been an intrinsic part of the indigenous culture since centuries. The Dong system, which, although is traditional, embraces scientific method of water management, which includes aspects of preparedness strategies and systematic waste management. The operational component of the entire Dong 17 management is through people's governance and cultural integrity, where a canal is diverted to agricultural fields for purposes. From the small canal, other smaller units are made which reach the fields where crops are sown. While the practice has been traditional, its more organized use in the Bhutan border is seen since the early 1990s, when informal agreement between the communities on both sides started to evolve into a more systematic form of water governance. The impact of such community-based governance is so immense that District of Assam, sharing its borders with Bhutan, has always remained impact-free from the tentacles of drought. 336. Protecting the communities, right to the river. In the Philippines, Thailand, Indonesia, and parts of northeast India, community-managed irrigation system takes ownership of the common pooled resource through institutionalization, organization, and where each member enjoys rights only in relation to their responsibilities, which are not defined by the state, but by a historical process embedded in communities' traditions. And 1996, transboundary common property resources like rivers, mountains, lakes, and others constitute the subsets of the larger ecosystem, which is not only shared by people, but also governed by them through cultural governance practices, through which traditional institutions protect the natural surroundings in a sustainable manner. In South Asia, many transboundary villages have embedded conservation, preservation, and preparedness in their way of life through traditional forms of institutionalization and cooperation with their neighbors, who are otherwise administered by a different state. The community's right to the river as a pragmatic solution can never be fulfilled unless the local inhabitants on both sides of the borders are given the right to maintain their local resources and the ownership of the risk-governing apparatus. Common property resources are people's own resources, and therefore their concerns should be at the core of the governance framework. For the community to be at the center stage of governance, stakeholders of common property should also consider the normative forms to complement written constitutional laws. Some of these forms could also be seen more in practice, rather than in any code. Such approaches are very functional when it comes to the governance of resources in border areas, because populations living at the administrative peripheries often do not enjoy the privileges of freedom as easily as it happens in the mainland. Civic engagement over community resources refers to a freedom with ownership and the principle of ethical equilibrium. Here, even though an individual or a group with vested interest tries to dominate the resources through planned hegemony, the ownership and solidarity principles prohibit them to take advantage of individual free will to exploit resources for their own private benefits. This could be best understood by observing the management of traditional canals and dams in many cultures as mentioned previously. 337. Promoting regional and global solidarity on risks. Transnational solidarity is the only ray of hope for an effective risk cooperation in transboundary areas. The global civil society is a powerful and progressive force which can shape ideologies and save communities from becoming the victims of neoliberal hegemonies and disaster capitalism. 2007. Every risk has a cascading effect on regional and global economy, and hence it is very important that the global community always has a strong voice on the rights of the community to a safe living environment. However, it must be remembered that the global solidarity mechanism should be such that it appreciates community integrity and their right to a perspective. In the South Asian context, since the nations are sharing a common water crisis, Al. 2014, it is likely that disputes over water resources in the coming decades would aggravate further. 2020. Therefore, it is important that states rise above the idea of sovereign ownership and to find ways for peaceful diplomacy. For instance, if two nations are sharing common hydro resources, then the path of cooperation is only through water. Absence of this fundamental understanding is, in fact, one of the major reasons why conflicts among nations are not yet resolved. There is a need to revive the nature of diplomacy among nations, because even in hydro-solidarity and hydro-diplomacy, water is just a medium. The very core of this is to strengthen the idea of peace among nations through economic, political, and cultural cooperations. In 1996, scholars like during the IUCN World Conservation Congress pitched the idea of hydro-solidarity, whose applications in the field of hydroecology and integrated water resources management was further elaborated by ETAL 2014 for its multidimensional application. They emphasize that hydro-solidarity does not mean only cooperation on water resources. States, civil society, and other actors should join hands to work together to reduce the impacts generated by structural inequalities leading to discrimination. Although climate activists globally have been demonstrating a sense of preparedness to the possible disasters due to climate change, there is a failure to acknowledge the real nature of risk lies not on the failure of diplomacy, but on the very orientation of nation-states. 3.4 Conclusion. The symphony of cooperation can only take place in a peaceful environment. Since disasters have become more frequent than before, it is an appropriate time for states to take the lead for preparing the governance apparatus through improvements in the current structure of diplomacy. Transboundary water cooperation also does not mean only of international conventions and hydroethics in policy documents, but also signifies commitment through practical steps taken in consultation with the community on finding avenues to reduce the impact of risks. More importantly, states should hold dialogues on reducing the structural inequalities leading to discrimination in South Asian societies. One principle which should be essentially inscribed in all diplomatic is that legal framework should first pass the litmus test of ethics. If people-centric risk apparatus are to be formed, then state-led development initiatives should imbibe the principle of community's interest first. The local governments require more autonomy for decision-making so that policies on the right to the river comes from the local context. Transboundary areas require special forms of polycentric governance with a different set of rules and regulations, which not only promise economic, but also ecological sustainability. More importantly, cooperation around shared risks may not necessarily be confined to hazards, but other avenues of life which include social interaction and livelihood exchanges. Unless the condition of the community during normal times is made better, any assurance for their well-being during disasters would ring hollow. Hence, it is important that states and other stakeholders of risk governance acknowledge that mere production of white papers would only create a false hope of humanitarianism. It is high time that the world begins to understand the lived experiences of those whose daily survival is amidst risks. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: J. 2020, Blurred Boundaries, Shared Practices, Disaster Studies and Disaster Management as an Emerging Discipline and a Field of Practice in EAD Disaster Studies, Exploring Disaster Discourse. Springer Nature, Singapore. J.T. 2019, Common Property Resources and Environmental Justice in a World at Risk, What Kerala Has to Offer to Participatory Recovery and What It Can Learn, Social Science in Perspectives, Special Issue on Common Property and Citizens' Rights. Issues of Reconstruction of Kerala, 10, No. 4. October, December 2018 and 11, No. 1, January, March. 408-433. ISSN 9755497. Published by C. Study Center and Library, Tiruvananthapuram. G. 2020. European Water Law and Hydropolitics. An Inquiry into the Resilience of Transboundary Water Governance in the European Union. Springer Publication. KL 2010. Transboundary Risk Governance. Environ Health Perspective. Review of the book Transboundary Risk Governance by Rolfe and Sterling VA 2010. 155. ISBN 978-18440-77915. MTF 2007 Westphalia, A Paradigm. A Dialogue Between Law, Art, and Philosophy of Science. German Law Journal 810, 955-975. Org 101017S20, 718322000061118. S.W. 1996. State and Community in Local Resources Management in Asia. An Introductory Discussion. In S.W. State and Community in Local Resources Management, The Asian Experience. Publications, New Delhi, India, 1340. P.I. Mukhtar A. Z. 2014, Water Scarcity in South Asia. A Potential Conflict of Future Decades. 280, Journal of Political Studies. 21, Issue 1, 2014, 259-280. In 2007, The Shock Doctrine, The Rise of Disaster Capitalism. Metropolitan Books, Henry Holt and Company. M. 2006, Territorial Flood Defense. A Romanian Perspective, page 320-21 in the edited book by J. G. and G. National Disaster Management Plan, 2019, National Disaster Management Authority, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. NDMA, GOI 2019, National Disaster Management Plan. National Disaster Management Authority, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. M. 2016, The Future of Transboundary Water Conflicts, Political Science Quarterly. 131, No. 4, Winter 2016-17. 717, 748, The Academy of Political Science. A.O. J.A. 2017, Towards an Environmental Governance Agenda in Regional Environmental Assessment, Journal of Environmental Assessment Policy and Management, June 2017. 19, No. 2, June 2017. 133, World Scientific Publishing Co. A 2020, Water Issues in Himalayan South Asia, Internal Challenges. Disputes and Transboundary Tensions, Singapore. K.J. 2016, Culture Sustainability Relation, Towards Conceptual Framework. Sustainability, 82167. Org 10339080-20167. I 2020, Benefit Sharing for Solving Transboundary Commons Dilemma in Central Asia, International Journal of the Commons. International Journal of the Commons. 14, No. 1, 2020. 6177. M.A. 2019, Understanding Cultural Sustainability in the Context of Transboundary Water Governance, The Case of the River Basin. Accountability is in Everyone's Interest. Issue No. 184, December 2019, R-Net. UNECE, 2009. United Nations Economic Commission for Europe Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes Transboundary Flood Risk Management. Experiences from the UNECE region, United Nations New York and Geneva, page 1, para 3. Available at Org Dam Publications Transboundary Flood Risk Management Final P. RG.KA Govern DE, 2014, Hydro Solidarity and Its Place in International Water Diplomacy, Hydro Diplomacy. Sharing Water Across Borders edited by, published by Academic Foundation, New Delhi, financed by the Minister of Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation, the Netherlands and the International Conservation of Nature, 2014. OC, AK 2008, Management of Transboundary Lakes and Rivers, Water Resources Development and Management, Series Editors. K. and Springer Publication, Berlin. S. 2018, Villagers in Bhutan and India Come Together to Share River. August 27, Dialogue Earth, London. Meeting of the parties to the Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes. Second meeting, The Hague, Netherlands, 23-25 March 2000. Refer to Item 6b of the Provisional Agenda Sustainable Flood Prevention, submitted by the Chairman of the Task Force on Flood Prevention and Protection, led by Germany, and prepared with the assistance of the Secretariat, page 4, para 1, available at Orgdam Env Water Publications Documents. Refers to system of governance defined under the saga of political dialogues in Europe in the 17th century, which finally evolved into the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, marking the beginning of the modern system of national identities, which allowed absolute jurisdictional freedom within a state's defined territory. Refer to 2007. Article 21.3 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, available at Org-N Documents Translations. Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourse and International Lakes, done at Helsinki, on 17 March 1992, available at Orgdam Env Water. Water Governance Collective Action is a network of civil society organizations committed to strengthen transboundary risk governance. Refer to and about for more information. River Sand Mining Guideline for Ensuring Environmentally Sustainable and Socially Responsible Mining in Transboundary River, briefing paper, published by in Nepal and supported by the Government of Sweden. Org Nepal Org, S3 Public File Attachments, %20 Policy %20 Brief. Declarations in Action, 2020 published by in Nepal. Available at Nepal Org Latest Policy Paper Declaration Actions, 2020. Treaty, 1996. Treaty between His Majesty's Government of Nepal and the Government of India concerning the integrated development of the river, including barrage, and project. Agenda 21, Chap. 18. Protection of the quality and supply of resources. Application of integrated approaches to the development, management, and use of water resource. United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, 1992, Earth Summit, available at 2002 Org 18. IJAP 18 Agenda 21, United Nations. C. and 2016, for Cultural Sustainability in the Broader Perspective. A Civil Society Organization Lead Dialogue in Basin, published, December 2019. OIFiles V2, Prod S3 West 2, Com Nepal Org, S3 Public File Attachments %20 Sambid %20 English. Rivers of Change, India, 2019. OIFiles V2 Prod S3 West 2 Com Nepal Org, S3 Public File Attachments %20 Sambid %20 English. TROSA Learning Brief Issue, 4 May 2020 Photo. RUWDC Citizen Science, Engaging and Empowering Local Communities. Available at OIFiles Prod S3 Com Asia Org, S3 Public File Attachments, Citizen %20 Science %20 %20, Engaging %20 and %20, Empowering %20 Local %20 Communities, %20 %20, TROSA %20 Learning %20 Brief. Bhutan India CSO's Partnership for Inclusive Water Governance. Accessible at Com News 001 Bhutan India Partnership for Inclusive Water Governance, to mark the potential of such dialogues of generating cooperation between transboundary cultures and the immense impact it could produce. The words of the former Prime Minister of Bhutan, Dorje, are noteworthy. I congratulate the visionary civil society leaders of both the countries for being able to arrive at an agreement, which will promote better ties for both the countries for a noble cause. This remain as a source of motivation for civil society leaders across the borders. This in line with the vision that India has set for ensuring transboundary cooperation. It believes that unless South Asian nations arrive at an agreement on the policies on transboundary rivers, ensuring justice to riparian communities and their ability to use their full potential, would not be possible. Refer to the article published by the Third Pole Net, 2018, accessible at net N20180. 827 villagers in Bhutan and India come together to share river. This report is part of documentation by the author of India's Transboundary Rivers of South Asia, TROSA, project in India. This 5-year 2017-2021 regional, funded by the government of Sweden, works with communities in the Ganges-Brahmaputra, GBM, in Nepal, India and Bangladesh, and the Salween in Myanmar. Refer to Rivers of Hope published by India, accessible at org sites. Default files. Report final. 4. Inclusive collaborative water governance, managing risks by drawing on Australian experiences, including failures. Grant is a research director at the Institute for Sustainable Futures, University of Technology, Sydney. She specializes in water, sanitation and hygiene WASH, and integrated water resources management, IWRM, in international development, with a focus on gender equality and inclusion. Has worked in local and state government, civil society, and university sectors. With an academic background in environmental management and international relations, has expertise in a range of sustainable development issues, and has applied this in Indo-Pacific and Australian contexts. Is the co-chair of the Australian WASH Reference Group, and leader, member of the Expert Review Panel for the Australian Water Partnership, and a board member of the Australian Network for Arts and Technology, ANAT. Professor is a professor in the School of Law, Society and Criminology at UNSW Law and Justice. He is a former head of school and is a current co-chair of the International Network of Environmental Compliance and Enforcement, INECE, Academic Committee, a member of the On-Earth System Law, a member of the Steering Committee for the Global Water Institute, and a former director of the Connected Waters Initiative, UNSW Sydney. He was also a member of the Australian Panel of Experts on Environmental Law, APEL. Professor publishes widely in the areas of environmental law, natural resources law, energy law and water law, with a focus on regulation and governance. His contribution in this book was funded by an Australian Research Council Discovery Grant, DP 190101584, and Linkage Grant, LP 220200350. Emma is a co-founder and the Director of Legal and Partnerships at Restore Blue. Emma has almost 20 years experience working in Australia and abroad as an environment and planning lawyer and policy advisor, including 11 years at the Environmental Defender's Office in Australia and 5 years as the legal advisor to the Convention on Wetlands in Switzerland. She is particularly well known for her expertise in the fields of water law and international environmental law, as well as her deep understanding of the complex legal and financial frameworks governing nature restoration projects. 4.1 Introduction. In December 2019, 1,000 people traveled in a convoy of trucks to Australia's Parliament House to protest against the 7-year-old Transboundary Murray-Darling Basin River Plan. Most of the people who attended the event were farmers and held signs such as, "No water, no farm, no future," ABC 2019, and were calling for the end to the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. It was not the first time that community members and farmers had gathered to protest about the way in which Australia's most significant transboundary river was being managed. In October 2010, copies of a draft guide to the proposed Murray-Darling Basin Plan were burnt in piles, ABC 2016, 2011, and throughout the reform process, Indigenous people, traditional owners, community members, and environmental advocates had called for commitments to saving and sustaining the river system b. 2017, and 2018. While these moments of protest tell only a small part of the Murray-Darling Basin transboundary water governance reform story, they are clear indications that during its evolution, the tensions felt by communities were significant and complex. They also point to larger lessons that could and should be shared with other jurisdictions, considering transboundary water governance approaches. In this chapter, we seek to identify and examine some of the key challenges Australia has faced with respect to governing and coordinating this significant river system, and share insights related to collaborative governance processes and opportunities. This discussion supports the broader aim of supporting risk-informed approaches to transboundary water governance systems. In this chapter, we use the definition of risk-informed approaches offered by Al. Risk-informed development is a risk-based decision process that enables understanding of multiple concurrent threats and complex risks to and arising from development decisions and acting on that knowledge. Al. 2019, p. 9. In order to achieve resilient and sustainable development, a broad range of threats need to be fully considered, beyond natural disasters and hazards, in terms of how they pose risks and opportunities to development. Mendoza Al. 2018, Al. 2019. As advocated by the For Economic Cooperation and Development (OECD) Water Governance Initiative, further water-related conflicts will be inevitable without a serious transition from crisis management to risk management. Al. 2018. In this chapter, we argue that risk management can't be achieved without more focus on inclusive and collaborative governance processes. Indeed, many of the challenges that Australia has faced in the Murray-Darling Basin may have been ameliorated with a more inclusive collaborative approach to policymaking, implementation, and enforcement. Drawing on established collaborative governance and risk-informed frameworks, the overarching question we ask is, how can inclusive collaborative governance that draws on Australian experiences, including failures, support risk-informed planning in transboundary water resources management? Collaborative governance involves new coalitions between government agencies and civil society, supported by guidelines, plans, and agreements. 2015. Collaborative governance contributes to risk-informed approaches by A. Enabling a broad range of actors to contribute to the knowledge we need to assess risks. B. Encouraging the involvement of a broad range of actors who can mitigate risks by promoting improved ownership and compliance. And C. Demonstrating how to build shared ownership of the vision and values upon which transboundary water governance agreements are based. This chapter delves into who needs to be part of collaborative governance approaches. We pay particular attention to the differing levels of power held by stakeholders, and we focus on groups such as indigenous people, women and gender-discriminated peoples, and those with less financial and political power. A concept that is new to the water governance space, but becoming well understood in water, sanitation, and hygiene WASH programming, is that of intersectionality. This concept refers to multiple layers of based on gender, socioeconomic status, ethnicity, disability, and other experiences and identities. We also discuss how a wide range of stakeholders can be engaged in collaborative processes, drawing on the OECD Water Governance Spectrum of Participation, OECD 2015b, and other inclusion frameworks that consider intersectionality. Water governance always involves compromises and trade-offs, especially if water sources are scarce and becoming scarcer as a result of overuse, drought, and climate change in particular. People are unlikely to sacrifice their own economic interests, which makes compromises challenging and conflicting views inevitable. Access to water is access to money and livelihoods, culture and well-being, and Australia, like all countries, has seen these sometimes competing interests lead to conflict. Collaborative governance has been put forward as a way to manage compromises and conflicting views. However, it requires resourcing, it is lengthy, it is no silver bullet, and the benefits have been challenging to monitor and measure. Al. 2020. Nevertheless, collaborative approaches are widely as necessary given the complexity and diversity of the interests involved in water management, and the long-term costs to policy and implementation efficiency and effectiveness that flow from non-transparent deal-making, corruption, mistrust, and adversarial positioning. We therefore argue that inclusive collaborative governance is a key pathway for transboundary water governance, even though the path is challenging and multifaceted, and even though it will inevitably reveal tensions. Australia has been experiencing a painful period of transition in managing the Murray-Darling Basin over the last decade, one that is ongoing, slow, and evolving, but it could have been improved with greater attention placed on not only identifying common values, but acknowledging that certain values, for example environmental and indigenous knowledge, have been in order to maintain historic water sharing arrangements. Revealing this breadth of values has required educating certain communities, especially the majority center, who have traditionally taken their privileges for granted. In international forums, this story is sometimes not articulated as openly as the sophistication of Australia's water trading system, data management and sharing platforms, and the restoration of some environmental flows. Despite the billions of dollars committed to the water reform process, decades of work at the national, state, and local levels, and political at certain times, commitment to the established governance framework has been tested. As one inquiry into Australia's water strategy put it, governance arrangements have been significantly eroded over recent years. Productivity Commission 2021, p. 53. Another inquiry report assessing progress, made towards implementing the Murray-Darling Basin Plan since 2018, recommended a range of actions needed to achieve full implementation of the Basin Plan and to strengthen and simplify the framework. Productivity Commission 2023. What is possibly missing most is a value-based discussion to underpin the transition to a system which considers the sustainable management of the basin's water resources and supports people to move away from using it in a way that undermines its ecological basis. Experts warned in 2011 that, if the conversation about the future of the Murray-Darling Basin continues to be framed in terms of numbers, it will inevitably end in political compromise and leave most stakeholders unsatisfied. Quoted in 2011. A Values and Vulnerability of the Murray-Darling Basin, Basin-Wide Rapid Assessment, conducted by Al. In 2023, centered on the ways in which climate change will create diverse vulnerabilities across different communities and ecosystems within the MDB. They emphasized that economic impacts would hit agricultural regions hardest, while social vulnerabilities will be greatest in remote communities with limited access to services and reliable water supplies. Al. 2023. The study revealed that while communities possess various adaptive capacities, from economic diversity to strong social networks, it remains uncertain whether these mechanisms will be sufficient for long-term climate adaptation. Al. 2023. The authors found that environmental values face significant threats, with reduced flooding under warmer, drier conditions negatively affecting wetlands, native species, and important bird habitats, and stressed the need for better data collection and understanding of First Nations, cultural values and vulnerabilities, noting the profound spiritual connection to water that current assessment methods struggle to capture. Al. 2023, Productivity Commission 2023. A values-based discussion needs to be complemented with a government-funded and/or well-governed market-based structural adjustment approach to support changes in people's livelihoods, e.g., transitioning away from certain types of farming, which overuse water to the detriment of the environment and other users. Such a discussion requires a compassionate and long-term perspective, and one that allows for change to happen for the greater good, with consideration of future generations and protection of the commons. 1990. Al. 2020. There will be resistance from some actors, as has been seen in Australia, where a market-based system of adjustment was perceived by some to economic factors, for example the maintenance of particular industries or rural townships. For a discussion of other concerns, see ACCC 2021. There will therefore be compromises to make between existing economic conditions and benefits, and sustaining the commons, as in all natural resources management scenarios. Diffusion Innovation Theory, Rogers 2003, tells us that focusing on the small minority of laggards, those who resist and disrupt change, will not be the most effective strategy in terms of time and resources. Rather, educating and supporting the middle group, or the majority, is an important focus in the transition towards any change or reform. This is because the members of the middle group are likely to be supportive of changes when they have been involved through education and engagement, can see the benefits involved when they have heard success stories, and when they have seen others adopt the changes. Rogers, 2003. A recent review of the management of the Murray-Darling Basin found that education about the governance mechanisms was lacking, that misunderstandings were widespread, and that this has contributed to undermining the plan and governance mechanisms that have been put in place. 2020. The context in which transboundary water management takes place naturally informs and shapes possible governance pathways and mechanisms. The political economy defines how a water source is valued, managed, shared, or. While this chapter gives examples from Australia, the purpose is to share lessons learned, including failures, to inform other contexts, without advocating prescriptive solutions. We now turn to the theory and practice of collaborative transboundary water governance, and how it can support and inform risk-based approaches. 4.2 Collaborative Transboundary Water Governance, Theory and Practice. Collaborative governance involves new coalitions between government agencies and civil society, supported by guidelines, plans, and non-binding agreements. 2015. Extensive literature has discussed multiple forms of collaboration in environmental and other contexts. However, it was in the 1980s that examples of collaboration in transboundary water governance first emerged in the form of integrated catchment management and integrated water resource management, IWRM. Although there is literature on these early forms of collaboration, the evidence and practice are still evolving, and they are taking many different forms around the globe. In many countries in the global south, multilaterals such as the World Bank have promoted collaboration in the form of IWRM, and Muller 2009, and more recently, the Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) have an explicit goal for partnerships, Goal 17, and Target 6.5 calls for integrated water resources management at all levels, including through transboundary cooperation as appropriate. UN General Assembly 2015. Additionally, Target 6.8 encourages participation of local communities in improving water and sanitation management. UN General Assembly 2015. Collaborative governance requires and meaningful discussions about the values of water resources, linked to people's real lives and visions for their communities' future. 2011. The emergence of collaborative governance in transboundary water management has occurred in response to the confounding nature of water governance challenges. And 2014, 2015, and 2016, and a recognition that top-down processes alone have lost political legitimacy and that deliberative and bottom-up processes are needed. And 2016. Another driver has been the need for leadership, which reflects the values of the broader community and the common good, given the shared and interconnected nature of water systems, including rivers. Yet potentially conflicting values include environmental, cultural, human rights, economic, regional and rural growth, and intergenerational rights, which make collaborative governance challenging, but likely more effective in the long term. Differences in values may be expressed by some actors who will value the economic benefits of using water for agriculture and industry over indigenous water rights and ecological values, and vice versa. We therefore do not suggest that collaborative governance will result in a homogeneous view with respect to managing water resources. Rather, we argue that by engaging in meaningful, inclusive collaborative processes, management of a common resource will have a greater chance of success over the longer term, and more buy-in from water users and communities dependent on water sources. This is particularly true if such processes support discussion around historic and ongoing power imbalances with respect to water management, for example corporate irrigators v. traditional owners, and the real-world impact of such dynamics. As L. 2014 point out, the development of social capital through stronger and more extensive stakeholder networks can be drawn on to facilitate coordinated approaches to addressing catchment scale problems. It appears that often in practice, there is no meaningful process for considering the values and aspirations which underpin the functions of a governance framework. As Al. suggest, a visionary approach would start by defining the desired outcomes. Al. 2020, p. 14. Collaborative governance approaches can vary depending on the stages at which collaboration occurs in the policy cycle. Some collaborations may be one-off, short-term efforts, e.g., consultation with affected stakeholders about the broad parameters of a water plan, while others may involve significant long-term relationships and stakeholder commitment, including implementation and/or enforcement of agreed rules and responsibilities. Head 2005. Australia's approach to collaboration is perhaps most prominently embodied in the National Water Initiative, which sets out high-level planning principles and a vision of community involvement, but leaves it to each state and territory to determine how best to undertake planning activities. COAG 1994, NWI 2004. Regardless of the stage of the policy cycle, collaborative governance is increasingly identified as aspiring to involve inclusive participation, integration, knowledge generation, learning, and adaptation. 2015. Al. 2013. Collaborative approaches are capable of gathering data from alternative sources, such as place-based knowledge and citizen science. These sources can be a valuable complement to scientific data. Al. 2012. Collaborative approaches may have the potential to better balance power differentials by diffusing decision-making and emphasizing multi-party deliberation. Moreover, having a mix of decision-makers and capacities can create greater mutual accountability between affected actors and decision-makers, enabling conflicts of interest to be managed more effectively. In addition, collaborative decision-making can help to ensure that consideration is given to the interests of groups which may otherwise be overlooked, for example, traditional owners, women, and other groups. Farmers, communities, and environmental interest groups may also work together through collaborative governance mechanisms to manage the full spectrum of impacts, and this can in turn strengthen risk-informed approaches. BICE and 2014. More generally, given the resource-related limits of water regulation, collaborative approaches can the knowledge of non-government NGOs for informing decisions, engaging communities, monitoring, evaluation, and learning, thus improving the effectiveness of water governance regimes. The precise form that collaborative governance takes in practice remains an open question, and even when developed, it too will confront its own implementation challenges. Indeed, aiming for an ideal level or type of collaborative governance is likely to be costly to implement and time-consuming to pursue. Nevertheless, glimpses of such a model at work have previously been identified in the 2000 EU Water Framework Directive, the California Bay Delta Plan, the Chesapeake Bay Plan, and other initiatives. In urban contexts, an examination of the application of a collaborative, risk-informed, triple bottom line, multi-criteria decision analysis planning framework for integrated urban water management in Fort Collins, Colorado found that more inclusive participation throughout the study and maintaining a cooperative approach allowed for the identification of obstacles to project success and the adaptation of a decision framework to address those obstacles. Cole Al. 2018, p. 15. Contrastingly, a study of 3 collaborative water governance in 3 regions of New Zealand did not find that community confidence in water management decisions was increased overall as a result of collaborative approaches being employed. The reasons for this finding, however, are not known, and the authors point to the need for qualitative information to accompany quantitative studies aiming to evaluate the effectiveness of collaborative water governance and some of the challenges that may occur in implementation. Al. 2020. Collaboration is not limited to visioning and planning, and can include enforcement and compliance mechanisms. Options to collaboratively enforce water governance agreements is an emerging field, and may include a range of options including traditional government regulators, stakeholders, e.g., collaborative water user groups, and third parties playing different co-regulatory roles. In contrast to situations where there is pure self-regulation, 1992, under co-regulation, a designated collaborative group can assume some of the compliance and enforcement functions of a government regulatory authority. In such models, the government regulator may retain some compliance and enforcement functions, such as more formal and onerous sanctions, and may reserve the right to step in by invitation or unilaterally, if and when it considers noncompliance has occurred in spite of collaborative enforcement efforts. Al. 2012. 4.3 Collaborative Transboundary Water Governance as the basis for risk-informed approaches. Development cannot be considered sustainable or resilient unless it accounts for multiple threats and associated risks. Actions to reduce those risks and avoid risk creation need to be integrated into multiple levels of planning and delivery, from NGO and community-based to government plans and the policies of international donor agencies. Al. 2019, p. 33. Relationships between inclusive collaborative governance structures and processes, and risk-informed approaches for transboundary water management. Source: authors drawing on Al. 2019. Good practice in risk-informed development will be inclusive, transparent, iterative, flexible, and reflective. Al. 2019, p. 34. Firstly, decisions will be inclusive and transparent. This is important because the assessment of the severity and importance of risks is a value judgment, and so needs to be informed by a wide range of perspectives and stakeholders. Secondly, risk-informed development needs to be phased and iterative, generating knowledge about risks, and putting in place mitigation strategies happens over time and over a number of phases of a project. Thirdly, flexible and adaptable processes are needed to respond to different contexts and the dynamics of water and social systems. Lastly, continuous reflection is needed to learn from past mistakes in order to avoid repeating them. From a transboundary water governance perspective, we examine these principles, in particular inclusive and transparent stakeholder engagement, and learning from other contexts in order to avoid making the same or similar mistakes, in this case, Australia. While other governance approaches also these principles, e.g., adaptive water governance and elements of IWRM, arguably one of the more prominent and more developed approaches is collaborative water governance. 4.4 Background to the Murray-Darling Basin. Australia has relatively sophisticated and technologically enabled water governance systems, and it has adapted these systems as a result of crises, lessons learned, political interests, and community expectations and demands. The lessons learned are important to share globally, so that these can be considered by other jurisdictions in their risk-informed planning and options analysis. The Murray-Darling Basin is Australia's largest and most iconic river system, and one of the biggest basins in the world by geographic extent. It covers over 1 million square in southeastern Australia, an area larger than the combined size of France and Germany. It is Australia's most complex environmental asset and Australia's food bowl. The basin is the traditional country of around 40 indigenous nations. Healthy rivers, lakes, and wetlands in the basin are essential now and for future generations. Group of Concerned Scientists 2019. Australia's water management reforms were developed in response to a slowly evolving ecological catastrophe. 2018, p. 38. Following a blue-green algae event on the Darling River in the early 1990s, and a water audit which revealed that water extraction had reduced the median annual flow of the basin to 27% of the flows that would have occurred without development. 2016, a cap on extractions was introduced. This decision set up the drivers for water trading, water markets, and water accounting to measure compliance with the cap. 2016. In 2007, the Water Act was enacted and provided for Commonwealth oversight of water management in the MDB. Previously, Water management had nearly exclusively been controlled by the state governments, which struggled with transboundary contexts, such as the MDB flowing through 4 states. A key ingredient in Australia's sophisticated and evolving governance system was setting a limit on the amount of water that can be taken out of the river system. Under this system, states are required by law to reinstate an environmentally sustainable level of take, otherwise known as the Sustainable Diversion Limit, SDL, which is the level of water extraction that can occur without compromising the health of the system. There is an SDL for the basin as a whole, made up of SDLs for individual valleys and shared targets for connected systems. Fierce negotiations on what the SDL ought to be occurred in Australia, and under the Basin Plan, which considers the management of the basin as an interconnected system, SDLs were expected to deliver environmental outcomes by setting a cap on extractions. However, the determined SDL set for the MDB was understood to fall short of being able to deliver on the intended environmental outcomes, and without providing scientific justification for the targets. Group of Concerned Scientists, 2019. It has also been described as unlawful by a range of legal experts on the basis that it did not reflect the requirements of the Water Act, including because it failed to take into account climate change. Murray-Darling Basin Royal Commission, 2019. 2018. The AUD $13 billion Murray-Darling Basin Plan was signed into law in 2012, with water recovery for the environment expected to be fully by 2024. Unfortunately, Australia's transboundary water governance appears to have stagnated and even retreated, due in part to 2 key issues. 1, lack of attention to implementation of law and governance measures, and 2, of water governance mechanisms by federal and state governments, and 2018, P4. The creation of a new regulator in NSW resulted in some improvements to compliance and enforcement in terms of the water taken by individual license holders. However, as further discussed below, legal issues remained in relation to the implementation of the Basin Plan itself, a plan as described above, which does not reflect the requirements of the Water Act. This mismatch between law, policy, and implementation has propelled a clash of interests. One of the principal architects of the Australian water trading system argued that while the concepts underlying the plan are close to world's best practice, yet the implementation plan is flawed and the execution lacking. Mike Young, paraphrased in 2020, P11. In response to implementation challenges, in 2023, the Productivity Commission recommended that the Australian government should, without delay, plan and implement a renewed water recovery approach, including voluntary water purchases. Purchases should be undertaken gradually to avoid driving water market disruption and community adjustment pressures. Productivity Commission 2023, P2. It is important to note the challenges or failures that Australia has experienced and consider them in risk-informed and adaptive management processes so as to learn from other governance models. Some challenges we believe are important to share with other jurisdictions include: A. Political interference resulting in evidence-based policy not being implemented, B. Water theft, and C. A mistrust in and discrediting of the large-scale planning process and governance mechanisms due to failing to engage deeply and collaboratively with the community. By openly sharing and understanding the mistakes and challenges of other countries, risk-informed planning and programming, including collaborative approaches, can be strengthened. In any risk-based assessment, it is important to examine barriers to change and potential risks at the start of the process. This is needed to ensure that efforts can be balanced with designing laws, which are often drawn up in haste. An understanding of existing and potential barriers is also needed to discern how laws can best be implemented and how to mitigate barriers to implementation. The following section explains how 3 key challenges, failures, or risks in the Australian context came to be, and what suggestions the authors have for mitigating them. A political interference. Is it inevitable, and if so, how to manage it as a risk? Political interference. Is it inevitable, and if so, how to manage it as a risk? Australia has had its fair share of political interference in the Murray-Darling Basin, with alleged deals, special rates for mates, public money for water being misused, and stacking decision-making boards with lobbyists. 2017. NSW Ombudsman 2018. Political interference is not a high or low-income challenge, but a risk that needs to be managed in all transboundary water governance contexts. Given water is a precious commodity in agriculture and industry, decision-making about its management is vulnerable to influence by powerful lobby groups and politics. In Australia, the water trading system explicitly gives economic value to water resources, and decisions have been made in the interests of certain groups seeking to economic gain from the system. This phenomenon is not unique to Australia, and the lessons learnt are also relevant to contexts without independent oversight of water governance mechanisms, and in contexts where corruption levels are high. Power and politics impact on water sharing arrangements all over the world, whether or not the resource has been commodified as in the Australian case. Examples of political interference have included an NSW minister for water erroneously communicating that an embargo on water take had been lifted, and not indicating any consideration for the needs of the environment, but rather an approach that the needs of productive water users, and an attempt to have the law implemented in the least worst way for them. NSW ICAC 2020, p10. The minister in question in this case was in campaign mode just a few days from a state election, and was seeking to placate his constituents about the contentious embargo on the Darling River. NSW ICAC 2020, p74. In another case, an agricultural water user received AUD 31 million in government grants under the Healthy Headwaters program and used them to complete earthworks rather than install efficient irrigation systems. 2020, p54. Other allegations of misused funds have surfaced, demonstrating that without the correct checks and balances in the system, funding programs are likely to fall prey to misuse and corruption. ABC 2019b. Each context is different, so appropriate measures to manage noncompliance, rent-seeking, and corruption are needed. The fish kill became an issue in the NSW state election. In the lead-up to the March 2019 poll, the towns of the Lower Darling were suddenly a target of spending. For example, there was a commitment of $25 million in federal and state funding to seal the road which the community had been wanting for years to encourage tourism. 2020, p39. B. Compliance, an essential though under-resourced component of implementation. Compliance, an essential though under-resourced component of implementation. 1. Understanding people's motivations for complying. People's motivations are related to knowledge, social norms, and economic factors. Understanding people's motivations for complying. People's motivations are related to knowledge, social norms, and economic factors. 2. The characteristics of water users, including their economic resources, knowledge education, cognitive capabilities, technologies, management capacities, and worldviews. The characteristics of water users, including their economic resources, knowledge education, cognitive capabilities, technologies, management capacities, and worldviews. 3. Regulations and enforcement strategies include risk-based regulation and resourced compliance pyramids. Regulations and enforcement strategies include risk-based regulation and resourced compliance pyramids. 4. Regulatory pluralism involves seeking the context-specific optimal mix of stakeholders and developing structures which enable a range of actors, e.g., civil society, farmers, community, to generate norms which encourage others to comply with water governance strategies. Al. 2020. These 4 pillars are helpful to consider when consulting on and planning compliance regimes suited to the context. Regulatory pluralism involves seeking the context-specific optimal mix of stakeholders and developing structures which enable a range of actors, e.g., civil society, farmers, community, to generate norms which encourage others to comply with water governance strategies. Al. 2020. These four pillars are helpful to consider when consulting on and planning compliance regimes suited to the context. The example of Australia's Murray-Darling Basin shows how even in resource-rich environments, compliance is a challenge, and relying purely on top-down enforcement strategies is unlikely to succeed unless it is extremely well-resourced, and water metering is universal, well-maintained, and analyzed in a timely manner. In 2017, it was alleged that large-scale water users tampered with water meters, and that some irrigators pumped water from the river system in periods when pumping was not permitted, and/or they pumped quantities greatly in excess of their entitlements. ABC 2017. Community concern about these compliance breaches was high, with a basin-wide review of compliance finding that numerous stakeholders felt considerable frustration that the Murray-Darling Basin Association, MDBA, did not respond adequately to allegations of serious breaches. Commonwealth of Australia, 2018. Independent investigations resulted in the creation of a new independent NSW regulator, called the Natural Resources Access Regulator, NRAR. Government directors' staff members involved in facilitating the acts of noncompliance were removed from the bureaucracy, NSW Department of Industry 2017, and the NSW Independent Commission Against Corruption, NSW-ICAC, was tasked to investigate the allegations of political interference and corruption, 2020, p. 8. Although the Commission was not satisfied that the evidence established any person as having engaged in corrupt conduct, as per the Independent Commission Against Corruption Act 1988, it was satisfied that those matters it found had detrimental effect on the public's confidence in the ecologically sustainable, equitable, transparent, and efficient management of the water sources of the state, and in the integrity and good repute of public administration. More generally, NSW-ICAC 2020, p. 9. It further found that key elements of the state's water laws were not properly implemented in certain catchments so as to promote consumptive uses over the environment. NSW-ICAC 2020, p. 20. Other independent investigations of past practices were also alarming. Water compliance had been ineffectual and needed significant improvement. Allegations of water theft had not been acted on, sometimes for years. 2020, p. 52. In 2021, the Inspector General of Water Compliance, IGWC, was established to provide oversight, monitoring, compliance, and enforcement of the Basin Plan and parts of the Water Act. Australia's experience with compliance challenges shows the importance of fostering buy-in from regulated actors such as farmers and other water users. And 2016b, to help counter illegal actions, as well as timely investigation of breaches. In addition, inclusive collaborative processes can inform and enhance opportunities for a wider range of actors to exert public pressure against compliance mechanisms. As concludes, constant vigilance, from civil society in particular, is required to ensure that these laws are properly implemented and enforced over time. 2018, p. 52. Research on compliance motivators has found that personal values, in relation to honesty and fairness, and social reputation, are highly influential, and need to be better upon in order to design a robust, agile, and adequately resourced compliance framework. It is recommended that regulators build their knowledge of, and partnerships with, water users in order to better understand compliance motivators, and to be close to what is happening on the ground. Al. 2020. There is also a significant need in Australia for compliance systems to be adequately resourced, and includes mobilizing third parties to widen monitoring networks and nurture desired changes in the community, e.g. training and policy guidance. Without adequate resourcing, compliance and enforcement strategies will not meet policy expectations. Al. 2020. See failing to engage deeply and inclusively with community. Failing to engage deeply and inclusively with community. Another case from Australia illustrating governance failure involved the development and release of the draft guide to the MDP plan in 2010. The draft was written without substantial community engagement, and when it was suddenly released, some farmers were so irate that they burned copies of the draft guide to the plan in a media event, and governments were not prepared for the backlash. ABC 2016. As a result, the proposed minimum 3,000 GL year to recover for the environment was met with hostility by some irrigation-dependent towns. This was despite the fact that 3,000 GL year was not an environmentally sustainable diversion limit and fell well short of Australia's obligations under international agreements, such as the Convention, 2018, p. 41. While state governments had experienced similar challenges almost a decade earlier, Miller 2003, and 2013, Tan al. 2012, this experience reinforced to water management professionals and politicians that understanding stakeholder positions, interests, and values was imperative, as was sharing and co-analyzing data to develop joint ownership of transboundary water management plans and governance options. Sadly, and possibly as a result of poor stakeholder engagement, securing water for the environment through mechanisms such as Water 3 have become the proverbial patsy for all manner of rural mischance, from unemployment to reduced school. 2018, p. 45-46. Poor attention to collaboration and consultation could be a key reason for the failure of the MDB plan to achieve the outcomes intended, and for its failure to garner the necessary community and political support to enable its implementation. Indeed, the Productivity Commission, 2021, p. 199, citing Al. 2020, p. 1, noted a range of concerns about the inclusion, extent, and effectiveness of engagement processes, particularly within the MDB. Across the Murray-Darling Basin trust in governments, particularly federal and state, to deliver good long-term policy and support rural and regional communities has been severely diminished. This fall in trust has resulted from a failure to adequately include people in conversations about government policy and their future, especially those who have not been on the upside of change. Buying water back from irrigators for the environment has become a particularly vexed issue, involving a great deal of misinformation, misunderstanding, and populist political discourse. This is despite the fact that experts have argued that the socioeconomic impacts of would be much less than the impacts of drought. And 2011 in 2018, p. 46, Hughes al. 2020, and that purchasing water is the most cost-effective way for governments to obtain water for the environment. Productivity Commission, 2023. Owens notes that a lack of responsiveness to economic, social, and cultural values in the MDB has led to a general resistance from irrigation communities to water, leading to a shift to more costly and less effective, environmentally, and potentially less assured recovery measures like infrastructure upgrades. Owens in and 2018, p. 17. See also Wheeler al. 2020. Furthermore, there is considerable evidence that purported efficient irrigation infrastructure subsidies are not cost-effective, and are in fact leading to a net increase in extractions through a phenomenon known as the rebound effect. Wheeler al. 2020, Hughes al. 2020. By 2011, the proposed 3,000 GL year to be returned to the environment had been reduced to a target of 2,750 GL as a long-term annual average, even though experts were calling for 3,200 GL for the environment as a minimum. Group of Concerned Scientists, 2019. Other scientific and legal advice indicates that Australia needs to return at least 4,000 GL year to the environment to ensure the longer-term health and viability of this vital transboundary river system. 2018, p. 50, which demonstrates the disconnection between policy and the outcomes needed. Debates about how much water to return to the environment and how to manage it in times of scarcity has split MDB communities, pitting farmers against farmers, depending on the type of crops they grow, and dividing upstream and downstream river communities. Unfortunately, it has also created an artificial divide between the concepts of environment and livelihoods, whereby Australia has witnessed a large-scale tragedy of the commons. Australia has employed a range of consultation modalities, in the context of the Murray-Darling Basin. These have included notice and comment, where something is announced and provided for review comment, invited submissions, targeted consultation, and the establishment of consultation bodies such as the Basin Community Committee. 2018, p. 175. Presents 5 key lessons about the aims and process of stakeholder engagement in the MDB context. 1. Consultation has been flexible and varied, ranging from perfunctory to deep engagement. 2. There has been an absence of overarching policy related to the meaning and exercise of public participation. 3. Policy approaches to participation need to mature. 4. There has been a gap between policy and implementation with respect to consultation with traditional owners. 5. More deliberative, robust, sustained modes of participation must be influenced and underpinned by legally contestable rights and interests. 2018, p. 180-181. The depth of engagement with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples on water governance matters in Australia has been woeful and have in many cases served to continue the dispossession and exclusion of traditional owners. See Generally Marshall 2017. Al. 2020, 2021. Inadequate engagement with traditional owners is an example of where policymakers and politicians fell short of inclusive collaborative governance, as explained by Al. 2020, p. 671. The difficulties in the MDB of having to retrospectively purchase water entitlements for Aboriginal people, due to their exclusion in the initial sharing arrangements, highlights the need to dedicate water reserves for Aboriginal purposes in advance of flow of water. Indigenous Australians have lived in Australia for 50,000 to 120,000 years. Al. 2018, 2019, and despite their connection to country and immense knowledge of water bodies and water-dependent environments, consultation has been considered disingenuous by some. At the same time as fighting the native title claim, they had been consulted over the Murray-Darling Basin Plan fake consultation, Elder Badger Bates calls it, because nobody ever listened and nothing they said changed the result. 2020, p. 3132. In contrast, in Canada there is an expectation that deep consultation will involve negotiation, supported by legal obligations grounded in specific constitutional conditions. 2018, p. 178-179. 2020-2021 calls our attention to groundwater as an integral interconnected component of transboundary river basins, and the knowledge and connection that Aboriginal people have had with ground and surface waters for thousands of years. But this is seldom in governance arrangements. In 2023, the Productivity Commission advised with respect to Indigenous engagement that meaningful engagement is crucial to building trust and working in partnership. It is not enough to First Nations values in Basin Plan implementation. Transparent, accountable mechanisms by which First Nations people can inform and share decision-making are important. They are also a key element of the priority reforms. Productivity Commission 2023 p19. A lack of deep consultation with Indigenous peoples coexists with reform fatigue, experienced by some farmers and rural communities who have been part of the various phases and iterations of transboundary water governance reforms in Australia. These stakeholders have spent many hours, over many years, driving to meetings and consultations which they can't afford to miss. 2020, p. 23. Tan Al. Trialed a range of deliberative processes for water planning in Australia, including interactive tools, and those that had high visual impact, and found that these approaches were consistently rated highly by all sectors of the community and also by water planners. Tan Al. 2012. The challenge is therefore how to effectively and meaningfully engage with communities, including Indigenous peoples and other groups, while at the same time being transparent about how stakeholders' inputs will influence decisions and avoiding consultation fatigue. As the Productivity Commission 2021 p. 200 observed for both water resource management and water services provision going forward, all Australian governments should further build their capacity and capability to undertake effective, thorough, and well-informed community consultation and engagement. Collaborative governance is also dependent on a certain level of capacity if institutional efforts to promote collaboration are to be successful. Ananda and Proctor 2013. The experiences in the MDB remind us of the ongoing importance of ownership and uptake of collaborative processes, and as observed by 2018, newly minted, best practice water laws are more of an armistice than an outright victory. The latter requires well-resourced government agencies, political champions committed to the success of the implementation process, and an active civil society capable of holding governments to account over the long term. 2018, p. 51. It is the power and importance of active and inclusive civil society engagement that we now turn to. 4.5. Inclusive collaborative governance to inform risk-based approaches. A part of my anger and disappointment comes from the billions of dollars spent, the laws written, the plans and policies made, leaving the river system still collapsing because it has been undermined by bigger, more powerful interests, and their political influence. Bill Johnson, Park Ranger with responsibility for marshes, quoted in 2020, p. 97. 4.6 Modes of engagement. The 2015, for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, Water Governance Initiatives Framework for Stakeholder Engagement draws on a spectrum of modes of consultation and participation, and is a useful tool for considering the depth and breadth of engagement modalities. OECD 2015, a B. The framework considers top-down and transactional approaches, one-way communication, through to collaborative and shared decision-making, co-decision, and co-production, as shown in Fig. 4.2. See also 2011 for examples of types of engagement and the relative costs and benefits of each. For Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, Typology of Stakeholder Engagement, OECD 2015b. Representation of intersectionality from the perspective of individual characteristics and societal power. ALD 2019, p2. The water, sanitation, and hygiene (WASH) sector has grappled with implementation challenges related to inclusive collaborative processes for decades, and has found that without genuine and inclusive processes, designs will be flawed, systems will not be sustainable, and overarching economic and health-related outcomes will not be delivered. Grant al. 2019, al. 2019, Water for Women 2022. 4.7. Inclusive collaborative governance. Discrimination and disparities in the levels of power that different stakeholder groups have played out in the management of the MDB. Some have got away with more than others for reasons of lobbying power, money, networks, and geography. The result is a river system run to the edge of its ability to survive. 2020, p. 68. The issues that Australia has grappled with in terms of managing various interests, with different levels of political and financial power, are not unique. They point to the challenges of interference, implementation, compliance, and mistrust that readily flow from minimal collaborative engagement. Inclusiveness is recognizing the rights of individuals and groups across different categories, needs, and vulnerabilities, and without any kind of discrimination based on race, age, gender, religious affiliation, ethnicity, language, disability, economic backgrounds, or any other conditions of origin. It also concerns taking into consideration these diverse social, economic, and cultural aspects, along with taking special account of the vulnerable groups, minorities, and indigenous people when performing different governance functions, contributing to balancing differences in power. Al. 2020, p. 12. Inclusive collaborative governance is conscious of power imbalances between stakeholders, and it works to address them, given that not all community members have equal access to lobbying opportunities, engagement, and decision-making forums. For example, in Australia, any attempt at inclusive collaborative governance would need to the influence and power of the and well-resourced irrigation lobby and balance these interests with other voices and perspectives. In the case of the MDB, the power of the irrigation lobby, unchecked due to the absence of inclusive processes, was stronger than the power of environmental advocates and indigenous people, despite the links between sustainable water extraction and long-term viability of basin communities. 2018. Action Area 1. Make gender equality and inclusion a core goal within transboundary water governance and processes. Action Area 1. Make gender equality and inclusion a core goal within transboundary water governance and processes. Action Area 2. Conduct gender and inclusion analysis that drives change at all stages of the project cycle. Action Area 2. Conduct gender and inclusion analysis that drives change at all stages of the project cycle. Action Area 3. Adopt a nothing about them without them approach to meaningful and inclusive participation. Action Area 3. Adopt a nothing about them without them approach to meaningful and inclusive participation. Action Area 4. Create a level playing field between men and women with respect to access to and control of land and water resources. Action Area 4. Create a level playing field between men and women with respect to access to and control of land and water resources. These 4 areas are important factors to consider when pursuing meaningful and inclusive participation in decision-making and partnerships with peoples, such as women, indigenous peoples, socioeconomically disadvantaged, sexual and gender minorities, and people with disabilities. These factors include being conscious of, and not exploiting, the amount of unpaid work they are expected to do through being part of consultations, mobility issues related to getting to and accessing participation forums, events, and submission processes. High levels of literacy are often required, and cultural norms which may discourage women, for example, from speaking in front of men or openly in public forums. These 4 areas of action call for a redistribution of power and control over water resources towards more equitable forms of governance, drawing on diverse knowledges, including traditional and cultural knowledge. Barriers to inclusion can all be managed with careful analysis and planning, and through being informed by local community, including disabled peoples, traditional owners, rights-based NGOs, and gender equality and social inclusion experts. Grant Al. 2019 and 2013, Water for Women 2022. Additionally, the gendered nature of transboundary water governance, forums, and governance architecture needs to be addressed, in line with evolving international efforts to promote gender equality and more holistic approaches to natural resources management. 2022. 4.8 Conclusion. In this chapter, we have shared a range of experiences pertinent to Australia's transboundary water governance history, particularly in relation to the MDB. We hope that, by offering transparent accounts of the challenges faced and the lessons learned, we can support the risk-informed collaborative governance processes in other jurisdictions. We have argued that investment in deep and inclusive stakeholder engagement, in the form of inclusive collaborative governance, can enable a greater focus on shared values, which can then be drawn on to inform water governance mechanisms and strategies, including shared and trusted compliance tools. We have revealed that while it is unlikely that perfect buy-in from all parties can be achieved anywhere, there are ways to work towards achieving balanced collaboration between governments, business, and local communities. Communities are knowledgeable about the water resources they depend on, and therefore they need to be involved in governance decisions and regimes. Risk-informed approaches help public servants, researchers, politicians, and communities to consider what the barriers to success might be, and they help them to deal with these barriers proactively rather than in a reactive manner. To support risk management processes, new models of participation are needed, with a focus on inclusion, an understanding of intersectionality, multiple layers of, and thoughtful application of the spectrum of collaboration. Transboundary water governance is evolving, iterative, and adaptive. The example of Australia shows that even in sophisticated governance contexts, ensuring buy-in, compliance, and implementation remains a challenge. We offer the following 3 key insights that could be useful to other jurisdictions, when planning models of inclusive collaborative water governance. Firstly, it is important to put time and resources into developing the enabling conditions for water law and reform. Inclusive and collaborative processes are essential for developing these conditions and for gaining acceptance from all those involved. Putting time and energy into processes from the outset will save time and political resources in the long run, through identifying and agreeing on values, which can feed into risk-informed approaches. Secondly, be mindful of the gap between law and implementation, and embed the necessary safeguards in governance frameworks to minimize issues related to potential challenges along these lines. Investing in governance mechanisms, such as laws, is important, but they are only a part of the broader picture. Investment in implementation will be needed to ensure that the laws have the desired effect. Thirdly, civil society engagement is important as it ensures that the government is held to account, and the gap between communities and public servants can be bridged. An understanding of intersectionality is needed to ensure that the power dynamics between different groups and individuals within society are taken into account, and to ensure that actions are taken to support more inclusive and equitable societies. Engagement processes must consider power differences between actors. Groups which may be vulnerable to being include small-scale farmers, indigenous people, women, people considered lower caste, people with disabilities and sexual and gender minorities, as well as ethnic minorities. These people make up the majority of society, and yet do not have a say in many water management decisions which affect them. Community engagement processes need to consider power imbalances, and they need to be conscious of the dominant worldviews and values that may be put forward by groups, and with power. Culturally informed, do-no-harm processes, involving people who are impacted by water management decisions, is imperative to achieve outcomes for communities and environments dependent on water. Meaningfully and deeply listening to and considering a range of perspectives on values, water sharing, compliance, and overall management options is central to inclusive collaborative transboundary water governance. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: ABC 2016. Young men burn copies of the guide to the Murray. ABC News. Net News 20-1602-18. Young men burn copies of the guide to the Murray 7180-7400. Accessed on 1 June 2024. ABC 2017. Pumped. ABC News. Net 4 Corners Pumped 8-727-826. Accessed on 1 June 2024. ABC 2019. Can the Plan Convoy converges on Canberra? ABC News. Net News 20-19-1202. Can the Plan Convoy converges on Canberra 11751398. Accessed on 1 June 2024. ABC 2019b. Cash Splash. ABC News. Net 4 Corners Cash Splash 112894112. Accessed on 1 June 2024. AD 2016. Stakeholder Engagement for Inclusive Water Governance. Practicing What We Preach with the OECD Water Governance Initiative. Water 85204. Org 103390 W8050204. ADP 2018, Introducing the OECD Principles on Water Governance. Water 43-1512. Org 10-108-002, 50806020, 171407561. Ananda J., Proctor W., 2013, Collaborative Approaches to Water Management and Planning, An Institutional Perspective. Econ 80, 697-106. Org 10-10-16J20, 1210-018. Australian Academy of Science, 2019, Investigation of the Causes of Mass Fish Kills in the Region NSW over the Summer of 2018-2019. Science.org Supporting Science Policy and Sector Analysis Reports and Publications, Fish Kills Report. Accessed on 1 June 2024. Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, ACCC. 2021. Murray-Darling Basin Water Markets Inquiry, Final Report. System files Murray-Darling %, 20 Basin %, 20 Water %, 20 Markets %, 20 Inquiry %, 20%, 20 Final %, 20 Report %, 20%, 20 Overview. Accessed on 1 June 2024. CKS 2014, Planning for Success in a Climate Change Future, Collaborative Water Governance in the Upper Murrumbidgee Catchment, Southeastern Australia. Australian Journal of Water Resources, 18-1-114. Org 10-715-8W13, 2720-1418-1. BICES K 2014, Social License to Operate and Impact Assessment. Impact Assess, 324257-262. Org 10-1080-146-155-1720, 14950-122. MC RC 2016, Power in Collaborative Approaches to Governance for Water, A Systematic Review. SOCH 29, 7775-790. Org 10-1080-08941922020, 151080339. E 2013, The Silence of the Plan. Will the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Convention be implemented in the Murray-Darling Basin? Environmental and Planning Law Journal 30, 156-73. E 2018, The Unwinding of Water Reform in the Murray-Darling Basin, A Cautionary Tale for Transboundary River Systems. In CD, Reforming Water Law and Governance. Springer Nature, 3555. Cole J. S. N. G. J. 2018, Collaborative, Risk-Informed, Triple Bottom Line, Multi-Criteria Decision Analysis Planning Framework for Integrated Urban Water Management. Water 1012-1722. Commonwealth of Australia, 2018, The Integrity of the Water Market in the Murray-Darling Basin. Parliamentary Business Committees Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Murray-Darling and Report. Accessed on 9 June 2025. D 2020. No Water, No Leadership. The Conversation. No Water, No Leadership, New Murray-Darling Basin Report Reveals State's Climate Gamble, 136514. Accessed on 1 June 2024. Council of Australian Governments, COAG. 1994, Water Reform Framework. Org Content E9401. Accessed on 1 June 2024. P 2019, A Big Jump, People Might Have Lived in Australia Twice as Long as We Thought. The Guardian. Australia News Post-Colonial Blog, 2019 Mar 11, A Big Jump, People Might Have Lived in Australia Twice as Long as We Thought. Accessed on 1 June 2024. CA 2011, Enhancing Collaborative Management in the Basin. In D. RQ, Basin Futures, Water Reform in the Murray-Darling Basin. ANU ePress, 413-438. Davies A. 2019, hundreds of thousands of native fish dead in second Murray-Darling incident. The Guardian. Com Australia News 20190, 7 hundreds of thousands of native fish dead in second Murray-Darling incident. Accessed on 1 June 2024. Davies P.E., M.J., Hillman T.J., Roberts J.R., M.C. 2012. Sustainable Rivers Audit 2, The Ecological Health of Rivers in the Murray-Darling Basin at the End of the Millennium Drought 2008-2010. 1. Publications and Data Publications, Sustainable Rivers, Audit 2-2. Accessed on 1 June 2024. GRO, A 2013, New Modes of Pluralist Global Governance. IILJ Working Paper 2013, 1, Global Administrative Law Series. Org Publications, New Modes of Pluralist Global Governance accessed on 1 June 2024. LJC, MJ 2018, The Role of Women in Transboundary Water Dispute Resolution. In CGRH, Water Security Across the Gender Divide. Springer, 129-146. HJM, AC 2009, Conceptualizing Sustainable Development, an Assessment Methodology Connecting Values, Knowledge, Worldviews and Scenarios. Econ 68, 1006-1019. Org 10-1016J2008, 11015. J 2016, The Australian Water Reform Journey, an overview of 3 decades of policy, management and institutional transformation. Australian Water Partnership. Org Publications, Water Reform Journey accessed on 1 June 2024. AS 2013, A Gendered Critique of Transboundary Water Management. Fem Rev 103-99-119. L. Jackson S. K. 2020, Indigenous Water Rights and Water Law Reforms in Australia. Environmental and Planning Law Journal 37, 655-678. Q. E. M. Williams J. 2019 Toxic, What is Rotten in the Murray-Darling Basin? It's Not Just Fish. Asia and Pacific Policy Society. Net Toxic, What is Rotten in the Murray-Darling Basin accessed on 1 June 2024. Grant M. 2017, Gender Equality and Inclusion in Water Resources Management, Action Piece. Global Water Partnership. Org Global About Publications, Gender Action Piece. Accessed on 1 June 2024. Grant M. J. C. 2019. Gender Equality and Goal 6, The Critical Connection, An Australian Perspective. Australian Water Partnership. Org Publications, Gender Equality Goal 6 accessed on 1 June 2024. Head BW 2005 Governance. In Saunders P. Walter J. Ideas and Influence, Social Science and Public Policy in Australia. UNSW Press, 4457. C. 2012, Compliance and Enforcement of Water Licenses in NSW, Limitations in Law, Policy and Institutions. The Australasian Journal of Natural Resources Law and Policy, 15-149-189. C. 2015, Crafting Collaborative Governance, Water Resources, California's Delta Plan and Audited Self-Management in New Zealand. Environmental Law Reporter, News and Analysis 45-103241-0337. C. 2016, Linking Law and New Governance, Examining Gaps, Hybrids and Integration in Water Policy. Law and Policy. 38-2453. ComAbs 10-1111-12048. C. N. Shearing C. 2012, The New Environmental Governance. London. C. D. 2013, Deliberative Participation, Environmental Law and Collaborative Governance, Insights from Surface and Groundwater Studies. Environmental and Planning Law Journal 30, 130-255. C. D. 2014, A New Water Policy Option for Australia. Collaborative Water Governance, compliance and enforcement, and audited self-management. The Australasian Journal of Natural Resources Law and Policy, 17, 189-216. C.D. 2016, A Governing Water Markets, Achievements, Limitations, and the Need for Regulatory Reform. Environmental and Planning Law Journal 33-3, 01324. C.D. 2016 B. Regulation, Technology and Water. Buy-in as a precondition for effective real-time, advanced monitoring, compliance, and enforcement. George Washington Journal of Energy and Environmental Law, 752-66. C.D. 2018, Reforming Water Law and Governance, From Stagnation to Innovation in Australia. Springer Nature Singapore. Org 10 100 7978 110 89770. C.T.S. Rowe J.C. D. 2020 Groundwater Regulation, Compliance and Enforcement. Insights on Regulators, Regulated Actors and Frameworks in New South Wales, Australia. In C.D. Sustainable Groundwater Management, a comparative analysis of French and Australian policies and implications to other countries. Springer, 5169. J. 2017. The Politics of Water Reform and Environmental Sustainability in the Murray-Darling Basin. Water 42, 81001021. Org 10 1080002, 5080602017141221. Hughes N. D. Dodds S. 2020 September 1. Recovering Water for the Environment in the Murray-Darling. Farm upgrades increase water prices more than. The Conversation. Recovering water for the environment in the Murray-Darling farm. Upgrades increase water prices more than 145289. Accessed on 1 June 2024. International Standards, 2021, Risk Management Guidelines, ISO 31000. ISO.org ISO 31000 Risk Management. Accessed on 1 June 2024. APRPRBLK Ward R 2020 Unpacking Water Governance, a Framework for Practitioners. Water 123827. Org 103390, W120303827. MJ 2020. Interim Inspector General of Murray, Darling Basin Water Resources March 2020. Impact of lower inflows on state shares under the Murray-Darling Basin Agreement. Canberra. Sites Default Files 202009 Final Report. Accessed on 1 June 2024. R. Muller M. 2009, Integrated Water Resources Management in Practice, Better Water Management for Development. B. 2018, Public Participation in Water Resources Management in Australia, Procedure and Possibilities. In C.D. Reforming Water Law and Governance. Springer Nature, 147-164. Marshall v. 2017, Overturning Aqua, Securing Aboriginal Water Rights. Aboriginal Studies Press. Publication 35022. Accessed on 1 June 2024. K. 2017, Independent Investigation into NSW Water Management and Compliance. Advice on Implementation, Final Report. NSW Department of Industry. Industry Data Assets File 00-191319-5 Final Report, NSW Water Management and Compliance. Accessed on 1 June 2024. Mendoza G. A. J. E. K. 2018, Climate Risk Informed Decision Analysis, CRIDA. United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. Org Docs CRIDA SEP 2019. Accessed on 1 June 2024. Miller I. 2003. Legal Aspects of Environmental Allocations in Water Management Planning. Paper presented at the 2003 NELA Annual Conference, Broken Hill, 23-25 October 2003. Journals Envla 200340 accessed on 1 June 2024. BJ 2020, Aboriginal People and Groundwater. Proceedings of the Royal Society of Queensland, 126, 1127. Org 105962P357835. BJ 2021, Indigenous Water Knowledge and Values in an Australasian Context. Special issue of the Australasian Journal of Water Resources, AJWR. Australian Journal of Water Resources, 25113. Org 101080, 13241583202, 119359919. Murray-Darling Basin Authority, MDBA, 2017, The Murray-Darling Basin Water Compliance Review. Publications, Reports Murray-Darling Basin Water Compliance Review. Accessed on 1 June 2024. Murray-Darling Basin Royal Commission, 2019, Murray-Darling Basin Royal Commission Report, 31, 2019. Environment, Docs Murray-Darling Basin Royal Commission Report. Accessed on 1 June 2024. National Water Initiative NWI, 2004. Intergovernmental Agreement on a National Water Initiative. Agriculture Sites, Default Files, Water L Agreement on a National Water Initiative. Accessed on 1 June 2024. NSW Department of Industry, DUI, 2017, Independent Investigation into NSW Water Management and Compliance, Final Report. Industry Data Assets File 0019131905 Final Report, NSW Water Management and Compliance. Accessed on 1 June 2024. NSW Independent Commission Against Corruption, NSW ICAC, 2020, Investigation into Complaints of Corruption in the Management of Water in NSW and Systemic Noncompliance with the Water Management Act 2000. Independent Commission Against Corruption. Investigations, Past Investigations 2020 Government. Accessed on 9 June 2025. NSW Ombudsman. 2018. Investigation into Water Compliance and Enforcement, 2007-17. A special report to Parliament under Section 30(1) of the Ombudsman Act 1974. 17 August 2018. Data Assets File 0011132977, Water Compliance and Enforcement, a Special Report. Accessed on 1 June 2024. JF J. Williams MAJ, Williams AN, Turney CSM, Spooner Na, J. Brown G., Cooper A. 2018, When Did Homo First Reach Southeast Asia and Proc Acad, 1153484828490. Org 1010-73180-8385115. SRJM A. Peters K. L. 2019. Risk-Informed Development, From Crisis to Resilience. United Nations Development, UNDP. Org N Publications, Risk-Informed Development from Crisis to Resilience accessed on 1 June 2024. For Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. 2015, OECD Principles on Water Governance. Org Governance Principles on Water Governance. Accessed on 1 June 2024. For Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. 2015b, Stakeholder Engagement for Effective Water Governance. OECD Publishing. Org Stakeholder Engagement for Inclusive Water Governance, 978926423-1122N. Accessed on 1 June 2024. E1990, Governing the Commons, The Evolution of Institutions for Collective Action. Cambridge University Press. E1992, Crafting Institutions for Self-Governing Irrigation Systems. ICS Press. J.D. Berg A. C.G. 2014, Redistribution, Inequality and Growth. International Monetary Fund Research Department. Org External Pubs 20141402. Accessed on 1 June 2024. Productivity Commission, 2018. National Water Reform Inquiry Report, submitted to Government 2017, released for the public in 2018. Data Assets File 000-722-8175 Water Reform. Accessed on 1 June 2024. Productivity Commission, 2021. Assessment of National Water Initiative Implementation Progress, 2017-2020 Draft Report. Inquiries Current Water Reform 2020 Draft Water Reform 2020 Draft Assessment. Accessed on 1 June 2024. Productivity Commission, 2023, Murray-Darling Basin Plan, Implementation Review 2023, Inquiry Report No. 103. Inquiries completed Basin Plan 2023, Report Basin Plan 2023 Overview. Accessed on 1 June 2024. Rogers M. 2003 Diffusion of Innovations, 5th edition, 5th ed. Free Press. R. D. Woods R. A. D. Simpson B. M. 2020 Panel Report, Independent Assessment of Social and Economic Conditions in the Basin Draft Report. Melbourne. Publications and Data Publications, Independent Assessment, Social and Economic Conditions Basin. Accessed on 1 June 2024. J. 2022, Gendered River Basin Institutions. In M. J. Terhorst R., Gender Dynamics in Transboundary Water Governance First. J. M. Terhorst R., 2022, Gender Dynamics in Transboundary Water Governance. Taylor and Francis. M. 2020, Crimea River, The Tragedy of the Murray-Darling Basin. Quarterly Essay, 77. Black. Com Essay 202003 Crimea River. Accessed on 1 June 2024. S. Grant M. N. J. 2019 Intersectionality, Ask the Other Question. Water for Women, Gender in WASH Conversational Article 2. Institute for Sustainable Futures, University of Technology Sydney. D.Org N Resources General News, 1903 ISF UTS 2019 Y Article 2 WASH Women. Accessed on 1 June 2025. G.J. 1971, The Theory of Economic Regulation. The Bell Journal of Economics and Management Science, 2-1321. Org 10230-73003160. M. Sinner J. Brown P. S. 2020, Does Collaborative Governance Increase Public Confidence in Water Management? Survey Evidence from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Water Alternatives 1323-02323. Tan P.L., K.J., J. 2012, Deliberative Tools for Meeting the Challenges of Water Planning in Australia. J. 474-210. The Murray-Darling Declaration. 2018. N.Org accessed on 1 June 2024. M. 2011 Murray-Darling Basin Plan Draft released. Expert reactions. The Conversation. Com Murray-Darling Basin Plan Draft released. Expert reactions 4478. Accessed on 1 June 2024. UN General Assembly, 2015, Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Org 57B6E3E44. Accessed on 1 June 2024. A. Jaspersey, 2019. What is the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, and why are we still talking about it? ABC News. Net News 20161121. What is the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, 8043180. Accessed on 1 June 2024. S. M. 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 A. D. E. S. R. Leon P. Y. and Harper R. 2023. Values and Vulnerability of the Murray-Darling Basin, Basin-Wide Rapid Assessment. CSIRO, Australia. Sites Default Files Publications, Values and Vulnerabilities, Murray-Darling Basin Rapid Assessment. Accessed on 9 June 2025. Water for Women. 2022. Partnerships for Transformation. Guidance for WASH and Rights Holder. D.org.N. News Partnerships for Transformation Guidance for WASH and Rights Holder. Accessed on 1 June 2024. Group of Concerned Scientists. 2019. Significance of the Murray-Darling Basin. Org Content Uploads 201902. Group of Concerned Scientists MDB Snapshot. Accessed on 1 June 2024. Wheeler Essay, E. RQ, RT, A. 2020. The Rebound Effect on Water Extraction from Irrigation Infrastructure in Australia. 159, 104755. Org 101016J2020 104755. D. Grant M. Weber T. 2019. River Basin Planning, an Indian Guide. Australian Water Partnership. Org Publications, River Basin Planning and Indian Guide accessed on 1 June 2024. D. Wheeler S. A. 2020, Understanding the Impacts of Water Scarcity and Socioeconomic Demographics on Farmer Mental Health in the Murray-Darling Basin. Econ 169, 106564. M. 2008, Men, Masculinities and Water Powers in Irrigation. Water Alternatives, 1111130. M. 2017, Engineers and Power, Questioning Masculinities in Water. Stud 9 27894. Org 10 1080 1937862920 17135870. MZ R 2014, Defining, Researching and Struggling for Water Justice. Some Conceptual Building Blocks for Research and Action. Water 39 143 158. Org 10 108002 50806020 1489 1168. The study explored alternative strategies for dual water supply within a local government context. Cole al. 2018. Only the Valley River system was rated in good ecosystem health, and only the valley was rated in moderate health. 15 valleys were rated in poor health and 6 were rated in very poor health. Davies al. 2012 p. Water or water purchases are when the government purchases water rights for the environment through the water trading system. In 2020, 1230 of water rights had been bought from farmers via programs at a cost of about $2.6 billion. Hughes al. 2020. In 2023, the Australian Productivity Commission agreed with previous inquiries that purchasing water is the most cost-effective way for governments to obtain water for the environment. The average cost of water recovery via purchases is currently $2,808 ml, compared to $8,126 ml for water recovery via gap-bridging irrigation infrastructure, or almost 3 times more expensive per ml. Productivity Commission 2023, p15. 5. India-China Water Issues, Hydropolitics, Disputes and Cooperative Arrangements. Is a research fellow at the Institute of South Asian Studies, ISAS, National University of Singapore. His areas of interest are water politics, South Asian politics, India's regional policy, and India's internal security. His latest book is The Breakup of India and Palestine, The Causes and Legacies of Partition, edited with Victor, Manchester University Press, Manchester, 2023. He is also author of Federalism and Interstate River Water Disputes in India, London and New Delhi, 2023, Contested Waters, India's Transboundary River Water Disputes in South Asia, Oxan and New Delhi, 2021, and India-Bangladesh Border Disputes, History and Post-LBA Dynamics, Springer, Singapore, 2018. Has also edited Migration, Regional Autonomy and Conflicts in Eastern South Asia, with Switzerland, 2023, Environment, Climate Change and Migration in South Asia, with and London 2023, Urban Development and Environmental History in Modern South Asia, with Talbot, Oxan 2023, India in South Asia Challenges and Management, Springer, Singapore, 2019, Partition of India. Post-Colonial Legacies, London and New Delhi, 2019, and Water Issues in Himalayan South Asia. Internal Challenges, Disputes and Transboundary Tensions, Singapore, 2019. His paper review essay and book review have been widely published in journals, including Asian Survey, Asian Affairs, Asian Ethnicity, Asian Journal of Comparative Politics, Economic and Political Weekly, India Review, Indian Journal of Public Administration, India, Quarterly Journal of Migration, Affairs Journal of the Indian Ocean Region, the Commonwealth Journal of International Affairs, Social Change, Studies in Indian Politics, Society and Culture in South Asia Research, Social Identities, Journal of Asian Security and International Affairs, Water History and World Water Policy, among others. Further details of publications can be found at News Research Team 5.1 Introduction. After a slump due to the pandemic in 2019-20, the Chinese economy has managed to revive relatively faster than many other economies of the world. In 2021, China recorded a growth of 8.1% in 2021, China Briefing 2022. Such recovery reflected the release of pent-up demand and a quicker-than-expected resumption of the production process and exports of products. Global Economic Prospects 2021. Growth in 2021 was encouraging after a COVID-19 linked contraction of 2.6% in 2020, the World Bank 2021. However, amid rift with the United States, in 2022, China's growth was plunged to 3% and expected to rebound to only 5% in 2023, the World Bank 2023. To maintain and sustain economic growth, availability of sufficient amount of water is key. Water is needed to support industrial production, agricultural activities, and for human consumption. However, due to growing population and increase in consumption of waters for economic activities, per amount of available water resources in China is contracting, and the demand-supply gap is widening. In 2020, water resources per data was 2,239.756 cubic meters, which reached at 2,098.488 cubic meters in 2021. Ministry of Water Resources, People's Republic of China, NDA. It is estimated that China has 2,963.82 billion cubic meters, BCM, of water. China Water Resources Bulletin 20,211. China shares about 80 major transboundary rivers with 14 immediate neighboring states and 3 additional riparian countries, 2017, Al. 2024, and Li 2018 24. The mean annual outflow from the transboundary rivers in China is about 728 BCM, around 34 times more than the water inflow in the country. Only 0.96% of total water flows into China from outside. Other South and Southeast Asian countries' dependence on transboundary rivers are very high, such as Bangladesh, 91.44%, Cambodia, 74.67%, Vietnam 59.35%, India 30.52%, Thailand 48.81%, Vietnam 59.35%, and Myanmar 14.13%, cited in 2017-51. In terms of fresh water availability, China is at number 6 in the world next to Brazil, Russia, Canada, the USA, and Indonesia. Ministry of Water Resources, People's Republic of China, It has around 19% of the world's population, and Li 2018, 3. The available water resources are unevenly distributed in China. Northern part of China, north to the Yangtze River Basin, has 63.5% of the national territory with about 19% of the country's total water resources. Ministry of Water Resources, People's Republic of China, 3, while southern China with 37% territory possesses 80% of the country's waters. Consumption-wise, according to data published by the Chinese government in 2015, about 13% of the total available water is used for domestic consumption, 21.9% is used for industrial purposes, 63.1% is used for agricultural activities, and 2% flows freely to maintain environmental sustainability. Ministry of Water Resources, People's Republic of China. By 2030, China's population is likely to be more than 1.4 billion. Reuters 2019. At that time, the demands for water will increase to 50% for agriculture, 32% for industry, and 18% for domestic use. 2010. This sector-wise increase will widen the demand-supply gap to 24%. Some of the signs of water-related stress are tangible. About 65% of the Chinese cities suffer from domestic water shortage, and a few of the provinces, mainly in north of the country, are already facing water-scarce one situation. See China Statistical Yearbook 2017. Analyzing the water situation in country, the United Nations World Water Development Report of 2018 observes that if it remains business as usual, parts of China, like many other parts of the world, may face severe water scarcity by 2050. United Nations World Water Development Report 2018-12. Other than widening demand-supply gap of water, China also faces water-related challenges due to climate change. It is known that climate change causes unseasonal rainfall, and beyond the managed precipitation during the rainy season, which causes floods. This will affect the Chinese economy and its people. For example, the 2017 flood affected about 11 million people, and China incurred a loss of about $3.7 billion. The most affected provinces were Hunan, Sichuan, and South China. Morning Post 2017. Paradoxically, in 2022, parts of China faced severe drought. The Chinese province of Jiangxi declared red alert as water levels in Lake, a flood outlet for the Yangtze River, had fallen. Water level in 10 of the reservoirs in Anhui province fallen below the dead pool level, where they were unable to discharge water downstream. Drought affected the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. AL 2022. As China experiences water shortage in the northern provinces and faced damages during the rainy season, it is being accused of diverting waters from the transboundary rivers in lean seasons and releasing more to the lower riparian states in monsoon. See 2011. This diversion and release of more than the managed waters damages the economy and affects people from the lower riparian states. One of the lower riparian states is India. It is estimated that around 354 BCM of waters flow from Tibet into India. MPIDSA Task Force Report 2010, 44. This chapter is divided into 3 sections. The first part discusses India-China transboundary water issues in eastern and western sectors. The second section examines China's water transfer projects and their impact on India. The third section analyzes cooperative arrangements between India and China on their transboundary rivers. The chapter argues that growing demand for water in India and China will escalate their tensions over transboundary rivers. Secondly, it argues that India political and military tensions have impact on their cooperative arrangements on transboundary river water. 5.2 India-China water issues. The India-China boundary starts from the junction of the boundaries of India, China, and Afghanistan and runs eastward through the pass, Mintaka Pass, and the Pass. These passes lie on the watershed between the river flowing into the Indus system in India and the Chukar River flowing into the Yarkand system in. From the pass, the boundary lies along a spur down to the northwestern bend of the river, which it crosses at that point, and ascends the crest line of the mountains. It then runs along the crest of the watershed through the pass, and the pass to the Karakoram Pass. As India considers Baltistan, administered by Pakistan, its own part, illegally occupied by Islamabad, it is argued that then the total international border between India and China would be around 56 square kilometers. In 1963, Pakistan and China exchanged land to settle their boundary-related differences bordering Baltistan. Existing disputes over their border in the eastern and western sectors have occasionally created military standoff between India and China. In 1988, India and China decided to set up joint groups to negotiate their border-related issues, and since 2001, the talks have been taking place between the special representatives from the two countries. In September 1993, India and China signed an agreement on the maintenance of peace and tranquility along the line of actual control in the India-China border areas. Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India 2005. In 1996, the two countries signed agreement on confidence-building measures in the military field along the line of actual control in the India-China border areas. In 2003, they signed the Declaration on Principles for Relations and Comprehensive Cooperation between India and China. And in 2005, India and China agreed on political parameters and guiding principles for the settlement of the India-China boundary question. In 2012, India and China established Working Mechanism for Consultation and Coordination, WMCC, on India-China borders. Its aim is to study how to strengthen cooperation between military personnel, explore the possibility of cooperation in the border areas, and address the situation and matters that may affect the maintenance of peace and tranquility in the border areas, and work towards maintaining the friendly atmosphere. Emergency consultations can be convened after mutual agreement. The WMCC can meet once or twice every year. Ministry of External Affairs 2012. In 2013, India and China signed a border defense cooperation agreement. Under this agreement, it was agreed to further enhance cooperation by exchanging military information, assist each other in locating personnel, livestock, means of transport, and aerial vehicles that may have crossed or are possibly in the process of crossing the LAC. Not follow or tail patrols of the other side in areas where there is no common understanding of the LAC, and maintain maximum restraint if the two sides come face-to-face situation in areas where there is no mutual understanding. Press Information, Bureau 2013. In 2015, during the Indian Prime Minister's visit to Beijing, India-China signed on measures to boost cooperation on the border-related matters. Nevertheless, India-China borders are not entirely peaceful. Military standoffs between the two armies occur at regular interval. The latest one occurred in the western sector of Ladakh, where in June 2020 Indian and Chinese military personnel engaged in a fight in which about 20 Indian and 4 Chinese soldiers lost their lives. Besides physical, political, and historic factors, one of the chief reasons why China eyes Indian territories and lays claim over them is because of water. The Indian regions in the Himalayas that borders China are rich in water resources. For example, by laying its physical claim on the Indian state of, China also claims almost about 200 million cusecs of waters in the state, MPIDSA Task Force Report 2010-44. This is also the case in the western sector of the India-China border. 5-1 India-China Transboundary rivers in the eastern sector. In the eastern sector, India and China share source to the Brahmaputra River, or the river, as it is called in the upper stream. Brahmaputra originates in glacier in southwestern part of Tibet Autonomous Region Tar in China. Its total length is 2906 kilometers. Of this, 1625 kilometers is in Tar, 918 kilometers in India, 278 kilometers in and 640 kilometers in Assam, and 363 kilometers of the river flows in Bangladesh before its outfall in the Bay of Bengal. Brahmaputra drains about 580,000 square kilometers of area. Out of that, 293,000 square kilometers is in Tar, 240,000 square kilometers in India, and 47,000 square kilometers is in Bangladesh. Ministry of Shakti, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Government of India, a 2017. On an average, the mean annual flow of the Brahmaputra that comes to India from Tibet is about 131 BCM, MPIDSA Task Force Report 2010-44 and 2011, 143. From Tibet, it cuts through Piri, and in takes about 180 degrees turn southward to enter in, at a place called Jelling in Upper District where it is called, or. The river is further joined by two mountain streams, and near in district of Assam and lands in Assam Valley. Below that confluence, it gets its name Brahmaputra. To secure its water interests and generate hydropower, China has been constructing hydropower on the Brahmaputra's upper stream that falls in the Tar. It is estimated that the number of such constructions was 198 by 2016. One of the major projects on the Brahmaputra in the Tar is hydropower project that is located in the middle reaches of the river in the Tar. In 2014, the first unit of the US $1.5 billion project became operational, 2015, and in 2015 it was fully. Is considered to be the world's highest altitude hydropower station, located at 3,370 feet, India, today 2011. It has a capacity of producing 2.5 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity annually. Has been built by China Group, which operates the plant that comprises 6 units, VOA 2015. China has always been responsible on the development and of cross-border rivers. We carry out the policy of placing equal importance on development and protection and take account of the influence on the downstream countries. The planned dams will not affect flood control, disaster mitigation, and ecological environment in the downstream areas. China and India have maintained communication and cooperation on the issue of cross-border rivers. Contrary to such a widely perceived opinion, there is an argument that the hydro structures in the upper stream of the Brahmaputra do not have serious impact on its waters flowing beyond. The river receives more water from its tributaries, who join it in plains, and from rainfall in the region. Citing data published by the Chinese researcher L and team, shows that the total annual outflow of upper stream of Brahmaputra from China is estimated to be about 131 BCM, while by the time it reaches the gauging station near the end of the river's sub-basin in Bangladesh, its outflow is about 606 BCM, 2018. Referring to the works of N. Singh, 2004, writes that Brahmaputra's peak flow during the monsoon and water measuring stations in Tibet is about 5,000 and 10,000 cubic meters per second, respectively, while this is around 40,000 cubic per second in Guwahati and 50,000 cubic meters per second at a 2018. During the lean season, the flow is about 300-500 cubic per second, while it is about 4,000 cubic per second at Guwahati and 5,000 cubic meters per second at. This means, as observes, Brahmaputra becomes only after entering India, where it is joined by tributaries such as Manas, etc. Due to physiography of the region, often landslides occur in the upper stream of the Brahmaputra. On 9 April 2000, there was a landslide in a major tributary of the Tar. The landslide was due to 2 earthquakes. It blocked the floodplain river and created a dam area of about 2.5 square kilometers and 90 meters deep, and Roy 2017. The natural dams were breached on 1 June 2000, leading to a massive flood in Assam. In that flood, a large swathe of forest was destroyed, and 50,000 people from 5 districts were left homeless, COM 2000. Villages and people in Assam were also affected. As in 2000, in the year 2017 fears were expressed by India when waters from the Brahmaputra turned dark due to debris flowing into it because of landslides in upper stream. 2017. The news reports also talked about the Chinese purported plan to construct about 1,000 kilometers tunnel to divert waters from to deserted. 2017 and 2017. China refuted such reports that the flows of debris in the river are due to its attempts to build tunnel to divert waters in Xinjiang region. 2017. The Public Health Department report of the blamed the increase in the turbidity unit level in swaters by several times as a reason for the waters turning black. 2017. After that happened, the Chinese departments for water resources immediately the Indian side of the relevant situation, activated the emergency information reporting mechanism and warned the Indian side to get prepared to deal with it. Starting from October 17, the Chinese side offered the temporary hydrological data on an hourly basis to the Indian side. As of October 22, we have provided 7 bits of hydrological information and 110 bits of hydrological data to India. On October 19, China, the Indian side of the situation regarding the natural flow of the barrier lake. According to Chinese competent authorities, as of 12 o'clock, October 20, the section of where the barrier lake is located has basically resumed normal natural flow, and the Mo part in the lower reaches has also basically come back to normal. The Chinese side is still closely monitoring the landslide and will maintain communication and cooperation with the Indian side through the existing channels. In its 14th five-year plan, 2021-2025, China has planned to develop 60 gigawatt of hydropower on the upper stream of Brahmaputra in Tibet. Chairman of Chinese State-Owned Power Construction Corporation of China called the damming of the river a historic opportunity and would meet the country's clean energy plans and also strengthen water supply security, Reuters 2020. The Chinese Communist Party said that the party would implement the development of hydropower resources on the lower reaches of the river, which are mentioned in a list of 2021-2025 five-year plan policy recommendations. This is likely to affect the water flows in downstream region of India and also in Tibet. The dam China is planning in Tibet's county is expected to dwarf the Three Gorges Dam on the river Yangtze in central China and is expected to produce about 300 billion kilowatts of electricity each year. The 14th five-year plan was unveiled in March 2021. Earlier, in October 2020, Tibet government signed a strategic cooperation agreement with Power Construction Corporation of China to produce hydroelectricity, CNA 2021. Once it comes into operation, this super dam may affect the downstream basin. There is also ecological risk in the region where the dam is going to be built, as the region is known for seismic activity and contains unique biodiversity. As a sovereign country, India, which shares waters of Brahmaputra from China, is entitled to have freedom from any harm by any diversion of the river in the upper stream. China is obligated to demonstrate that the hydrostructure it is developing in the upper stream is legal, built scientifically, and will not damage the water interests of India. China is required to conduct Transboundary Environmental Impact Assessment, TEIA, which is a part customary international law obligation, 2021. International jurisprudence, the obligation to conduct in the pulp mills case on River Uruguay between Argentina and Uruguay in 2010, and the advisory opinion on the responsibilities and obligations in the area and arbitration case between India and Pakistan in 2013. China claims that it adheres to the TEIA. 522 Transboundary rivers in Western Sector. Two of the major rivers of the Indus River system, Indus and Sutlej, have their source of origin in Tibet. Waters of these two rivers are governed between India and Pakistan by the Indus Waters Treaty of 1960. Under the treaty, major portion of River Indus was allocated to Pakistan, while larger amounts of waters of River Sutlej are used by India. Due to past water and activities of China, India has concerns over the flow of the Sutlej River, called in China, into India from Tibet. In the year 2000, as timely information was not provided to India, flash floods occurred that caused huge damage in the Indian state of. In that mishap, more than 100 people died, 120 kilometers of old Hindustan-Tibet highway was washed away, and 98 bridges destroyed, Gupta 2001. 4 years after, in 2004, once again similar natural processes occurred in upper basin of the river. An artificial lake was formed near river in Tibet due to seasonal landslides. This lake was 60 meters deep and covered an area of about 230 hectares, 2004. To meet the situation, a red alert was issued by the government, and armed and paramilitary forces were deployed and put on high alert. Project on River Sutlej had to be shut down. Water power and dam construction 2004. Nothing like 2000 happened in 2004, though many people left their houses in anticipation of repetition of 2000-like disaster. However, in June 2005, floods occurred due to release of millions of cusecs of waters from upstream overflows of Sutlej. Though there were no loss of lives, the economic damage caused by dam was about INR 700 crore, US $9.3 billion, 2005. There are also reports about hydrostructure constructions by China on Sutlej, Tibet Support Association, Tibet Center 2010. One of the dam-related issues on the Chinese side of Sutlej was first raised by the Indian media in March 2006. Reacting to the reports, the then Foreign Ministry spokesperson said that, in order to satisfy the electricity needs of the local population, the Chinese side has built a small-scale hydroelectric station on the Sutlej River at County recently. DNA 2006. However, addressing the fears expressed by the Indian media about the dam, the spokesperson added that, in the process of development of transborder rivers, the Chinese side fully considers the impact on its lower reaches. 5.3 China's water transfer diversion projects and India. To meet its water needs in water-scarce North, China is engaged in developing South-North water diversion projects. The first phase of the South-to-North Water Diversion Project South-to-North Water Transfer Project, SNWDP-SNWTP, or started operation in December 2013. The objective of this project is to move about 44.8 billion cubic meters of water across the country every year, 2014. Two lines of this project, the Eastern Line and the Central Line 2, are only concerned with China's domestic water issues. But the third line in this project is the Great Western Line, which is a concern for India, if it fully implemented. This line is subdivided into two, the Western and the Greater Western Routes, AL. 2013. 115. The Greater Western Route was first conceived in 1950s, and again in 1990s it was proposed by Vice Director and Secretary General of the Canal Preparatory Committee, who said that, so much water of the runs out of China, it's a huge waste. Global Times 2017, proposed to divert around 200 billion cubic meters of water every year to north and northwest parts of China, through tunnels and pipelines. It found support from the military officers, including 118 major general and above-ranked officers. In 1999, also came out with a positive report on the feasibility of the project. However, many other hydrologists, and the then Minister of Water Resources defined the plan unnecessary, unscientific and unfeasible. Later in 2006, supporting its vitality, Li Ling wrote a book titled Tibet Water Will Save China. This plan envisages diversions of waters from 6 rivers such as Nu, and, in 2016, 44 through canals and tunnels across Qinghai Tibetan Plateau. Again, the opponents of this project questioned its significance, as they found that only 17 billion cubic meters of waters could be diverted, at the cost of around 390 billion yuan, and it would take about 40 years to be completed. In 2011, China's Vice Minister of Water Resources, Jiao, had publicly stated his government's position against this project. The Vice Minister categorically stated that there are technical difficulties, and it would affect China's relationships with its riparian neighbors. Al. 2013, 120, 2016 and 2016. Despite the official position of China on the Greater Western Line project, the debate in support of it continued. In July 2017, around 20 scholars met outside Urumqi in northwest China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region and discussed the feasibility of diverting waters from Qinghai Tibet Plateau to Xinjiang's lowland plains. Supporting this project, Professor Ren said that water from rivers such as river can help turn the vast deserts and arid lands into oases and farmlands, alleviate population pressure in the east, as well as reduce flood risks in the countries through which the river travels downstream. Global Times 2017b. 5.4 Cooperative water arrangements between India and China. States in international system do cooperate when there are some economic or political payoffs from such cooperation. Lower riparian states do not have many options other than to cooperate with the upper riparian state for their water security. Unlike them, the advantaged state opens to an agreement with the lower riparian state only if it leads to some form of political or economic payoffs. 2000. Cooperative arrangements between India and China over water issues were first signed in 2002 and 2004, respectively, when China agreed to provide hydrological information of major transboundary rivers to India in flood season. Ministry of Water Resources, People's Republic of China B. One of the prime reasons for signing such cooperative arrangements was much improved bilateral ties with economic payoff to the upper riparian. For instance, in 2001, India-China trade was about US $3.6 billion, in which China enjoyed a trade surplus of about US $196 million. The Times of India 2002. Politically, the two countries agreed to appoint special representatives to discuss their border disputes. In 2002, India and China signed cooperation on provision of hydrological information of the Brahmaputra in flood season by China to India. 3. The MOU was for 5 years. The MOU was renewed in 2008, 2013, and 2018. It expired on 5 June 2023 and is under the process of renewal. Ministry of Shakti, Government of India NDA. In 2004, a MOU was signed on Sutlej whose main purpose was flood control and disaster mitigation in downstream areas. In April 2005, a MOU was signed to share hydrological information about Sutlej River during flood season from station. The MOU was renewed in 2010 and 2015, but now under the process of renewal. However, China supplied the monsoon data on the Sutlej between 1 June and 15 October 2021. There is an institutional expert-level mechanism set up between India and China. The 14th meeting of ELM was held in New Delhi on 2021, June 2023. Ministry of Shakti, Government of India NDA. However, data is not free. Between 2002 and 2007, China shared the hydrological information without any price. Afterwards, India pays RMB 850,000 or around USD 134,000 every year in April for maintaining 3 hydrological on the Chinese side, and Li 2018 15. Also, this hydrological data information sharing and MOU between India and China often fails to sustain the pressure of India-China military standoff. This was proved during 73 days of standoff between the Indian and the Chinese soldiers in 2017. During that standoff, hydrological information sharing process was interrupted, Gupta 2018, and resumed only in March 2018, India TV 2018. Resuming the data sharing, the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman stated, "The two sides have agreed to continue with such cooperation. On the grounds of humanitarian principles and the basis of bilateral relations, China will continue with this cooperation with the Indian side on the provision of hydrological information and emergency response cooperation." The Pioneer 2018. During, the Chinese government said that the interruption was due to then ongoing some technical upgrading works, Gupta 2018, in the water measuring stations, and had nothing to do with the crisis. The then spokesperson from the Chinese Foreign Ministry said, "Last year in 2016, due to the needs for reconstruction after being damaged by the flood and out of such technological reasons as upgrading and renovation, the relevant hydrological stations in China do not have the conditions to collect relevant hydrological data now in 2017. However, during the same period, China shared hydrological data with Bangladesh. A member of the Joint Rivers Commission of Bangladesh told BBC that "We Bangladesh have been receiving such data from 3 hydrological stations in Tibet since 2002, and they have continued to share the figure with us even during this 2017 monsoon season. 5.5 Conclusion. Increasing economic activities and growing population in India and China will raise their water demands, which is likely to escalate tensions between the two politically rival riparian countries. As mentioned above, India accuses China for building hydrostructure with an objective to divert waters from Transboundary River. This accusation is often inflated by Indian media and civil society. However, as pointed out above, Chinese projects do not have serious water impact beyond. Nevertheless, India's water concerns cannot be entirely overlooked. Although under renewal process, there are cooperative arrangements between India and China to share water-related data. However, as mentioned above, implementation of such cooperative arrangements comes under question at a time when political or military tensions built up between India and China. In the post-years, India relationship has plummeted. India, along with the USA, Japan, and Australia, has quadrilateral security dialogue to check Chinese assertion in Asia and near its border. In such situation, cooperative arrangements cannot remain unaffected. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: China Statistical Yearbook, 2017, compiled by National Bureau of Statistics of China. Stats 2017 accessed on 1 August 2018. AL 2022, 23 September. Red alert in China as drought dries up country's biggest lake. Com News, 2022923. Red alert in China as drought dries up country's biggest lake. Accessed on 25 December 2022. Claude 2023, 15 February. LAC versus IB. Why India's assessment of the length of border along China is misleading. Accessible at Opinion. LAC versus Why India's assessment of the length of border along China is misleading. 12157882 AR0 CHV4GK81P9 E5 EP KBZD5 EQF CI accessed on 12 July 2023. B. 2011 Water, Asia's New. HarperCollins. Stephen, 2017, 29 October. Chinese engineers plan 1,000 tunnel to make Xinjiang Desert bloom. South China Morning Post. Com News. China Society, Article 2, 116750. Chinese engineers plan 1,000 tunnel, make Xinjiang Desert bloom. Accessed on 21 March 2020. China Briefing, 2022, 7 February. China's most productive provinces and cities, as per 2021 GDP statistics available at China Briefing. Com News. China's 202.1 performance. A look at major provinces and cities. Text. China's % 20 GDP % 20 in % 2202 1% 20 reached. Bureau % 20 of % 20 statistics % 20 NBS. Accessed on 20 June 2023. China Water Resources Bulletin 2021. Organ. China's 202.1 Water Resources Bulletin released. Accessed on 17 May 2023. CNA 2021, 11 April. China's plans for Himalayan super dam stokefears in India. Com News. World China plans Himalayan Tibet super dam stokefears India 14600-280. Accessed on 13 April 2021. B. Singh VP 2004 Hydrology. In Singh VP and CSB, the Brahmaputra Basin Water Resources. Springer, 139-195. BR 2016, India and China, Foreign Policy Approaches. Books New Delhi. DNA. 2006, 7 July. China defends dam on Sutlej. World Report. China defends dam on Sutlej 1040220 accessed on 19 July 2017. Embassy of India, Government of India 2018. Implementation Plan. Provision of hydrological information of the Brahmaputra River in flood season by China to India. Jing in Implementation Plan, accessed on 24 September 2018. PK 2004, 30 November, The Lake Incident. A preliminary analysis IPCS.org.com select article, No 1569. Accessed on 12 March 2021. 2018, 9 November, China cannot rob us from Brahmaputra the Hindu, available at Line.com opinion China cannot rob us of Brahmaputra article, 9974000 accessed on 25 September 2018. Global Economic Prospects, East Asia and Pacific, 5 January 2021. Org N693, 7115998387234, 16 Global Economic Prospects, January 2002, 1 Regional Overview EAP. Accessed on 8 March 2021. Global Times, 2017 at 8 July. Scholars Mull Project to divert water from Tibet to arid Xinjiang. Content 1060047. Accessed on 12 September 2018. Global Times, 2017 b. 21 June. Biggest water transfer project ever benefits 100 million in China. Global Times. Content 1052749. Accessed on 23 April 2018. Global Water Partnership, 2015. China's Water Resources Management Challenges, The Three Red Lines. Org Global Toolbox Publications, Technical Focus Papers, 2015. Accessed on 12 June 2017. Joseph, 1988. Anarchy and the Limits of Cooperation, A Realist Critique of Liberal Institutionalism. International Organization, 42-3, Summer 427-60. Published in Rayner, Peter Mayer and Ede, 2011 International Relations, The Great Debates Volume I and Research Collection, p. 332-365. Gupta, 2018, China, India and Water Across the Border. Net N2018050-1 China, India, and Water Across the Border accessed on 12 October 2018. Gupta, 2001, 25 June, floods ravage, and satellite pictures suggest China's hand India today. In magazine Neighbors Story 200-10625, floods ravage and satellite pictures suggest China hand 77499-7200-10625. Accessed on 13 March 2021. H. 2000, Water and International Conflict. Third World Q 21-151-68. Richard, 2018, China's Water Crisis, Revisited China Policy Analysis Institute. Org 20180-528 China's Water Crisis, Revisited accessed on 10 June 2018. Human Development Report, 2006. Beyond Scarcity, Power, Poverty and the Global Water Crisis, United Nations Development, New York. Org Sites Default Files, Reports 26706 Complete p. 135. Accessed on 20 April 2018. India Today, 2011, 20 June. China not reducing height of dam on Brahmaputra, says intelligence report in World Neighbors Story. China not reducing height of dam on Brahmaputra, says intelligence report 135952220-110620. Accessed on 24 March 2017. India TV, 2018, 28 March. China to resume sharing hydrological data with India on Brahmaputra River. Com News World China to resume sharing hydrological data with India on Brahmaputra River, 434818. Accessed on 12 October 2018. Singh 2017, 18 September, China and India water dispute after border standoff BBC. Com News World Asia 41303082. Accessed on 12 April 2020. 2013, 30 January. China gives go-ahead for 3 new Brahmaputra dams. The Hindu gives go-ahead for 3 new Brahmaputra dams. Article 12323702. Accessed on 19 July 2020. Lilly 2014, 7 March. China has launched the largest water pipeline project in history, the Atlantic 7 March. Com International Archive 201403. China has launched the largest water pipeline project in history 2-84300. Accessed on 21 April 2018. J 2017, 22 December. What's darkening Brahmaputra? Landslide, not Chinese machines. The Indian Express. Com article India. What's darkening Brahmaputra? Landslide, not Chinese machines. 4993783. Accessed on 23 April 2018. Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. 2014. Joint Statement between the Republic of India and the People's Republic of China on building a closer developmental partnership. In bilateral documents, 24022 Joint Statement between the Republic of India and the People's Republic of China on building a closer developmental partnership. Access 12 July 2015. Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India 2017, Press Statement on Disengagement Understanding. In Press, releases 28893 Press Statement on Disengagement Understanding. Accessed on 21 May 2018. Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India 2018, India-China Bilateral Agreements signed in Qingdao, China 2018. In bilateral documents, 29966 India-China, plus bilat plus agreements plus signed plus in plus O plus China. Accessed on 15 July 2019. Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, 2012 Agreement between the Government of the Republic of and the Government of the People's Republic of China on the establishment of a working mechanism for consultation and coordination on China border affairs 2012. In Portal Legal Treaties Doc CH12, B0194. Accessed on 15 June 2015. Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India 2005, Political Parameters and Guiding Principles for the Settlement of the India-China Boundary Question. In bilateral documents, 6534 Agreement plus N, plus the plus Government plus of plus the plus Republic plus of plus India plus and plus E plus Government plus of plus, the plus Peoples plus of plus China plus, on plus the plus Political plus P plus, and plus IDing plus Principles, plus for plus the plus of plus the plus India China plus Boundary plus Q. Accessed on 12 January 2020. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, People's Republic of China 2018 Spokesperson Regular Press Conference, 665399, S251066540, 1T1606198. Accessed on 15 June 2019. Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, 2022, Management of Indo-China Border. Chrome extension in Sites Default Files, INDO China 160222018. Ministry of Shakti, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation. 2022, Government of India, India-China Cooperation in India-China Cooperation Ministry of Shakti, 2018 Department of Water Resources, Rivers Development and Ganga Rejuvenation B. Government of India Annual Report, 2016-17, Brahmaputra in Sites Default Files, ARBB 201617 English. Accessed on 21 April 2018. Ministry of Shakti, 2018, a Department of Water Resources, Rivers Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Government of India India-China cooperation in international cooperation, bilateral cooperation with neighboring countries India-China cooperation, accessed on 12 April 2018. Ministry of Water Resources, People's Republic of China, 2015, a statistic bulletin on China water activities. English Pubbles 201702 P020 17020 7383603 707034. Accessed on 12 April 2018. Ministry of Water Resources, People's Republic of China, 2015, B. International cooperation on transboundary rivers between China and its neighboring countries English 201604 P020 1604065137989033048. Accessed on 12 April 2018. Ministry of Water Resources, People's Republic of China 2015 Water Security in China's Modernization Process. English 201511T20 151106725196. Accessed on 10 March 2018. Ministry of Water Resources, People's Republic of China. 2022, China Water Resources, per common China Water Resource protects China %20, water %20 resource %20, per %20 data %20, was %20 reported %20 at %22, %2C09, 8488, to %22.02, 1%2C %20, with %2023 %20 observations. MPIDSA, Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, 2010, Water Security for India, The External Dynamics in Book Water India. Accessed on 21 March 2017. Office of the Commissioner of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China in the Macau Special Administrative Region 2020 Foreign Ministry spokesperson. Regular press conference on February 4, 2013. MOT 10111493. Accessed on 18 July 2020. 2010. China faces tough choices on water. The Guardian, 22 December. Sustainable Business China Water Choices, accessed on 25 April 2018. Press Information Bureau, Ministry of Defense, Government of India 2013 Indo-China Border Defense Cooperation. 9 December 2013. In print release, 101179. Accessed 12 May 2020. 2015 Water Wars. China, India and Great Dam Rush 201504 Water Wars China-India and the Great Dam Rush accessed on 12 September 2018. 2000 10 July. Chinese dam breach caused northeast floods, AFP. News 200010 China. Accessed on 16 March 2019. Reuters 2019. 5 January China's population set to peak at 1.44 billion in 2029. Government report Reuters article Us China population, id USKCN, 1A08A accessed on 12 July 2020. Reuters 2030, 20 November. China eyes 60 GW of hydropower on Tibet's Brahmaputra River. State media. Reuters article China hydropower id. INKBN 28, A11S edition redirect in. Accessed on 12 March 2021. 2021, 6 April, is China's hydrological design in Brahmaputra legitimate? The Financial Express. Defense is China's hydrological design in Brahmaputra legitimate? 2227774 accessed on 8 April 2021. 20,177 December, as the river turns black, China is the usual suspect. But is it really to blame? Scroll in article 860304, as the river turns black, China is the usual suspect, but is it really to blame? Accessed on 21 March 2020. 2009, 15 October. China begins building dam on its side of Brahmaputra, the Indian Express. Archive Com News China begins building dam on its side of the Brahmaputra, 529244 accessed, on 23 April 2018. D. 2012, India Territorial Issue, The Razor's Edge. In Pant HV Eid, The Rise of China, Implications for India. Cambridge University Press, New Delhi, 195-217. And Roy, 2017, 22 December, Earthquakes in Tibet are behind the mysterious darkening of River The Wire. In Environment River. Accessed on 12 July 2020. Singh 2020, 1 June Line of Actual Control, LAC, where it is located, and where India and China differ. The Indian Express. Com article explained line of actual control, where it is located, and where India and China differ. 6436436 accessed, on 15 July 2022. South China Morning Post, 20,174 July, over 50 dead, hundreds of thousands evacuated as floods ravage southern China. Com News China Policies, Politics Article 2-10-1179, over 30 dead, hundreds thousands, evacuated, floods ravage. Accessed on 22 May 2018. The Pioneer, 2018, 29 March. China, India to share hydrological data, Com 2018 World China India, to share hydrological data accessed on 18 July 2018. The Times of India, 2002, March 6, India-China trade sets new record in 2001. Com Business International Business India-China trade sets new record in 200-12946-205. Accessed on 20 October 2018. The World Bank, 2023, 20 April, The World Bank in China. Organ Country China Overview. Accessed on 12 July 2023. The World Bank 2021, Global Economy to expand by 4% in 2021. Vaccine deployment and investment key to sustaining the recovery. 5 January 2021. Org and News Press Release 202-10105, Global Economy to expand by 4% in 2021. Vaccine deployment and investment key to sustaining the recovery. Accessed on 9 March 2021. Tibet Support Association, Tibet Center. 2010, Damming Tibet's Brahmaputra and other South Asian rivers. Tibet Brahmaputra Mas Del. Accessed on 12 June 2017. United Nations, World Water Development Report 2018. UNESCO Org Images 0026-0026-1426-1424E. Accessed on 12 May 2018. KJM, 2017. China to maintain communication with India on artificial lakes. Live Mint. Com Politics 68 R4B 5 I8P China to maintain communication with India on artificial. Accessed on 25 February 2018. 200,511 July. Sutlej in swells as lake bursts in Tibet. In magazine story 2005071. 1. Sutlej River in swelled up after lake burst in Tibet. 787274200-50711. Accessed on 12 March 2021. VOA 2015 report. China completes Tibet's biggest hydropower plant. 13 October 2015. Com East Asia report. China completes Tibet's biggest hydropower plant. Accessed on 18 June 2020. Water power and dam construction, 2004, 25 August. Shut down for a second time. Com News shut down for a second time. Accessed on 12 March 2021. Wines Michael, 2011, 19 May. China admits problems with Three Gorges Dam. The New York Times. Com 20-1105-20 World Asia 20 Gorges. Accessed on 21 April 2018. RGDC, C, 2013, Transnational Conflict over Water Resources in Asia. New York. P. Clark A.M., DJ 2024, China's Transboundary Hydropower Development at Home and Abroad. exploring the regulatory interface between international water law and international economic law. Front 5130-2103. Org 1033892023, 1302-103. L. 2017. China's River Politics on the Tibetan Plateau, Comparative Study of Brahmaputra and Mekong. The Tibet Journal. 42 No. 2 Special Issue, 3rd Symposium in Memory of Prof. 4958. 2016, India Water Disputes, The Coming Water Wars. Volume 3, March-April Wires Water, 155-166 Org Sites, Org Files, Indian Water Disputes Wires Water 2016. Accessed on 18 October 2018. H. Lee M., 2018, A Thirsty China and Its Transboundary Waters. In H. Lee M., China and Transboundary Water Politics in Asia. Oxon 324. H. Lee M., 2018 B. China and Global Water Governance, New Developments. In H. Lee M., China and Transboundary Water Politics in Asia. Oxon 219-236. Availability of water, of 1,700 cubic meters per person in country, makes it water stressed. Below it, availability of 1,000 cubic meters of water per person represents a state of water scarcity, and below 500 cubic meters is absolute scarcity. Human Development Report 2006, 135. Eastern Line is also known as Beijing-Hangzhou Line. In this, water from Yangtze is transferred through a canal. The Central Line has an objective, is to transfer about 13 billion cubic waters from the River Han to Beijing and Tianjin from reservoir. On condition of anonymity, an officer from Central Water Commission, Ministry of Shakti, Department of Water Resources and River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Government of India, told the author that many times the data India gets does not match with the real flow in the river. Also, he said that it is not known how much water is available in the upper region of the transboundary rivers. 6. Approaching transboundary perspectives on water in South Asia from a security perspective. Is a distinguished veteran of the Indian Air Force, with dedicated 36 years to the Armed Forces of India before retiring in 2020. In his career, he amassed approximately 6,000 hours of flying experience across various helicopter platforms, participating in numerous critical missions, both domestically and internationally. His operational tenure includes commanding a base in Jammu and Kashmir, contributing to UN peacekeeping efforts in Congo, and managing the rescue and relief operations post the tsunami of 2004. Beyond his military accomplishments, Air Commodore has significantly influenced the training and selection processes of officer cadres within the Indian Defense Forces. Post-retirement, he has emerged as a prolific writer and columnist, with contributions appearing in leading electronic and print media. His literary works, including Born to Fly, A Few Good Men and the Angry Sea, Up in the Sky, and 1971. 1999. War Stories and The Soldier offer insightful narratives on military life and experiences. Residing in Pune, he continues to inspire as a cyclist, adventure enthusiast, and motivational speaker, particularly encouraging youth to consider careers in the armed forces. His diverse interests also encompass graphology and culinary arts, reflecting a multifaceted personality committed to lifelong learning and service. 6.1 Introduction. As every person would attest to, water is one of the most important resources required for the survival of the human race. Despite 3/4 of the world being covered in water, usable supplies are limited mostly to rivers and lakes across the world. This makes the issue of water a major concern in densely populated areas such as South Asia, where there are increasing apprehensions regarding water security, both due to climate change and non-cooperation over available resources. This paper deals with the water resources of South Asia, which are significant but diminishing. Disputes over transboundary water sharing remain between South Asian nations due to fluctuating bilateral relations, which do not provide opportunities for settling disputes. This paper attempts to analyze the issue of water relations and water security in South Asia within the larger question of better bilateral relations and closer security cooperation. One major reason for this approach is the increasing perception of water resources within the ambit of national security. South Asian states are developing and require significant water resources, leading to more demands made by states. Such changes can pose threats to national security through water wars, refugee crises, and internal disquiet. Bilateral relations generally shape perceptions in international affairs and issues like transnational water sharing and security cooperation, which form a part of bilateral relations, significantly depend on the relationships between states. Also, this paper attempts to analyze the role played by China in South Asian bilateral relations and how this factor has influenced security perceptions in India and her neighbors, and what India may do to rebuild her influence in the region while negating the Chinese. 6.2 South Asia. An introduction to the geopolitics of the region. South Asia, as a geographical region, has access to some of the largest and longest perennial rivers in the world, with the most important being the Indus River System, the Gangetic River System, and the Brahmaputra River System, all of which are transboundary rivers. Despite this, the region suffers from a serious shortage of water due to multiple factors. Climate change remains one of them. The other factor is the significantly large and growing population with a very high consumption of water. This is because of the largely agrarian economies requiring a lot of water, apart from the domestic demands. River waters also serve as the basis for hydroelectric power. This puts South Asia in danger of significant water stress, given the pressure on the region's river systems. Many areas in South Asia currently suffer from frequent shortages of water. All these factors have led to states trying to ensure as much water as possible for themselves. The Indus has a total basin area of 1.14 million square kilometers, covering the countries of Pakistan, China, India, Afghanistan, and Nepal. The Ganges-Brahmaputra Basin covers an area of 1.63 million square kilometers spread over Bangladesh, India, China, Nepal, Bhutan, and Myanmar, 2018. As a result, water sharing is a major cause for concern among South Asian states, especially the lower riparian states in the region, as their supplies are subject to their relations with the upper riparian states. This makes water security an important part of the lower riparians' national security concerns. The region is marked by fluctuating bilateral relations, making it an extremely complex region for both water and national security. The relations between India and her neighbors fluctuate at times, with tensions arising primarily over the issue of border security, often leading to a degree of breakdown in bilateral relations. Border disputes exist between India and most of her neighbors. Despite these, India has relations ranging from cordial to friendly with most of its neighbors. However, tensions arise frequently over concerns of Indian high-handedness concerning her smaller neighbors. Pakistan, Nepal, and Bangladesh consider some of the existing water sharing agreements to be biased towards India with less consideration towards their requirements. Thus, bilateral tensions shape perceptions about water sharing and concerns regarding water security. Along with this, one major factor for the volatility of South Asia is the presence of the Chinese factor. It is an important player in the shaping of bilateral relations and security dynamics in the region. The Chinese occupation of Tibet 1950 has provided it with an extremely long land border with South Asia, which it shares with Pakistan, India, Nepal, and Bhutan. Indian relations have ranged from strained to cordial due to border disagreements. Also, due to their status as emerging powers, both India and China remain in a state of rivalry with each other. Chinese involvement in South Asia is linked to its global ambitions and its need to project power. attempting to dominate South Asia, strategically placed at the head of the IOR, not only allows it to make inroads into India's sphere of dominance, but also a way to get access to West Asia. The latter is to ensure its West Asian oil trade and growing Chinese clout in the region. Dominating the IOR also allows it to safeguard its trade routes in the region. To facilitate this domination of Asian geopolitics, the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, has been initiated at a rapid pace. BRI has had a big impact on South Asia, especially in India from a security point of view, as it is an attempt to surround the subcontinent within a Chinese circle of influence and reduce Indian influence in the region. Pakistan, Sri, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Myanmar have all been roped in as part of the BRI with significant Chinese economic and security investments in these states. This would force Indian strategic thinkers to reevaluate Indian strategy with regard to China, as the latter would not just have access to India's borders and the headwaters of the Brahmaputra under its control, but could also regulate India's export-import markets in the IOR. This threatens India's position as the dominant power in the region and also provides her neighbors with an alternative to counter India's economic and political predominance in the region. This has been made very visible in attempts by the Chinese to develop cordial relations with Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Nepal through defense and economic infrastructure developments. As relations of these states with China get closer, it negates India's negotiating strength on bilateral issues. China's presence in the region, therefore, requires careful consideration for India's interests. With this as the background to the region, it is essential now to focus on the bilateral water sharing and water security issues India has with other South Asian states. Case studies. The following case studies would look at the bilateral water sharing agreements concluded between India and other states in South Asia, with whom India shares transboundary rivers, namely Nepal, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. It would also look at India-China water relations within the ambit of Indo-China bilateral relations and how Chinese influence has impacted India's bilateral relations, and whether existing water sharing agreements have been affected by this. The agreements under consideration are the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan 1960, the Ganges Water Sharing Treaty 1996 with Bangladesh, the Nepal Agreement 1954, and the Treaty 1996. 6.3 India-Nepal Agreements and Bilateral Relations. India and Nepal bilateral relations have not always been the steadiest. Relations were initially close in the 1950s, culminating in the Treaty of Friendship and Peace. This was due to India being Nepal's primary trading partner in that period. Nepal had no established relations with China till 1955, when the Chinese occupation of Tibet brought them to the Nepalese doorstep. The year 1954 also saw the River Agreement signed between the two states, 2019. The agreement allowed India to dam the river for hydroelectricity generation. Aside from the agreement, the dispute over the barrage also developed around that time. These incidents led to the souring of bilateral relations, and the Nepalese government considered that India had taken advantage of Nepal in the provisions of the agreement, 2019, while the Indian government saw it as a breach of trust by the Nepalese. Although diplomatic efforts between the two countries led to a revision of the terms of the treaty, it entrenched the Nepalese mind that India was a dominating neighbor who would put Nepal at a disadvantage to further its interests whenever it liked. The Barrage Agreement was one of the few water-sharing agreements between India and Nepal in the second half of the 20th century, the others being the Agreement of 1959, the Agreement of 1991, and the Water Treaty of 1996, 2014. Water agreements were initially proposed and financed by India due to the fact that most headwaters of the Gangetic River system lay within the territory of Nepal. Not including consumption, water sharing was primarily along the lines of distribution of water during the wet and dry season for irrigation, flood control measures, and hydroelectric power production. The power generation aspect has immense potential on almost all rivers flowing into India from Nepal, thereby being of interest to India as a long-term, sustainable and renewable source of electricity for the Indian states bordering Nepal. However, these agreements have caused grievances in Nepal, leading to accusations of India acting as a patronizing big brother and unfairly taking advantage of Nepal's goodwill, and, in case of the initial agreements, of the mountainous nation's inexperience in diplomacy. This has led to resentment in Nepal and suspicions regarding India's intentions, which further affected water-sharing agreements. Such accusations probably stem from the economic potential of Nepal's water resources and how it could be beneficial to Nepal. Thus, since the barrage agreement, Nepal-India relations regarding water sharing have not been very cordial, despite fairly good relations overall. There is a distinctive nationalist tendency in Nepal concerning India, which traces its roots to India's insensitive handling of Nepal's water resources and the limited benefits that Nepal received from the projects, such as fixed quantities of electricity generated from hydropower and no Nepalese control over the waters near the projects. 2014. Only with the signing of the Water Sharing Treaty in 1996, there was a balanced approach to water sharing terms. Under this treaty, both states were equal partners in the development of the project, and the hydropower was supposed to be integrated in nature. Although it marked a significant improvement to previous agreements, there have not been major developments in the area after the treaty, although there were discussions on the development of the project in the aftermath of PM's visit to Nepal in 2014. Overall, India-Nepal relations have seen their share of ups and downs over the decades, which have been reflected in their water-sharing agreements and practices. This has happened despite the Indian government's current Neighborhood First policy. Understandably, Nepal's lack of diplomatic experience became a bane for it during the early water-sharing agreements. Souring of the bilateral relationship was also caused due to India's rash decisions with respect to Nepal's internal and foreign affairs, such as the imposition of the two economic blockades in 1989 and 2015, which allowed China to fill India's void. 2018. Stone, 2019. The first blockade was due to Nepal's purchase of Chinese arms, while the second, soon after the 2015 earthquake, was over the crisis. These have led to the development of feelings of hostility towards India. Also, India's responses to growing Nepal relations have therefore not always been diplomatic, with India overtly showing its displeasure towards Nepal at times. For example, India was displeased with Nepal not allying with India during the 1962 war, 2018. Before the 1960s, India was the sole trading partner of Nepal. Nepal-China relations started developing from 1955 onwards. One of the reasons was probably to reduce Indian influence in their country by developing relations with other neighboring powers. The other reason has more to do with Nepal's strategic thinking. Nepal occupies a strategic location in South Asia, nestled in the heights of the Himalayas, and lying between the Indian and Chinese behemoths. Being open to improving relations with both its larger and stronger neighbors allows Nepal to not choose sides in the rivalry of these emerging powers, thereby ensuring its security. It can therefore engage with both states over matters of infrastructure development. In the case of India, improvement in infrastructure in Nepal is worrisome since the land provides a clear buffer zone between Chinese Tibet and the heavily populated and industrialized areas of northern India. Nepal has traditionally been a close partner of India, even in matters of security. However, with Nepal's increasing cooperation with China, there are fears in the Indian security establishment that this could be used by China to undermine Indian influence in Nepal and increase Indian vulnerability along the northern border. For China, Nepal's importance lies in its proximity to Tibet and Tibetan refugees using Nepal as a base for undermining the Chinese. 2014. Hence, for the Chinese, having Nepal in their sphere of influence is essential. Under the BRI, There is already extensive Chinese investment in the development of Nepal's economic infrastructure, apart from investment in Nepal's armed forces. Nepal has been offered access to Chinese ports for its trade, and Kathmandu is supposed to be linked by a railway to Tibet in the near future. Therefore, one can see that China has filled in the void left by India in Nepal, from supplying oil in 2015 to providing support to the government of Nepal in its battle against Maoist insurgency, at a time when India refused to support it, 2014. Nepal also conducted military exercises with China after refusing to join the BIMSTEC, 2018. While bilateral relations between India and Nepal are generally good, closer ties in the future not only depend on India's ability to aid in the development of the country without interfering in Nepal's internal affairs, but also in attempting to solve the existing water disputes. Being an upper riparian, Nepal's view of its water resources is mostly economic, while for lower riparian India, it is a matter of both economy and security. Also, losing Nepal to the Chinese sphere of influence would put most of India's water resources under threat in the long term. Future agreements with Nepal must include discussions on the concerns of both states regarding water, and then attempt to find an amicable solution to the dispute. This can be done by removing Nepal's insecurity over being arm-twisted by India into tilted agreements and negotiating existing and future treaties based on the idea of equal sovereign states with similar interests in the region. 6.4 India-Bangladesh Agreements and Bilateral Relations. Compared to other states of South Asia, India-Bangladesh bilateral relations are comparatively recent, due to the creation of Bangladesh only in 1971, in which India had a major part to play. Indian armed forces played a part in pushing Pakistan out of present-day Bangladesh. The relations have generally been friendly, but with the recent ouster of the President Sheikh, relations have seen a downswing, with the Bangladesh government in power openly siding with Pakistan and China, and also trying to change the historical facts. Indian involvement in the freedom struggle is now being questioned, and there is an attempt to obliterate historical facts. Additionally, the present leadership in Bangladesh is upset about the fact that their president in exile has been given asylum in India. India had been grappling with occasional issues arising over a porous border and water resources sharing with Bangladesh ever since its birth in 1971, but largely due to good diplomacy and a soft attitude that India has had towards the country, things had moved positively in the past. The water sharing and border disputes form significant areas of discussions between the states in bilateral talks. Bangladesh and India share 54 rivers, Islam, 2012, with India being the upper riparian state and Bangladesh the lower. The major sources of conflict are the three major river systems, the Brahmaputra, the Ganges, and the systems. Islam, 2012, argues that conflicts over water sharing existed even before 1971, but since the creation of Bangladesh, it became a bilateral issue with the newly formed state. Although in Bangladesh Joint River Commission has been in existence since 1972, Bangladesh has believed that India being a larger and stronger state, and its land upstream, certain unilateral decisions have been made regarding joint usage of waters of the river systems mentioned above, without considering Bangladesh's concerns. Water resources are extremely important to both states, having extremely large populations, and agriculture being a major sector of both economies. South Asian rainfall is dependent on the monsoons, and in the dry period water supply comes from these large perennial rivers. Thus, river water is of utmost importance to Bangladesh to sustain itself. Bangladesh's concerns about India's high-handedness in water sharing stemmed from the development of the barrage in 1975. It was an Indian initiative to divert Ganges water to the river to flush silt from the latter, increasing the usability of the Kolkata port. Despite assurances from India of the barrage not impeding water flow to Bangladesh, issues on water supply have been raised by the latter. there was a shortage of water after the monsoon, with the minimum water level recorded at 5.5. This caused immense problems for agriculture in Bangladesh and affected fishing, navigation, and the ecology of the area. 2010. Such negative views regarding India did not solely emerge from the barrage by itself, but also by the change in political leadership in Bangladesh in 1975. We are yet to see the current responses from the new regime on this aspect. This context and the related issues led to the Ganges Water Agreement of 1977, whereby India, the international character of the waters of the Ganges River and terms were laid out regarding water management, at 2010. A major development came in 1996 with the Ganges Water Treaty, 1996, which decreed that Ganges water below would not be reduced further and fixed the water India would release to Bangladesh for the next 30 years. The other issues have been over the sharing of the river waters. This has caused problems, since the government of West Bengal has also been involved in the issue. The is an important river both in Bangladesh and in India. In the latter, the river provides sustenance to the hilly districts of North Bengal and is one of the primary sources of water there. The issue has not been resolved, as the government of West Bengal has refused to provide more than 25% of river water to Bangladesh. Islam, 2012. Stalling any possible agreement on the issue during the 2011 Singh and Sheikh Summit. Another issue is regarding the dam project on the river, which has caused unrest in Bangladesh. A multi-purpose hydroelectric dam has been planned here by India, and there has been assurances from the Indian side about the usage of water solely for power generation and not for agriculture. 2010. But concerns exist in Bangladesh that it would become a two, with Bangladesh suffering from India's development. As in the case of Nepal, a lot has been made of Indian high-handedness in matters of water sharing due to its dominance in the region. While it is certainly true to some extent that India had tried to extract more benefits in the agreements, it is part and parcel of international diplomacy to do so. However, it is in both India and Bangladesh's interests to ensure an amicable solution to the water dispute for several reasons. For one, the dispute arises from both countries, concerns over water security in the future. This can be solved through discussions, given that bilateral relations between the two states are generally good. With regard to the Brahmaputra water, however, it must be remembered that the tap of this river, i.e., its source, is under the control of China. This makes both countries vulnerable to Chinese interference in their water supply. From a security perspective, India and Bangladesh should sort their water issues mutually and then present a united front to China, if in the future there is an attempt to control or divert the waters of the Brahmaputra, which can adversely impact both India and Bangladesh. At this point, it would be reasonable to mention that the Bangladesh border dispute over the issue of illegal migration needs to be resolved alongside the water dispute. There needs to be better security of the border. In case of a future water conflict with China, a significant portion of Bangladesh's water-starved population would possibly attempt to enter India under humanitarian grounds. A solution needs to be in place in case such a scenario does arise. Until recently, Bangladesh relations have been friendly largely due to Indian attempts to cultivate a stronger relationship with her eastern neighbor. However, Bangladesh is also cultivating a closer relationship with China, being a part of the BRI. Under the present arrangement, the country is enjoying the benefits of both Indian and Chinese investments and experiencing rapid development. However, it must be wary of China's growing global ambitions. Under such circumstances, India should attempt to address Bangladesh's water security concerns and ensure that its concerns are also heard in Bangladesh. Such clarity would lead to a buildup of trust between the neighbors. As with Nepal, there also needs to be significant Indian involvement in the infrastructure development in Bangladesh to counter China's efforts and retain Bangladesh in the Indian sphere of influence. In 2016 alone, Chinese projects announced in Bangladesh approximately amounted to a sum of $38 billion, 2019. In contrast, India pledged to invest $5 billion in Bangladesh. While this sum is the largest amount India has invested in Bangladesh at any single time, it is much lesser than the investment being made by China. Furthermore, China is the biggest arms exporter to Bangladesh, and as of 2017, there has been a significant transfer of military hardware from China to Bangladesh. 2019. It is in India's best interests to stall the development of a China-Bangladesh nexus by proactively engaging itself with Bangladesh and aid its development. It should also engage with the Bangladesh Defense Forces and improve security cooperation and interoperability in South Asia. From a security point of view, there are two major reasons for doing so. First, an improvement in the economic condition of Bangladesh would likely lead to a possible reduction of illegal migrants from Bangladesh. This would in some way solve one aspect of the Bangladesh border problem. Secondly, some influence of China might be negated with such an approach, and Indian influence in Bangladesh would possibly be revived. 6.5. Pakistan bilateral relations and the IWT. India-Pakistan bilateral relations have been rocky since independence. In the case of India, there has traditionally been much more focus towards Pakistan from a bilateral point of view. This has been due to the security aspects of the western border, with multiple conflicts having been fought at the western border since 1947, and the area as of today remains volatile. The Jammu and Kashmir issue has a lot to do in this regard, with both India and Pakistan laying claim to the state, both having control over portions of it. While bilateral relations between the two states have been unstable, the same may not be said of the water sharing agreement between them till recently. The Indus Water Treaty, IWT, under the aegis of the World Bank, has been one of the stable points of Pakistan relations, albeit with a third party involved. The IWT came into being in 1960, after years of political wrangling between Indian and Pakistani authorities over the sharing of water from the Indus River system. Partition had caused significant insecurity in Pakistan about Indian interference in the steady supply of water in the Indus and its tributaries. Pakistan's primary source was, and remains, the Indus River system. The river system drains the province of Punjab, which is the most fertile area in Pakistan. With the headwaters of the Indus lying in India, in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, independent Pakistan's water supply depended on the goodwill of India. However, the two states fought a war within a year of independence, and therefore, there was a marked absence of trust between them. Reportedly said that the Kashmir dispute arose over the sharing of Indus waters, and a solution of either issue would solve both for good. 2006. Water sharing negotiations before the World Bank intervention saw no progress, with India attempting to protect its rights to the Indus Basin as the upper riparian and Pakistan, being the lower riparian, demanding almost complete access to it as its very survival depended on it. Being a state with limited water resources, Pakistan understood early the importance of water in national security. The present IWT is based on a World Bank proposal tabled in 1954. According to the treaty, the Indus Basin, consisting of 6 rivers, the Indus, Chenab, Jhelum, Beas, Ravi, and Sutlej, was divided between the two states. The 3 eastern tributaries, the Beas, Ravi, and given to India, and the 3 western tributaries, Indus, Chenab, and Jhelum, to Pakistan, 2015. India was allowed access to the western rivers for the generation of power and commercial irrigation purposes. Both sides agreed to the treaty, and a permanent Indus Commission was set up to deal with conflict resolution, 2015. India's access to the western rivers has been a cause of insecurity for Pakistan. It is feared the headwaters of these rivers being extensively by India, which would severely restrict its water supply. Such projects as the barrage and dams have become bones of contention between the two states. 2015. Pakistani authorities believe that the terms of the IWT were relevant for when it was signed, and with changing conditions, especially in terms of populations and climate change, the terms no longer remain valid. 2015 suggests that they also feel that India benefited more from the treaty and from the International Court of Arbitration, which Pakistan had approached. India, however, has consistently that the projects on the western rivers would interfere with water supply to Pakistan. Indian authorities have claimed that due to an increasing population, the projects are essential for increased power generation, and all such projects have been informed to the Pakistani authorities. 2015. Disagreements over the IWT continue till today. In 2019, there was an uproar in Pakistan in the face of Indian comments about restricting water flow to Pakistan. Pakistan, therefore, considers water to be a national security issue that has the potential to wreck it from the inside. Being a lower riparian like Bangladesh, it fears Indian interference over its supply of water during peace, or more importantly, during war, which may render the state helpless. In April 2025, the IWT faced an unprecedented challenge. Following a militant attack in Jammu and Kashmir, which resulted in the deaths of 26 individuals, India accused Pakistan of supporting cross-border terrorism, and in response, the Indian government suspended the IWT on April 23, 2025. This suspension included halting the flow of water from the dam on the Chenab River and conducting reservoir flushing at Salal and projects without prior notification to Pakistan, actions that contravened treaty obligations. Prime Minister reinforced this stance by stating, "Terror and talks cannot go together, water and blood cannot flow together," signaling a firm position against reversing the treaty's suspension. Pakistan viewed India's actions as a severe breach of the treaty, warning that any attempts to disrupt water flow could be considered acts of aggression. Reports emerged of unannounced water releases from the dam into the Jhelum River, causing flooding in Pakistan-administered regions, and significant reductions in the Chenab River's flow near Sialkot. These developments escalated tensions, with Pakistan threatening severe retaliatory measures. The suspension of the IWT occurred amidst heightened military tensions, including cross-border skirmishes and missile strikes. International actors, notably the USA and Gulf countries, intervened to mediate, leading to a ceasefire. However, key agreements like the IWT and visa services remain suspended, indicating persistent underlying frictions. With the ceasefire in place at the moment, it remains to be seen if India will relent to Pakistan's requests for status on the treaty. Concurrently, environmental concerns have intensified. The Hindu Kush Himalayan region has experienced below-average snow levels for 3 consecutive years, threatening water availability for nearly 2 billion people dependent on meltwater. Such climatic shifts underscore the urgency for adaptive water governance and cooperative management of shared resources. The suspension of the Indus Waters Treaty marks a critical juncture in India-Pakistan relations, intertwining issues of national security, environmental sustainability, and regional stability. As both nations navigate this complex landscape, the imperative for renewed dialogue and cooperative frameworks becomes increasingly evident to prevent further escalation and ensure the equitable management of shared water resources. Pakistan relations are the most difficult to improve, with the shared history of the region and the sufferings of partition, along with extreme distrust between each other constantly proving to be insurmountable odds in the path to improved bilateral relations. For every single attempt made towards better relations, unfriendly actions of the Pakistani side push back relations by a few years, especially due to Pakistani support to terrorist elements. Pakistan's close participation in the BRI and Chinese involvement in the port has further damaged Pakistan relations. Pakistan is China's closest ally in South Asia, which allows it to violate the peace of the region with impunity. This latter factor has been a significant problem for India in recent years. The Chinese presence and influence in the entire subcontinent has given a new dimension to these disputes. Almost all of India's neighbors are trade partners of China and consider Chinese influence to be a way of negating or at least India's dominance in South Asia. Although most South Asian states neighboring India have generally balanced relations with both China and India fairly well till now, it remains to be seen how much of it is possible in the future. 6.6 Indian bilateral relations and water disputes. China and India are among the two most dominant powers in Asia and, based on the trajectory of their growth, have been predicted to become two foremost powers in the world in a few decades. The two states have had historic ties stretching back centuries. Buddhism reached China from India and trade, and cultural ties existed between the two from those times. These ties continued even after Indian independence, with the principles of forming an important part of Indian relations, reiterating India and China's long relations, and a peaceful, cooperative approach to development. India is generally considered to dominate the Indian subcontinent and South Asia overall. Chinese presence traditionally has been in East and Southeast Asia. However, with the occupation of Tibet by Chinese military forces in the 1950s, China and India have come to share a border at the Himalayas, leading to a conflict of interests over Tibet, and also conflict over Chinese influence in India's immediate neighbors. Chinese claims over sections of the Himalayan range, primarily in the western Himalayas, Chin region, and in the eastern Himalayas, have led to souring of relations between the two states, also affecting economic cooperation. China and India fought a war over the eastern Himalayas in 1962, beginning the overt hostilities between the two states. Their most recent standoff was in 2017 over the plateau, located at the junction of the Chinese, Indian, and Bhutanese border. Such standoffs along the border are frequent, but they have not proved to be non-negotiable through diplomatic channels. There are historical areas of cooperation between the two states, and some of them stand even today, especially in the realm of trade, with China being India's largest trade partner. Currently, diplomatic relations with China are not so stable, with the Indian establishment calling the Chinese as bigger enemies than Pakistan. In a blow-hot, blow-cold situation, it is difficult to predict how and when relations will degenerate. With both India and China attempting to emerge as superpowers, it is more than likely that conflicts will continue to emerge in the long term. The cracks are already visible. The BRI, as and when it fructifies, is sure to increase the Chinese influence in the region. More importantly, the new Silk Route being planned is not restricted to the land routes alone. It traverses through Central Asia and West Asia by land and takes the sea route into Africa, with Southeast Asia in the middle. This has aptly been called the String of Pearls policy, a policy that threatens to strangle India from all sides. Given its scope, Indian authorities have consistently raised concerns about how the BRI and the String of Pearls would completely encircle the country and intrude into Indian spheres of influence, leading to compromise of Indian territorial integrity. BRI projects are being undertaken in Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri, with China increasing investments in these countries for infrastructure development. Bangladesh has received significant investments to develop its economic infrastructure and defense capabilities. Meanwhile, in Pakistan, China's closest South Asian ally, and in Sri, China has significant stakes in the ports of and respectively. These bases are more than likely to be used for military use by the Chinese Navy, providing it unhindered access to the IOR. China has also offered Nepal the use of some ports and agreed to build a railway linking Tibet to Kathmandu. Apart from these, in 2017, the Chinese Premier Xi pledged $500 million as financial aid to build infrastructure in the Southeast Asian region. These burgeoning relationships have been considered with caution by the Indian security establishment, as it puts India's sphere of influence in jeopardy. Apart from the above, overt Chinese military help to Pakistan and tacit support to Pakistani hand in India causes strain on Indian relations. The major dispute over water between the two nations is over water usage of the river Brahmaputra. This stems primarily from India's side, since India is downstream of the Brahmaputra, which originates in the Tibetan highlands, where it is known as the traveling westwards through Tibet before turning eastwards into India and Bangladesh, draining into the Bay of Bengal. The river drains both India and Bangladesh and forms the most important river system in eastern South Asia. Since Tibet is under Chinese control, India's control over the Brahmaputra is under threat. Indian concerns lie in the fact that China could severely restrict the water supply to the Brahmaputra, causing immense damage to India, and possibly leading to internal discontent within India. India's water and energy requirements are largely due to a large population and a growing economy. Furthermore, in the year 2000, it was feared that the floods in India's northeast were caused by sudden release of water from the dams across the Brahmaputra by the Chinese. 2011. This was followed of Chinese plans to dam and divert waters from to feed the Yellow River system. Reports also indicate dams along with ambitious plans for a south-north water diversion project, 2011. This has led to numerous studies on both sides about the use of water systems, and media has painted scenarios of what would happen in such a case. With the Chinese authorities providing a delay about the project, 2011, Indian fears regarding the damming of the Brahmaputra have proven true. The dam is less than 200 from the Indian border, and any sudden water release by China may not give adequate time to India to evacuate those who live and sustain themselves downstream. Indian media has also written about certain secret projects of water diversion by the Chinese, which do not appear to be mainly for supporting agriculture local population, but as a tool to threaten Indian security. From an Indian standpoint, this is a cause for great concern, as each of such projects may be used later to regulate the water supply of the Brahmaputra, leading to severe consequences for the northeastern states of India. The shortage of water could further lead to disturbance in this region, which was beset by insurgency and has only recently been brought under control. Water stress in the Brahmaputra would inevitably lead to deterioration of Bangladesh relations, as both states would try to their gains from the limited supply. Chinese authorities have, however, stressed that the dam has been built only for hydroelectric purposes and have plans for diversionary projects on the. However, there is evidence of Chinese studies which aim to check the viability of such diversion projects with an aim to fuel the water supply in the Chinese mainland north of Tibet. While some experts have rubbished such ideas, stating that they are too huge in magnitude and may not be economically and physically viable, there are a few who say that the Chinese are capable of surprising the world. What remains to be seen is if these would have environmental consequences if brought to fruition. 6.7 Conclusion. As can be seen from the discussion, South Asian bilateral relations are often complicated, which makes dispute resolution difficult. Some bilateral disputes exist among the states, and they have often continued to remain unresolved for decades, water being one among them. A dearth of trust between the neighboring states is one of the many factors which plague South Asian bilateral relations. India has often been branded as a big brother with not-so-friendly intentions, especially relating to sharing of water. Water security is a sensitive matter, with the developing states of the subcontinent requiring significant quantities of water. This has led to all agreements being solely through a prism of national development and security. Most of India's neighbors sharing transboundary water with India have multiple grievances regarding India's dominant position in the matter. While it is true to some extent, it must also be considered that with water security as a prime concern, all the states are attempting to ensure the availability of water for the present and future. South Asian states appear to be quite conscious of the security aspect of water in terms of national security. However, the understanding of the security implications of scarce water resources at the regional level is stunted. Given the increasing impact of climate change, water crises are highly likely in the future and could lead to the internal collapse of states. Thus, having narrow water security goals at the national level would not be enough. Furthermore, with China's growing influence, South Asian states should consider resolving old disputes and developing stronger bilateral relations in an emerging world where Asia is likely to be a key player and regional cooperation required to stop the slow but steady Chinese juggernaut. This should begin by initiatives to rebuild trust among neighbors. Mechanisms must be established to look into existing bilateral disputes over water security, especially with regards to transboundary water. The SAARC can become a significant platform in this regard, depending on the agreement of all stakeholders. It can generally be agreed that water is an extremely precious resource for all South Asian states, and therefore needs to be shared and managed on an equitable basis to ensure long-term water security for all stakeholders and stability in the region. At a bilateral level, the concerns of both countries regarding water need to be clearly expressed, and subsequently, efforts must be made to reach an unbiased solution which is acceptable and beneficial to both parties. Such agreements must also include water management mechanisms. This would not only ensure water security at the national level, but also the regional level. It must be understood by states that are developing close relations with China, i.e., Pakistan, Nepal, and Bangladesh, 2019, that Chinese goals are aimed at increasing their global power and ensuring their stability and long-term success. The BRI is one such initiative. While partners in it may currently derive significant benefits from it, in the long run, their national policies and security would get subordinated to the policies of the BRI, which will directly be under Chinese control. Should China face a serious water shortage in the future, it is obvious that it would divert water from major rivers originating in its territory. The present state of divisiveness in the Indian subcontinent has developed historically and has been encouraged by China, especially in matters concerning India, in order to its own geopolitical goals. South Asian states must understand this and try to keep Chinese influence to a minimum without unnecessarily antagonizing it. Therefore, there is a need for a regional cooperative mechanism in South Asia to protect the region's water security and overall regional security in the long term. India, as the biggest and most powerful nation, must ensure the buildup of trust and cooperation in the region, leading to closer bilateral ties, not only for its own sake, but to ensure the security of all of South Asia. It must initiate the process of building a closer and stronger South Asia, not just in terms of water relations, but also with closer security ties to counter the impact of China in the long run. Such steps must, however, be taken with the greatest caution and with respect towards the sensitivities of its neighbors, in order to achieve desired goals. For states on which persuasion may not work, it may become imperative to inform them of India's active rejection of Chinese influence in South Asia to them into agreement. Pakistan, for example, may be arm-twisted with a threat of possible flooding of the Punjab plains by excessive water release from Indian dams, as has been seen in the current standoff. However, such a step requires great discretion and must only be taken in the worst-case scenario to ensure India's respect and credibility. In the final analysis, India can and must rebuild and increase its influence in the region and ensure South Asian water security, while negating Chinese influence in the region. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: KN 2013, Net Publication 330512925, January 2019. KN 2014, Nepal-India Water Relations, Time for Change in Approach. Pakistan Horizon 67, 114. A 2019, How Bangladesh is Benefiting from the India-China Rivalry. The Diplomat, July 12, 2019. Com 201907, How Bangladesh is Benefiting from the China-India Rivalry. A 2018, South Asian Water Conflict. South Asian Journal, May 11. Net South Asian Water Conflict, A 2018. How China and India Assert Military Dominance Through Nepal. TRT World, 30 November 2018. Com Opinion How China and India Assert Military Dominance Through Nepal 22100. J 2011, Assessing the Indian Water Dispute, Journal of International Affairs. 64 No. 2 Spring-Summer 2011. 22-23. Islam MS 2012, Bangladesh-India Water Sharing Disputes, Possible Policy Responses. Journal of Bangladesh Studies, 14 138-39. P. 2014, Caught in the India-China Rivalry. Policy Options for Nepal, Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies, Issue Brief, 249, March 1, 2014, Org Issue Select Rec. No. 556. I 2010, Bangladesh Water Concern, South Asian Studies. 25 No. 1 2010. 8084. P. 2006 In the Line of Fire. A Memoir, Ann New York, p. 352. Mann, 2015, Water Security, Challenges of Transboundary Water Issues Between Pakistan and India. Strategic Studies, 35 486-92. Stone R. 2019, China's Silent Foray into Nepal, TRT World, 21 October 2019, Com Opinion China's Silent Foray into Nepal 30727. S. 2019, Assertion or Abjuration, India-Nepal Water Relations, Revisiting Nepal's Foreign Policy in Contemporary Global Power Structure, GB Books, New Delhi. 104-113, July. Net Publication, 334737482. 7. Democratizing Early Warning Systems. Experience with Community-Based Early Warning Dissemination Systems in India. Keywords. Is a humanitarian professional with more than 15 years of service with communities, government, NGO, and UN. He has experience across the spectrum of disaster management, including climate change adaptation, disaster risk reduction, and humanitarian response. He is skilled in partnership management, high-impact delivery, innovation, and influencing. His thematic focus of work includes community resilience and risk reduction, risk-informed water governance, WASH, and early warning. At a senior leadership level, he currently leads the Disaster Management Unit at CARE India. He has previously held CCA, DRR, and humanitarian positions with UN World Food and UNDP. He is an India Disaster Resilience Leadership, IDRL Fellow with TISS. He is recipient of awards for innovation in early warning and DRR from DCHI and Spindle in Netherlands, UNSG and MIT Climate Collab, and UNOCHA. He has a professional degree in disaster management and human rights law. Is currently the country director of In Timor. Prior to this, had served India for over 7 years, first as director of and advocacy and later as interim chief executive officer, CEO. In his current role as country director, he heads work in Timor on justice issues relating to climate, gender, and economy. Overall, he has 25 years of rich experience, cutting across humanitarian and development work. He is one of the editors of this volume, and further details are given in the details on editors. 7.1 Introduction. A hazard event or emergency crisis becomes a disaster relative to the human, ecological, and economic costs that it accrues. 2020. Many disaster deaths are preventable, but most actions that are needed to save lives during disasters must be taken before they strike. Effective early action, however, is dependent on a multitude of factors such as community awareness of preparedness measures and protocols, evacuation capacities, and ready access to shelters, as well as early warnings. This was demonstrated by the state government of Odisha, India, during cyclone in 2013, where it set a target of 0 casualties and nearly achieved it, containing the number to 21. Severity was comparable to the Odisha super cyclone of 1999, which took a toll of nearly 10,000 lives. The state government, then adopting a 0 casualty approach in preparedness of another such super cyclone, demonstrated a significant milestone during. It must be noted that for Odisha is one of the most disaster-prone states in India. It also reflected confidence in the state's capacity for early action built up since the early 2000s. The steady integration of disaster risk reduction, DRR, measures in Odisha have been a result of both internal capacity building measures as well as paradigm shifts taking place in disaster risk management at the national and international levels. In India, the high-powered Committee on Disaster Management, through its recommendations in 2001, gave an impetus to Asia's largest community-based disaster risk management from 2002 to 2009. The passing of the Disaster Management Act by Parliament in 2005 and raising of the world's largest dedicated force for disaster management, the National Disaster Response Force, the NDRF, in 2006, as well as its accurate forecast and warning systems, all constituted pioneering reforms and contributed towards building a strong DRR agenda at the state level. The state government of Odisha's 0 casualty approach was possible due to the capacity-building efforts, which allowed for the evacuation of nearly 1 million people before the cyclone made landfall, the sufficient number of safe shelters to accommodate the 1 million, the community preparedness and resilience-building measures taken, and most importantly, an accurate forecasting system developed that informed their early action at the community levels. This paper is based on learnings from India's community-based early warning initiatives in Odisha and elsewhere. It also presents some of the gaps in early warning systems at the last mile and opportunities that informal community-based networks can offer in strengthening the systems. India, UNDP, and other organizations had partnered with the state government on DRR projects at the regional, national, and international levels, which contributed to Odisha's successes in evacuation before the cyclones. 2013, 2019, and 2020. The main focus areas of these projects were promoting stronger housing technologies to build more resilient and thereby safer homes along its highly vulnerable coastline, one, strengthening community preparedness and engaged participation in the disaster management activities, as well as effective cooperation with the local and national authorities, securing safe water and sanitation, and establishing an early warning system for cyclones and tsunamis for the people living along this 480-long coast, becoming the first Indian state to do so by April 2018. 7.2 Climate Change Impacts on Disaster Risks, Indian Realities. In the near 10 years since cyclone, climate change impacts and inequitable development have exacerbated Odisha's proneness to disaster risks and its people's socioeconomic vulnerabilities, even amidst the state's actions and investments towards integrating DRR into development planning. In district is a fishing village which was completely devastated in 2013 and received relief and assistance through a variety of humanitarian actors. A decade later, coastal erosion has left its people on the verge of permanent displacement, as with other settlements in the districts of Puri and joining already displaced villages like In. As the risk landscape changes, the development gains made are often lost. This highlights the ever-rising exposure to hazards and the fact that system improvements that do not factor such in changes would not sustain given the vulnerabilities that would develop in the face of future risks. Therefore, it is imperative for all provinces and nations to constantly evolve and improve to prepare not only for current risks, but also for future ones. India's geodiversity exposes it to myriad climate risks, further aggravated by the socioeconomic vulnerabilities across various demographics that make up its 1.4 billion population, the largest in the world. It is currently ranked 7th in the Global Climate Risk Index, AL. 2021, but it is home to the largest number of people exposed to the disaster risks and the compounding effects of climate change. Between 1901 and 2020, India's average annual mean temperature rose by 0.62 C 100 years, with the warming trend peaking in the pre-monsoon season by 0.88 C 100 years, maximum temperature rising by 0.99 C 100 years, and minimum temperatures by 0.24 C 100 years. Moe's 2020. Fluctuations in the temperature extremes in the past 30 years are observed in northern, central, eastern, and northeastern India. MOEF 2021. Corroborated by the Berkeley Earth dataset, observing the strongest warming in India in the northern and northeastern region, Carbon Brief 2018. Notably closer to the Himalayan range, which feed the glacial rivers that both nurture and devastate the floodplains in this region. Precipitation trends have seen significant fluctuations in recent years. The El Southern Oscillation, ENSO, impacts precipitation as it increases the sea surface temperature and reduces monsoon rainfall in India. Although data on interannual variability and total precipitation in India have remained stable in last 120 years, there have been more frequent dry spells and more intense wet spells during the summer monsoons. Dry spells in India have been 27% higher between 1981 and 2001, compared to 1951-1980. Rainfall intensities have also increased, especially in central India, where the daily precipitation extremes of rainfall exceeding 150 per day has increased by 75% during 1952-015 period, AL. 2020. These trends on climate variability in India suggest a significant impact on the economy, with agriculture being most affected. With nearly 43% of the population dependent on agriculture as their main employment source, it is imperative to look at the climate resilience of the sector in a changing climate context. The 6th IPCC report already indicated a 1.2 C rise in temperature and steadily rising to 1.5 C, with a projection of reaching it in less than 20 years, if unprecedented measures are not taken. It is the unpredictability of a disasters, combined with a lack of emergency preparedness, that leads to the loss of lives and assets. An effective early warning system can ensure that the at-risk community and local actors have sufficient lead time to prepare and respond to disasters. An early warning system can provide more than tenfold returns on investment. Just 24H notice of an impending hazardous event can cut the ensuing damage by 30%, Global Commission on Adaptation 2019. It is well acknowledged that an effective end-to-end early warning system is essential for pursuing a zero-casualty goal in highly populous countries like India. 7.3 Developments in Early Warning Systems, EWS in the global context, the last mile challenge. The 1990s saw paradigm shifts in approaches to disaster risk management and DRR, at least in policy documents, which emphasized the significance of early warning systems. This has evolved through prior efforts such as the Famine Early Warning Systems Network, FEWSNet, developed in the U.S. after the 1984-1985 famines in Sudan and Ethiopia, which caused an estimated 1 million deaths. FEWSNet is one of the leading providers of early warning and analysis of acute food insecurity around the world. Further, the 1994 World Conference on Natural Disaster Risk Reduction highlighted the importance of early warnings in prevention, preparedness, and mitigation. In 1995, The UNISDR advocated for the examination of new science-based methods to improve the accuracy and timeliness of short-term forecasting. The Indian Ocean tsunami of 2004, which took more than 225,000 lives, gave further momentum to developing a global EWS framework for ocean-related hazards through a resolution adopted by the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, IOC. Key cooperative measures through SAARC were also established in the process, and a special session of the SAARC Environment Ministers in 2005 led to the establishment of an expert group to formulate a comprehensive framework on early warning, disaster management, and disaster prevention. The Framework of Action, HFA, adopted in 2005, also included early warning as one of its 5 priority actions. The following year, 2006, saw the formation of the Intergovernmental Coordination Group for the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System, as well as the establishment of the Third International Conference on Early Warning in Bonn, Germany, which led to establishment of the Indian Ocean Consortium for strengthening national capacities for early warning and response in the Indian Ocean. The UNISDR also developed a checklist to help governments and communities set up effective early warning systems. A prime example of effective early warnings and early action at a national level is the Japanese agency, whose scientific systems are run by the National Research Institute for Earth Science and Disaster Prevention and issues earthquake warning, alerts directly to factories, schools, TV networks, radio stations, and mobile phones in an at-risk or affected location through the Area Mail Disaster Information Service. These timely warnings saved several lives during the 2011 earthquake and tsunami. Post-HFA 2005, the Sendai Framework for DRR-SFDRR for 2015-2030 has also included improved access to multi-hazard, impact-based early warning systems, MHEWS, as one of its global targets. Most recently, the UN Global Early Warning Initiative for the Implementation of Climate Adaptation was launched in March 2022, aiming to achieve universal access to early warning systems by the end of 2027 through a plan worth $3.1 billion, which was unveiled in November at COP27. Even though the investments, developments, and collective capacities in early warning structures have improved across the board, critical early warning information is still not accessible to all populations exposed to hazards. However, last-mile connectivity and outreach are still a significant concern in most countries, with those living in the remotest areas often being the most vulnerable to hazard risks. Beyond improving access at the last mile, albeit a significant first step in the direction towards universal access to an effective people-centered multi-hazard impact-based early warning system, other socio-political and economic, as well as technological considerations for a well-functioning system need identification and careful integration. The following sections elucidate gaps, as well as ways in which community action integrated with governance helps foster more resilient networks that translate early warnings into early actions that help save lives and minimize damage to property. 7.4. India's Gap Assessments on EWS in Odisha. For a country as populous and geographically widespread as India, the exposure to a variety of hazard risks and socioeconomic vulnerabilities makes an EWS at different levels a Herculean task for governance at different levels. Adequate information dissemination, ensuring people's access to this information, covering the most vulnerable and clarity of actions to be taken in response to hazard warning, all require considerable thought, planning, and effort. In vibrant democracies, non-governmental NGOs and civil society, CSOs, whether local, regional, national, or international, all need to play the essential role of supporting communities as well as the government for effective governance and welfare outcomes. India generally plays this role working with local NGOs and the community, and has worked systematically to strengthen social networks and communication channels. It has also to build socioeconomic resilience through interventions in sectors such as water, sanitation, and hygiene, and livelihoods to better prepare households and individuals to weather the vagaries of nature and effectively bounce back. Risk assessment. Risk assessment. Monitoring and detection. Monitoring and detection. Communication and dissemination and communication and dissemination and community action. Community action. The major focus of the study in Odisha was on communication and dissemination, as well as community action. The assessment methods included structured and non-structured interviews with coastal communities from different occupational groups, including traditional small-scale sea fisherfolks, marine fisherfolks, farmers, and others. Those interviewed during the study were local officials and community leaders like the community mobilizer of the OSDMA, Odisha State Disaster Management Authority, and shelter committee members, district officials including the district emergency officer, additional district magistrate and emergency operations staff, and state-level government officials including the director IMD, special relief commissioner, and IAG-3 chairperson. The early warnings dissemination channel in Odisha and the gaps identified. Source adapted by author from the study conducted by India. 1. Despite state efforts, from the District Emergency Operations Center, EOC, to the community warning communication at the last mile is dependent largely on a manual system, resulting in late dissemination, exclusion, and limited outreach. Respondents across all levels agreed that the existing communication and dissemination system may not be effective in disasters like tsunamis, where the lead time could be less than 4H despite state efforts. From the District Emergency Operations Center, EOC, to the community warning communication at the last mile is dependent largely on a manual system, resulting in late dissemination, exclusion, and limited outreach. Respondents across all levels agreed that the existing communication and dissemination system may not be effective in disasters like tsunamis, where the lead time could be less than 4H2 dissemination during odd hours, is difficult. For instance, people working in the early hours before dawn groups such as deep-sea fisherfolk would be left out of the loop. Dissemination during odd hours is difficult. For instance, people working in the early hours before dawn groups such as deep-sea fisherfolk would be left out of the loop. 3. Communities lack trust in the warning messages issued by the government. Communities lack trust in the warning messages issued by the government. 4. Communities' risk perceptions and priority to safeguard assets lead to delays in evacuation. Communities' risk perceptions and priority to safeguard assets lead to delays in evacuation. 5. The existing relief entitlements are based on ownership of assets, and a large dependent workforce is compensation. The existing relief entitlements are based on ownership of assets, and a large dependent workforce is compensation. 6. Due to the lack of privacy, women and girls avoid going to shelters unless extremely necessary, leaving them even more vulnerable. Due to the lack of privacy, women and girls avoid going to shelters unless extremely necessary, leaving them even more vulnerable. 7. Inadequate structures to ensure collective and coordinated action from local communities, civic groups, network of volunteers, interagency groups in early warning dissemination and response, pose challenges on ground. Inadequate structures to ensure collective and coordinated action from local communities, civic groups, network of volunteers, interagency groups in early warning dissemination and response, pose challenges on ground. For an early warning system to be effective, it should actively engage different stakeholders, specifically the communities at risk, to provide the enabling environment that integrates the appropriate technological, regulatory, and legal frameworks into local practice, as well as meets the adequate operational capacities, and defines clearly the responsibilities of all participants. ITUND. The accessibility and employment of information and communication technologies, ICT, has been the conventional means of community engagement in DRR initiatives that have typically followed a hazard-centered, technology-led approach. Hicks al. 2019. However, the decades of emphasis on mainstreaming DRR within academia and practice has led to an increased advocacy for even more people-centered approaches that establish the communities at risk at the center of DRR. It is understood that to strengthen the disaster resilience of a community, it is necessary to empower and engage the most vulnerable individuals in the decision-making processes, thereby building participation, awareness, and capacities towards long-term preparedness and mitigation strategies. To take this a step further, the involvement of the at-risk communities in the mapping of risk and collection of grassroots level socioeconomic and environmental data would benefit both those at risk as well as the scholars and practitioners who utilize this data to better formulate systems and policy frameworks. The efficiency of an EWS is also be attributed to how well social factors are integrated within the system to create a platform for positive community action. Not all timely warnings result in timely evacuation or early action. Factors such as a lack of risk perception, a lack of trust in the warning messages, concerns related to the protection of livelihood and household assets, or issues related to the protection of women and children at evacuation, sites determine the collective of a community during disasters. Field experiences have shown that a well-prepared community with some assistance from trained village-based committee members can avert and absorb the shocks of disasters. Village-based institutions, developed through intensive community processes, act as the vanguards in disaster risk management and risk reduction. However, India's experience suggests that the challenge to tackle attrition of many volunteers will always exist at the last mile in developing countries and countries. The community volunteers' sustained engagement is also affected by dynamic factors such as occupational and seasonal migration, marriage, and declining health or interests. The systems and structures established by local NGOs, CBOs, SHGs tend to be more sustainable, and their capacities should be enhanced to manage the volunteer base in the respective regions for effective risk management. Technical innovations, which can potentially reduce their operational costs in managing volunteer base, are also directly beneficial and will also keep them engaged and associated with potential hazards. 7.5 Democratizing EWS Learnings from India Projects. In addition to the gap assessment study in Odisha, learnings from community-based early warning initiatives in the transboundary basins of the Brahmaputra and rivers also provide valuable insights. They reiterated many of the socioeconomic factors and gaps in EWS highlighted through in the findings of the study. In addition, these learnings helped identify the opportunities that informal community-based networks can offer in strengthening the EWS systems at the local grassroots level. For example, a village in Bihar was severely affected during the 2008 floods. Many families from the village ignored the government's early warning advisories as they did not perceive that the floods would affect their village. Not complying with the advisories put their lives at extreme risk, as they were trapped in the floods and could only be evacuated in a bamboo raft. In a tragic turn of events, Sardar, a villager and rescue volunteer who built a bamboo raft to aid evacuations, died in the floods. Similar was the case during the 2013 floods in Odisha, 2017. In a riparian hamlet of Gram Panchayat, block of district, 8 families lost their assets, houses and land due to flood erosion. All 30 houses in the hamlet were either completely or partially damaged. During humanitarian assistance in this hamlet, the community shared that they did not receive early warning messages and recollected that the flooding was sudden, leaving them barely any time to evacuate. This hamlet is just 20 downstream of the flood monitoring station at In, yet it experienced a last-mile connectivity issue pertaining to early warning dissemination. Likewise, during the floods, 2014, 2016-2017, 2018, in West In, Assam, where a riparian village on the borders of Bhutan recalls the floods experienced by the village in each of the years being very sudden, with warnings coming with lead times of less than an hour. Consequently, the villagers could manage to save very few of their assets. The intensity of the and severity of the damages made search and rescue extremely challenging, even for the best-equipped army, with an 8-year-old girl losing her life in the 2014 floods. These incidents reiterate that an effective end-to-end early warning system is built on all 4 pillars, including 1. Risk assessment, 2. Monitoring and warning services, 3. Dissemination and communication, and 4. Response capability. Through its projects has laid a larger focus on communities' participation at all steps of the early warning system, adopting a citizen science approach to strengthen the same disaster preparedness and support government in the last mile through participatory actions. Democratizing EWS entails the of a citizen science approach of environmental and ecological sciences, which harness public participation to inform research and knowledge production. It has become increasingly relevant with the availability of IT infrastructure for gathering, reporting, and storing data. Moreover, improved literacy rates and education levels have enabled a larger proportion of local populations to participate and contribute to knowledge formation. Al. 2022. India has also utilized this approach in other thematic areas, such as community-based surveillance of water contamination in the basin in. The approach led to an improved community understanding of factors leading to water contamination in the region, positively affecting their involvement in evidence-based advocacy on water quality. Given the central role of a community's participation in emergency preparedness and minimizing disaster risks, as well as in the management of their local natural resources and the hazard risks associated, it follows that such an approach would be instrumental in enhancing the effectiveness of early warning systems as well as socioeconomic ones. The on-ground realities and insights provided by the diverse voices of different demographics help tailor the network of early warning dissemination to their unique needs. The goal is to equip at-risk communities with the necessary procedures and information in preparedness for them to be able to take timely and positive actions to save lives and assets. Loose ends at any stage would adversely affect the EWS efficiency and contribute to the potential human and economic losses that are incurred during and in the aftermath of disasters. Thus, democratizing early warning systems is recognizing the critical role of communities in every facet of the EWS and utilizing their inputs, along with their participation, to better translate early warnings to early actions. 1. The Volunteer Network Management System, VNMS, in and River Basin in Odisha. The Volunteer Network Management System, VNMS, in and River Basin in Odisha. 2. Transboundary People-to-People Early Warning Network between Assam, India and Bhutan in the Brahmaputra River Basin, and Transboundary People-to-People Early Warning Network between Assam, India and Bhutan in the Brahmaputra River Basin, and 3. Utilizing an early warning dissemination platform for improved access to social protection systems in Assam and utilizing an early warning dissemination platform for improved access to social protection systems in Assam and 7.6 Methodology. Across the 3 case studies discussed in the following sections, India's methodology for setting up the community-based early warning systems has remained consistent, evolving and varying in implementation against the context of state and interstate community relations, as well as technological innovations to better facilitate these systems. Elements in each of these interventions are complementary and contribute to one holistic design for community-based early warning systems. Utilizing the existing social networks within these riparian communities was the foundation for these interventions, harnessing the people-to-people connections and their shared experiences with the local natural resources and the associated risks. SWORK strove to further build up relations between these communities, as in the case of those settled in transboundary river basins. Each of these, from the VNMS to, have placed the communities at the heart of the intervention, recognizing their stakes in and promoting their rights to the water resources, as well as the corresponding hazard risks involved. Adopting a citizen science approach in these projects engaged communities in the risk assessment and analysis, simultaneously improving community coordination on wider dissemination of early warning information generated by the government agencies and supporting timely and positive community action. India selected these specific river basins for its projects based on the respective riparian communities, exposure to hazards and vulnerabilities. However, the geographical selection was also influenced by strategy to work only among the focus states of Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Assam, and further based on socioeconomic vulnerabilities and development needs. Due to the frequency and severity of floods in these basins, and resource capacity, Odisha, Assam, and were prioritized for these project interventions. For the VNMS intervention in Odisha, communities exposed to recurring floods and coastal hazards, particularly from Basin in, and Basin in Puri, were identified for project interventions. India later implemented Transboundary Rivers of South Asia, TROSA, project 2017-2021, through which it engaged with the riparian communities in the Brahmaputra River Basin in Assam and Bhutan, and the River Basin in and Nepal. Invest for advances in last-mile warning communication and dissemination technologies to ensure that timely warning reaches the entire population at risk, including those in remote locations. Invest for advances in last-mile warning communication and dissemination technologies to ensure that timely warning reaches the entire population at risk, including those in remote locations. Strengthen structures for last-mile dissemination to complement the forecasting systems. Strengthen structures for last-mile dissemination to complement the forecasting systems. Invest in improved participation of local communities, civic groups, and traditional structures in the early warning systems. Invest in improved participation of local communities, civic groups, and traditional structures in the early warning systems. Ensure that all at-risk groups, particularly those from socioeconomically marginalized groups, have access to information in disaster situations, and people take informed and timely actions to minimize the loss of lives and property. Ensure that all at-risk groups, particularly those from socioeconomically marginalized groups, have access to information in disaster situations, and people take informed and timely actions to minimize the loss of lives and property. 1. Engaging with local CSOs, NGOs, and community to prepare the Hazard Risk Vulnerability Assessment, HRVA, maps of the targeted region in the river basin. Identification and ranking of the most vulnerable villages in the selected region. Engaging with local CSOs, NGOs, and community to prepare the Hazard Risk Vulnerability Assessment, HRVA, maps of the targeted region in the river basin. Identification and ranking of the most vulnerable villages in the selected region. 2. Identifying volunteers in the targeted villages, providing training to these volunteers to support. Identifying volunteers in the targeted villages, providing training to these volunteers to support. 3. Local government in dissemination of warning, especially reaching the last-mile communities, to ensure timely action on advisories. Local government in dissemination of warning, especially reaching the last-mile communities, to ensure timely action on advisories. 4. Strengthening cultural ties, social relations between upstream and downstream communities to strengthen people-to-people cooperation for early warning. Strengthening cultural ties, social relations between upstream and downstream communities to strengthen people-to-people cooperation for early warning. 5. Fostering technological innovations to improve real-time warning dissemination to all at-risk populations. Fostering technological innovations to improve real-time warning dissemination to all at-risk populations. 6. Using early warning dissemination systems during non-disaster periods to improve access to social protection schemes and thereby keeping the warning's dissemination systems active. Using early warning dissemination systems during non-disaster periods to improve access to social protection schemes, and thereby keeping the warning's dissemination systems active. 7.7 The Volunteer Network Management System, VNMS, in and river basin in Odisha. As elaborated earlier, Odisha is a disaster-prone state. Besides the risks along its coastline, Odisha contains a large part of the 141,589 river basin, constituting nearly 4.3% of India's geographical area, shared with Chhattisgarh and parts of Jharkhand and eastern Maharashtra. Is among the peninsular rivers and a major river system in India. It drains into Lake in Odisha, which forms the part of the basin along with 6 other minor rivers, namely, and. The Volunteer Network Management System in Odisha was designed to last-mile stakeholders including the CSOs, NGOs, SHGs, and trained village volunteers, became points of contact for government authorities to disseminate early warning information and government advisories to the most vulnerable and remote communities and villages, and supported communities in timely actions and evacuations during emergencies. The system was aided by technology for a wider outreach in real time. India engaged with networks of civil society, with as the nodal agency in and solar in Puri. Participatory HRVA analysis was carried out in and rivers in Puri, Luna, and key distributaries of river. This was a long-drawn exercise requiring awareness generation, local-level training, and participation. After the HRVA, 2112 volunteers were identified from 173 villages, with an indirect outreach that covered 34,331 households. Local communities. Participation in such a risk assessment provides critical inputs such as information on the local history of disasters and its impact evidenced in different villages. Based on the community consultations and with the technical assistance from the local NGO partners, risk maps were developed. This was followed by preparation of village disaster management plans, and volunteers were trained to support the community, along with identifying the most vulnerable individuals and households during emergencies. The structure of the system calls for nodal NGOs to coordinate with the local administration and the flood monitoring stations to monitor the flood situation. And once warning or advisories are issued, the communication and dissemination facets of the EWS were aided by the online VNMS platform developed for real-time information dissemination. The VNMS system helped in more systematic engagement with the remotest settlements at every stage of disaster management, from preparedness to response. Community-led HRVA analysis was particularly useful in expanding the risk knowledge and awareness of the community, as well as their continued involvement in supporting the wider dissemination of government warnings and advisories, which ensured timely action from the at-risk population. See Annexure 1 for the user interface of the online VNMS platform. 7.8 Transboundary People-to-People Early Warning Network between Assam, India and Bhutan in the Brahmaputra River Basin. Lower Assam is one of the disaster hotspots, with around 56 transboundary rivers flowing from the north into the mighty Brahmaputra. The also called in India is one of 56 rivers that flows from Bhutan into the part of the Brahmaputra in Assam, India, 2018. This is a lifeline for thousands of people living on the downstream of the river, yet it is also a source of havoc and devastation owing to the flash floods that strike whenever there is incessant rain on the mountains of Bhutan or a cloud burst occurs. It is dotted with char islands in the districts of and south. Chars are the riverine islands formed through silt deposits which house a large population, which often get partially or fully submerged in the monsoon floods, displacing communities year after year. Amidst disaster vulnerabilities, the pace of development has been extremely slow in these regions, further marginalizing and impoverishing these communities. India implemented the Transboundary Rivers of South Asia, TROSA, project from 2017-2021, engaging with riparian communities on issues of water governance. In this project, India, along with its NGO partner NERSWN5, worked with the riparian communities in the river basin in Assam. The flows through India to meet the Brahmaputra, coming in from Bhutan, where it is called the river. The river is a lifeline for the alternatively Dong irrigation system that waters the small fields of paddy, vegetables and areca nuts of the downstream communities of Nepalese, Bodo and settlers in district of Assam in India. This simple irrigation system involves diverting water from the Vaya, a small check dam, into a network of slender canals crisscrossing the farms around the forests. The aftermath of the 2017 in the and Manas rivers left behind a trail of devastation in downstream villages like And. The Bhutanese administration began constructing flood mitigation measures to protect villages within their borders, a cause for concern for the downstream communities in India. Changes in hydrological cycles of the river, whether natural, cloud bursts, drought, landslides, etc., or dams, flood mitigation measures, boulder mining, etc., in Bhutan, severely impact downstream communities in India, causing floods on one hand, and/or drying up of water in the dongs on the other. Civil society in India, with support from Bhutan India Friendship Association, BIFA, engaged with the local administration in Bhutan to share the issues the downstream communities. Those administrative head of district took a decision to prevent any structural measures in riverbed that could potentially damage the Dong system. This fostered the cooperation between civil societies in India and Bhutan and brought together the basin level on water management at a local level. The informal ways of cooperation and joint solution, finding led by the civil society actors in India and Bhutan, further strengthened the people-to-people ties. Informal communication lines have been set up for transboundary early warning from the BIFA, which has led to the improved lead time for downstream communities due to timely information from BIFA on impending floods in and ever since 2018. In 2019, 12 civil society organizations from Assam and Bhutan signed the 7 Points Call for Action on Inclusive Water Governance 6 to work together for effective management of river risks. 2019. For early warning systems to work, it is important to prepare and train the communities to respond to the warnings in a disciplined manner. To reduce the vulnerability of riverside communities, disaster risk reduction trainings and preparation of hazard risk vulnerability assessment, HRVA documents, has been piloted in riverside villages, along with identification of individuals for volunteer network management systems, VNMS, to develop early warning systems. The VNMS model was first implemented in Odisha, and it was replicated in Assam. Under the TROSA project, an online platform for the Water Governance Collective Action Network 7 was used to host early warning dissemination in Assam. The volunteer networks were organized across the river basin, which helped the civil societies in India to engage more effectively with village volunteers on issues of water management and early warning communication. Similar work has been done in the river basin along the India-Nepal border under TROSA. The Kali, is a transboundary river originating in the Himalayas and flowing along the India-Nepal border, with a river basin, Uttarakhand, and in India, susceptible to a range of hydrometeorological and geological risks that enhance flooding in the region, and is home to a demographic with a high incidence of poverty and socioeconomic disparity. These factors combined with poor land use plans, unplanned urbanization, and inefficient governance have aggravated the risk of flooding. Al. 2013. As part of TROSA, India's work in the basin has been to support the government's efforts to reduce the disaster risk and socioeconomic vulnerabilities of these transboundary communities by strengthening the people-to-people network upstream, Nepal, and downstream, as well as widening the access to information to ensure that outreach extends to the most marginalized at the last mile. The transboundary people-to-people networks in both the river basin in Assam and the basin in intervention necessitate bilateral coordination at a national level, as well as in the capacity of upstream and downstream riparian communities. As evidenced in the case study, NGOs and CSOs on either side of these geopolitical borders play a critical role in safeguarding the interests of the communities, supporting the governments, and ensuring a positive sum outcome as far as possible and fostering stronger relations between neighboring countries. 7.9. Using early warning dissemination platform for improved access to social protection systems in Assam and 8 was launched a month into the lockdown of 2020 to provide a vernacular communication channel for CSOs, NGOs, and government representatives to provide critical information on social protection schemes and vaccine awareness during the early waves of the COVID-19 pandemic. It was built on the WGCAN platform and continues to function as a medium for public awareness on social protection and community rights. It can also be utilized as an early warning system for wider dissemination to the last mile. The effectiveness of this service lies in the convenience of drafting the messages as well as the ease of wide dissemination, as they can be sent in the local vernacular, both in text and audio formats. During the pandemic, even in the case of disaster events, became an easy and useful medium for the local administrations to send voice-recorded advisories about disasters which struck during years. In addition to early warning messages and advisories, this platform also helped improve public health promotion and social protection schemes. As an audio messaging service, seeks to facilitate social development through citizen engagement. It provides an interface between government, CSOs, and the end beneficiaries of social protection schemes. The target group for the platform were elected panchayat representatives, citizen science volunteers, CSOs, or workers. It was envisioned as a solution to connect various demographics, communities, households, or individuals who have been marginalized or left behind in development due to poor access to government schemes, and conversely also helped government services to expand their reach. The services were also used by civil society organizations to reach out to their communities' network as well. The portal, thus, enabled progress towards achieving equity and inclusion. In the context of 19, served to reach out to vulnerable groups with information on governmental and non-governmental relief measures, and along with the development messaging for WGCAN, the portal also provided information on 19 related measures, including vaccinations and public health, domestic violence, psychosocial support, and other issues. The portal provides audio messages in many languages to reach out to people across the geography of India. The messages are also saved on the website to be accessed and heard at any time, and can also be shared with others to widen the dissemination and reach. This is a cost-effective solution to the information asymmetry observed in the sector of social protection and welfare. 7.1. Comparing the EWS interventions undertaken by India. The following figures illustrate the forms of early warnings messages disseminated through the VNMS in Odisha in 2017, and the platform. In the case of the latter, examples of audio advisories and their vernacular transcriptions from the UP State Disaster Management Authority in Hindi and from the District Disaster Management Authority in Assamese are shared. As mentioned previously, interventions have remained consistent in their foundations yet evolved, and to better facilitate the functioning of an early warning system that can translate to early actions and better integrate DRR mainstreaming at the grassroots. See Annexure Fig. 7.2. A B for an illustration of text SMS in India through the VNMS in Odisha and audio advisories from the UPSDMA and the DDMA in Assam through respectively. The key elements of EWS explored through some of its interventions in India. Checklist. VNMS. Transboundary EWS. Risk assessment. Community-led, with technical support from nodal NGOs. Upper and lower riparian communities. Cooperation on river risk management. community-led HRVA conducted locally in Assam. Drawn from the VNMS platform. Monitoring and warning service. Through relevant institutions and local administration. Upper to lower riparian communities. Through relevant institutions and local administration. Dissemination and communication. Last mile volunteers to support local administration in wider dissemination of advisories. People-to-people network, upper to lower riparian communities. Local administration, using platform for recording and disseminating advisories. Response capability. Community participation leads to respecting warnings and advisories. Communities engaged in disaster preparedness and response plan. Support from trained volunteers. Community participation leads to respecting warnings and advisories. Communities engaged in disaster preparedness and response plan. Support from trained volunteers. Alternative media, including audio and text in vernacular languages. Advisories from local departments are more specific and impact-based and respected by locals. Improved access to social protection schemes, and therefore improved community confidence in the system. Source India websites. 7.11 Conclusion. Despite their unique cultural differentiations, riparian communities across India and the South Asian region face similar risks, their disaster vulnerabilities, as well as their dependence on their local rivers for their lives and livelihoods. Their socioeconomic and environmental instability, particularly in transboundary contexts, have local as well as geopolitical ramifications. The socioeconomic vulnerabilities of the most marginalized demographics are set to further deteriorate with the increasing risks, intensities, and frequency of natural hazard events. Climate change impacts are increasingly threatening the lives and livelihoods of those settled in these ecologically fragile geographies for decades, if not centuries. The development gains made, the infrastructure established, and the disaster management measures that have been in place so far are inadequate to meet the changing risk landscape and pose a concern for policymakers and governments across the different levels of the nation-state. Adaptability to the present and the potential of the future are essential in the DRR integration and community preparedness measures taken. Strengthening the network of governments, CSOs, NGOs, communities can empower those at the last mile with access to information. The human and economic costs will only continue to escalate without the institution of adequate, contextually appropriate, and adaptive measures and mechanisms that bolster the resilience of communities through emergency preparedness and accurate early warning systems that translate into early actions. As the examples from the case studies above highlight, a citizen science approach to early warning systems, which places the at-risk and affected communities and their interests at the center of all decision-making and participation, is one that is truly just in assisting them to realize their rights and development aspirations. Inclusivity in participation is a critical enabler of ensuring that no one is left behind, and that the intersectional vulnerabilities and risk exposures of different demographics is considered in the process. Adapting and utilizing technological innovations to streamline universal accessibility to early warnings is then a significant step towards democratizing these systems. The authors would like to acknowledge the support provided by Ms. in developing this paper, and also to Professor for her editorial inputs. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. Annexure 1. User interface of the online VNMS platform. Source org sites default files DRR let web. Annexure 2. A text SMS in IDEA through the VNMS in IDISA be audio advisories and vernacular transcriptions from UPSDMA in Hindi, above, and DDMA in Assamese below through. References. J. 2020, Thinking About Disasters, A Call for Intersectionality and Transdisciplinary in Disaster Studies. In J. Ed, Disaster Studies, Exploring Intersectionalities in Disaster Discourse. Springer Nature, Singapore. Carbon Brief, 2018, Mapped, How Every Part of the World Has Warmed and Could Continue to. Infographics 14, 2022. Org Mapped How Every Part of the World Has Warmed and Could Continue to Warm. D. V. L. 2021, Global Climate Risk Index 2021. Briefing Paper, German Watch. Org N19777, English version. D. G. Al. 2022, Citizen Science in Environmental and Ecological Sciences. Rev Methods Primers 2, Article Number 64. Nature.com Articles, S435860220001444. Global Commission on Adaptation, 2019, Adapt Now, A Global Call for Leadership on Climate Resilience. Report P1413, Sep 2019. Global Commission Report Final Org. Hicks A. J. Al. 2019, Global Mapping of Citizen Science Projects for Disaster Risk Reduction. Front Earth Section, N7. Org 10338920-1900226. ITU, International Telecommunication Union, ND. Multi-Hazard Early Warning System. ITUD Emergency Telecommunications. NITUD Emergency Pages, Multi-Hazard Early Warning Systems. S. 2019, Bhutan Groups for Managing Cross-Border Rivers. Deccan Herald, 22 Jun. Com India Bhutan Groups for Managing Cross-Border Rivers, 742185. R. Al. 2020, Assessment of Climate Change over the Indian Region, a report of the Ministry of Earth Sciences, MOES. Government of India. Springer Com Book 9, 7898-11543265. MOEF 2021, India, Third Biennial Update Report to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. Sites Default Files Resource India %20 Bur 3, 20-22021 High. MOES 2020, Statement on Climate of India during 2020. India Department, Climate Research and Services. Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. Press Release, 4/2021. In Backend Assets Press Release Statement of Climate of India 2020. D. 2021, How IDISA's Model of Disaster Preparedness Came into Being. Live Mint Hindustan Times, HT Media Limited, 26 May. Net News, How IDISA's Model Disaster Preparedness Came Being. NERSWN, 2005, About the Northeast Research and Social Work Networking. Org About. Accessed May, 2023. D. Al. 2013, Neonatal Health in Nepal. Analysis of absolute and relative inequalities and impact of current efforts to reduce neonatal mortality. BMC Public Health 13, Article No. 1239, 28. Com Articles, 10-1186-147-1245-813, 1239. A. 2017, Mainstreaming DRR in Local Development Plans to Reduce Aid Dependency. India Blog, 7 for more on India, swore in through its partner. S. 2018, Cyclone, Why India's East Coast is a Magnet for Cyclones. The Print, 13. In Science Cyclone Why India's East Coast is a magnet for cyclones 148539 Sentinel Digital Desk. 2019. Bhutan-India CSO's Partnership for Inclusive Water Governance. The Sentinel Assam, 21 Jun. Com Northeast India News Assam News 001 Bhutan-India Partnership for Inclusive Water Governance. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change prepared this special report SROCC as one of 3 during their 6th assessment cycle, as decided in 2016. The other 2 special reports were the SR15 on global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius and SRCCL on climate change and land. The NERSWN. Org UNDP Press Release, 2015, A Roof Still Standing, Building Disaster Resilience in Odisha. Report India Roof, Still Standing Building Disaster Resilience Odisha. UN News, 2021, IPCC Report, Code Red for Human-Driven Global Heating, warns UN Chief. Environs 9. News Org N Story 202, 10810973662. Accessed, May 2023. 2018, Villagers in Bhutan and India come together to share river. The Third Pole, Regional Cooperation, 27. Net-N Regional Cooperation Villagers in Bhutan and India come together to share river. For example, UNDP partnered with the government of Odisha, 2007, on a project which constructed more than 60 buildings serving as technology demonstration units for low-cost disaster-resilient building technologies combined with indigenous building materials across 4 districts, contributing to over 4,000 houses and other public infrastructure in these vulnerable areas across the state. See UNDP Press Release, 2015. The EWDS addresses the existing gap in disseminating disaster warnings, strengthening emergency operations centers in the state with over 1,000 villages from 22 blocks of coastal districts being covered, and over 100 watchtowers set up within 1.5 of the coastline for cyclone or tsunami warnings using sirens and mass messaging. See 2021. IAG, Interagency Group, a consortium of NGOs, civil societies, UN and international agencies, working in coordination with the OSDMA. See GeoNGO Coordination Org Capacity Building, Go Coordination. TROSA 2017-2, 021 Transboundary Rivers of South Asia, is regional water governance, supporting poverty reduction initiatives in the Ganges, Brahmaputra GBM, and Salween basins. Northeast Research and Social Work Networking, NERSWN, is a secular, not-for-profit, gender-just, non-political organization that is led and managed by youth, working towards sustainable and holistic change in the Northeast region of India since 2004-2005. See NERSWN 2005. 2-day consultations on transboundary cooperation for effective management of water risks between Bhutan and India, 20th-21 June 2019, jointly organized by NERSWN, India, TROSA and IN, Assam. See Sentinel Digital Desk, 2019. WGCAN, under TROSA 2017-2021, and supported by India. Audio Message Portal, on the WGCAN platform. Screenshots of Annexure 2 were taken from Developed by India. The page is inactive now. The page was developed under the project, which was led by the author. 8. 7 times deeper, and divided into 3, re-identifying the lost focus of the Indus Waters Treaty. Is a doctoral researcher at the School of Disaster Studies, Institute of Social Sciences, TISS, Mumbai, where she studies women's roles in shaping food security during disasters. She holds an MA in Disaster Management from TISS and brings together academic grounding with rich field-based experience in disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. Saran has contributed to culturally rooted resilience initiatives, including a 2023 project with the Risk and Resilience Institute, RRI, supported by ICCROM and funded by the Swedish Postcode Foundation, which examined the intersections of culture, climate adaptation, and disaster risk management in Jodhpur. Earlier, in 2020, she worked on an RRI initiative in Assam that focused on traditional flood risk management practices. This effort led to the publication of, which was presented at the Understanding Risk Forum 2020, 2020. She is an active member of the Confederation of Risk Reduction Professionals, CRRP, India, and has organized and spoken at webinars in partnership with the National Institute of Disaster Management, NIDM. In 2022, she represented CRRP India at the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction, GPDRR, in Bali. In 2021, she served on the organizing committee of an international, hosted by India, JTSDSDSS, and NIDM. Her research interests include disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, gender and disasters, women's agency, disasters and food, insecurity, indigenous knowledge for disaster risk reduction and management, community-based disaster management, and the varied dimensions of agency, vulnerability, and coping. 8.1 Introduction. The dearth of water is a matter of rising concern in many countries. The pivotal role that rivers play in energy generation, industries, and environment preservation have made rivers crucial for development. For those South Asian countries, which are largely driven by agricultural activities, the impact of environmental degradation and poor management of water resources sometimes lead to conflict. In this context, water treaties have exercised an important role and responsibility in peaceful resolution of water-related conflicts. The Indus Waters Treaty, IWT, between India and Pakistan is one example of major international river basin treaty. It is, in fact, quoted as one of the most successful water-sharing mechanism in the recent times. In 1960, the IWT signed between India and Pakistan, midwifed by the World Bank, gave India 3 eastern rivers, Sutlej, Beas, and Ravi, whereas Pakistan received the control of the 3 western rivers Indus, Chenab, and Jhelum. The treaty is considered to have stood up to all its descriptions of being a mechanism, providing a moderately reliable framework for the peaceful resolution of water-related dispute. However, the treaty defines absolutely no mechanism to encounter the present-day risks and challenges, such as